cosmic warships, mechs, armor, exoskeletons, systems, space, multiple female protagonists, anthropomorphic warships, shipgirls, interstellar civilizations. In the age of interstellar travel, humanity encounters not friendly civilizations, but rather an unending onslaught of malice and warfare. It is through the bonds with the shipgirls that civilization desperately clings to survival on the brink of extinction. Lin Feng, a time traveler, possesses exceptional talent and learning capabilities, rising to prominence as the most distinguished prospective commander at the Federal Academy. Everyone anticipates that he will summon a cataclysmic battleship girl during the awakening ceremony. Yet, as the radiance faded, what appeared before him was a timid and soft-spoken little repair ship girl. "Commander, please, trust me to handle this." Gazing at the diminutive figure before him, who bore no weapons and could only perform minor repairs, Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. Lin Feng mused, "A little repair ship is not entirely unfeasible. Very well, I shall first indulge in the benefits of this little repair ship, diligently accompany her to the space dock to repair some conventional starships, and save up to materialize that 4-kilometer-long hull for her." Huh? A 4-kilometer repair ship? Is this truly a mere repair vessel? Regardless, at least it can run and provide support, marking the first step into interstellar adventure. Thus begins an epic tale woven with the threads of repair ships, stars, and love. Chapter 75. Mech Simulation Battle. In the following days, the mech course delved into a more profound stage. The training venue shifted outdoors. After initially mastering basic movements such as walking, turning, and running, Instructor Lei Zhen began to introduce weapon operation and fundamental tactical maneuvers. The Iron Soldier mech was equipped with a training magnetic railgun, its power confined within a safe range. Yet the recoil simulation and ballistic calculations remained entirely authentic. The high-frequency combat short blade could unleash an energy blade for close-quarters combat practice. Within the training grounds, the cacophony of roaring sounds and clashing metals was ceaseless. Lin Feng maneuvered the B-17 mech, swiftly navigating through the intricate obstacle course. At times, he utilized cover for brief assaults, and, at others, he halted abruptly, raising his weapon to aim at rapidly moving targets in the distance. Bang! 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 3 crisp shots rang out, shattering 3 moving targets from different angles in the distance, exploding with the brilliance of successful hits. Splendid. B-17. Your shooting rhythm is steady, and your predictions are precise. Instructor Lei Zhen's voice resonated in the channel, brimming with unabashed admiration. Lin Feng's performance was indeed remarkable. Possessing a LV.10 level of quiet core energy, he enjoyed an unlimited energy reserve, enabling him to sustain high mobility and relentless assaults with energy-intensive weapons without concern for depletion. His level provided a stable foundation for energy output, complemented by his inherently calm demeanor and tactical awareness, allowing him to swiftly stand out among his peers. Meanwhile, Leo had elevated to LV.8 over the past few days. His combat style remained as wild as ever, with his C-09 mech charging forth like a ferocious beast, the magnetic railgun unleashing a relentless barrage, and his close-quarters combat exuding an unstoppable momentum. Although slightly lacking in precision, his vigorous assaults occasionally yielded unexpected results in simulated confrontations. The final segment of today's lesson involved a dual-mech group simulation battle. The system randomly assigned opponents for an encounter within a designated area. Coincidentally, Lin Feng and Leo were grouped together, facing 2 other promising new students. "Old Lin, haha, let's join forces and crush them," Leo exclaimed excitedly in the channel. "Do not be complacent. Stick to the plan. You draw their fire while I maneuver around the flank." Lin Feng calmly strategized. The confrontation commenced. As anticipated, Leo's C-09 mech emitted a thunderous roar, charging directly toward the enemy position, the magnetic railgun firing wildly, creating immense frontal pressure. Lin Feng's B-17, however, moved like a specter, silently navigating the complex obstacles to flank the enemy. His mech's movements were fluid and efficient, exhibiting minimal energy waste and noise. Just as he was about to reach his designated ambush point, an exceedingly subtle, almost instinctual warning flashed within his mind. Although the mech's information interface showed no anomalies, he sensed something amiss in the seemingly tranquil expanse of the massive conduit area ahead. This was a profound sensation, stemming from his extraordinary quiet core perception, coupled with a certain heightened sensitivity possibly bestowed by his time-traveling soul, perhaps even augmented by the deep connection with the ship girls. Without the slightest hesitation, he commanded the mech to come to an abrupt halt, simultaneously raising the magnetic railgun and decisively pulling the trigger toward the shadowy area of the conduit. Bang! The energy projectile traced an arc, vanishing into the shadows. Almost instantaneously, an identical attack from a magnetic railgun erupted from the shadows, narrowly missing his energy projectile and striking the path he had been traversing. What? The public communication channel erupted with incredulous gasps from the opponents. A hostile mech was forced to emerge from the shadows, clearly unprepared for Lin Feng's preemptive detection and assault, appearing somewhat flustered. Leo, right side of the convoy area, an enemy. I've flushed him out. Lin Feng promptly reported. Received. Watch me, Leo shouted, executing a fierce side slide with his C-09 mech, instantly locking onto the main cannon, unleashing a torrent of ferocious firepower. The enemy mech, now exposed by Lin Feng, was thrust into a defensive position, while another attempting to provide support was firmly suppressed by Lin Feng's precise shots. The battle concluded swiftly. Lin Feng and Leo showcased remarkable teamwork, effortlessly securing victory. As they exited their matches, Leo excitedly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Old Lin, that was incredible. How did you know where that guy was hiding? I didn't even catch it. The adversary Lin Feng had initially uncovered approached, looking dejected. Lin Feng, did you have some sort of X-ray vision? I was hiding so well. Lin Feng chuckled, pointing to his head. Instinct coupled with a touch of energy perception. Your mech may have been silent, but the faint vibrations from the quiet core drive core can still be detected with extreme focus. Instructor Lei Jun approached, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Lin Feng. B-17, Lin Feng. Your final prediction and shot were truly remarkable. It was not merely perception. It was absolute confidence and decisiveness. On the battlefield, even a fraction of a second's hesitation can prove fatal. You possess one of the most essential qualities of an exceptional mech pilot, and indeed a distinguished commander: battlefield intuition and decisiveness. Thank you, instructor. Lin Feng accepted the praise with composure. However, do not become complacent. Lei Jun shifted his tone. The Iron Soldier is merely the beginning. The true combat mech environment is far more complex, and the enemies more cunning and diverse. Continue to strive. I eagerly anticipate your future performance. Departing the training grounds, the remnants of the evening sun bathed him in warmth. Lin Feng felt the growth of his strength and the deepening bonds with his two ship girls, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming journey across the starry seas. The challenges of the mech course, the warm interactions with Ling Ji, and the teasing ambiguity from Mo Huang all coalesced like pieces of a puzzle, gradually constructing the tapestry of his authentic life in this era of quiet core. He understood that the tranquil days on campus were fleeting, and the true trials lay ahead in the profound depths of the starry ocean. After all, he had only learned days prior that the Human Federation was currently in a brief lull amidst warfare with various alien races, akin to the calm before a storm or the retreat of waters prior to a tsunami. Chapter 76. Why did you not mention it earlier? In the tranquil meditation chamber of room 2901 at Starlight Courtyard, on Kunlun Star, Lin Feng sits cross-legged upon a soft cushion, enveloped by an imperceptible, faint golden aura. This is the external manifestation of the highly concentrated, silent core, Qi, coursing ceaselessly within him. His consciousness delves deep into the sea of awareness, guiding the nearly boundless torrent of energy, repeatedly cleansing and expanding his energy meridians and spiritual core. Several days have passed since his return from the Shatterer asteroid belt. Aside from his regular classes and mecha training, he has devoted the majority of his energy to enhancing his silent core Qi level. The requirement for the manifestation of the Mecha Phoenix's hull, which demands at least 19,600 units of alloy as a foundation, looms over him like the sword of Damocles, driving him to continuously seek faster methods of resource accumulation. Although the emergence of the system marketplace offers a stable source, the compatible tasks are exceedingly scarce. Lin Feng has had Ling Ji and the Mecha Phoenix keep watch for several days, yet they have still failed to identify a suitable mission. A faint hum, audible only to him, resonates from the depths of his soul, as though some fetter has been shattered. The torrent of silent core Qi suddenly accelerates, becoming more refined and obedient, while both output power and mental capacity surge to a new level. The faint golden aura surrounding him gradually retracts, ultimately being absorbed completely into his body. Lin Feng opens his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing before returning to his usual vibrant demeanor. He summons the system interface. Silent Core Ascension System version 1.0, status update user, Lin Feng level, LV.11 infinite energy pool, activated available modification points, 39,555 current contracted ship girls, 2 system notification, user level elevated, silent core Qi output power to 18, mental capacity to 20, energy recovery rate up 10, slight enhancement in energy transmission efficiency to ship girls, LV.11, only 9 levels away from the next contract position. Lin Feng muses softly, feeling the newfound fullness of power within him. The elevation in level brings not merely a foundational enhancement, but also instills confidence in future planning. Habitually, he begins to calculate how to amass the dowry for the Mecha Phoenix more swiftly, yet his thoughts inadvertently drift back to the beginning of his studies, recalling his first encounter with Leo and Huqing. At that time, Huqing had seemingly mentioned in passing. It is because the Star Horizon Group donated 3 standard units of silent core chi refining factories to the school and promised unconditional supply of 10% of the whole manifestation materials for this year's freshmen, as one of the conditions for Commander Leo to gain priority in early accommodation and resource allocation. At that moment, he had not thought deeply about it, merely considering it a display of privilege by the scions of affluent families. Yet now, combined with his profound understanding of resource scarcity, this statement struck him like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of realization. Donated to the school, 10% of the new student hull materials, Lin Feng abruptly stands, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes. Does the school itself provide hull manifestation materials to students? Once this thought took root, it cannot be quelled. He immediately dashed out of the meditation chamber, heading straight for Leo's room. With a resounding bang, he flung open the door, startling Leo, who was engaged in a virtual combat training session with Huqing and was being soundly defeated. Leo froze, and with a precise chop from Huqing, he was swiftly deemed heavily wounded by the simulation system. Ouch! What are you doing, old Lin? I was just about to break through Huqing's defense, Leo exclaimed, removing his simulation helmet and rubbing his neck, grumbling. Huqing, standing calmly, retorted, Commander, given your recent error rate, even with another 10 minutes, you would not breach my fundamental defensive stance. Ignoring their usual banter, Lin Feng cut to the chase. Leo, I need to ask you something serious. I recall Huqing mentioning that the Star Horizon Group contracted 10% of the hull manifestation materials for this year's freshmen to the school. Leo paused, scratching his tousled hair. Huh, did they? Huqing mentioned that. He glanced at Huqing. Huqing nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The group donated a batch of standard hull materials under the guise of supporting educational endeavors and cultivating the future of the Federation, which constitutes about 10% of the total materials reserved for this year's commander students. In return, the young master enjoys priority in early accommodation at Starlight Courtyard and access to certain specific resources. So, the school itself distributes hull manifestation materials to students. Lin Feng pressed, his heart racing slightly. Precisely, Leo replied, as if it were the most natural thing. Otherwise, do you think all students are like you and me, or like me with a bit of background, or like you with some fortuitous encounters, able to gather materials on their own? Most commanders from ordinary families rely primarily on what the school provides for their first ship girl's manifestation. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his rising excitement. Then why have I never received any? The commander-student resource allocation guidelines only mentioned monthly subsidies for silent core chi training and a small amount of FC allowances, along with a channel to exchange for materials using battle merit points. Leo looked at Lin Feng as if he were an alien. Old Lin, did you not read the footnotes in the guidelines carefully, or did you not inquire about the common knowledge that upperclassmen are aware of? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice as a knowing expression crossed his face. The hull materials distributed by the school are a hidden benefit. They don't write it down openly to prevent some students from developing independence. This is known as the end-of-term resource package. End-of-term resource package. Yes, Leo explained. At the conclusion of the first semester, the school will distribute standard materials sufficient to manifest the basic hulls of all ship girls you have contracted at that time. Note, it covers all contracted but not manifested ship girls. Whether you have 1 or 2, or if by sheer luck you have 3, as long as you contract them before the semester ends, the school will cover it. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. This meant that if he could elevate his level to LV.20 and secure a 3rd contract position before the end of the first semester, the school would provide the foundational hull materials for the 2 ship girls, excluding Lingji. This included the colossal Mecha Phoenix, which had been causing him considerable distress. However, Leo interjected, his expression turning serious. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Once you accept this end-of-term resource package, it signifies your formal entry into the school's fast track. Starting from the 2nd semester, the teaching focus will shift significantly from foundational theory to practical combat, and you will frequently be taken to border star regions to participate in higher intensity, more perilous practical training missions. In essence, once the school invests resources, they expect you to quickly develop combat capabilities to repay the Federation. Risk and opportunity coexist. Lin Feng instantly understood. Gaining access to abundant resources comes at the cost of facing a more brutal battlefield sooner than anticipated. Why did you not tell me this sooner? Lin Feng genuinely felt the urge to perform a shoulder throw on Leo. You never asked me either. Leo raised his hands in innocence. Is this information reliable? Lin Feng sought final confirmation. Absolutely. Leo thumped his chest. Huqing, pull up that internal memo summary for old Lin to see. Huqing tapped a few times on Leo's terminal, and soon a holographic projection within the room displayed a document fragment labeled Star Horizon Group Education Investment Department, Pangu Defense Cooperation Project Internal Memo, which explicitly mentioned comprehensive resource allocation at the end of the first semester, covering the basic hull materials of registered ship girls. All doubts dissipated. A spark of unprecedented brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The initial plan was flawed. The calculations of man could not rival the design of fate, and the original strategy would require significant adjustments. Chapter 77. In Pursuit of the End-of-Semester Resource Package. Upon returning to his room, Lin Feng secured the door, standing before the vast starry window. Gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated campus below, his mind racing with thoughts. The original plan was to prioritize military missions, engaging in fleet battles, utilizing the system's point accumulation mechanism to swiftly gather transformation points, while simultaneously earning FC and military merit points, allowing him to exchange for and purchase the materials for the Mo Huang's hull in a dual-pronged approach. This strategy, while commendable, faced a significant hurdle due to the scarcity of suitable missions. However, with the introduction of the end-of-semester resource package, Lin Feng's original intentions were irrevocably altered. With the conclusion of the first semester, there remained approximately 3 months according to the academic calendar. Lin Feng calculated his objective, to reach level 20 and acquire a third contract slot. Currently at level 11, he needed to ascend by 9 levels, a daunting challenge. The advancement of the Jihuaqi level becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, demanding not only painstaking cultivation, but often requiring fortuitous opportunities, insights, and even the pressure of life and death. A commander of ordinary aptitude might take years to bridge this 9-level gap. Yet he possessed distinct advantages. The infinite Jihuaqi pool allowed him to engage in high-intensity training and combat without concern for exhaustion, significantly shortening the time needed for energy accumulation. The affinity between the soul of a traveler and the Jihuaqi, along with possible latent assistance from the system, bestowed upon him an extraordinary potential far beyond the norm. More importantly, he had a remarkably clear and urgent motivation. The elevation of his level must be his paramount goal for the next 3 months. Resolutely, Lin Feng determined that all his actions would revolve around rapid advancement. He could not afford to neglect the foundational courses at Pangu Defense Academy, particularly deep guidance and precision control of Jihuaqi and fundamentals of fleet tactics, as these were crucial for solidifying his foundation and enhancing his practical combat capabilities. The mecha courses also required diligent attention. Mastering mecha operations would not only bolster his self-defense abilities, but also provide additional strategies for future combat missions. However, the allocation of his extracurricular time necessitated a thorough reorganization. High-intensity Jihuaqi cultivation formed the bedrock. He must ensure sufficient time each day for meditation and energy guidance. Practical combat remained one of the fastest avenues for leveling up. He could not completely abandon missions, but they needed to be approached with greater selectivity. Lin Feng's thoughts crystallized. The principles for undertaking missions must be revised. He would prioritize land combat tasks that offered high-intensity battles, pushing his limits and potentially allowing for breakthroughs during combat, rather than merely grinding for transformation points in FC. The risks must remain manageable, yet there should be pressure. Should fleet combat missions arise, his objective would remain unchanged, to assume a more significant role in battle, even leading the campaign. Simultaneously, he would continue his training aboard the ship, as the rewards from the system remained crucial. Transformation points could be exchanged for rare components or essential materials in the shop, compensating for any special needs that the end-of-semester resource package might not cover. Furthermore, the mission rewards of random carrier blueprints or other unique items would hold immense value for the future, especially once the Mo Huang manifested its hull, enabling the rapid formation of combat-capable aircraft. Perhaps he could actively seek extermination tasks, targeting small Zerg or crystalline nests on Lisha Star, as such missions typically involved high combat intensity and permitted squad participation. Lin Feng pondered. It seemed that Zerg activity near Lisha Star, particularly in the G12 district, had begun to escalate once more. He accessed his personal terminal, revisiting the Federation's task database, but this time his criteria for selection were entirely different. He no longer solely considered rewards and safety, He prioritized assessments of land combat intensity and enemy unit density. Once this was accomplished, Lin Feng utilized his terminal to draft a detailed electronic outline, meticulously crafting a schedule for his training and activities over the next 3 months. He organized his courses, fixed training sessions, mecha drills, and mission cycles with precision, even reserving time for unforeseen circumstances and necessary rest. As he gazed at this meticulously planned schedule, Lin Feng felt not a shred of pressure. Rather, he was imbued with an invigorating sense of determination. Level 20, the third contract slot, he murmured, his gaze seemingly piercing through the starry expanse, envisioning a future fleet under his command in its complete form. 3 months, this must be achieved. In the subsequent weeks, Lin Feng operated like a finely tuned clockwork mechanism, adhering strictly to the plan he had devised. The rhythm of campus life accelerated dramatically. Beyond the daily morning training sessions, the Iron Soldier mecha drills became more than mere completion of basic subjects. He began to experiment with extreme maneuvers, such as maintaining maximum speed through intricate obstacle courses or simultaneously locking onto and simulating attacks on multiple high-speed moving targets. Treating each training session as if it were a real battle, striving to push his reaction speed and Jihua Qi control to their limits. In the deep guidance and precision control of Jihua Qi class, he no longer contented himself with merely understanding the principles. He relentlessly posed questions to the instructor regarding advanced techniques such as energy compression, high-frequency oscillation output, and multi-threaded parallel control, exhibiting an insatiable thirst for knowledge. After class, he immersed himself in the school's Jihua Qi cultivation chamber, leveraging the superior energy environment to engage in lengthy, high-load guidance training, often leaving the chamber drenched in sweat just as his allotted time was about to expire. For cultural and tactical theory courses, Lin Feng similarly exerted himself to the utmost. He understood that formidable strength required an astute mind to wield effectively. Professor Zhao's fundamentals of fleet tactics and case analysis captured his attention profoundly. His notes were densely packed. And after class, he often engaged in discussions with Leo and Rog about tactical details, proposing new interpretations of certain classic battles that were sometimes wildly imaginative yet not without merit, earning him even greater scrutiny from Professor Zhao, who regarded him with newfound interest. Amidst such high-intensity training and study, Lin Feng's Jihua Qi level steadily elevated, progressing toward level 12. He sensed the energy within him growing increasingly robust, and his mental acuity sharpened. During weekends, he donned powered armor alongside Leo, venturing to leash his star for high-intensity hunts, striving to maximize his potential and accelerate his training pace. Yet, he did not completely isolate himself from the outside world. By having Mo Huang keep an eye on school and Federation missions, he finally received a suitable fleet combat task. A small Solraga biological fleet had transitioned through a jump to the Centaurus double-star system, where it had established breeding nests among the asteroids in the asteroid belt. The Federation had issued a cleansing mission, rated as medium to high risk, requiring participants to possess at least 2 combat-capable shipgirls. Lin Feng assessed the risks. The enemy density was high, and the combat intensity was sufficient, with the Lingji providing maintenance and support and the Huqing as the main force. As long as they avoided encirclement by the Zerg, the risks were manageable. Simultaneously, the system seemingly aligned with his intentions, appropriately issuing a new side mission. Side mission, Nest Cleanser. Mission requirements, independently or as a team. Destroy at least 1 small Solraga Zerg breeding nest, confirm core destruction. Mission rewards, 5,000 transformation points, random carrier blueprint X2, Solraga biological ship samples X3. The rewards were quite generous, especially the 2 random carrier blueprints, which were crucial for the future construction of the Mo Huang's aircraft hangar. Lin Feng shared the mission details with Leo, who, upon hearing of the impending battle, immediately rubbed his hands together in excitement. Then it settled. Lin Feng declared over the communication channel, "The day after tomorrow, during the weekend, we will undertake this nest cleansing mission in the Centaurus star system. Our objective, to destroy the nest and eliminate all Zerg space combat units that emerge." Understood. Leo responded enthusiastically. As he concluded the communication, Lin Feng approached the window. The Panga Defense Academy remained ablaze with lights in the night. A multitude of young individuals, each harboring dreams and responsibilities, honing their skills within. He felt the surging Jihua Qi within him and the clarity of his planned path in his mind. Level advancement, resource acquisition, and practical combat training. Every clue has been interconnected. The road ahead remains fraught with challenges, yet his gaze is resolute and his stride steady. In pursuit of that bountiful resource package by the end of the term, and to swiftly assemble his own formidable fleet, he must exert every ounce of his strength over the next 3 months. Chapter 78. Objective, Centaurus. Panga Defense Base. Southern District Ground Docking Area. The morning sun casts its radiant glow upon the sleek, white and green hull of the Lingji maintenance ship and sharp, gold-red lines of the Hutch battlecruiser, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. The two vessels are engaged in their final preparations before departure. The engine's deep rumble akin to the breath of a great beast awakening. Lin Feng stands at the command seat of the Lingji, dressed in a blue and white Commander S uniform, his stature commanding. His gaze sweeps over several holographic tactical interfaces before settling on the imposing battlecruiser outside the main observation window. Liao, conduct a final communications check. How is the channel clarity? Instantly, Liao's vibrant voice comes through the encrypted channel. Crystal clear, Old Lin. My Hutch is eager to set sail. The main cannon's energy circuit self-check is complete. Ready to give those pests a surprise. Remain vigilant. Do not act recklessly. Lin Feng cautions, casting a glance at the elegantly seated Mo Huang, who today dons a more professional deep purple combat uniform, the fitted attire accentuating her graceful curves. Several customized tactical analysis interfaces hover before her, and her purple eyes gleam with focused determination. Commander, all systems have completed self-check. Life support, shields, thrusters, and sensors are all in optimal condition. Mo Huang informs from the deputy command seat, her soft voice tinged with a hint of pre-battle tension, yet underscored by resolve. The maintenance arms and nanobot reserves are also ready. Excellent. Lin Feng nods, establishing communication with the Iron Curtain outpost. Southern Control, Tower Number 3. This is the Pangu Defense Base Training Fleet, Starry Level 8 Tempest Squadron, requesting departure clearance. Destination, Centaurus Star System. Indeed, after a bout of frivolity, Lin Feng and Liao had whimsically named their squadron the Starry Level 8 Tempest Squadron. Clearance granted, Starry Level 8 Tempest Squadron. The route is clear. Wishing you successful hunting and a safe return, the control tower dispatcher S voice remains calm. Set sail. With Lin Feng's command, the Lingji and Hutch activate their anti-gravity devices, the massive hulls gradually ascending, breaking free from the gravitational shackles of Kunlun Star, and gliding toward the vast depths of the cosmos. Once they enter stable navigation, Lin Feng immerses most of his consciousness into the system interface within his mind. Silent Core Elevation System V10 Status Update. User, Lin Feng. Level, LV11. Infinite Energy Pool, activated. Available modification points, 39, 555. Current contracted ship girls, 22. Task list, side quest Nest Cleanser, in progress. Bond Mo Huang, Cooperative Combat 2, in progress. Mo Huang. Analyze the environmental characteristics of the Centaurus, specifically the 7th asteroid belt, and potential ambush points that the Zerg might exploit. Lin Feng orders. Understood, Commander. Montag Fang replies, her fingertips deftly magnifying the star map and marking several key areas. The Centaurus 7th asteroid belt is densely packed and harbors numerous gravitational anomalies, making it highly suitable for Zerg biological warships to conceal themselves. According to the Sarlaga swarm's habits, they prefer using larger icy or metallic asteroids as the foundation for their incubation nests, providing both cover and access to necessary materials and energy. She highlights several predicted high-risk areas, particularly the zone designated as Zeta, an area of dense asteroid distribution with the strongest gravitational disturbance signals, likely the core of their nest. The Zerg may have deployed sensory tendrils and ambush units around the periphery. Liao, do you copy? Pay special attention to Zeta and the outer perimeter of the shadow zone. Conduct a wide area saturation scan before entering. Roger that. Hutch, maximize sensor power. Let those pests hiding behind the rocks have nowhere to escape. Liao responds immediately. Lingji, upon entering the mission area, maintain tactical distance from the Hutch with the shield deflector positioned forward, prioritizing our own safety. Affirmative, Commander. Lingji nods earnestly. Lin Feng methodically orchestrates the tactical deployment, yet internally calculates. This mission aims not only to annihilate the nest and accomplish system tasks, but also to seize the opportunity for training the silent core chi. Yes, training. After several hours of routine navigation and a short jump, the fleet arrives at the outskirts of the Centaurus star system. The dual stars illuminate this expanse of space with an otherworldly glow distinct from the Pangu star domain. In the distance, the cluster of asteroids resembling shattered gemstones marks their destination. Detected faint biological signals ahead, consistent with the Sarlaga swarm, Mo Huang reports, breaking the bridge's tranquility. No signs of large vessels detected, but numerous small life signals suspected to be worker bugs or reconnaissance units. It seems we have found the right place. Lin Feng's gaze sharpens. All ships battle readiness. The hutch advances, with the Lingji closely following, cutting into the asteroid belt as per the preordained plan. The hunt officially begins. Chapter 79. The Collision of Steel and Flesh. Centaurus, 7th asteroid belt, resembles a colossal labyrinth strewn with rubble. Countless rocks and ice chunks, varying in size, dance under the dual stars' gravitational influence, the silence concealing deadly peril. The hutch forges ahead, its gold-red hull slicing through the void like a sharp blade, cautiously entering the fringes of the asteroid belt. The powerful sensor array spreads out like invisible tendrils, meticulously scanning every potential hiding place of the enemy amidst the debris. The Lingji maintains a safe distance several kilometers behind, fully focused on piloting the ship, deftly avoiding larger obstacles that could mar its paint. While remaining poised for real-time monitoring and support of the hutch, Lin Feng sits at the command seat of the Lingji, his gaze fixed on the tactical star map. Mo Huang's analysis interface updates in tandem, countless data streams cascading like a waterfall, swiftly distilled into actionable intelligence. Multiple energy reflection signals detected. Attached to the rear of the asteroids in Area C, signal characteristics indicate Starligerator class, numbering 8, no, more than 10 vessels. Mo Huang's voice is clear and composed. They are in a state of silence, seemingly waiting for us to draw closer. Just as I suspected, an ambush, Lin Feng scoffs. Liao, coordinates are marked. Maintain distance. They intend to set a trap. Without escort ships, we will proceed as planned and deliver long-range bombardments. Hutch, main cannon, target the most concentrated area, prepare to fire. Haha, I've been waiting for you to say that. Liao's enthusiastic voice responds. Hutch, main cannons 1 through 5, target locked. Let them taste the flavor of grilled bugs. The 5 massive particle beam cannons atop the hutch begin to charge ominously, gathering a heart-stopping blue-white luminescence at their muzzles. Energy fluctuations causing nearby asteroid fragments to tremble slightly. Just as the main cannon is about to fire, the lurking raiders seem to sense the danger, abandoning their concealment and suddenly launching from behind their asteroid cover. They resemble twisted space jellyfish, ejecting green bioplasma, attempting a suicide charge to disrupt the hutch's targeting. Yet it is too late. Roar. They dare to charge directly at me? How amusing. Fire. Liao commands, and 5 immensely powerful heavy particle beams shoot forth like judgment spears tearing through the void. Striking with the speed of light, the overwhelming energy instantaneously engulfs that segment of space. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal beams crash down like gigantic white-hot iron pillars hurled into the darkness. The raider, struck directly, was instantly vaporized, while the surrounding entities were torn apart and ignited by the frenzied energy, transforming into splintered organic fragments and boiling green sludge. In Lin Feng's mind, the system interface displayed numbers of available modification points, rapidly fluctuating. Available modification points, 39,555. Available modification points, 40,255, 700. Available modification points, 40,255. Available modification points, 41,105, 850. In a single volley, at least 6 raiders were evaporated, with several more severely damaged. Lin Feng instantaneously accrued nearly 4,000 modification points. Splendid, he praised, while keeping a vigilant watch on the battlefield. The remaining raiders, undeterred by death, charged forward, attempting to release small attacking bugs. Secondary battery array, fire at will. Open missile silos and launch swarms of interceptors to clear out those little pests, commanded Leo with unwavering confidence. The Tiger Che, with its dense array of secondary gun turrets, unleashed a torrential storm of fire, akin to a metallic tempest, obliterating the approaching small insectoid units and any escaping raiders. From the missile launch silos, swarms of small interceptors screeched forth, accurately detonating within the insect horde, clearing swathes of open space. From the outset, the battle exhibited a decidedly one-sided nature. As a battlecruiser, the Tiger Che possessed overwhelming firepower and defense against these frigate-class biological warships. Although Leo had a lively disposition, his battle command, supported by the Tiger Che, was methodical, with efficient and precise firepower distribution. Commander, the energy of the Tiger Che's shields has decreased by 3. The hull remains undamaged. We have detected enemy intentions attempting to bypass the Tiger Che and approach our position, reported Lingji, her voice tinged with tension. Thinking to pick a soft target? Lin Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. And Mo Huang analyzed their optimal interception paths. Lingji, prepare the efficient repair nanobots. Deploy them remotely if the Tiger Che requires assistance. Additionally, activate the Lingji's point defense system. Although its power is modest, it will suffice to clear out those released small nuisances. Understood. Both women replied in unison. Mo Huang swiftly marked several potential infiltration routes and provided suggestions for interception firepower. Lingji directed the point defense laser turrets on the Lingji's flank to unleash slender, yet precise energy beams, annihilating several approaching worker bugs mid-air. Something is amiss. Mo Huang suddenly interjected, her violet eyes narrowing. Commander, we have detected a strong energy accumulation response within the Zeta shadow zone. It is not a biological warship. It resembles some sort of biomass energy pulse. No sooner had she spoken than a thick, viscous green energy pulse shot forth from the depths of the Zeta shadow zone, like a giant serpent, spanning dozens of kilometers and hurtling towards the Tiger Che, which was engaged in clearing the remaining foes. Now, emergency evasion. Navigate laterally to the right. Lin Feng exclaimed, his pupils constricting. Tiger Che. Leo sensed the impending danger as well. The massive hull of the Tiger Che, under the synchronized control of Leo and the ship's systems, abruptly veered to the right, and the lateral thrusters erupted with excessive blue light. The green biological energy pulse grazed past the Tiger Che's port shield, the violent energy clashing with the shield and erupting into blinding light and turbulent energy ripples. The shield's readout plummeted drastically, and the hull experienced severe vibrations. Shield energy decreased by 21. The portside sensor arrays are slightly overloaded due to the energy impact. However, these biological energy pulses significantly slow the shield generator's recharge rate, with recovery dropping from 10 per second to just 1 per second. Currently, the Tiger Che remains undamaged, reported the ship's systems calmly yet rapidly. It is a defensive weapon of the nest, or rather, a part of the nest itself. Mo Huang swiftly analyzed the energy characteristics. It has concealed itself well. It was charging all along. Damn it, you scare the life out of me, Leo exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat, then seething with anger. Tiger Che, lock onto that damn nest core. Charge the main cannon. I want to obliterate it into dust. Calm down, Leo, Lin Feng shouted. First, stabilize our position. Wait a moment. Lingji, assist the Tiger Che's shield generator to accelerate and maintain shield recharging. Mo Huang, calculate the firing interval and attack blind spots of that pulse weapon. Following a brief moment of chaos, the team swiftly regained order. Lingji immediately guided the Lingji's repair beams to remotely infuse energy into and stabilize the Tiger Che's shield generator. Mo Huang quickly computed the necessary data. Lin Feng, with his inexhaustible energy reserves, had no fear of rapid consumption or meticulous calculations. The pulse weapon has a firing interval of approximately 45 seconds, with a relatively fixed attack trajectory. There exists a roughly 15-degree shooting blind spot, but it is uncertain if there is just one pulse weapon, Mo Huang concluded. I recommend the Tiger Che use a large asteroid for cover to strike from the blind spot. Received. Leo suppressed his rage. Maneuvering the Tiger Che to utilize a massive icy asteroid as a shield while initiating movement. Lin Feng observed his teammates responding swiftly, feeling a sense of relief. Although the recent unforeseen circumstance had posed danger, it had also sharpened his awareness. In a cosmic battlefield, conditions could change in an instant. One could never afford to be complacent. Chapter 80. Annihilation of the Nest and Abundant Points. The Tiger Che, like an experienced hunter, utilized the dense asteroid field as a springboard and cover, continuously shifting positions to evade the intermittent biological pulse attacks from the core of the Zeta shadow zone. The green energy serpent repeatedly tore through the void, barely grazing the Tiger Che's shields or detonating in distant asteroids, creating vast corrosive craters, occasionally striking the Tiger Che's shields. The most damage it could inflict was a mere 46 points, which was quickly replenished by Lingji's repair beams, failing to achieve any substantial results. Surprisingly, the Nest's defensive main cannon was on par with that of a battleship, and most alarming was its ability to hinder the shield generator's recharge efficiency. Distance to target: 800 kilometers, 150 kilometers, entering the main cannon's absolute hit range, while ignoring the optimal firing range of the intervening asteroids. Leo fixated on the tactical star map, his voice rising with excitement. The target remains obscured by numerous asteroid fragments and biological tissues, making a direct hit on the core quite challenging, cautioned the Tiger Che. Then let's create a blooming center. Lin Feng interjected into the channel. Lao. Switch the main cannon to sustained high output mode. Mo Huang has calculated the most probable energy nodes of the core and sent you the coordinates. Aim for the point with the most intense energy response and fire at will. Understood. Tiger Che. Main cannon in sustained high output mode. Target locked. Coordinates Kappa 1. Leo executed without hesitation. The 5 main turrets of the Tiger Che emitted a deep, resonant hum as they charged. This time, gathering energy radiance tinged with a destructive dark red hue. Fire. 5 dark red beams of light, like the scythes of death, instantaneously pierced through the asteroids serving as cover, traversing the final distance to precisely penetrate the core region of the Zeta Shadow Zone, which was shrouded in thick biological tissue and rock. The beams continued to pour energy into the nest without immediate detonation. The infused particle beam energy accumulated under the Tiger Che's control until reaching a zero threshold. After a brief moment of silence, boom! Although no sound could be heard, everyone felt that if there were a medium for sound transmission, the explosion would be deafening. A light far more intense than any previous explosion erupted from within, as if a small star had ignited. A powerful shockwave engulfed countless semi-vaporized biological tissue fragments. Molten matter sweeping outward in all directions, displacing nearby asteroids from their original orbits. A colossal, distorted wave of psychic resonance, akin to the dying wails of countless insects, swept across the battlefield, quickly dissipating and vanishing. Available modification points, 43,805. Available modification points, 48,805, 5,000. Side quest. Nest cleanser completed. Rewards, 5,000 modification points. Random aircraft blueprint, X2. Solraga biological ship, samples, X3, issued to system space. Bond task, cooperative combat 2, completed. Rewards, synergy level 20. Advanced energy pastry recipe, X1. Note, an irresistible delicacy for the ship girls, issued. The system notifications rang out in succession, heralding the complete annihilation of the nest core. Success. Lingji could not contain her excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Mo Huang also displayed a faint smile, delicately sipping her tea, as if the harrowing battle had merely been a prelude to dinner. Ah, did you see that, old Lin? A shot to the heart. Leo exclaimed triumphantly over the channel. What a worthless nest. In the face of my Huchua's main cannon, it's nothing but a paper tiger. Well done, Lin Feng praised, feeling a sense of relief within. He glanced at the system interface, where his modification points had surged to 48,805, alongside the newly acquired blueprints for aircraft and a pastry recipe that would surely captivate the ship girls. Satisfied, he nodded. This sortie had achieved its objectives splendidly. As the nest core was destroyed, the remaining scattered insectoid units seemed to lose their command, becoming chaotic and disordered, swiftly eradicated by Huchua's secondary cannons and missiles. The battlefield gradually returned to a hushed stillness, littered only with floating debris and slowly dissipating energy waves. Clean the battlefield and collect valuable biological samples and rare materials. Lin Feng issued the command, particularly instructing the collection of the remains of the biological pulse weapon, hoping the research team could glean some insights. The Lingji dispatched engineering drones to meticulously gather the spoils. Meanwhile, Huchua remained vigilant, its main cannon in low-power standby, ready to counter any possible stragglers or new threats. Leaning against the command seat, Lin Feng reveled in the post-battle exhilaration. It was somewhat regrettable that his ship girls had not been able to partake in the combat directly. In this engagement, Huchua had borne the brunt of the frontal pressure, proving indispensable. Mo Huang's tactical analyses served as watchful eyes in the shadows, predicting dangers and guiding their course. Lingji's logistical support bolstered their courage to engage boldly. The team's synergy had been further refined through this practical experience. Commander, all samples have been successfully recovered. After a while, Lingji reported, Huchua remains entirely unharmed. Good. Lin Feng rose, stretching his slightly stiff neck. With the mission accomplished, they prepared to return. The two vessels adjusted their course, their engines roaring back to life, trailing blue flames as they departed from the recently ravaged expanse, leaving behind the desolate asteroid belt and the remnants of the insectoid fleet. Back in the commander's lounge aboard Lingji, Lin Feng summoned the system interface, meticulously examining the newly acquired rewards. Random aircraft blueprint X2. Upon use, randomly grants a complete manufacturing blueprint for a type of aircraft, quality, rare, epic. Advanced energy pastry recipe. For reasons unknown, this visually stunning dessert possesses a flavor that can enchant the ship girls. seemingly increasing their fondness for the commander should he choose to offer it to them. Solraga Biological Ship Samples, X3, contains tissues with unique biological activity, suitable for research or as materials for certain special modifications. A commendable haul indeed. Lin Feng stored the blueprints temporarily in the system space, planning to utilize them once Mo Huang's vessel manifested. The nearly 48,000 modification points instilled him with confidence. As for the pastry recipe, he decided to consider a bonus for future culinary endeavors, intending to share it with any ship girl who excelled in the kitchen. After all, the ship girls had little to occupy their time, while the commander had numerous responsibilities to consider. He approached the viewport, gazing out at the swiftly passing sea of stars. This mission was merely the beginning, in pursuit of the LV-20 milestone and the crucial end-of-term resource package 3 months hence. He required more intense battles to hone his skills and accelerate his growth. The road ahead remained long, yet with each completed task and every increment of strength gained, he drew closer to his goals. Chapter 81. Can I resist this temptation? Returning to room 2901 in the Starshine Pavilion, the sky was awash with celestial light. The continuous battles and tense navigation had left both Lin Feng and Leo feeling somewhat fatigued, yet they were buoyed by the remnants of exhilaration from their successful mission. What a thrill! We truly struck with vigor this time, Leo exclaimed, flopping onto the plush sofa in the living room. Huchwa stood behind him, shaking her head in resignation, though her eyes betrayed a hint of relief after the task's completion. Indeed, the rewards were substantial. Lin Feng nodded, settling into another sofa. Lingji promptly busied herself preparing warm beverages, while Mo Huang elegantly seated herself beside Lin Feng, her delicate fingers seemingly casually resting on the armrest, mere inches from his hand. Old Lin, next time there's such a rewarding job, remember to call me, Leo proclaimed, downing a large gulp of the energy drink Lingji had handed him. Sticking with you means quick access to battle points, FC, and those, special rewards, you know? Plus, I get to relish the thrill of slaughtering the alien foes. Lin Feng chuckled, refraining from addressing the remark. His special rewards primarily stem from the system, a secret he could not divulge. Instead, he replied, all right, enough banter. Get some rest. We have morning drills tomorrow. Got it. Off to shower, Leo waved dismissively, retreating to his room. Huchua observed her commander leave without locking the door and turned to the others, saying, well, I too must supervise and assist my commander with his personal hygiene. Good night, everyone. With a bang, followed by a click, the door shut, leaving only Lin Feng, Lingji, and Mo Huang in the living room. Commander, you must be weary as well. Do rest early, Lingji gently urged, placing a cup of perfectly warmed calming tea before Lin Feng. She keenly sensed that Mo Huang's gaze upon the commander seemed more fervent than usual. Yes, you should all retire early, Lin Feng replied, accepting the teacup. His fingertips accidentally brushed against Lingji's hand, causing the young girl to flinch as if electrified, quickly withdrawing her hand and lowering her head, her ears tinged with pink. Mo Huang observed the scene, a subtle smile flickering in her violet eyes. She stood, languidly stretching, her graceful silhouette illuminated by the light. Indeed, Commander, today has certainly drawn upon much of our energy. It is time for replenishment, she stated, her words laden with a unique duality, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt his heart race under her scrutiny, forcing himself to maintain composure as he took a sip of tea. Everyone, please do rest. They exchanged good nights and returned to their respective rooms. Lin Feng first went to the meditation room for his daily routine of cultivating the silent core qi. Understanding that to reach LV-20 swiftly, he must accumulate daily progress and thoroughly digest the insights gained from today's battle. After completing his training, it was already deep into the night. Sensing the more solid and surging silent core qi within him, Lin Feng released a satisfied sigh. The mental fatigue had been washed away by the influx of energy, yet his body craved relaxation. He stepped out of the meditation room, the suite enveloped in silence, with only the intelligent butler system maintaining minimal lighting. Leo's room had long since gone dark, and the doors to Lingji and Mo Huang's bedrooms were firmly shut, indicating they too had likely succumbed to slumber. Lin Feng pushed open the door to his own bedroom, greeted by dimness, habitually shedding his outer garments. He made his way to the built-in bathroom. Warm water cascaded from the showerhead, washing away the phantom fatigue and dust of battle. He closed his eyes, allowing the water to caress his skin, yet his mind involuntarily conjured the enchanting smile of Mo Huang, her alluring words, and the captivating demeanor she exhibited during battle, where she remained composed and masterfully orchestrated the situation. Truly, she was a siren. Lin Feng muttered to himself, shaking his head in an attempt to dispel those tantalizing images. He was acutely aware of the strong magnetic pull Mo Huang exerted on him. Her mature, assertive charm wielded an immense power over him, a young man barely of age, brimming with vitality, and not entirely innocent in his affections for younger girls. Unbeknownst to him, after he entered the bathroom, the bedroom door was stealthily pushed open, revealing a slender, shadowy figure that glided in like a spirit of the night, deftly locking the door behind her. The figure paused momentarily in the dim light, seemingly confirming the sound of water in the bathroom, before she gracefully approached the bed like a feline, lifting the covers and burrowing inside, completely concealing herself, save for a few strands of dark hair and a faint, elusive scent of violet lingering in the air. Upon finishing his bath, Lin Feng emerged draped in a towel, revealing the upper half of his body, sculpted to perfection like a figure from myth due to his frequent battles and rigorous training. He was still enveloped in warm steam, droplets of water clinging to his damp black hair. As he dried his hair with a towel, he sauntered towards the bed, intending to plop down and drift into slumber as per usual. However, just as he neared the edge, his movements abruptly halted. His senses, far sharper than those of the average person, especially after ascending to level 11, enabled him to detect the presence of another being on his bed. He distinctly sensed the familiar, uniquely alluring energy emanating from her, along with the increasingly discernible scent of violet that danced at his nostrils. Lin Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. He ceased wiping his hair and fixed his sharp gaze upon the seemingly smooth quilt, which was subtly elevated in the middle. "Come out, Mo Huang." His voice carried a hint of resignation, laced with an undertone of wrath that he himself was unaware of. The quilt stirred gently, and then a head peeked out from beneath the covers. Her cascading black hair was somewhat tousled upon the pillow, and her violet eyes sparkled with a mischievous and enchanting glimmer in the dim light. Mo Huang wore a triumphant smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, adding to her allure. "Commander, your perceptiveness remains as keen as ever," she said, her voice laced with a languorous, almost teasing tone, as if she had just awakened. "I had intended to surprise you. Is this a surprise or a fright?" Lin Feng observed her reclining confidently on his bed, feeling the warmth that had been doused by cold water reignite within him. The little Lin Feng beneath the towel instinctively began to stir. "It is of course a surprise," Mo Huang replied, gently lifting a corner of the quilt to reveal her delicate figure clad in a deep purple silk nightgown, the sash loosely tied, the neckline open, exposing swathes of pristine skin and exquisite collarbones that glimmered alluringly in the dim light. "Commander, you work hard today. As your ship girl, it is only my duty to help you relieve your fatigue and unwind." She extended her slender hand, patting the empty space beside her, her gaze utterly captivating. "On this long, lingering night, do you not wish to delve deeper into understanding your aircraft carrier ship girl?" The air was thick with the rich aroma of violet, mingling with the fresh steam from his bath, creating an intensely intimate atmosphere. Lin Feng's rationality warned him against this. Yet his body's instincts and a deep-seated desire for Mo Huang surged forth like a wildfire, rapidly engulfing him. He gazed into her eyes, which seemed to speak volumes, brimming with expectation, temptation, and an undeniable sincerity. She was not jesting. She genuinely wished to surrender herself to him wholly. The loneliness brought on by his journey through this world, the pressures of battle, his yearning for power, and the burgeoning emotions he felt for the woman before him seemed to find an outlet at that moment. To hell with rationality. To hell with gradual progression. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, the last vestiges of hesitation replaced by fervor. He cast aside the towel and stepped purposefully towards the bed. Seeing the change in his expression, Mo Huang's smile blossomed even more radiantly. She eagerly approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and drawing him closer. "Ah, my commander, you are finally no longer in retreat," she whispered in his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. In the next instant, Lin Feng leaned down and captured her enticing lips with his own. All words lost their significance. Time slipped away unnoticed as the storm subsided. The bedroom was thick with an intoxicating atmosphere. Lin Feng reclined against the headboard, while Mo Huang curled up like a languid cat in his embrace, her cheek resting against his solid chest, attuning to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. A fine sheen of perspiration glistened on her smooth back, shimmering softly in the subdued light. "Are you satisfied now?" Lin Feng caressed Mo Huang's silky black hair, his voice tinged with post-coital rasp and contentment. Montauk Fang nestled closer, seeking a more comfortable position, and murmured dreamily, "Merely preliminarily satisfied. I will require my commander's guidance in the future," her tone suffused with satisfaction and affection. Lin Feng gazed down at the woman who, in her usual elegance and battlefield composure, now displayed such a charmingly vulnerable demeanor, igniting within him an indescribable sense of achievement and tenderness. He tightened his embrace, pulling her even closer. "Sleep now." He pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead. "Good night." "My commander," Mo Huang replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she peacefully closed her eyes. Chapter 82. The Subtle Shift in Daily Life. The following morning, the intelligent alarm clock chimed punctually. Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, feeling invigorated, as if the fatigue and exhaustion of the previous day had been entirely swept away. And even the energy within him felt more vibrant and refined. He looked down to find Mo Huang still entwined around him like an octopus, soundly asleep, a faint smile gracing her lips. He cautiously extricated her arm, preparing to rise. Though his movements were gentle, they roused the beauty in his arms. Mo Huang lazily opened her violet eyes, and upon seeing Lin Feng, a captivating smile blossomed in her gaze. Her arms wrapped around him once more as she spoke. Her morning rasp, laced with sensuality. "Commander, good morning. Must we rise so early?" "We're going to be late for morning training," Lin Feng replied, patting her back, his tone unconsciously laced with affection. "You could sleep a little longer." "No," Mo Huang pouted, shaking her head in a playful manner, sitting up as the silk sheets slipped away, revealing an enchanting view. "I want to rise alongside my commander." She leaned closer, planting a fleeting morning kiss on his lips before contentedly beginning to dress. As the two emerged from the bedroom, they found Lingji had already prepared breakfast in the living room, while Liu yawned, being urged by Hu Che to take a seat at the dining table. Upon seeing Lin Feng and Mo Huang emerge from the master bedroom, with an atmosphere markedly different from before, an undeniable intimacy and shared glances. As if the air itself was thick with sweetness, Liu Yan halted midway, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What the? Old Lin, you two have progressed faster than I and Hu Che," he exclaimed, pointing at them, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Hu Che raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his features, yet he quickly regained his composure, silently closing Liu's dropped jaw. Lingji, in the midst of arranging cutlery, trembled slightly, nearly dropping the spoon. She lifted her gaze to behold Lin Feng and Mo Huang standing side by side, particularly captivated by the radiant glow of her elder sister Mo Huang, whose eyes sparkled with a spring-like charm, as well as the commander's face, which betrayed an unmistakable ease paired with a satisfaction she could not quite comprehend. A sudden heaviness weighed upon the young girl's heart, and an indescribable pang of bitterness surged within her. Swiftly, she lowered her head to conceal the disappointment and confusion in her eyes, murmuring softly, "Good morning. Breakfast is ready." Lin Feng, slightly embarrassed, cleared his throat and shot a glare at Liu, saying, "Mind your own business and eat your meal." Yet, Mo Huang appeared unfazed, wearing an air of graceful confidence, even with a hint of pride. She elegantly approached the dining table and sat down, smiling at Lingji. "Thank you for your hard work." "Lingji, today's breakfast looks delightful." "No, it's no trouble at all," Lingji replied, her voice barely above a whisper, too timid to meet Mo Huang's gaze. Poor little Lingji felt as though she were enduring a great injustice, much like Mrs. Cow. The atmosphere at the breakfast table grew subtly complex. Liu made exaggerated expressions, attempting to pry more secrets from Lin Feng, but was met with a blunt retort about how well they had bathed together last night, which silenced him. Hu Che continued his breakfast with his usual calm demeanor. Mo Huang was in high spirits, occasionally serving Lin Feng with food, her gestures intimate and natural. In contrast, Lingji remained silent, eating little, as if preoccupied with her thoughts. In the days that followed, this delicate change persisted. The interactions between Lin Feng and Mo Huang clearly transcended the conventional boundaries of commander and shipgirl. Whether in the classroom, where Lin Feng sat at the back while Mo Huang leaned against him casually, or when they walked closely side by side after class, or even in the dormitory-esque common area, when Mo Huang would nonchalantly adjust Lin Feng's collar or offer him a cup of tea she had brewed, which was said to enhance recovery. All of these moments fell under Lingji's observant gaze. The young girl grew increasingly withdrawn, often lost in thought as she watched Lin Feng and Mo Huang, her mind distracted while cooking. She sensed a profound connection between the commander and her elder sister, one that felt more intimate than the bond she shared with him. This unnameable sense of crisis and loss tormented Lingji's innocent heart day and night. She could not help but wonder if she was no longer the commander's closest shipgirl. The notion filled her with fear and sorrow. Did the commander perhaps prefer someone like Mo Huang? In the stillness of night, Lingji lay in the bed she shared with Mo Huang, listening to her sister's even breathing. Yet sleep eluded her. With wide-open eyes fixed on the ceiling, her heart brimmed with turmoil and questions. She recalled Mo Huang's mature allure, her bold and proactive demeanor, and how she effortlessly captured the commander's attention, while she herself felt inadequate, lacking skills beyond maintenance, and possessing a timid, introverted nature. No, this cannot continue. With a sudden clenching of her small fists, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She needed to uncover what transpired between her elder sister and the commander. Were they truly just resting at night? A daring, unprecedented thought began to take root within her heart. That night, Lingji, as per her usual routine, climbed into bed early. Feigning sleep, she closed her eyes, striving to steady her breathing, yet her heart raced with anxiety and anticipation. Time ticked away slowly. After an indeterminate period, she sensed Mo Huang stir beside her. Then, she heard the faint sound of the covers being lifted and the almost inaudible footsteps of bare feet on the carpet. Mo Huang was getting up. Where she headed? Lingji's heart leaped in her throat. She held her breath, patiently waiting until she heard the soft sound of the bedroom door being opened and closed. The opportunity had arrived. Lingji immediately opened her eyes, deftly slipping out of bed. Barefoot and silent, she tiptoed like a nimble little cat, carefully turning the doorknob and peeking outside. The corridor lay shrouded in dim light, illuminated only by the faint glow of a night lamp. She spotted a slender, dark figure moving with familiar ease, heading toward the commander's room at the end of the hallway. Lingji's heart sank, a wave of bitterness almost overwhelming her. She bit her lip, suppressing the urge to retreat to her bed and cry out in despair. Instead, almost instinctively, she slipped on some socks and followed suit. Her movements were more graceful than Mo Huang's, a testament to her knowledge of physical structures and principles as a maintenance ship girl. Once she donned her socks, her footsteps made not a sound. She watched as Mo Huang approached Lin Feng's bedroom door, pausing barely a moment before turning the doorknob. Discovering it was unlocked, she slipped inside, gently locking the door behind her. Lingji stood frozen in the hallway, staring blankly at the closed door. Though she could see and hear nothing through the barrier, her mind ran wild with heartbreaking images of what might be unfolding within. So, it was true. Mo Huang returned to the commander's room to sleep every night. They truly were. A tidal wave of profound disappointment and resentment engulfed Lingji. Tears welled uncontrollably in her eyes, blurring her vision. She covered her mouth to stifle her cries and dashed back to her own room, diving into her blankets, cocooning herself like a chrysalis, burying her silent sobs deep within the soft pillow. That night felt interminably long and torturous for Lingji. Chapter 83. Lingji's Resolve and Night Raid. The following day, Lingji appeared visibly drained, dark circles under her eyes, the usual sparkle in her amber gaze dulled. Lingji, are you all right? You look a bit under the weather, Mo Huang inquired with genuine concern during breakfast, seemingly oblivious to Lingji's distress. Lin Feng, noticing her lethargy, reached out to touch her forehead, asking, "Did you not sleep well last night? Are you feeling unwell?" The warmth of the commander's hand against her forehead sent a shiver through Lingji, stirring a tumult of emotions, both sorrowful and yearning. She quickly averted her gaze, murmuring softly, "No, I'm fine, just a bit tired." She dared not look at Lin Feng, nor at the radiant Mo Huang seated beside him. The stark contrast felt like needles piercing her heart. Throughout the day, Lingji remained somewhat absent-minded, drifting off during lectures, where she usually paid keen attention. Upon returning to the dormitory, she silently attended to her daily chores, cooking and speaking little. Lin Feng presumed she truly hadn't rested well, and urged her to take more time to recuperate. Only Mo Huang occasionally shot Lingji a pensive glance. Yet she chose not to address the matter. Lingji's internal struggle intensified. She understood that her curiosity was misplaced, that the relationship between the commander and Mo Huang was not her concern. Yet, the feeling of being excluded, the fear of losing the commander's attention gnawed at her restlessly. Why was it that only Mo Huang could? In the quiet of the night, Lingji once again lay in bed, pretending to sleep, her heart brimming with resentment and a hint of jealousy she herself did not fully recognize. "I too am a commander's ship girl. I also cared deeply for the commander." Reflecting upon the myriad moments since her acquaintance with the commander, from the initial disappointment he felt upon first seeing her at the awakening ceremony to his steadfast protection in the ensuing days, from his tireless endeavors to procure materials for her, even at the risk of his own safety while piloting the power armor. To the prideful smile that adorned his face upon witnessing her successful manifestation of the Lingji, each scene was indelibly etched in her memory. The commander treated her with utmost kindness, exceedingly so. Yet, was this kindness akin to that which he extended towards Sister Imo Huang? Lingji found herself uncertain. All she knew was that she did not wish to merely remain a ship girl lurking behind the commander, silently maintaining her vessel. She yearned to be closer to him, to approach him as Sister Imo Huang did, without reservation, able to touch him and share in all that he was. Once this thought took root, it burgeoned wildly, akin to rampant weeds. As another night descended, Lingji resorted once more to her familiar ruse, feigning sleep as she awaited Imo Huang's departure. When the familiar, light footfalls echoed again, and the bedroom door was gently closed, Lingji abruptly opened her eyes. This time, hesitation and uncertainty had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination akin to burning bridges. She too would go. She could not remain alone in the cold bed, lost in her thoughts and wallowing in sorrow. Drawing a deep breath, she summoned unprecedented courage and stealthily slipped from her bed. Unlike the last time, when she merely hid outside the door to steal a glance, she boldly approached the threshold of Lin Feng's bedroom. Standing before the closed door, her heart raced like a war drum, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She extended a trembling hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately, gently and tentatively turned the doorknob. Click! With a soft sound, the door unexpectedly opened. Lin Feng, no. It seemed Sister Imo Huang had forgotten to lock it tonight. Lingji's heart nearly ceased its beating. She held her breath and cautiously pushed open the door, peering inside. The room was illuminated by a dim bedside lamp, casting an ambiguous glow. On the large bed, Lin Feng appeared to be in a deep slumber, his breathing steady. And indeed, Imo Huang lay beside him, facing away from the door, seemingly startled into feigned slumber by the commotion. Lingji's face instantly turned crimson, caught in a dilemma. Should she enter? How would she explain herself? Or should she retreat? Just as she wavered, Lin Feng, sensing the movement at the door, mumbled sleepily, Imo Huang, you're finally here? He mistook her for Imo Huang. This question, like the final straw that broke the camel's back, bestowed upon Lingji an inexplicable courage. With a firm resolve, she bit her lip and, akin to a startled rabbit, abruptly pushed open the door, lowered her head, and darted to the bedside. Then, in the astonished gaze of Lin Feng, she lifted the corner of the covers and burrowed in, nestling closely against his side, not daring to move. The entire process was as swift as lightning, leaving Lin Feng utterly bewildered. However, it also revealed the true Imo Huang, who had been lying beside him, her violet eyes sparkling with amusement as she regarded him. He had indeed just fallen asleep, only to be roused by the faint sounds of the door, expecting it to be Imo Huang. But upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a petite green figure swiftly diving into his covers, accompanied by a refreshing scent reminiscent of gentle milk, a fragrance unique to Lingji. Lin Feng was utterly flabbergasted, the remnants of sleep evaporating entirely. He felt the slight tremors of her small form beside him and the warmth and softness that permeated even through the thin fabric of her sleepwear. Simultaneously, the awakened Imo Huang propped herself up, upon seeing Lingji curled up on Lin Feng's other side, revealing only a fluffy little head. Her ears flushed a deep crimson. A playful and mischievous smile danced in her eyes. Oh dear, it appears we have a lost little kitten in our bed tonight, Commander. What do you think we should do? Lin Feng, caught between the alluring warmth of Imo Huang on his left and the shy, timid yet brave Lingji on his right, felt a surge of heat rush to his head. It seemed that tonight was destined to become yet another sleepless night. Chapter 84, the approaching finale. Time flowed silently like the star streams of the Pangu star domain. Only half a month remained until the final command theory examination of the first semester at Pangu Defense Academy. The atmosphere of learning on campus intensified dramatically. The library and study rooms were frequently ablaze with light as students made their final pushes for this crucial test of theoretical foundations. However, for Lin Feng, the pressure of the theoretical examination was merely a backdrop. His primary focus remained steadfastly locked on the elevation of his silent core chi level. After nearly 3 months of high-intensity, high-efficiency operations, the results were significant. At this moment, within a concealed cave on the planet Lisha, Lin Feng sat cross-legged, clad in the power armor of a lone fox. The aura of silent core chi enveloping his armor had transformed from a faint golden hue to a rich, flowing essence reminiscent of liquid gold. Energy coursed through his body in an unending cycle, each circulation causing the barrier to level 20 to tremble ever so slightly, as if it were on the cusp of a breakthrough. Level 19. This number was clearly displayed on the system interface, indicating his current level. He could sense that a breakthrough was imminent. Perhaps it would come through deep meditation or a vigorous battle, and that thin membrane would shatter in response. He was not impatient. Rather, he remained composed, diligently refining the final half-step of his foundation, ensuring that when the time for promotion arrived, it would overflow effortlessly, seamless and unblemished. Over the past 3 months, his life trajectory adhered strictly to the plan he had devised for himself. Cultivation, daily, without fail. He engaged in deep meditation and high-intensity energy guidance, with the boundless silent core chi pool allowing him to challenge his limits without restraint. His mental capacity and refined control over energy grew exponentially. Honing. The rust-red hellscape of Lisha remained his best training ground for land combat. He piloted the Lone Fox, which had undergone numerous optimizations and now far surpassed the original Peregrine Falcon III, akin to a ghostly hunter, proactively seeking and eliminating mid-sized Zerg outposts across Lisha. Not merely focused on slaughter, he emphasized applying the tactics learned in class during combat, honing his capabilities in individual combat and team coordination, in collaboration with Leo, amidst complex terrains. Expeditions. During this time, he and Leo joined forces, successfully completing 4 missions targeting small alien space outposts or wandering fleets. Although there were challenges, with the solid logistical support of the Lingji and the increasingly sharp cannon fire of the Tiger Che, they navigated through without significant peril. These endeavors yielded substantial rewards. On the system interface, the available modification points had accumulated to a remarkably considerable figure, 88,848. This is the culmination of countless slayings, task completions, and achievements attained, serving as invaluable capital for his future superlative enhancements to the ship girls. Simultaneously, the System-S rewards have been generous. In addition to a steady influx of modification points, he has also acquired Random Aircraft Carrier Blueprint, X4. Together with the previously amassed blueprints, he now possesses 7 unidentified aircraft carrier blueprints. These are pivotal pieces for the future combat capabilities of the MO Phoenix aircraft carrier, which he has carefully stored in the system space, awaiting the day of manifestation. Shield Class Additional Armor Plate Blueprint, a reinforced armor module that can be mounted on cruisers, effectively enhancing the defense of critical areas. Lin Feng contemplated selling it, but ultimately decided to keep it, fearing that upon reaching level 20 and summoning a cruiser, it might prove advantageous. Phantom Energy Stealth Signal Disguise Generator, Miniature, Blueprint, specialized equipment suitable for small vessels or advanced reconnaissance units, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection by conventional sensors. This can also be installed on aircraft, hence it was retained. A collection of peculiar culinary recipes, such as explosive flame grilled meat, which slightly stimulates the activity of the void, core chi, and rainbow pudding, reputed to elevate 1's mood for hours. While these recipes may seem trivial, Lin Feng harbored an inkling that they could yield unexpected benefits in specific situations, prompting him to archive them. The remainder of the useless items was sold to the Leo family, along with some exotic materials, accumulating nearly 50,000,000 FC. Lin Feng's current FC balance has reached 54,321,000. He intends to utilize these modification points and funds to procure materials for the aircraft, as the resource packages at the end of the school term do not include aircraft materials. Of course, should there be any surplus, he may consider investing in large mechs. The accumulation of resources is akin to the convergence of a nebula, awaiting the moment of ignition. Leo's progress has also been swift, spurred by Lin Feng, the embodiment of diligence and his own relentless efforts. His level has steadily risen to LV-15. His command over the Huchu energy supply and the control of both his powered armor and mechs has become increasingly adept. The reddish dust of the Leisha star seems to cling to the crevices of his armor, carrying the lingering scent of gunpowder and metal friction. Lin Feng, seated in the lavishly painted assault boat piloted by Leo, returned to the Starlight Garden. The assault boat docked steadily on the rooftop landing pad of Starlight Garden. The two disembarked, shedding their armor and leaving it within Leo's vessel. Upon opening the door to room 2901, a wave of warmth intertwined with the aroma of food enveloped them, momentarily severing the chill of the starry sky and the grim atmosphere of the battlefield. "We're back," Leo exclaimed as he entered, kicking his heavy combat boots aside and collapsing onto the soft sofa in the living room. "Phew, I'm exhausted." That ambusher nearly scratched the paint off my armor. Huchu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of sliced fruit, and deadpan remarked, "Commander, according to the combat records, it was you who charged into its acid spray range. Were it not for Commander Lin Feng's timely sniping intervention, your losses would have been far greater than mere paint." "Oh, come on, Huchu, don't sweat the details," Leo retorted, stuffing a piece of fruit into his mouth and mumbling, "As long as the outcome is favorable, that's all that matters. Right, old Lin?" Lin Feng chuckled, hanging up his coat as his gaze swept across the living room. Lingji was busy in the kitchen, donning a small apron as she prepared dinner, the rich aroma of simmering meat soup wafting through the air. Mo Phoenix languidly reclined on a soft couch by the window, holding a physical book, her violet eyes lifting from the pages to cast a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. Everything appeared serene and warm. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. A petite silver figure darted down the corridor like lightning, rushing to Leo's side with a gust of wind. "Commander, you're back." The melodious and rapid voice belonged to a girl who appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. She sported a sleek silver bob. The tips dyed a pale blue reminiscent of dancing lightning, and her azure eyes sparkled with an inexhaustible vitality. Clad in a convenient blue and white sports outfit and soft-soled slippers, she beamed with excitement as she gazed at Leo. She was Leo's second summoned ship girl at LV-10, the destroyer Fubuki. "Huh, Fubuki, weren't you in the virtual battle room today?" Leo ruffled her hair, his actions familiar. "I finished the training course ahead of schedule." The girl, known as Fubuki, exclaimed, her face alight with enthusiasm. She rapidly reported her training results. "I improved my reaction time by 0.3 seconds today. Huchu said that once my ship form materializes, I'll definitely be the fastest in the fleet." As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Lin Feng and politely greeted him. "Good evening, Commander Lin Feng." Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in response. "Good evening, Fubuki. You seem to be in excellent spirits today." Lin Feng was well acquainted with Fubuki's presence. This lively little girl from the Leo household was like a radiant sun, perpetually bestowing boundless joy and energy upon those around her. Moreover, like Mo Phoenix, her ship form would not materialize until the end-of-term resource package arrived in several days. Thus, during this period without a ship form, Fubuki resembled an exuberant reserve member, ever eager to embrace her moment of glory. Not just good. She has practically turned the dormitory into a runway. Huchu placed the fruit on the coffee table, casting a knowing glance at Fubuki, recalling how she nearly toppled Lingji's freshly baked cake yesterday. "Oh, that was just an accident." Fubuki pouted, her face devoid of remorse, her excitement unabated as she looked at Leo. "Commander, I heard you went hunting on Lacia Star today. Tell me all about it. Did you encounter any new bug mutations? How fast were they?" Leo instantly perked up, animatedly recounting the day's battle, particularly emphasizing how he heroically navigated the perils posed by the ambusher. Fubuki listened with wide eyes, occasionally gasping or posing tactical inquiries, and their lively exchange transformed the atmosphere into one of exuberance. Lingji emerged from the kitchen carrying a soup pot, observing the bustling scene in the living room with a gentle smile. "Fubuki, could you help me set the table?" "Of course, Sister Lingji. Right away." Fubuki responded, swiftly arranging the dishes on the dining table, her movements so rapid they were dizzying, though slightly clumsy, nearly causing a bowl to tumble to the floor. Mo Phoenix also closed her book and gracefully approached, observing Fubuki's flurry of activity. She turned to Lin Feng with a soft laugh. "Commander, it seems our little squad is growing ever more vibrant. With such an energetic destroyer around, finding peace will be quite the challenge." Lin Feng nodded in agreement, fully aware that Fubuki's spirited nature was a magnified reflection of Leo's own fervor. Together, they created a chemical reaction far beyond the simple sum of their parts. At the dining table, the atmosphere grew even more lively. Fubuki bombarded Leo with questions, ranging from combat details to mech control and various campus gossip, her mouth hardly pausing for breath. Leo answered every query, boasting without hesitation, occasionally being ruthlessly called out by Huchu, which sparked laughter. As Leo stuffed his mouth with food, he glanced at Lin Feng and mumbled, "Old Lin, you're about to hit LV-20. Have you speculated what type of third ship girl you might summon? Another aircraft carrier? Or perhaps a destroyer like me?" At this utterance, a momentary silence fell over the dining table. Lingji subtly perked up her ears, while Mo Huang elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth, a glimmer of barely perceptible amusement flickering in her violet eyes. Even Fadian cast a curious glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng leisurely sipped his soup, feeling the surging dormant energy within him, and calmly remarked, "Let nature take its course. Destiny has its own arrangements. However, regardless of who arrives, they shall be an indispensable member of our fleet." His words were impeccably delivered, expressing anticipation for the future while soothing any potential jealousy that his two ship-girl wives might harbor. "Indeed," Liao exclaimed, slapping his thigh, "no matter who comes, our fleet's strength will undoubtedly soar. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Fadian, soon you'll have new sisters." Fadian nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. "I will surely work well with my new elder sister and protect everyone." After the meal, Fadian clung to Hu Che, eager to engage in combat practice in a virtual training room, but was temporarily dismissed by Hu Che under the pretext of needing to digest and draft the day's battle report. The little girl, undeterred, dashed off to assist Ling Ji in tidying the kitchen. Although her movements were swift enough to nearly shatter a plate, her enthusiasm rendered any reprimand unthinkable. Lin Feng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing at the resplendent nightscape of Kunlun Star and the distant silhouette of the unending mountain star ring. While the cheerful sounds of his companions resonated behind him, Liao and Fadian were embroiled in a debate over a tactical detail, Hu Che calmly analyzing from the sidelines, Lingji gently preparing after-dinner fruits, while Mo Huang had quietly joined him, silently sharing in the stargazing. This lively yet warm daily routine starkly contrasted with his past upon his arrival, and mirrored the harshness of the starry battlefield. Power, rank, resources, and wealth. These were all essentials on the path to the vast sea of stars. Yet, the familiar warmth and the companions willing to fight alongside him perhaps constituted the true treasures he wished to safeguard in this epoch of dormant energy. He felt the surging power within him, tantalizingly close to level 20, and a faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 86. Naturally ascending to 20. Time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, quietly fading amidst dedicated training and academic pursuits. Only 7 days remained until the final theoretical examination of the first semester at Panga Defense University. A palpable tension enveloped the campus, with libraries and study rooms teeming with students racing to prepare for this pivotal assessment of their theoretical foundations. However, for Lin Feng, while the theoretical exam held significance, there was a singular goal of utmost priority: to break through to level 20. In the tranquil meditation room of Starshine Courtyard 2901, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the central cushion, surrounded by a halo of dormant energy, emanating a gentle yet formidable glow. The torrent of energy within him surged and roared. Having reached the pinnacle of level 19, the barrier to a new realm had been worn thin by months of intense training, countless practical battles, and the support of the infinite dormant energy pool, awaiting only the final spark of inspiration to break through seamlessly. Rather than forcefully striving for a breakthrough, he chose to quiet his mind completely, guiding the vast dormant energy through the most fundamental yet profound cycle. His consciousness drifted through the ocean of energy, reflecting on the myriad experiences since his arrival, from the moment of summoning Lingji during the awakening ceremony, to the exhilarating tension of piloting powered armor in his first real battle, the shock of Lingji's manifestation, summoning Mo Huang and forging deeper bonds, to befriending the lively Liao and engaging in fierce battles against alien foes among the stars. All insights and growth converged at this moment, transforming into the purest spiritual nourishment. Buzzing, uncertain of how much time had passed, a sound resonated from deep within his soul, a melodious chime that only Lin Feng could perceive. It was as if a little girl had suddenly smashed through the glass wall, separating her from her beloved warrior with a stolen sledgehammer. In an instant, the solid cocoon of light surrounding him contracted inward, wholly merging into his being. The once tumultuous energy torrent found a broader channel, instantly becoming docile and profound, flowing harmoniously with a qualitative leap. His mental perception expanded with unprecedented clarity, as if he could see the energy particles drifting in the air and hear the faint pulsations of energy from deep within the planet beneath his feet. Dimensional Ascension System V10 Status Update. User, Lin Feng. Level, LV20. Infinite Energy Pool, activated. Available modification points, 88848. Current contracted ship girls, 23. System notification. User level has risen to LV20. Dormant energy output power is 200. Mental capacity is 250. Energy recovery rate is 80. One new ship girl contract slot obtained. Efficiency of energy transmission and depth of mental link with contracted ship girls significantly enhanced. Success. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiating brilliance as deep as the starry sea. He gently clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming power within him that far surpassed the past. A liberating sensation akin to a fish leaping through boundless waters and a bird soaring high in the sky. Level 20. A third contract slot. This signified not only a dramatic increase in strength, but also the foundation for assembling a larger, more diverse fleet. The crucial semester-end resource package was about to be perfectly utilized. Suppressing his excitement, he exited the meditation room. In the living room, Lingji and Mo Huang seemed to have sensed the unusual energy fluctuation accompanying his breakthrough and awaited him eagerly. Commander, Lingji was the first to rush over, her amber eyes brimming with joy and admiration. You did it. I can feel your presence has become so strong and steady. Montauk Feng gracefully approached, her violet eyes sparkling with delight. She extended her delicate hand to smooth out a non-existent wrinkle on Lin Feng's collar, her tone laced with pride and seduction. Congratulations, Commander. On reaching level 20, it appears our fleet shall soon welcome new sisters. I wonder, do you prefer someone mature and considerate like me? Or a petite and charming one like Lingji? Or perhaps a completely new type? The inflection in her voice hinted at something more. Lin Feng looked at the two ship girls, each distinct yet equally enamored, and laughed heartily. Wrapping an arm around Mo Huang's slender waist and resting a hand on Lingji's shoulder. Regardless of the type, as long as they are members of our fleet, I will embrace them all. However now, he fixed his intense gaze toward the window, the direction of the summoning hall. It was time to welcome our new companions. Without hesitation, he felt his post-breakthrough consolidation was effortlessly falling into place. He was at the peak of his condition. The desire to summon new ship girls, coupled with anticipation for the semester-end resource package, compelled him to act immediately. Let's go, Lingji, Mo Huang, to the summoning hall. Yes, Commander. Lingji eagerly nodded, her small face glowing with anticipation. At your command, my commander. Mo Huang elegantly bowed her head, her eyes filled with curiosity for the new comrades. Without disturbingly Ao, who was still in a room with Feidian, engaged in either training or gaming, Lin Feng and the two ship girls departed from the Starshine courtyard, boarding the shuttle and speeding toward the magnificent summoning hall in the core area of Pangu Defense University. Along the way, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the clarity and stability of the mental link between himself, Lingji, and Mo Huang growing stronger. The channels for energy transmission becoming broader and smoother. The enhancements brought about by level 20 were comprehensive, filling him with even greater confidence for the impending summoning. He mused to himself, a battle, ah? No, it would be best to summon a powerful Titan ship. Thus, our fleet possesses the absolute logistical support of Lingji, the long-range strategic strike and intelligence assistance of Mo Huang. If we could additionally acquire an indomitable battering ram, our tactical system would be rendered impeccable. Lin Feng aspired to summon a battleship, yet he was suddenly reminded of the misguided expectations he had harbored for battleships in the past. Thus, he engaged in self-deception, altering his desire to summon a Titan ship, while deep within, he secretly hoped for yet another misstep. Chapter 87. The third ship girl, Xingxian. The Pangu Grand Summoning Hall remained as solemn and majestic as ever. The towering dome was adorned with star charts, and the swirling aura of silent core energy danced between the massive columns, filling the air with a mysterious and weighty energy. Perhaps due to the impending end of term, most students were buried in their studies, rendering the hall somewhat desolate, with only a few figures occasionally traversing the various summoning rooms. Lin Feng efficiently completed the necessary procedures, securing access to a high-level summoning chamber. This summoning chamber was more spacious than the ones he had previously used, with a more intricate and elaborate summoning array etched into the floor. The walls were embedded with rare crystals capable of amplifying the resonance of silent core energy, clearly designed for high-ranking commanders. Commander, do your best. Lingji stood at the entrance, her small fists clenched, softly cheering Lin Feng on, her eyes filled with trust. Mo Huang leaned against the doorframe, her violet eyes scanning the entire summoning chamber, a light laugh escaping her lips. The energy environment here is quite favorable. It's perfect for the commander to unleash his potential. I wonder which sister will be fortunate enough to join you today. Lin Feng took a deep breath, casting a reassuring glance at the two ship girls before striding confidently into the center of the summoning array. He closed his eyes, his consciousness swiftly sinking into the vast ocean of silent core energy within him. After reaching level 20, his mastery over energy had ascended to a new height. With a mere thought, the boundless silent core energy flowed like obedient soldiers, gradually infusing into the summoning array beneath his feet. The array hummed to life, instantly illuminating with brilliance surpassing any previous attempts, as intricate patterns glowed one after another, emanating powerful waves of energy. The light within the entire summoning chamber distorted, as if submerged in rippling waters. Lin Feng focused all his mental faculties, just as he had during his last summoning, harboring clear expectations and unwavering confidence, directing his intent through the silent core energy towards the nebulous dimension connected to the birth of Starship girls. Come forth, my third ship girl, my war Titan ship, he fervently called out in his heart. The infinite pool of silent core energy provided inexhaustible support, and his robust mental capacity at level 20 allowed him to maintain this high-intensity resonance for an extended period. The radiance of the summoning array intensified, energy fluctuations rising like successive tidal waves. Outside the door, Lingji and Mo Huang sensed the unusual commotion. This energy reaction is incredibly intense, Lingji exclaimed, her small hand covering her mouth in astonishment. A flicker of surprise crossed Mo Huang's eyes, quickly transforming into a deeper smile. It seems our new sister is extraordinary. Inside the summoning chamber, Lin Feng felt as though he were at the eye of an energy storm. His consciousness darted through the void, capturing the starlight that represented potential ship girls. Suddenly, an immensely weighty, refined thought, imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority and destruction, resonated strongly with him. This thought stirred like an ancient behemoth awakening, bearing the weight of the stars and the chill of annihilation. It's you. Lin Feng's spirit surged, unhesitatingly channeling more silent core energy towards this thought while transmitting his will without reservation. An invitation, a contract, a promise to fight alongside one another. With the silent core as my guide, and the starry sea as witness, respond to my call. Boom! The sound echoed in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness, akin to a little girl assisting her beloved strongman with a chemistry experiment, feeling displeased that a massive piece of sodium occupied so much space on the table, and thus tossing it into a nearby water tank, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The brilliance of the summoning array reached its zenith, engulfing the entire room in pure white. A visible, tangible shockwave of energy radiated from Lin Feng, crashing against the protective wall of the summoning chamber, causing ripples to surge forth. The light persisted for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Lin Feng breathed lightly, not due to energy depletion, but from the intense mental impact he had just experienced. He focused intently on the center of the array, where once there had been nothing, now stood a petite girl. Lin Feng's heart remarked, "Good news indeed. It has gone awry, and she is a lowly. Bad news, however, seems to indicate she has manifested as a destroyer." She stood approximately 1.38 meters tall, clad in a meticulously tailored uniform of the Federal Navy Command, primarily in red and white, complemented by knee-high white socks and glossy black boots. The overall style imparted an impression of a blend of seriousness and a hint of mature cuteness. Most striking was her long, ankle-length hair, cascading like a flowing river of stars, adorned with shimmering specks of stardust, breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was as exquisite as a doll, her skin fair, and she tilted her head slightly upwards, her glacier blue eyes reflecting a glimmer of confusion from just awakening, coupled with an innate pride deeply rooted within her soul. Gazing at Lin Feng, however, in stark contrast to her adorably diminutive appearance, reminiscent of a fairy tale character, was the undeniable aura of heavy, commanding energy that surrounded her. Akin to that of a colossal battleship, it was a presence that seemed capable of suppressing an entire star system simply by standing there. A terrifying force that could shatter stars with a single shot from its main cannon. A petite frame, yet a soul of a colossal ship. As Lin Feng beheld this girl, whose contrast was strikingly pronounced, his heart, nearly ceasing to beat, began to race uncontrollably. He suppressed his excitement, striving for a tone of calmness as he spoke. "Welcome to my fleet. I am your commander. Could you kindly share your name and ship type with me?" Upon hearing this, the golden-haired lowly furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, seemingly displeased with Lin Feng's overly calm reaction, which did not align with her anticipated scene. She puffed out her almost non-existent chest, attempting to make her voice carry more authority, but her clear, youthful tone betrayed her. "Humph. Insolent one, I am Xing Xian, a powerful battleship, not a destroyer, nor a frigate. Should you dare to mistake me, I shall blast you away with my main cannon." Though she feared being mistaken for a smaller vessel, a subtle undercurrent of anxiety for being recognized correctly flickered in her eyes. A battleship. I truly summoned a battleship. And such a uniquely colossal lowly at that. A wave of immense delight surged through this lowly enthusiast's chest like a nebula erupting. He endeavored to maintain an appearance of composure, wiping the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, even as his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Stepping forward, he disregarded Xing Xian's ineffective threats, his gaze gentle yet affirming as he met her glacier blue eyes. I certainly know you are a battleship, Xing Xian. Welcome to my fleet. From this moment onward, you shall be our indispensable battering ram, our most trustworthy bastion of steel. Upon hearing Lin Feng's assertive and direct words, Xing Xian was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful blue eyes widening slightly, a subtle blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. In her anticipated scenario, her commander would undoubtedly mistake her for a destroyer or a frigate, and she would then endeavor to intimidate him, correcting his superficial judgments. Yet, she seemed unprepared for her commander to so readily acknowledge her identity and bestow upon her such high praise. This caused her to swallow back a mouthful of retorts that she had prepared. She turned her head awkwardly, avoiding Lin Feng's gaze, and murmured softly, "Humph. I suppose you do have a bit of discernment. Since you have sincerely extended an invitation, I shall reluctantly join your fleet. However, do not expect me to cling to the commander like certain other ship girls, acting cute and coquettish." As she spoke, her fingers unconsciously curled slightly around the tips of her extraordinarily long golden twin tails. Observing Xing Xian's typical demeanor of feigned disdain yet genuine integrity, Lin Feng's smile grew even more radiant. He could sense that the bond between him and Xing Xian had been firmly established, a weighty and formidable power resonating back through their mental link. He had successfully summoned the third ship girl, and it was indeed the battleship he had longed for. With a grin, Lin Feng stepped forward once more and, to Xing Xian's astonishment, gently tousled her magnificent, silky golden hair. "Well then, I look forward to your guidance." Our powerful battleship, Xing Xian. Xing Xian's body instantly stiffened, a blush rapidly spreading to her ears. She opened her mouth, attempting to voice a retort, but ultimately only emitted a faint, almost inaudible, "Please take care of me, Commander." As the energy aftershocks within the summoning hall gradually subsided, Lin Feng gazed at the petite yet imposing figure of the golden-haired lowly, Xing Xian, filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. He had successfully summoned the battleship girl of his dreams, and in the form of his favorite lowly. The striking contrast of her appearance, combined with the profound sense of strength emanating from her soul, filled him with such joy that he felt as though he could leap with glee and then rush outside to exclaim, "How did you know I summoned a battleship? All right, you sisters, let us get acquainted." Lin Feng clapped his hands, beckoning the still-dazed Ling Ji and Mo Huang to enter. "What are you two lingering around for? Guomin, this is Xing Xian, our fleet's newly added heavy hitter, a formidable battleship girl." He then turned to Xing Xian, saying, "Ling Ji, our maintenance expert, the fleet's most steadfast support. Mo Huang, our aircraft carrier girl, the strategic brain and core of long-range disruption." Ling Ji immediately stepped forward, her small face radiating a sincere, welcoming smile as she slightly bowed. "Sister Xing Xian, welcome. I am Ling Ji, the maintenance ship. I look forward to your guidance. If there is anything regarding maintenance that needs attention, please do not hesitate to inform me." Her voice was sweet and soothing, imbued with a healing essence. Mo Huang elegantly strode forward, her purple eyes curiously assessing Xing Xian's splendid golden twin tails and her feigned serious expression, a playful smile curving her lips. Truly a unique and adorable battleship sister. I am Mo Huang, tasked with sending greetings to enemies from afar when the commander requires, and providing close care when he is weary." Her words carried an ever-present hint of flirtation, her gaze flitting between Lin Feng and Xing Xian. As Xing Xian listened to Lin Feng's introduction, facing Ling Ji's sincere greeting and Mo Huang's seemingly penetrating gaze, she instinctively straightened her nearly non-existent chest, striving to maintain an air of authority. "I'm called Xing Xian. Having joined the fleet, I shall naturally fulfill the duties of a battleship and clear all obstacles for the fleet with my main guns. As for maintenance," she cast a sidelong glance at the petite Ling Ji, her tone softening slightly, "I shall trouble you then." And, she emphasized while looking at Mo Huang, "I am not some child in need of special care." Watching Xing Xian's earnest efforts to appear mature while still exuding childishness, Lin Feng couldn't help but ruffle her golden hair once more. "All right, we're all family here. No need to be so formal. Let us head back to the dormitory to welcome you properly and let Leo meet our new member." "Commander, Do not ruffle my hair again. It undermines my dignity as a battleship. Xing Xian protested, puffing out her cheeks, yet her body only stiffened slightly, not genuinely retreating. That silky, smooth texture was simply irresistible to Lin Feng. The group departed from the summoning hall and took a shuttle back to the Starshine Pavilion. Throughout the journey, Xing Xian seemed unfazed by the grand campus scenery of Panga Defense, though her eyes occasionally flickered with subtle, evaluative glances at the various ships docked in the distance, as if mentally comparing them to her own vessel. Upon returning to room 2901, just as they pushed open the door, Leo's distinctive loud voice echoed from the living room. Hey, old Lin is back. I heard you summoned the third ship girl? Let me see. Did you draw a destroyer or a frigate? If it's a destroyer, she'll be good friends with my Fei Dian. If it's a frigate, hey, Huche, why are you pinching me? Leo was sprawled on the sofa, with Huche quietly reading beside him, and Fei Dian, like a little spinning top, was unable to sit still. Huche helplessly withdrew her hand, glancing at Lin Feng and the petite figure behind him. Fei Dian then darted over, her cerulean eyes curiously inspecting Xing Xian, who was hidden behind Lin Feng. Wow, a new sister. You're so tiny. Are you a destroyer? You must be super fast. We can race. Xing Xian, still slightly blushing from Lin Feng's earlier attentions, the head pats, became instantly irate upon hearing Leo and Fei Dian's words, particularly the mention of destroyer. She sprang forward from behind Lin Feng, tilting her head back defiantly, her glacier blue eyes wide with offended fury, her golden twin tails almost standing on end. Impertinent, insolent, you shallow-minded lot. I am Xing Xian, a formidable battleship. A battleship, not some small vessel that merely scratches the surface. If you dare compare me to a destroyer or a frigate again, I shall use my Starfall main cannon to blast you and this sofa into the cosmos. Her petite frame trembled with agitation, her face flushed with indignation, and rather than appearing threatening, she resembled an adorable little creature desperately trying to assert its dignity, utterly endearing. Hey, battleship! Leo's mouth fell open in astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers, trembling fingers pointing at Xing Xian. You, this little bean? A battleship? Old Lin, are you certain the summoning ritual didn't glitch? Huche also displayed a look of surprise, rising to carefully sense the profound, heavy energy waves emanating from Xing Xian, which contrasted starkly with her diminutive form. She nodded slowly. The energy levels indeed conform to battleship standards, and it is remarkably pure and powerful. My apologies, Miss Xing Xian, we have been remiss. Fei Dian tilted her head, a puzzled expression on her face. A battleship? But aren't battleship sisters all tall and imposing, like Sister Huche? Her words undoubtedly poured salt into Xing Xian's wounds. Size does not dictate strength. My hull measures a staggering 10.8 kilometers, and a single strike from my main cannon can pierce the very stars. Such qualities cannot be assessed by mere appearance. Xing Xian retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yet, upon seeing Leo's incredulous expression and Fei Dian's innocent questioning, she felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Casting an expectant glance at Lin Feng, hoping the commander would vindicate her. Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Feng intervened to diffuse the tension. All right, Leo, Fei Dian. One should not judge by appearances, and neither should ship girls. Xing Xian is indeed a genuine battleship, and will henceforth be our fleet's mightiest spear and shield. Let us all tone it down a bit, so as not to frighten our new companion. At that moment, Ling Ji gently spoke up. Everyone must be hungry, right? I'll go prepare lunch to welcome Sister Xing Xian. With that, she tied on a small apron and headed towards the kitchen. Seeing Ling Ji head for the kitchen, Xing Xian seemed to remember something, immediately following her with an air of undeniable pride. Lunch? I shall assist as well. Allow me to introduce you to the exquisite culinary creations befitting the stature of a battleship. Upon hearing this, curiosity sparked in the eyes of the onlookers. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that this newly arrived battleship maiden possessed such remarkable skills. In the kitchen, Xing Xian expertly donned an adorable apron adorned with a pattern of tiny stars, then directed Ling Ji to assist her in preparing the ingredients. Her delicate hands, as tender and powerful as the finest jade, deftly handled the ingredients with exceptional precision. Her knife skills dazzled the eye, while her intuitive mastery of heat and seasoning bordered on the artistic. She did not indulge in overly complex dishes, yet each creation was a feast for the senses. Particularly the special delicacies she prepared for Leo and Fei Dian, two intriguingly shaped pies. When lunch was ready, the group gathered around the dining table, utterly captivated by Xing Xian's culinary prowess. The ordinary ingredients seemed to be imbued with a soul under her skilled hands, delivering flavors so delightful they nearly made one forget to savor them. Wow, Sister Xingxian, your dishes are delicious, Ling Ji exclaimed, her face aglow with admiration. And Mo Huang elegantly sampled a succulent, juicy pork chop, her violet eyes glinting with appreciation. Truly delectable. It seems our new sister possesses extraordinary culinary skills. Lin Feng too couldn't help but praise her, giving Xingxian a thumbs up. On the surface, she feigned nonchalance, slightly lifting her chin in a haughty manner. Humph. This is merely a basic operation. Yet, the slight blush on her ears and the joy glimmering in her eyes betrayed her inner pride. Then, her gaze shifted towards Leo and Fadian, pointing at the two distinctive pies. These are prepared for you, stargazing pies. They are reminiscent of a unique dish from my home planet, Earth, specifically from a country called Ingwa. Doing duji. Without suspicion, Leo cheerfully picked one up, only to find the crust perfectly crisp. Yet the center stood several whole sardines, their heads upright, with eyes wide open, seemingly gazing at the cosmos. What is this peculiar shape? Leo's mouth twitched slightly. Fadian, too, gazed at his similarly designed pie, falling into silence. What's wrong? Afraid to eat? Xingxian crossed her arms, a glimmer of mischief and revenge in her eyes. This is a special treat I prepared for you, embodying the spirit of gazing at the stars and traversing the seas. Under the encouraging gazes of Lin Feng and the other ship girls, Leo and Fadian steeled themselves, taking a fruit knife to cut a piece and placing it in their mouths. The indescribable blend of fishiness, pie crust, and peculiar seasoning exploded in their mouths, transforming their expressions into a vivid spectacle. Observing Leo grimacing and Fadian with tears welling in his eyes, Xingxian finally let out a satisfied hum, relishing her small act of retribution for their earlier rudeness. After the meal, Lin Feng watched as Xingxian and Ling Ji tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, a thought stirring within him. He recalled the unique culinary recipes with wondrous effects that had accumulated in the system's marketplace. Approaching Xingxian, he handed her several paper recipes given by the system. Xingxian, these are some special culinary recipes I stumbled upon. They are said to have unique effects. From now on, the fleet's meals will be under your purview. What does that sound? Ling Ji will assist you. Wiping her hands dry, Xingxian perused the recipes briefly, her glacial blue eyes lighting up as if she had discovered a new continent. Explosive flame roasted meat that can slightly stimulate the activity of the quiet core chi. Rainbow pudding said to uplift one's spirits for hours. High-energy pastry recipe. How fascinating. Commander, these recipes are truly interesting. Rest assured, I shall take charge of everyone's meals from now on. She patted her chest in assurance, her face brimming with the fervor of a researcher. Observing Xingxian's profound interest and talent in culinary arts, Lin Feng envisioned a future filled with delightful lives governed by various special effect dishes. He smiled, feeling that the fleet had become more complete and engaging with Xingxian's arrival. Chapter 89, Gastronomic Delights and Special Effect Cuisine. Xingxian's presence breathed fresh vitality into room 2901 of Xinghui Garden, igniting a culinary war of taste and dignity. After the immense joy of successfully summoning a battleship maiden, Lin Feng quickly shifted his focus back to the pressing end-of-term examinations and solidifying his level 20 cultivation. However, the dormitory life transformed into a vibrant spectacle, even somewhat exhilarating, due to Xingxian's dominion over the kitchen. After receiving the peculiar culinary recipes from Lin Feng, Xingxian's icy blue eyes ignited with a fervor akin to discovering a new energy circuit for main gun ammunition. She treated those shimmering sheets of paper as top-secret documents, requiring even Ling Ji's assistance to undergo stringent safety reviews and operational guidelines. The art of cuisine is also the path of power. Precise control of heat is akin to focusing energy for main guns, and the perfect ratio of ingredients mirrors the stress distribution of a ship structure. It cannot be taken lightly. Dressed in her cute apron adorned with little stars, which clashed with her glamorous golden twin tails, Xingxian stood in the center of the kitchen, hands on her hips, proclaiming her culinary manifesto to Ling Ji, who was dutifully washing vegetables. Ling Ji nodded obediently, responding softly, "Sister Xingxian is right. I will learn diligently." Yet, as she glanced at the meticulously categorized ingredients weighed to the milligram and the recipes labeled with terms like explosive flame and rainbow, a flicker of curiosity and subtle apprehension crossed her eyes. The first research outcome was explosive flame roasted meat that can slightly stimulate the activity of the quiet core chi. Xing Xian selected standard fresh beef ribs provided by the school's logistics department as her primary ingredient. Rather than employing traditional flames or electric heat, she suspended the ribs in a specially designed high-temperature cooking dish. Extending her delicate finger, she concentrated a faint yet potent quiet core qi, which, under her exquisite control, transformed into a uniform and sustained high-frequency thermal field, enveloping the meat as if it were an invisible energy oven. Temperature setting. The surface instantaneously caramelized to lock in the juices, while the interior gradually warmed to medium rare, maintaining energy penetration within the optimal range derived from the third formula of field theory. With her eyes tightly shut and long golden lashes fluttering slightly, Xing Xian relied solely on her energy perception to manipulate the cooking process. Her expression a picture of concentration, as if she were executing a precise operation to strike an aircraft with secondary armament. The kitchen filled with the enticing aroma of meat. Yet unlike ordinary roasted meat, this fragrance seemed to carry a faint, invigorating energy essence. Once the ribs were complete, their surface presented a perfect golden brown hue, and the interior remained tender and juicy. Xing Xian slowly withdrew her energy. Finished. Explosive flame, roasted meat, trial version 1. She plated the dish, her face radiating an unmistakable pride, though her tone remained nonchalant. Commander, please taste it and provide an objective evaluation of its effect on our quiet core qi activity. In the curious and somewhat reverent gazes of Liu and Fei Dian, Lin Feng sliced off a piece with chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, bursting with juices. Remarkably, at the moment of chewing, a gentle yet distinct warmth seemed to spread down his throat, permeating his limbs, and the quiet core qi within him appeared to be subtly stirred, awakened slightly. Indeed, the effect is real. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as he felt the almost imperceptible yet tangible boost in activity. The flavor is also exceptional. Xing Xian, your culinary skills are remarkable. Receiving the commander's approval, Xing Xian's face lit up instantly. She struggled to suppress the urge to smirk, haughtily declaring, "Humph. This merely verifies the basic feasibility of the recipe. There remains a 37 optimization space for energy penetration efficiency. Adjustments can be made to the oscillation frequency of the high-frequency thermal field next time." Upon witnessing the scene, Leo and Fido could hardly contain their eagerness to partake in the feast. "Wow, delicious!" they exclaimed, feeling a comforting warmth envelop their bodies. Fido swiftly devoured the meat chop, his eyes sparkling with delight. Meanwhile, Leo savored the moment, relishing the faint yet intriguing warmth coursing through him. His gaze toward Xing Xuan transformed entirely. "Goodness gracious. Little darling. Oh no, head sister Xing Xuan. Your grilled meat surpasses even the finest energy supplements crafted by my family's top private chef. From now on, our meals shall rely on your culinary prowess." Xing Xuan shot a murderous glare in response to the endearment, yet the subsequent flattery, particularly the title of head sister, pleased her immensely, causing her to slightly lift her chin. With their initial victory under her belt, Xing Xuan's confidence surged, and she immediately set her sights on a more ambitious target: the rainbow pudding, reputed to induce hours of bliss. This recipe involved not energy manipulation, but rather the intricate extraction of natural pigments and synthesis of flavor compounds. Xing Xuan, with Lingji in tow, prepared the kitchen with great seriousness, arranging an array of colorful fruit juices, plant extracts, and gel bases across the countertop, alongside a compact ingredient analyzer. The blue layer, derived from dream fruit extract, required careful pH control to avoid a purple hue. The yellow layer, a blend of sun orange puree and stabilizers, demanded a constant stirring speed of 120 revolutions per minute. The red layer, as she worked, Xing Xuan meticulously reported each parameter as if she were a ship engineer, while Lingji busily assisted, recording data. After several failed attempts, resulting in bizarrely colored or unpalatable semi-finished products, they finally birthed a pudding that was a vibrant tapestry of colors, reminiscent of a nebula. 7 hues melded harmoniously yet retained distinct boundaries, exuding a sweet and enticing aroma. "It's done. The finalized rainbow pudding." Xing Xuan exhaled deeply, carefully placing it into the refrigerator to set. After dinner, the pudding was presented as dessert, its dreamlike appearance instantly captivating everyone's attention. "How beautiful!" Lingji marveled. "The color ratios resemble a miniature nebula." Fido leaned in, inhaling its fragrance, and Mo Huang elegantly scooped a spoonful, her violet eyes scrutinizing the aesthetics. "The color combination holds considerable aesthetic value. I wonder if its effects are as miraculous as advertised. With anticipation, they all took a taste. The pudding melted in their mouths, layers of fruity flavors blossoming distinctly, sweet yet not cloying, with an extraordinarily smooth texture. Almost instantaneously, an indescribable sense of lightness and joy blossomed from within, as if sunlight pierced through clouds, dispelling the fatigue and pressure from days of training and exams. Unbeknownst to them, smiles of relief spread across their faces, even softening the usually stern expression of hooching. Haha, I feel so joyous. Everything seems delightful. Leo grinned broadly, giving Lin Feng a hearty pat on the shoulder. Fido, brimming with excitement, twirled around the living room. Amazing, amazing. My mood is fantastic. Lin Feng also felt a warm wave of happiness envelop him, his thoughts becoming remarkably clearer. He turned to Xingxuan, giving her an unreserved thumbs up. The effect is astonishing. Xingxuan, your culinary skills are nothing short of strategic. Seeing the relaxed smiles on everyone's faces and hearing their unabashed praise, Xingxuan could no longer contain her joy. Her lips curved into a lovely arc, and her earlobes flushed a delicate crimson. Lowering her head, she feigned adjusting her apron, muttering softly, "Well, it's not bad. The brilliance lies in the design of the recipe itself. I merely standardized and fine-tuned it." The series of successes firmly established Xingxuan as unassailable position as the chief culinary artist of the fleet, igniting her passion for recipe research like never before. She began to devote more energy to the kitchen, even using Lin Feng's funds to procure rare alien spices and ingredients, aiming to replicate or enhance other recipes. However, the path to culinary excellence was not always smooth. One day, Xingxuan's gaze fell upon the advanced energy pastry recipe. With ambitious resolve, she planned to develop an emergency ration tailored for ship girls, combining deliciousness with high-energy replenishment. The process remained meticulous, yet perhaps due to an unknown ingredient reacting unexpectedly, or perhaps Xingxuan's pursuit of extreme energy density led her to overlook the balance of flavor. The resulting energy compressed cake emerged with a profound, dark golden hue, seemingly imbued with starlight, and indeed exuded a robust energy fluctuation. However, its hardness rivaled that of battleship armor. "Come, taste my latest creation, the Starry barrier prototype." Xingxuan confidently placed a piece of cake on a plate and pushed it towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the enticingly radiant pastry that produced a resounding thud when struck against the table, his lips twitching slightly. He grasped the cake and attempted to break it apart, but remained unyielding. Ultimately, it was Leo, undeterred, who fetched a component from his powered armor, managing to pry off a small piece. Upon tasting it, the excessively tough texture demanded repeated chewing, akin to gnawing on high-intensity alloys, compounded by a peculiar metallic and burnt flavor, causing Leo's complexion to shift to a shade of blue-violet. "Water! Water! Hooching, quick, bring me water!" Leo gasped, pounding his chest, struggling to swallow that minuscule piece of steel, feeling as though his teeth were protesting. Xingxuan observed Leo's reaction, her hopeful expression freezing in an instant. Undeterred, she picked up another piece and took a tentative bite, only to immediately furrow her brow and silently set down the remaining cake, lost in thought. The overly stable energy structure resulted in intermolecular forces far exceeding those of conventional food, leading to a failure in texture optimization. Calmly, she analyzed the reasons for her failure, pulling out a notebook to diligently record. "Next time, I shall experiment with introducing biological enzyme, softening techniques, or perhaps assess the feasibility of using it as construction material." Lin Feng watched Xingxuan's earnest demeanor, a mixture of amusement and sympathy washing over him. He approached her, tousling her golden hair. This time, Xingxuan, absorbed in her thoughts, did not immediately protest and offered comfort. "Failure is the mother of success. Take your time. There's no rush." Even a battleship's main cannon achieves its optimal state only after countless test firings and adjustments. Xingxuan lifted her head, meeting Lin Feng's gentle smile. Feeling the warmth of his hand and the slight sense of defeat within her dissipated significantly, she nodded vigorously. "Yes. The commander is right. I will continue to improve." In the days that followed, Xingxuan's culinary explorations became a fixture in the dormitory. At times, she delivered exquisite gastronomic experiences and marvelous boosts, and at other moments, she concocted laughable culinary disasters. Nonetheless, her dedication, channeling the rigor and determination of a battleship into the kitchen, garnered the respect and admiration of all, as well as their appetites, most of the time. Meanwhile, Lin Feng found solace in the delightful chaos brought forth by Xingxuan's culinary escapades. amidst the tension of impending exams and the solidification of his own skills. The days leading up to the final theory exam were filled with the warmth of camaraderie and the spirit of scientific inquiry, inching ever closer. Chapter 90. The conclusion of theory and the prelude to reality. The final theory exam of the first semester at Panga Defense Academy drew to a close amidst an atmosphere of near solemnity. Within the vast circular examination hall, the last electronic prompt faded away, signifying that the answer sheets had been forcibly submitted and encrypted. Countless floating screens dimmed simultaneously, reflecting the myriad expressions of the students, some relieved, others furrowed in concentration, and some devoid of emotion. Lin Feng disengaged from his intense focus, gently leaning back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The exam encompassed a vast range of topics, from advanced topology of silent core energy fields to alien societal structures and tactical behavior predictions. From multi-ship cooperative combat command studies to federal interstellar law, wartime provisions, effectively serving as a comprehensive assessment of the knowledge gleaned over the past months. At long last, it was over. Beside him, Leo's voice emerged weakly, his entire being nearly slumped in his seat, his gaze vacant. I feel as though half of my brain cells have perished, and the remaining half are on a collective strike. Old Lin, for that final question regarding the temporal analysis of the energy deflection armor's weakness in crystalline structures, what was the optimal attack window you deduced? Between 3.7 seconds and 4.2 seconds, provided that the interference ship can successfully suppress its core resonance frequency for more than half a second, Lin Feng replied, rubbing his temples casually. Damn, I calculated it to be after 4.5 seconds. I'm done for. Tiger Che is going to berate me to death, Leo lamented, drawing the sympathetic gazes of several similarly dejected students nearby. A stir began in the examination hall as students gradually rose, quietly discussing their answers, some expressing relief while others displayed regret. Lin Feng, however, chose not to partake in the discourse. His gaze drifted towards the window of the exam hall. The sun of Kunlun star, Pangu, bathed the majestic educational edifices and the distant docking bays in warm light, as several training vessels sliced through the sky, heading towards the cosmos. The conclusion of the theoretical examination was merely a juncture. For him, the true test and the long-awaited opportunity was just commencing. With his level 20 realm firmly established, two ship girls yet to materialize their vessels were stirring with anticipation, and the semester-end resource package, capable of altering the fleet's dynamics, hung like a sweet fruit in the starry expanse, waiting to be harvested. Exiting the examination hall, he was swept away by the throng of jubilant students. The atmosphere was thick with a mix of exhilaration from liberation and uncertainty about the future. Some spoke grandly of holiday plans, others fretted over scores. But most of the commander students instinctively directed their gazes towards the core area of the campus, where the administrative center and task allocation hub resided. Come on, old Lin, Leo said, draping an arm over Lin Feng's shoulder, his face regaining a bit of vitality. Now that the exam is over, let's not dwell on it. After all, the results won't be out for a few days. We should treat ourselves to some good food. Didn't Xingxuan say she succeeded in developing a new dish yesterday? The thought of Xingxuan's culinary skills, which could make taste buds dance and sometimes challenge the stomach, brought a smile to Lin Feng's face. And he was about to agree when his personal terminal vibrated simultaneously. Not just him. All the surrounding students' terminals emitted the distinctive hum of receiving priority information at almost the same instant. The once boisterous crowd quieted considerably. All heads bowed to inspect their wrists or unfold their virtual screens. A joint notice from the First United Defense University of the Pangastar system, issued by the Academic Command Department of the Federal Military Liaison Office, forcefully popped up on every commander's terminal interface, bearing an eye-catching title. Announcement regarding the comprehensive assessment and initial combat power resource allocation for the current semester's commander students. Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he exchanged a glance with Leo, both perceiving the gravity and anticipation in each other's eyes. He swiftly opened the notice and began reading intently. The first half of the announcement, penned in an official tone, summarized the semester, acknowledging the students' efforts and growth, and informing them that the theoretical exam results would be announced in 3 days. Then, the tone shifted abruptly to the crux of the matter, to expedite the formation of combat capabilities among the new generation of federal commanders in response to the increasingly severe border situation. The academic committee and the federal military have jointly resolved to officially launch the Eagle's Wings Initiative. The core of this initiative is to distribute a comprehensive semester-end resource package to all commander students who have successfully contracted with ship girls. Upon reaching this point, a wave of suppressed murmurs erupted around them. Clearly, Not all students were as informed about this hidden benefit as Lin Feng had been through special channels. The announcement continued. The resource package will be allocated based on a number of ship girls currently contracted and registered by the students, the types of ships, and standard tonnage, providing a one-time distribution of all standard materials required for the manifestation of their foundational vessel. Please note, the resource package is designed to ensure that the ship girls under the commander's banner can form basic space combat capabilities, including only the materials necessary for the ship's structural framework, propulsion, shields, and main weapon systems, excluding aircraft, special equipment, additional ammunition, and non-standard modification parts. Lin Feng understood this perfectly. It aligned with the information he had received from Leo. The school was providing the basics for aircraft or special equipment. One would still need to devise their own means. The accumulation of modification points and FC he had saved was precisely for this purpose. The subsequent content, however, caused the excitement on many students' faces to freeze, gradually transforming into contemplation and solemnity. Accepting this resource package equates to voluntarily joining the Eagle's Wings initiative. Starting next semester, your coursework focus will shift significantly towards practical combat, and you will be required to unconditionally comply with the military and school's joint directives for practical teaching assignments. Proceeding to designated border star regions to execute tasks including exploration, defense, patrol, reconnaissance, and limited offensive operations. Risks and opportunities coexist. The front line is the sole standard for testing strength, as well as the best avenue for earning merits, obtaining rare resources, and rapid promotion. Those who decline to accept the resource package may continue their studies according to the original curriculum, but subsequent resource allocations and promotion pathways will revert to standard procedures. The resource acquisition process was outlined. Within 24 hours of this announcement, qualified students who wish to apply may log into the campus network, authenticate their identities, and enter the resource allocation system to submit their applications. The system will assign exclusive resource storage coordinates and dock usage permissions to each successful applicant based on the order of applications and available stock. An important reminder followed. Due to the vast quantity of resources and to avoid the pressure of large-scale vessel manifestations on campus airspace and logistics, all resource packages have been pre-transported to multiple designated resource warehouses and public docks located in the synchronous orbit of Kunlun Star and the periphery of the Wuzhou Mountain Star Ring. Upon successful application, permissions and specific coordinates will be directly sent to the personal terminal. Please ensure their careful preservation. At the bottom of the announcement were detailed application links and a lengthy consent form regarding the Eagle's Wings initiative and risk notification. The crowd fell into a brief silence, only to erupt into more fervent discussions. We must go. We've waited so long for our ship girls to manifest their vessels. I've heard that the mortality rate for border missions is dozens of times higher than for internship tasks. What are you afraid of? Fortune favors the bold. Without the school's initiation resources, how long will it take to gather those on our own? I need to go back and discuss with my ship girls. Hurry up, just give a clear answer. Accept or decline this resource package. Commander, I want to manifest a grand vessel with a splendid main gun. Wife, I wish to. Leo nudged Lin Feng's arm, whispering, see, just as I told you. Once you take the resources, you'll need to prepare to fight on the front lines. So what's it going to be, old Lin? Will you apply? Lin Feng, without a hint of hesitation, scanned the announcement's mention of the designated border star regions, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. There lay not only risks and merits, but also the battles necessary for swift ascension and possibly more rewards indicated by the system tasks. Of course, he replied, stowing away his terminal, his tone calm yet resolute. Not only will I apply, but I'll do so promptly. Good things wait for no one. Chapter 91. The weight of choice and the coordinates of resources. On the way back to Starshine Courtyard, room 2901, the atmosphere was markedly different from usual. Inside the commuter vehicle, the students were no longer relaxed and playful after the exam. Most sat in silence, either browsing the announcement details on their terminals or quietly exchanging opinions with their ship girls, some clinging to their commander's legs, imploring them not to leave, while others had their legs held by the commanders, urging them to go. The air seemed infused with a heavy particle named choice. Upon pushing open the door, Lin Feng found Ling Ji, Mo Huang, and Xing Xuan evidently waiting for them, having received the news as well. Commander, Ling Ji was the first to rush forward, her small hands nervously clutching the edge of her apron, her amber eyes filled with concern. We saw that announcement on the campus network. The elegant Mo Huang sat gracefully upon the sofa, her violet eyes deep and contemplative, her fingertips gently tapping against the armrest. The fledgling Eagle's Wings project is finally materializing the ship body. It has arrived slightly ahead of our expectations. Yet it remains within the realm of reason. The pressures at the border seem to be greater than what the official report suggests. Xing Xian straightened her petite frame, arms crossed over her chest, her delicate, fair feet bare upon the sofa, her long golden pigtails swaying subtly in response to her owner's emotions. She lifted her chin, her tone imbued with the unique pride and decisiveness of a battleship. Commander, there is no need for hesitation. My ship body has long yearned for the true expanse of the Starry Sea. Those mere border tribes serve as the perfect targets to test the might of the Starfall main cannon. Observing the three ship girls, each distinct in style, yet equally resolute, Lin Feng felt the last ripple of anxiety caused by the border risks settle within him. He smiled and stepped to the center of the living room. It appears we have reached a consensus. Leo casually plopped down onto another sofa, wrapping an arm around Fei Diane's shoulder, her azure eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, my fleet, Liao, was born to conquer the Starry Seas. Hirutaki, you have no objections, right? Hirutaki stood calmly to the side, nodding slightly. The risk assessment for our team falls within acceptable limits. Entering a combat environment ahead of schedule will benefit both the commander and the ship girl's growth more than it will hinder. Excellent, Lin Feng declared. Not wishing to delay any further, he promptly activated his personal terminal, projecting a virtual light screen and logging into the internal network of the Panga Defense Academy. Upon passing identity verification, an interface emerged, dominated by deep blue and dark gold. Designed with a straightforward yet military aesthetic, the resource allocation system for the Panga Defense Academy's commanders. Prominently displayed on the homepage was the application entry for the fledgling Eagle's Wings project resource package, flashing with a high-visibility alert. Lin Feng took a deep breath and clicked inside. The interface shifted, revealing a lengthy document titled Informed Consent and Risk Disclosure. Lin Feng did not skip over it. Instead, he quickly yet diligently perused its contents. The terms clearly outlined the various dangers one might face in the border star regions, including but not limited to high-intensity combat, ambushes by hostile races, environmental hazards, the unknown perils of exploration, psychological strain, and explicitly stated casualty metrics. Simultaneously, it detailed the support the military would provide, the standards for calculating military achievements, casualty compensation, and the delineation of command authority during a mission. This was a weighty document of life and death. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged as he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the page. In the applicant's signature area, the system automatically recognized his identity information. He extended his index finger, steadily inscribing the 2 Chinese characters for Lin Feng upon the virtual screen. The moment he clicked to confirm submission, a system notification appeared. Application submitted, verifying qualifications and resource allocation amount. The brief seconds of waiting felt interminable. Verification successful. Cadet Lin Feng, current contracted ship girls, 3. Calculating resource package. Repair ship Lingji. Basic ship body materials, already materialized. No need for reallocation. Aircraft carrier Mo Huang. Standard carrier ship body materials package X1. Battleship Xing Xian. Standard battleship ship body materials package X1. Total allocated resource units, 5. 96 million standard alloy unit ship girl resource package, including energy core and various module components. Resource storage permissions granted. Designated resource warehouse. Buzhou Mountain Star Ring, Zone 7. Strategic Resource Depot Number 36. Attached public dock permissions. Buzhou Mountain Star Ring, Zone 7, Dock Group Number 9, B, Dock No. 17. Usage rights. Effective for 30 standard days from resource confirmation pickup. Coordinate data and detailed passage keys have been sent to your encrypted terminal. Please unlock upon arrival at the warehouse. Success. Even Lin Feng felt a surge of exhilaration as he gazed at the screen, displaying specific coordinates and dock numbers. This signified that the astronomical resources once intimidating him, necessary for the grand ship bodies of Mo Huang and Xing Xian, were now within reach. Commander, have you succeeded? Lingji inquired anxiously. Lin Feng nodded, turning the screen towards them. Yes, the resources are stored in the warehouse at Zone 7 of Buzhou Mountain Star Ring, along with 30 days of usage rights for a large dock. A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in Mo Huang's eyes as a smile graced her lips. Zone 7. That is the inner area of the Star Ring defense belt, heavily guarded, and resource transport is convenient. The Academy's arrangements are quite thoughtful. Xing Xian clenched her petite fists, her eyes shimmering with starlight. Dock B, number 17, splendid. I hope it will be sufficient to accommodate the manifestation of my ship body. Leo's jubilant voice echoed from the side. Haha, I'll secure my end too. The resource depot is in Zone 5, and the dock is C, number 09. Hirutaki. Fade Yin, our good days are just around the corner. Just as they reveled in the joy of their successful applications, Lin Feng's terminal vibrated once more, receiving an encrypted message from Professor Zhao Genhua. Lin Feng, please come to my office after the resource package application is complete. Lin Feng's expression sharpened. The stern professor was not one to summon him at this time merely for idle conversation. He tucked away his terminal and addressed the group. Professor Zhao is looking for me. I shall return shortly. Liao, you can start reviewing the route and procedures to the resource depot. No problem. Leave it to me. Liao boasted, thumping his chest. Departing from the dormitory, Lin Feng made his way directly to the faculty office area. Professor Zhao's office remained stark and austere, with him standing before a star map, his back to the door. Professor, you called for me? Lin Feng knocked and entered. Zhao Genhua turned, his piercing gaze locking onto Lin Feng as if penetrating through facades to gaze directly into his soul. Has the application been approved? He asked bluntly. Yes, Professor. The resources are stored in Zone 7 of Buzhou Mountain. Zhao nodded, walking to his desk to retrieve an archaic data storage device. Handing it to Lin Feng. Here are some classified intelligence regarding the border sectors G73 to G79, including recent observations of abnormal swarm movements and the locations of suspected crystal analysis outposts. It's not top secret, but it's more detailed than what you can find through public channels. Lin Feng accepted the storage device, somewhat taken aback. Professor, take it. Zhao Genhua interjected with an undeniable tone. The fledgling eagle's wings is not a mere child's play. Your cohort may well be directly dispatched to these high-risk sectors. Understanding in advance and preparing adequately will increase the odds of survival. He paused, scrutinizing Lin Feng with a complex expression. Lin Feng, you are exceptionally gifted and fortunate. But remember, the battlefield does not favor the talented. Your decisions affect not only your own life, but also the survival of the ship girls under your command, and the lives of countless soldiers you may lead in the future. This responsibility is heavier than you can imagine. I understand, Professor, Lin Feng replied solemnly, securing the storage device. Thank you. Zhao waved his hand dismissively, turning back to the star map, his voice low. Go now. Time is of the essence. Materialize the ship bodies, familiarize yourself with their capabilities, and integrate the fleet. The time for your comfort is limited. Exiting the office, Lin Feng tightened his grip on the storage device. Professor Zhao's words resounded like a heavy hammer striking against his heart. The excitement and anticipation remained, yet now accompanied by a profound clarity. The resource package was a ticket to the vast sea of stars. But the journey ahead was destined to be fraught with thorns and smoke. Chapter 92, Beneath the Star Ring, Resource Unsealing. The day following the application deadline, the atmosphere within the Panga Defense Academy was distinctly polarized. Students who opted to receive the resource package bore expressions mingled with tension, excitement, and resolve. Their movements brisk and purposeful. Lin Feng's squad had gathered early at the designated airfield, ready for the next phase of their journey. Aside from Lin Feng, Liu, and Rog, the entire team, including Ling Ji, Mo Huang, Xing Xian, Hu Che, Fei Dian, and Jing Mo, along with the destroyer Firefly, which was summoned to level 10 last month, has gathered. They are to board a specialized military shuttle to the Unzu Mountain Star Ring to collect the critically important end-of-term resource package. As for why they are not utilizing the space elevator, personal assault boats, or the Lingji, in Liu's words, one must learn to appropriately indulge in privileges and enjoy the luxury of a dedicated transport. The vessel glided smoothly through the atmosphere of Kunlun Star, heading towards a majestic architecture that stretched across the horizon like a divine ring. The closer they approached, the more they could feel the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the Unzu Mountain Star Ring. On the ring, which spans over 100 kilometers in width, fortifications, missile silos, sensor arrays, and a myriad of functional modules densely packed like a beehive were visible. Countless ships of varying sizes darted in and out of the Star Ring, showcasing the astonishing industrial and military prowess of human civilization in the face of adversity. Following the guidance signals, the shuttle gradually entered a large docking port within the main structure of the Star Ring. As the hatch opened, a unique scent, a blend of metal, energetic lubricants, and faint ozone, characteristic of colossal space infrastructures, washed over them. Stepping onto the expansive internal passageway, spacious enough for heavy mech to traverse, they found themselves on a robust metal floor, illuminated by a lighting system that simulated natural light, with walls lined with various pipelines and clear directional signs. This was an immense, ever-awake space city. According to their assignments, their resource repositories were located in different areas. Lin Feng activated his terminal to review the detailed instructions received earlier. He was in Zone 7, Strategic Resource Repository number 36. Leo, you're in Zone 5, Repository number 12. Rog, you're in Zone 3, Repository number 8. Well then, we shall part ways here. I wish everyone smooth manifestation, Lin Feng said. Leo scratched his disheveled hair. I'll contact you once my manifestation is complete. Huche, Fei Dian, let us go. The sooner we procure Fei Dian's manifestation materials, the sooner you'll become more formidable. Rog nodded silently in understanding. After a brief farewell, the three groups proceeded to different magnetic rail platforms. Lin Feng, accompanied by Ling Ji, Mo Huang, and Xing Xian, boarded the high-speed maglev train heading to Zone 7, en route to Strategic Resource Repository number 36. Outside the window, the rapidly passing internal scenery revealed bustling material transfer zones, neatly arranged mech warehouses, brightly lit soldier living quarters, and occasionally glimpses of the external starry sky and the magnificent arc of Kunlun star below. Approximately 15 minutes later, the train arrived at the Zone 7 station. Exiting the station, the grandeur of the scene remained, though it appeared more industrial and pragmatic compared to the central hub. The passages were wider, bustling with various models of engineering machinery and transport vehicles, and the aroma of machine oil and metal cutting was more pronounced in the air. Following the navigation, they quickly arrived at the entrance of Strategic Resource Repository number 36, using individual hoverboards. This was a massive silver-gray structure deeply embedded within the star ring, with heavy doors emblazoned with a large number 36 and the federal military emblem, surrounded by automated defense turrets and patrolling armed sentry robots, exuding an air of solemnity. Lin Feng approached the guards, clad in powered armor, of the Federal Marine Corps, presenting the authorization proof on his terminal. The soldier meticulously scanned his identity code and resource retrieval key with a device, the cold data streams flickering in the eyepiece. After confirming the details, he spoke in a deep voice. Authorization confirmed. Commander Lin Feng, you and your accompanying ship girls may enter the B7 verification area. Unauthorized areas are prohibited from approach. Upon verification of resources, the automated transport system can be activated to deliver the resources directly to your designated dock. The heavy doors slowly slid open with a deep hydraulic sound, revealing an exceptionally lofty and brightly lit expansive space within. Upon entering the resource repository, even with some psychological preparation, Lin Feng was still taken aback by the sight before him. It was a super warehouse, towering over thousands of meters, its length seemingly endless. Rows of gigantic alloy shelves resembled mountain ranges of steel, densely packed with standardized resource boxes of various specifications, sealed energy canisters, and directly exposed special metal ingots. Automated forklifts and engineering robots scuttled efficiently between the shelves like industrious ants, managing the distribution and organization of materials. Following the guidance of the warehouse AI, they boarded a small shuttle within and arrived at the area marked as B7 for verification. Before a specific shelf area, the lights illuminated automatically, highlighting the label LF0036 Lin Feng. Before them stood neatly arranged dozens of dark gray high-strength alloy containers, each approximately 1,000 meters in length, width, and height, printed with federal material codes and ship girl resource classification identifiers. Additionally, several sealed cylindrical containers emanating a faint mist of low temperature were visible, along with 2 cases presumably containing battleship and aircraft carrier energy cores, as well as several precision component boxes restrained by gravitational fields, within which complex energy circuits could be faintly discerned. Standard aircraft carrier hull material package, confirmed. Standard battleship hull material package, confirmed. 2 specialized energy cores, confirmed. Custom propulsion system and shield generator cores, confirmed. All basic modules confirmed. Mo Huang and Xing Xian swiftly approached, utilizing their sensory abilities to scan the labels and internal energy signatures of the containers and boxes, cross-referencing them with the detailed list received on their terminals. Ling Ji focused on the quality of some structural support components and pipeline materials. Commander, all basic materials have been verified as accurate, and Mo Huang ultimately confirmed, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in her purple eyes. The types, quantities, and specifications all meet the standards, sufficient to construct the foundational hull for both me and my sister Xing Xian. Xing Xian nodded as well, resting her small hand on a container laden with super heavy armor alloy, feeling the cold yet powerful texture. The material quality is up to standard and can proceed for transmission. Lin Feng completed the final electronic sign-off on the warehouse management terminal. The ownership and transport permissions of the resources have been transferred to you, Commander Lin Feng. The cold AI voice announced, "Please specify the target dock." Lin Feng entered the pre-assigned dock information. Unzu Mountain Star Ring, Zone 7, Large Dock Group Number 9, Dock B-17. Instructions received. Initiating automated transport program. As the AI responded, the intricate track system above the warehouse illuminated with guiding lights. Several large automated transport platforms, equipped with multiple mechanical arms, glided silently along the tracks to the shelf area where Lin Feng stood. The mechanical arms deftly grasped the heavy containers and special boxes, placing them securely onto the transport platforms. Loading complete. Transport sequence number T7 36B17 202 5030. Estimated delivery time 47 standard minutes. The transport process will remain under full monitoring and security status. You may proceed to Dock B-17 to await receipt. Watching the transport platform laden with the future hulls of Mo Huang and Xing Xian accelerate smoothly along the profound tracks, eventually disappearing into the depths of the warehouse's transport corridor, Lin Feng felt a great weight lift from his heart. The entire process was efficient, precise, and infused with the technological essence of the Federation's top-notch logistics system. Let us depart. Lin Feng turned to the three ship girls toward dock and await the arrival of the fleet's cornerstone. Exiting the resource repository, they took the maglev train once more towards the large dock group number 9. As Lin Feng passed through the airlock door with his authorization, stepping into the assigned large dock B-17, a sense of vastness and anticipation welled within him. This was one of the largest docks within the 9th dock group. This is an astonishingly vast, enclosed dry dock, originally intended for the manifestation of Titan-class starships, spanning nearly 40 kilometers in both length and width, and soaring to a height of 5 kilometers. The dock even features a retractable dome to accommodate the towering stature of certain Titan vessels. At this moment, the dry dock stands desolate, with only the illumination systems and basic maintenance equipment operational, enveloped in a silence that seems to await the arrival of starships. Standing on the observation platform at the edge of the dock, gazing down at the profound berths and the immense, operable starport gates in the distance, Lin Feng envisions that in just a week, 2 formidable starships belonging to him will awaken here, becoming steadfast allies in his conquest of the starry seas. Resources are already en route. The next step is to transform this mountain of materials into true, roaring behemoths of steel that will traverse the cosmos. Chapter 93. Initiating Random Starship Blueprints. As the colossal alloy gates of Dock 17 gradually close behind him, they emit a final, resonant sound akin to the breath of a great beast. The external clamor and flickering lights of the star ring are entirely severed, leaving only the deep hum of the dock's operational systems echoing in the cavernous space, ample enough to accommodate mountains. Lin Feng stands at the edge of the observation platform, with the abyssal void of the berth beneath his feet and a simulated starry sky illuminating his head. Without the slightest hesitation, he raises his hand and swiftly operates his personal terminal, directly invoking the highest management privileges of the dock. Command confirmed, Commander Lin Feng. Dock 17 has entered complete lockdown mode. All external access passages have been physically sealed, internal life support systems have switched to closed-loop operation, and all unauthorized signal bands have been comprehensively jammed. The cold AI prompt resounds. Following this, he glides his fingertip across the screen, bringing up the submenu for monitoring management. He deactivates all surveillance cameras and data recording devices within the dock. Authorization code LF00360. Warning: this operation will result in a visual blind spot within the dock during the lockdown period, violating Article 17, Section 3 of the Star Ring Safety Regulations. The AI issues a programmed alert. Confirm execution. Lin Feng's voice brooks no argument. Command executed. All surveillance and data recording devices are offline. Instantly, the flickering lights in certain corners of the dock extinguish, plunging the entire space into a profound tranquility maintained solely by basic illumination. This is an absolute isolation, creating the most secretive stage for what is about to transpire. Commander, as always, you enjoy disabling the surveillance, Lingji remarks, tilting her head to observe Lin Feng's actions. A hint of amusement in her amber eyes. Mo Huang also comprehends Lin Feng's intentions. Her purple eyes shimmer with a radiant glow, and a knowing smile graces her lips. Caution is indeed necessary, my commander. The fewer who know our secrets, the better. Starry, arms crossed. Her petite figure standing tall against the backdrop of her red and white uniform, nods slightly. Her ice blue gaze sweeps across the expansive dock, adopting the demeanor of a superior assessing her subordinates. This place shall serve as a temporary stronghold for the manifestation of my ship. The secrecy measures are satisfactory. Lin Feng turns to face the three ship girls, his habitual lazy smile replaced by an expression of focus and anticipation. A thought crosses his mind, and the AR system interface, visible only to him, unfurls within his sight. Silent Core Ascension System V10. Available modification points: 88, 848. System space: random starship blueprints X7. It is time to discover what surprises the system has prepared for us. Lin Feng silently muses, initiating all 7 random starship blueprints. In the instant the command is issued, the interface illuminates with 7 card-like icons radiating a soft glow, each adorned with a question mark, as if stars ignited by an invisible hand. The brilliance intensifies, ultimately detaching from the interface to project 7 extraordinarily intricate, nanometer-level, 3-dimensional holographic schematics into the void before him. Each schematic represents a starfighter or auxiliary unit imbued with a lethal elegance, accompanied by a cascading stream of data that meticulously outlines specifications, performance parameters, weapon configurations, and unique abilities. Lin Feng's pupils constrict slightly as he swiftly peruses the blueprint information. Ladybug-class heavy star bomber. Length 300 meters, as formidable as a steel beetle. Equipped with Earth-shatter fusion bombs and star erosion energy bombs, dedicated to saturating strikes against ground and ship targets and demolishing fortifications. B-Blade-class anti-ship energy gunboat. Length 300 meters. Featuring a colossal 40-meter caliber single-barrel particle beam cannon at the front, a weapon of choice for sniping capital ships from afar. Cicada Spear-class high-speed reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft. Length 150 meters, slender and agile, equipped with signal-absorbing coatings and stealth capabilities, proficient in reconnaissance, electronic deception, and information support. Locust-class high-speed interceptor. Length 80 meters, streamlined design, for vector thrusters, armed with rapid-fire pulse lasers and B-Sting missile pods, an expert in aerial combat and interception. Moth-class defensive gunboat. Length 120 meters, disc-shaped hull, replete with point defense arrays, capable of deploying regional coronal shields, specializing in fleet air defense and escort duties. Termite-class assault landing craft. Length 200 meters, heavily armored, equipped with a heavy ram at the front, capable of deploying Stardust warriors or Mech for forcible landings and boarding actions. Aphid-class repair and supply vessel. Length 180 meters, resembling an engineering ship, equipped with repair arms and nanosprayers, providing battlefield repairs, energy infusion, and wreckage recovery support. These 7 types of starships encompass bombing, sniping, reconnaissance, combat, defense, landing, and logistics, forming an almost perfect carrier-based aircraft system. Montakvang. Lin Feng suppresses his excitement, shifting his gaze to the black-haired, purple-eyed beauty. These are yours. He directly transmits all the data streams of the 7 blueprints to Mo Huang through the system. Mo Huang closes her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as she fully absorbs and comprehends the immense data flooding into her core consciousness. Moments latte. She opens her eyes again, her deep purple irises swirling with cosmic wonder, filled with shock and elation. Commander, this is truly. These are nearly 50% stronger than the starfighters I recall. Her voice trembles imperceptibly, the destructive power of the ladybug, the precise sniping of the bee-blade. The covert insight of the cicada spear, so complete, so powerful. With them, my Mo Huang can truly become the aerial throne that commands the battlefield. She steps forward, pressing her hands and body against Lin Feng, the scent of violet enveloping him, her gaze blazing with fervor. I can almost envision these 20,000 steel birds soaring through the starry sea, delivering death and destruction with pinpoint accuracy upon every enemy. Lin Feng chuckles, steadying himself, and pats her shoulder. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have the blueprints, but what about the materials? The school's resource package does not include these starships. Mo Huang takes a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, quickly calculating. According to the blueprint data, my hangar can accommodate approximately 20,000 aircraft. To fully manifest these 7 types, totaling 20,000 starships, it will require roughly 16,000 standard units of high-strength nanoalloy. This figure far exceeds Lin Feng's previous estimate of the alloy quantity, and the current modification points can only redeem 50% of the starfighters. Are the modification points sufficient? Ling Ji inquires with concern. Lin Feng glances at the system interface, displaying 848 points. Half is indeed sufficient. Moreover, we still have time. He promptly operates the system, converting a substantial portion of the modification points into the requisite special alloys and supplementary materials. Consuming modification points. 840, exchanging. High-strength nanoalloy X8, 884 units. Remaining modification points. 8. As the modification points are expended, the mountain of materials accumulated within the system is directly extracted by Lin Feng, earmarked for deployment in an open area beside the shipbuilding materials within the dock. In an instant, a small mountain composed of massive alloy ingots, shimmering with a metallic luster, manifested out of thin air, occupying a modest area beside the docking bay. With all materials at hand, Lin Feng turned to Mo Huang and Xing Xian, feeling the vast ocean of silent core energy within him beginning to surge. "Let's commence," he declared. Mo Huang, you shall go first and materialize your aircraft carrier. Xing Xian, you will follow shortly. Mo Huang nodded solemnly, and Lin Feng accompanied her to the pile of materials. Gazing at the towering mound before her, Mo Huang spread her arms wide. Lin Feng settled onto a prearranged stool, closing his eyes. Without the need for further words, the boundless pool of silent core energy erupted. A torrent of pure, majestic energy akin to liquid gold, flowing unreservedly through their mental connection into Mo Huang's core. Ling Ji and Xing Xian stood a short distance behind Lin Feng, observing the process of materializing the vessel. Simultaneously, the mountain of standard carrier materials, along with the recently exchanged materials for the aircraft, appear to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, beginning to levitate, decompose, and reassemble. A grand construction endeavor, led by energy and will, officially commenced within this absolute secrecy. Chapter 94, Void Forge Shipbuilding, Mo Huang takes flight. The immense silent core energy surged forth like a river breaking its dam, emanating from Lin Feng as it poured into Mo Huang's core through their deep, resonant mental link. Mo Huang stood beside the material mound, her long black hair billowing without wind, the red jade hairpin at the tip glimmering with an ethereal light. With her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow upon her fair cheeks, fully immersed in the guidance and construction of her ultimate form. Inside the dock, the scene was nothing short of miraculous. Thousands of standard alloys disintegrated under the influence of the invisible silent core energy field, transforming into the most fundamental metallic streams. These metallic flows, akin to a tsunami imbued with life, whirled madly at the center of the docking bay, converging. They intertwined and fused with the similarly decomposed and purified rare crystal powders, prefabricated energy conduits, and other materials, constructing a colossal framework according to the impeccably clear blueprint within Mo Huang's core. The first structure to take form was the ship's keel, a superalloy spine nearly 10 kilometers in length and astonishing in diameter. It was not straight, but bore elegant, flowing curves, reminiscent of a phoenix poised to soar. Following this, massive rib-like structures extended from the keel, outlining the initial silhouette of the vessel. Armor plates layered upon one another like growing scales, producing a deep, resounding sound of metal friction. Lin Feng could distinctly sense the intensity of energy output. The infinite silent core energy pool ensured he had no concerns, and his gaze was intensely focused as he maximized the energy output, allowing Mo Huang to lavishly expend silent core energy to materialize her vessel. Xing Xian and Ling Ji stood slightly behind, breathless and transfixed by this awe-inspiring spectacle. In Xing Xian's glacial blue eyes, the rapidly forming steel behemoth was reflected, her small face etched with seriousness and contemplation. She could sense the distinct form of power contained within the hull, not one of ultimate penetration and destruction, but rather a mastery and radiance reminiscent of the deep sea, harboring countless lethal tendrils. Such a colossal vessel was not intended for direct bombardment. The path of the aircraft carrier was indeed profound. She murmured to herself, unconsciously twirling a strand of golden hair. Ling Ji clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes filled with wonder and pride. Sister Mo Huang's vessel is amazing. The commander's energy is so powerful. She could vaguely perceive the complex structures synchronously being constructed within the hull, multi-layered folding hangars, energy delivery pipelines, command network nodes, its precision far exceeding that of her own Ling Ji. Time flew swiftly amidst the torrent of energy and the shaping of matter. Days later, a massive warship, entirely black and possessing smooth, imposing lines, had begun to take shape. It measured 98 kilometers in length, 51 kilometers in width, and 35 kilometers in height, towering like a mountain as it quietly floated within the gravitational anchorage at the center of the docking bay. The surface of the hull, with its yet-to-be-activated armor, displayed a matte black finish, with the faint outlines of golden phoenix patterns that would soon adorn it. Most striking were the broad, flat deck and the opened hangar doors along the sides of the hull, which stood empty, as if awaiting the return of swarms capable of blotting out the sun. The core energy chamber was complete, the main propulsion matrix and energy circuits interconnected, and the multi-layer composite shield generators were in place. The bridge command center was linked to the neural network. Mo Huang's consciousness functioned as the most efficient central processor, synchronously reporting the completion status of various systems. Her voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind, imbued with an indescribable authority and excitement. Now, to infuse the soul, she said, still with her eyes closed, preparing to materialize the aircraft. Unlike Ling Ji, whose materialization process would involuntarily drift into the command room to complete final internal details in slumber, Mo Huang maintained her humanoid form, standing firmly in place. She opened her arms in a gesture of embrace. Deep within the obsidian hull, a flicker of profound light suddenly ignited, pulsing like a heartbeat, growing stronger and faster. This heralded the activation of the specialized aircraft carrier core. Simultaneously, countless residual metallic streams transformed into 7 major currents, surging into the hangar entrances on both sides and the top deck of the hull. The metallic flow rapidly coalesced within. One by one, the heavy bodies of ladybug-like aircraft, the elongated barrels of bee blades, the triangular wings of cicada spears, the vectored nozzles of locusts, the disc-shaped structures of moths, the impact drill heads of termites, and the maintenance arms of aphids were manufactured at a visible speed, precisely guided by an invisible energy field into their designated spots within the layered hangars. This time process was relatively brief, lasting a day. When the final aphid-class maintenance craft materialized, the entire hull trembled slightly, and the hangar doors began to close, as if a slumbering giant had finally inhaled its first complete breath before awakening. A low, resonant hum, penetrating the soul, emanated from the black aircraft carrier, causing the light within the dock to appear to warp. The matte black armor on the hull, previously indistinct, suddenly glowed with vibrant golden patterns, resembling lava coursing through veins, depicting a phoenix poised to take flight, magnificent, mysterious, and imbued with a sense of power. Mo Huang's carrier hull, the Mo Huang, was officially materialized. She slowly lowered her arms, turned to Lin Feng, and beamed a captivating smile, a blend of languor, allure, and the joy of rebirth. Commander, the Mo Huang aircraft carrier is ready and awaiting your command. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, stepping forward to gently embrace her in gratitude for her hard work. Sensing the silent core energy still brimming within him, he nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the formidable black behemoth radiating an aura of strategic deterrence. A surge of ambition swelling within him. Though only equipped with 10,000 aircraft, it was more than sufficient. The remaining 10,000 would merely be a matter of a few battles. Excellent. Now, we await our battleship lady. His gaze shifted to the side, meeting Xing Xian's own expectant and determined glacial blue eyes. Xing Xian, are you ready? It is your turn next. Xing Xian nodded vigorously, her golden pigtails swaying, her face brimming with eagerness. I am ready to begin at any moment, Commander. My Xing Xian will show you the epitome of battleship capabilities. Chapter 95. The Mo Huang Interstellar Aircraft Carrier. Available data. Ship girl profile. Mo Huang. 1. Basic information. Ship type. Aircraft carrier. Ship specifications. Length 98 kilometers, width 51 kilometers. Height 35 kilometers. Ship coating. Jet black base with golden phoenix patterns. The name of the vessel carries profound connotations. The ink-hued phoenix, symbolizing nobility, wisdom, secrecy, and the exquisite beauty of destruction. Secondly, the structural composition and core systems of the ship. 1. Ship structure. The surface deck and a lateral hull can open up to reveal hangars, enabling a mass launch of carrier-based aircraft in one go. The hangars are designed as multi-tiered foldable facilities, accommodating a maximum of 20,000 aircraft. Within the hull, there exists an assembly line for the production of munitions and bombs for the aircraft. The bridge is centrally located, slightly elevated, featuring 2 adjacent command positions, Inc. Phoenix Lin Feng, equipped with panoramic observation windows and a holographic tactical star map. The energy core is a specialized reactor tailored for aircraft carriers, supporting high-density energy output. 2. Core capabilities. The Ink Phoenix can simultaneously control 20,000 carrier-based aircraft, executing missions such as bombing, interception, reconnaissance, and landing operations. The Ink Domain Force Field enables temporary stealth, evading radar and optical detection for 15 minutes, with a cooldown period of 1 hour. The Phoenix's call command enhances communication and coordination among allied shipgirls, increasing tactical response speed by 20. Thirdly, the configuration of carrier-based aircraft, comprising a total of 7 types, with the Ink Phoenix currently manifesting only 10,000 of the 20,000 aircraft it can accommodate. Ladybug class, 300 meters, 3,000 units, heavy bombers equipped with earth-shattering fusion bombs and star erosion energy bombs. B-Blade class, 300 meters, 2,000 units. Sniper vessels armed with the Crimson Flame incineration particle cannon, 70 of the power of the main gun. Cicada Spear class, 150 meters, 3,000 units. Reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft capable of signal interference, shadow stealth, and phantom deception. Locust class, 80 meters, 5,000 units. Interceptors and fighters equipped with rapid-fire pulse lasers and Stinger missile nests. Moth class, 120 meters, 4,000 units. Defense gunboats featuring an omnidirectional point defense array and 12 solar corona shields. Termite class, 200 meters, 2,000 units. Landing vessels equipped with heavy ramming prows, mecha carrying compartments, and ion cannons. Aphid class, 180 meters, 1,000 units. Maintenance motherships equipped with nanorepair robots for energy infusion and debris recovery. Fourthly, the performance parameters of a ship. The maximum cruising speed is 0.25 sublight speed. The shielding system features the Phoenix Feather multi-layered composite shields, capable of withstanding 3 volleys of main battery fire from battleships. The armor type consists of a special nanocomposite alloy. The tactical positioning focuses on long-range strikes, air superiority, fleet command, and landing support. Fifthly, the integration characteristics with Lin Feng's fleet. The carrier-based aircraft can be pre-manifested through Lin Feng's silent core, energy, and materials, or they can be directly manifested during wartime to replenish the aircraft. In collaboration with the Star Sphere, the aircraft can mark targets for battleships, enhancing the accuracy of their main guns. Sixthly, a summary of tactical positioning. The Ink Phoenix serves as the strategic eye and throne of the air within Lin Feng's fleet, refraining from direct engagement in frontline combat, instead employing its fleet of carrier-based aircraft to achieve remote saturation bombardment, dominance of battlefield information, precision elimination of high-value targets, landing and boarding support, fleet air defense, and logistical maintenance. Seventhly, the carrier-based aircraft operated by the Ink Phoenix through a single-threaded control of unmanned aerial vehicles. 1. Ladybug class heavy interstellar bomber. Length, 300 meters. Design features, clad in a pitch-black finish, with a robust fuselage and wide wingspan, resembling a colossal steel beetle, its belly lined with weapon mounting points. Propulsion system, twin silent core energy pulse thrusters. Primary weaponry, capable of carrying various warheads, earth-shattering fusion bombs against ground and naval targets, star erosion energy bombs detonating post-shield penetration, and lava drilling bombs targeting underground facilities. Tactical positioning, ground bombardment, saturation strikes against ships, and fortress destruction. Quantity configuration, approximately 15 of the total carrier-based aircraft. 2. B-Blade class anti-ship energy gunboat. Length, 300 meters. Design features, a bulky fuselage with a massive single-barreled energy cannon mounted at the front, featuring a bore diameter of 40 meters, adorned with energy conduits and cooling fins. Main weapon, Crimson Flame incineration heavy particle beam cannon, with a single-shot power roughly equivalent to 70 of the main cannon. Although it boasts a long range, its charging time is extensive, rendering it suitable for precision strikes against high-value targets once enemy shields are suppressed. Secondary weaponry, light pulse laser array for self-defense. Tactical positioning, long-range sniping of capital ships. Targeted elimination of high-value targets. Quantity configuration, approximately 10 of the total carrier-based aircraft. 3. Cicada Spear class high-speed reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft. Length, 150 meters. Design features, slender body, triangular wing structure, painted in dark cyan, with a surface coated in signal-absorbing material. Primary functions, wide-area optical and energy sensing reconnaissance, signal interception and decryption, and deployment of phantom signal interference waves, simulating false targets. Special ability, Shadow Stealth Mode, near complete invisibility for a short duration. Tactical positioning, reconnaissance, electronic deception, and battlefield information support. Quantity configuration, approximately 15 of the total carrier-based aircraft. 4. Locust-class high-speed combat interceptor. Length, 80 meters. Design features, streamlined fuselage for sets of vector thrusters, with wings as sharp as blades, painted in silver white. Main weapons, rapid-fire pulse laser cannons, and 2B Stinger miniature tracking missile nests. Maneuverability, exceptionally high, specifically designed for dogfighting and interception. Tactical positioning, intercepting enemy carrier-based aircraft, escorting bombers, sniping enemy formations, and eliminating small targets. Quantity configuration, approximately 25 of the total carrier-based aircraft. 5. Moth-class defense gunboat. Length, 120 meters. Design features, disc-shaped hull, adorned with multiple small turrets, painted in dark gold. Main weapons, omnidirectional pulse laser point defense array, and 6 light electromagnetic close-in defense guns. Special ability, solar corona shield, can deploy a localized small energy shield to protect allied units. Tactical positioning, fleet air defense, escorting, and point defense. Quantity configuration, approximately 20 of the total carrier-based aircraft. 6. Termite-class assault landing craft. Length, 200 meters. Design features, heavily armored, with a heavy ramming prow and landing bay door at the front. Primary function, capable of deploying Stardust warriors or mecha units for landing operations, potentially breaching enemy ships or ground fortifications. Weapon systems, front-mounted heavy impact drill and 2 medium-ion cannons. Tactical positioning, boarding operations, landing support, and penetration strikes. Quantity configuration, approximately 10 of the total carrier-based aircraft. 7. Aphid-class maintenance and supply drone mothership. Length, 180 meters. Design features, a rectangular and orderly engineering vessel shape, with multiple repair arms and nanojetters mounted on both sides. Primary function, deploying repair nanobots to provide emergency energy infusion for allied aircraft or small vessels, and recovering battlefield debris to manufacture simple components on site. Tactical positioning, battlefield repairs, logistical support, debris recovery, and sustained combat assistance. Quantity configuration, approximately 5 of the total carrier-based aircraft. Chapter 96, Numerical Anomaly, the Birth of the Star Sphere. In Dock 17, the colossal Ink Phoenix aircraft carrier hovered quietly in its berth like a dormant dark phoenix. Its streamlined ebony hull adorned with dark golden phoenix patterns that shimmered with a subtle luminescence under the ambient lighting, as if it were breathing. Having just completed its manifestation, it exuded an unsettling aura of strategic deterrence. However, Lin Feng's gaze did not linger long on this magnificent creation. He took a deep breath, slightly shifting his stiffened muscles from prolonged sitting, and then turned his attention to the petite yet upright golden-haired girl beside him. Star Sphere, are you ready? Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, but more so an air of anticipation and trust. He understood that what was to be forged next would be the most formidable spear and the most steadfast shield within his fleet. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan abruptly lifted her head. Her glacier blue eyes sparkled as if stars had ignited within them. A blend of immense pride and a hint of anxiety at the weight of responsibility bestowed upon her. She nodded vigorously, her golden twin tails, cascading to her ankles, swept through the air, leaving a shimmering arc in their wake. Ready at your command, Commander. Her voice rang out, crisp and resolute, striving to uphold the dignity of the battleship. Yet her tightly clenched fists betrayed the tumult within her heart. My Xingxuan will undoubtedly become the fleet's most reliable bastion and the deadliest hammer of judgment. She paused, seemingly recalling something, and added with a trace of barely perceptible concern. But Commander, you have been tirelessly materializing the hull for Sister Emo Huang, which must be an exhausting endeavor. Shouldn't you rest first? I would not want your condition to compromise the perfection of my hull. The latter part of her statement sounded somewhat arrogant, yet the flicker in her eyes revealed her true sentiments. Lin Feng observed her mixture of concern and stubbornness and couldn't help but smile. He reached out, instinctively wanting to tousle her splendid golden hair, which appeared to have an exquisite texture. How rude! Xingxuan reacted like a startled little rabbit, stepping back sharply, hands shielding her head, cheeks flushed as she glared at him, exclaiming, "Commander, please maintain your dignity, and no more ruffling my hair. It undermines my stature as a battleship." Despite her words, she did not truly shy away from the gentle hand that Lin Feng placed on her shoulder. "Fear not," Lin Feng replied with a smile. feeling the boundless energy from his infinite core pool stirring within him. The energy he had expended was swiftly replenishing at an astonishing rate. My energy is inexhaustible. Crafting your new home and body is more than sufficient. He spoke no further, gesturing for Lingji and Mo Huang to step back, while he once again silently chanted within, summoning the vast reserves of core energy. This time, the nature of the energy was markedly different from that which had been channeled into Mo Huang. If the energy infused into Mo Huang's core was as expansive as the ocean, dynamic and fluid, designed to sustain the precise control and strategic layout of thousands of aircraft, then the core energy now surging towards Xingxuan was overwhelmingly heavy, dense, imbued with an indomitable will. It was akin to a volcano poised to erupt, harboring the immense power to obliterate stars. A deep rumble resonated within the dock, a reverberation triggered by the transformation of energy. In the area designated for standard battleship materials, countless special alloy ingots, armor plates, and massive structural components seemed to awaken under an invisible hammer, beginning to tremble violently and then detaching from their gravitational anchors. Floating into the air, Lin Feng closed his eyes, thoroughly connecting his consciousness with Xingxuan. Through her, he beheld an extraordinarily intricate blueprint of a hull, emphasizing ultimate firepower and defense. It was a mobile, iron mountain born for destruction. Commence construction. Bow keel, super heavy focusing structure. Xingxuan silently intoned within her mind, simultaneously guiding the surging energy transmitted by Lin Feng. In the void, the first to coalesce was an astonishingly thick superalloy keel. It was not straight, but bore a slightly aggressive arc, particularly at the forefront, where the structure was exceptionally heavy and complex, seemingly designed to bear some terrifyingly immense object. This was the foundation for a Starfalling-class super-heavy main cannon. Following this, an armor framework thicker than Mo Huang's began to spread outward from the keel's center, layer upon layer like towering mountains. Blocks of astonishingly thick nanocomposite armor plates rapidly took shape under the forging of the core energy, interlocking and nesting, producing a dull, thunderous metallic resonance. The silhouette of the hull began to emerge, measuring 108 kilometers in length, 34 kilometers in width, and 24 kilometers in height. Its overall lines sharp and defined, exuding a sense of power, starkly contrasting with Mo Huang's fluid elegance. Xingxuan's eyes were tightly shut, her long golden eyelashes fluttering slightly, her entire being immersed in the construction of the hull. Her small face occasionally displayed focus, sometimes revealing dissatisfaction with the strength of a particular structure, and, at other moments, a nearly imperceptible pride would flicker across her features as a certain energy conduit connected flawlessly. Lin Feng could distinctly feel that the energy required for constructing Xingxuan's hull was even more domineering, demanding higher instantaneous output. It was a manifestation of the pursuit of extreme strength and destructive power. Every inch of armor forged, every energy conduit laid, necessitated the core energy to possess immense density and pressure. Were it not for his infinite core pool, sustaining such a level of construction would indeed be daunting. Time flew once more amidst the roar of steel and the rush of energy. Several days later, a colossal vessel, majestic as a red mountain, had taken shape, standing proudly in the center of the dock, creating a striking visual contrast with Mo Huang nearby. Its hull bore a deep crimson base, a dark red reminiscent of congealed blood, radiating a quiet majesty. Upon this dark red foundation flowed golden patterns resembling swirling galaxies, the Xingxuan patterns. These designs were not mere paint, but energy conduits embedded within the armor, currently inactive yet already displaying an extraordinary aura. The surface of the hull was adorned with sharply defined armor plates, layered and undulating, akin to rocks weathered over millennia, imparting an indomitable sense of weight. The bridge was situated on the upper middle section of the hull, relatively compact in structure, offering a broad view. Most striking was the massive barrel embedded deep within the hull at the bow, although it was not fully revealed. The outline extending from the bridge to the foremost tip of the ship, along with the vaguely visible three-tiered energy focusing ring structure at the muzzle, exuded an unsettling aura of pressure. The main armor belt, with a peak thickness of 50 meters, was complete. The star core-level core energy reactor was in place. The energy circuit was connected. The star dust-level heavy particle cannon turret bases, 6 in total, were positioned. The core module of the Xingxuan force field shield generator was embedded. The consciousness stream of Xingxuan resonated within Lin Feng's mind as if delivering a precise battle report. Her voice carried an unprecedented gravity and excitement. Finally, infuse my soul. Activate Starfall. Xingxuan's eyes snapped open, her glacier blue irises seeming to explode with the brilliance of a supernova. No longer standing still, she transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the bridge of the red giant vessel. This process mirrored that of Lingji, as her humanoid core needed to undergo a final, profound integration with the hull. Simultaneously, Lin Feng sensed the energy output reaching an instantaneous peak. Without hesitation, he directed a more tumultuous flow of core energy towards Xingxuan. A hum, far heavier and more soul-stirring than when Mo Huang's hull was activated, resonated. The entire B-17 dock seemed to tremble in response to this sound. The surface of the red giant's hull erupted with the golden Xingxuan patterns. No longer a gentle glow, they surged like lava coursing through ravines, radiating a searing and majestic golden red light. The glacier blue energy patterns emerged, akin to polar ice, simultaneously appearing at the barrel, shield generator interface, and thruster nozzles, creating a stunning yet perilous contrast with the dominant gold-red hue. At the massive muzzle, the three energy focusing rings lit up sequentially, azure light swirling within, focusing as if a bound blue star was poised to unleash a beam capable of tearing the stars apart. A weighty, star-like force, sharp as a divine spear, emanated from the red battleship, reverberating outward. This aura, starkly different from Mo Huang's profound sense of control, was pure, unadulterated power manifesting. It was the embodiment of steel, fury, and annihilation. The battleship hull of Xingxuan, the Xingxuan, had officially descended. Chapter 97. Xingxuan, the crimson golden arbiter of the stars. On the observation platform, Lingji could not help but gasp, covering her mouth with both hands. Her amber eyes reflected the sight of the colossal crimson vessel, as if it had emerged from the annals of mythology, filling her with awe, even though she was already aware that Xingxuan was a formidable battleship. Distinct from other battleship girls, witnessing the full manifestation of its might left her spellbound. While other battleship girls were adorned with rotating main gun turrets, Xingxuan had sacrificed a significant portion of hers in exchange for a singular, massive cannon that boasted extraordinary output. Mo Huang narrowed her violet eyes slightly, a hint of admiration curling the corners of her lips. Truly, an overwhelming sense of power. Just the presence of this battleship, Xingxuan, was enough to instill fear in any adversary. She sensed that for her air fleet to breach the defenses of this battleship, they would undoubtedly incur a heavy toll. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. Having successfully manifested two main fleet vessels, even with the support of an infinite energy pool, the mental fatigue was palpable. Yet, gazing upon this battleship, which not only met but exceeded his expectations, all his efforts transformed into an ineffable sense of accomplishment and pride. With a thought, he reached out through the still active mental link. Xingxuan, how do you feel? After a brief silence, Xingxuan's voice, tinged with barely contained excitement yet noticeably weakened, echoed in his mind. I did it, Commander. My Xingxuan is perfect, flawless. Although, I'm a bit hungry. Lin Feng chuckled softly. It seemed that the manifestation process was indeed taxing on the battleship girls, particularly one of Xingxuan's caliber. He responded gently, you worked hard. Please rest on the bridge and familiarize yourself with your new body. I will address your hunger shortly. At that moment, the majestic hull of the Xingxuan subtly adjusted its posture. As a group of Star Trek attitude, thrusters emitted faint blue flames, as if Xingxuan was eagerly anticipating a meal. The flowing gold and red patterns on the ship's surface gradually stabilized, yet the profound aura of intimidation remained undiminished. Now, it was time to meticulously examine the future offensive hammer of this fleet. Overview. The Xingxuan battleship resembles a meticulously sculpted red mountain, ablaze with eternal flames. With a length of 108 kilometers, its compact dimensions, 34 kilometers in width and 24 kilometers in height, emphasize its resilience against strikes and the stability of its main guns. The deep crimson base signifies its inherent destructive power and indomitable will, while the flowing golden patterns, akin to sacred runes, serve as conduits of energy and embody its namesake. Interspersed, glacial blue energy patterns resemble frozen lightning, shimmering at critical points, heralding the lethality of its weapon systems. Every aspect of this vessel exudes authority and strength. It is devoid of superfluous embellishments. Each angle and armor plate is designed for optimal defense and stable firing. This represents a brutal aesthetic where form is entirely subordinate to function, a quintessential weapon of war. Yet, it stands in stark contrast to Xingxuan's youthful form. Weapon systems. Starfall class super heavy main gun system. Energy weapon. This is the soul and pride of the Xingchuan. Its most distinctive feature. Centrally located at the bow is a single-barrel cannon with a staggering caliber of 1 kilometer. The impact of this cannon is akin to a petite girl in a short skirt, shielding her beloved from danger, suddenly producing a rocket launcher taller than herself from beneath her skirt. The barrel extends from the depths of the ship's bow, directly aimed forward. Its surface adorned with star-shaped energy conduits that emit a brilliant glacial blue glow when charging. The muzzle features 3 layers of deployable energy, focusing rings to enhance particle beam coherence and penetration before firing. According to Xingchuan, a single shot is capable of penetrating the Earth's core, igniting a planetary scale chain reaction, and achieving a one-hit kill on battleships of equal class. However, this comes at the cost of a lengthy charging time, and the recoil generated upon firing is immense, necessitating the activation of the ship's stabilizing anchoring system, alongside the rapid adjustment of its posture through 32-star track attitude control thrusters distributed across the hull to maintain targeting precision. This is the ultimate weapon born for destruction. Each shot akin to the fall of a star. Stardust-class heavy particle turrets. Energy weapon to compensate for the firepower gap during the starfall, main guns charging intervals, and to achieve all-around fire coverage. The Xingchuan is equipped with 6 Stardust-class heavy particle turrets. These turrets employ a rotating single-barrel design, arranged scientifically. For atop the ship, 2 in the center, 2 at the rear, and 2 symmetrically positioned on the ship's flanks. Each turret is armed with a 60-meter caliber particle cannon, delivering a single-shot S-power approximately 5 times that of the Starfall main gun. Although the individual power pales in comparison to the main gun, their rapid firing rate and effectiveness against other battleship main guns render them auxiliary artillery on the Xingchuan. These secondary guns can fire in unison, creating a dense storm of firepower capable of effectively damaging targets of all sizes. Auxiliary weapon systems. Sting Point Defense Array. Comprising 48 pulse laser emitters distributed across the ship's surface. This creates a dense network for close-range interception, specifically designed to destroy incoming missiles, small drones, and gunboats. Feng electromagnetic close-in guns. 24 rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons launch ultra-high-velocity metal projectiles, serving as the last line of hard-kill defense against saturation attacks and close-range intrusions. Hive vertical launch system. Equipped with 200 universal vertical launch units. This system can flexibly deploy anti-ship missiles, interception missiles, or reconnaissance drones, further enriching its tactical options. The ship carries various munitions production lines that utilize battlefield debris and energy absorbed by shields to manufacture close-in projectiles or missiles. Shields and armor. Xingchuan Force Field Deflection Shield System. This is the core defense mechanism of the Xingchuan. When activated, a stunning halo reminiscent of a swirling nebula envelopes the ship, creating a visually striking effect. This shield system boasts remarkable energy impact absorption efficiency while exhibiting exceptional deflection against kinetic projectiles. According to Xingchuan, it can withstand continuous salvos from 16 to 22 main guns of the same caliber, 60 meters, showcasing astonishing defensive capabilities. Xingyan Nano Composite Armor. The physical defenses of the hull are equally formidable, covered in an average thickness of 25 meters of nano composite armor. Critical areas such as the bow, bridge, and energy core room are reinforced to 50 meters. The structure comprises 3 layers. The outermost layer, coated in a red-gold energy-reflective surface, can deflect and scatter some energy attacks. The middle layer features a self-repairing metal matrix that effectively absorbs kinetic impacts and gradually repairs itself when damaged. The innermost layer contains a structural stability field generator that further enhances overall structural strength. Propulsion and maneuverability. Main propulsion system. The stern is equipped with 4 Starflame void energy pulse propulsion matrices, providing robust power to its massive hull. Its cruising speed can reach 0.15 light speed, and in extreme conditions, overload, it can achieve 0.3 For a battleship of such considerable mass, this represents commendable maneuverability. Auxiliary propulsion system. The 32-star track attitude control thrusters, distributed along the sides of the hull, are crucial for its agility. They serve not only for conventional steering and posture adjustments, but, more importantly, perform the intricate and swift maneuvers of the hull before and after the Starfall main cannon's discharge, ensuring rapid targeting, counteracting recoil, and maintaining the stability of the aiming line, all to guarantee the precision of that devastating strike. The Starry Radiance battleship stands as the indisputable core for frontal assaults and the bastion of defense within Lin Feng's fleet. It may not excel in the long-range strategic maneuvers and multi-line combat like the Ink Phoenix, but its mission is both straightforward and pure, to advance to the front lines with absolute defense, executing ultimate precision strikes against high-value targets with the Starfall main cannon, while using the Stardust turrets and auxiliary weapons to eliminate surrounding threats. It is the fleet's most trusted iron bulwark and the enemy's most dreaded celestial adjudicator. Its very existence serves as a tactical deterrent of titanic proportions. Lin Feng gazed at this battleship, which resonated perfectly with certain aspects of his own character, efficiency and precise strikes, his heart brimming with anticipation. With the logistical support of the Lingji and the strategic oversight of the Ink Phoenix, the addition of the indomitable Starry Radiance has finally begun to solidify the framework of his fleet. Chapter 98. The Gathering of Starships and Communication Access. Inside Dock 17, tranquility reigned after the creation of immense power had subsided. The Starry Radiance battleship and the Ink Phoenix aircraft carrier loomed like two newly formed steel mountains, quietly suspended in their berths, the swirling patterns of energy gradually fading from the massive hulls until they stabilized, leaving behind deep hues and majestic lines that heralded their latent, terrifying might. Lin Feng circled the dock several times before arriving at the observation platform, hands on his hips, radiating the satisfaction of a seasoned farmer surveying his bountiful harvest. Admiring these two masterpieces that encapsulated infinite energy, cutting-edge technology, and the souls of ship girls. After nearly 10 days without sleep, the mental fatigue surged like a tide. Yet the exhilaration and sense of achievement surged within him like a potent stimulant. At last, they were preliminarily completed. He exhaled deeply, rubbing his slightly throbbing temples. Lingji promptly approached, her small hand gently pressing against his forehead, the soothing, tranquil energy flowing like a gentle stream, alleviating his spirit. "Commander, you've worked hard. Please rest for a while." The Ink Phoenix also gracefully approached, her violet eyes sparkling with a hint of languid magnetism in her voice. "Commander, you've poured so much effort into us. We cannot possibly repay you. It seems the only way is through prolonged companionship and deeper service." She winked meaningfully, earning a resigned yet appreciative glance from Lin Feng. The Starry Radiance had already descended from her bridge, her small face brimming with pride and excitement. "Commander, my hull is perfect. All system checks have passed with flying colors. The energy circuits exceed design standards." Bow before my main cannon, Commander." Lin Feng chuckled, handing her a packet of chips in response. "Go ahead and eat. Weren't you hungry? Can snacks not keep your mouth busy?" Starry Radiance glanced at her commander's barely contained smile, then at the chips in her hand, ultimately tearing open the package to indulge. Just then, as Lin Feng turned off the external information blocker, his personal terminal buzzed, signaling a high-priority message incoming. He raised his hand to check, discovering messages from Liao and Rog yesterday. Liao's message was filled with his personal flair, the words seemingly accompanied by his goofy grin. "Old Lin, done. The whole manifestation of the flying electric is complete. I'm now officially a commander with 2 ship girls. Wahaha, how about you and that little Starry Radiance? All set? Give me a shout, and I'll take you out for a feast to celebrate." Rog's message was succinct. Lin Feng, silent, Firefly hull manifestation completed. All is well. A smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips. It seemed his friends had also succeeded. He quickly initiated a group video call with Liao and Rog. It was almost instantly connected. Liao's wild hair and sparkling eyes immediately filled half the screen, the background appearing to be a lavishly decorated room. "Old Lin. Finally, some news. How is it going? Have you finished your ship girl's big toys?" He waggled his eyebrows, clearly eager to see the main battleship's hull. Rog's image appeared on the other side, maintaining his usual understated demeanor with slightly longer black hair and calm eyes, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Behind him, Silent and Firefly stood quietly. Both ship girls donned in corresponding new uniforms, looking spirited and vibrant. "Just completed. Everything went smoothly," Lin Feng responded with a smile, turning the terminal's camera to showcase the 2 towering vessels. "Behold, our fleet's new members." Despite being somewhat prepared, Liao gasped in awe when the massive black hull of the Ink Phoenix and the mountain-like deep red hull of the Starry Radiance appeared on screen. "Oh my, Old Lin, your speed is just insane. It's only been a few days? 2 main battleships. Is there even a law for this?" Even Rog's face betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. He was aware of Lin Feng's remarkable talent, but this manifestation speed transcended conventional understanding. Just luck, Lin Feng chuckled, diverting the topic. Where are you guys? The background looks nice. Ha, Liao proudly lifted his chin. Unzao Mountain Star Ring, District 7, on the top floor of the Starry Sky Radiance Hotel. What do you think? Quite upscale, right? I've splurged for this occasion. We must celebrate the successful manifestation. Starry Sky Radiance? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had heard of it while striving for Lingji's Hull, known to be one of the top-tier hotels in the Star Ring, with astronomical prices. Liao truly lived up to being the young master of the Star Ring Group, showing no hesitation in enjoying life despite claiming self-reliance. All right, I'll get ready and come over shortly. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Great, hurry up, Liao urged, then recalled something, his tone turning slightly serious. By the way, old Lin, Rog, since we're dining together, let us discuss something regarding the next steps. Should we apply to the school for an early trip to the border? Or follow the usual course and wait for the school's unified allocation after the new year? Lin Feng's gaze shifted slightly, nodding. Sure, let us talk in person. After ending the call, Lin Feng turned to the three ship girls beside him. The Ink Phoenix smiled brightly. Celebration? That sounds intriguing. Starry Radiance huffed, arms crossed. Humph. Since it's the Commander's decision, I shall comply. However, should the food fail to meet the exquisite standards befitting a battleship, I shall lodge a formal protest. Seeing Starry Radiance's mix of anticipation and feigned defiance, Lin Feng couldn't help but reach out to tousle her hair, but under her fierce, self-perceived glare, he withdrew his hand with a chuckle. Rest assured, Liao may be many things, but he never skimp on enjoyment. Lingji gazed at Lin Feng with concern. Commander, your spirit. I'm fine. I still have the energy for a meal. Lin Feng waved his hand, taking a deep breath to suppress his fatigue. Moreover, the matter Liao raised indeed warranted thorough discussion. He looked out at the boundless starry sky beyond the dock, his eyes sharpening gradually. The border, there, more intense battles awaited, along with richer rewards and faster paths to growth. His system and fleet existed for that starry ocean. Should he rush to the battlefield or take a moment to relish the tranquility? This choice would determine their forthcoming course. Chapter 99, The Starry Sky Banquet and the Eve of Decision. The Starry Sky Radiance Hotel truly lived up to its name. The restaurant at the top. The Star Observation Pavilion features a fully transparent dome design, immersing its patrons in an ethereal ambience that feels as though they are suspended beneath the vast cosmos. The cerulean arc of Kunlun Star, the warm radiance of the Panga Star, and the grand silhouettes of distant segments of the unruly mountain star ring weave together a dynamic and magnificent tapestry of space. Soft artificial starlight intertwines with exquisite illumination, creating an atmosphere that is both opulent and romantic. Upon the arrival of Lin Feng, along with Lingji, Mo Huang, and Xing Xian, they found Liao and Rog already present. At the immense circular dining table, Liao animatedly gestured as he spoke to Hu Che and Fei Dian, who was enthusiastically echoing his words, while Hu Che crossed his arms, wearing his typical expression of exasperation at his commander's antics. Rog and Jingamo, alongside Firefly, sat quietly on the opposite side, savoring their pre-dinner drinks, with Firefly curiously glancing around. Old Lin, over here. Leo's keen eyes spotted them, and he waved eagerly. The group made their way over to take their seats. The moment Xing Xian appeared, she instantly captivated everyone's attention. Clad in her striking red and white Commander-S uniform, her petite figure contrasted sharply with the weighty title of the mightiest battleship, making her particularly eye-catching in such an environment. Leo leaned in closer, lowering his voice and raising his eyebrows playfully. Well, old Lin, you really managed to materialize this little lady. Commander Xing Xian's battleship. What do you think? When those main cannons fire in unison, will she be tossed around the bridge like a rag doll? Although he whispered, the others, being users of the quiet core energy or ship girls, heard him clearly. A small hashtag appeared on Xing Xian's forehead as her glacial blue eyes fixed on Leo. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. You impudent fool, dare to belittle my Xing Xian again, and I shall let you experience the sensation of being targeted by the main cannons, she declared, shaking her tiny fist as a symbolic gesture. Oh dear, how terrifying. Leo feigned horror, retracting his neck, which elicited a fit of giggles from Fei Dian. With an air of elegance, Mo Huang lifted a glass of a drink shimmering like the radiance of Xing Xian and laughed lightly. Commander Leo is still as lively as ever. However, rather than fretting over Xing Xian's battleship stability, perhaps you should focus more on your tactical positioning. You would want to find yourself chased all over the map by a giant Zerg bioship during the next combat simulator session. Okay, nodded in agreement. Casting Leo a knowing glance, Leo replied, feeling slightly offended. Rog quietly interjected. According to the data, Leo was sunk in the simulation last month due to reckless advancement. A rate 270 higher than Lin Feng. Leo exclaimed, "Old Rog, why are you sabotaging me?" After a bout of laughter, exquisite dishes began to arrive, delivered by impeccably dressed and precise service robots. These culinary delights primarily featured local specialties from Kunlun Star or rare ingredients sourced from other star realms, showcasing superb culinary techniques, appealing to the senses of taste and aroma, some even infused with trace amounts of quiet core energy, which could benefit practitioners. The atmosphere at the table was vibrant, primarily fueled by Leo's lively storytelling about the thrilling process of materializing Fate Dian's battleship, mostly exaggerated, along with his visions of their fleet fighting side by side in the future. Fate Dian enthusiastically supported him, while Hu Che occasionally delivered sharp-witted remarks, and Rog and Jing Mo interjected from time to time, providing technical details or data backing. As Lin Feng enjoyed the delectable food, he observed his friends. He sensed that, although everyone appeared relaxed on the surface, there lingered a subtle undercurrent of contemplation regarding the future. Particularly Leo, who, despite his seemingly carefree discussion topics, harbored thoughts that were far more nuanced than they appeared. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Leo wiped his mouth with a napkin, tapped his glass to garner everyone's attention. "All right, brothers, let us get down to business." He sobered slightly, his expression turning serious. "Regarding the border mission we discussed earlier, everyone has received their resource packs, and the ship girls have mostly materialized, giving us initial combat capability. The school's policy is to start assigning practical missions next semester. However, as you know, the situation at the border is ever-changing. Getting there sooner would allow us to gather intelligence, accumulate achievements, and seize the initiative." He paused, glancing at Lin Feng. "Oh Lin, what do you think? Should we collectively petition the school for an early departure, or hold off until after the new year to enjoy our final moments of campus tranquility?" All eyes turned to Lin Feng, who had unwittingly become the core of the group. He did not respond immediately, gently prodding a piece of translucent fruit in his dish with his chopsticks, pondering for a moment before countering, "What about you all? What is the sentiment back home?" His question was primarily directed at Leo and Rog, as he himself was a war orphan, unencumbered by familial ties. Leo's expression flickered with complexity before he shrugged, adopting a feigned nonchalance. "Me? Huh. My old man wishes I would stay in the greenhouse, forever being a good little boy. During our last call, he insisted I come home for the new year, saying he had arranged for me to meet several young ladies from good families." "What ladies? They just want to use marriage to tie me down at home. There is no way I'm going back to face that nonsense. The border may be dangerous, but it's freedom. I'd rather charge in and out of the Zerg hordes than go back to those insipid social obligations and my father's nagging." His carefree words belied a deep-seated struggle against familial expectations, which everyone could discern beneath the surface. Rog rubbed his nose, his voice calm and steady. "My family situation is straightforward. My parents work in the technical department, and they simply wish for me to diligently serve the Federation and not bring shame to the family. During our last contact, they made it clear that since I've chosen this path, I should not think of returning home. If I go back without making any achievements at the border," he paused, his tone taking on a peculiar quality, "my mother said she would personally break my legs." The group reacted with laughter. Now that's some hardcore maternal love. Lin Feng's lips twitched. It appeared Rog's family had successfully instilled a sense of duty towards the nation. "So, it seems," Lin Feng summarized, "you both find yourselves in situations of being somewhat unmoored, or to some extent, your families are encouraging or even compelling you to remain at the front lines." Both Leo and Rog nodded in agreement. "As for me, you all know my situation. A war orphan, entirely on my own." Lin Feng spread his hands, thus, from the perspectives of personal emotions and familial ties, none of us have a compelling reason to return home for the new year. As his words settled, a glimmer of concern flickered in Lingji's eyes, and she leaned closer to him. Mo Huang shot him a seductive glance, silently conveying her support. Xing Xian, however, frowned slightly, turning her head away, muttering under her breath, "A commander without a home? I begrudgingly allow you to consider my battleship as your home from now on." He set down his fork, his gaze sweeping across the group before finally resting on the starry sea outside. "Now, what remains is an analysis of the pros and cons. The advantages of applying for an early departure are evident. Earlier exposure to real combat, quicker accumulation of achievements, seizing resource opportunities, and adapting to the border environment. Our fleet has only just formed and desperately requires practical testing and honing. And the disadvantages? Uking interjected. Preparation may not be sufficient. lacking experience in coordination with upper-class teams entering high-intensity combat zones directly, significantly increasing the risk factor. Mo Huang languidly reclined against her chair, adding, moreover, while our squad possesses a complete array of capital ships, our synergy still requires enhancement. The coordination of Sister Xing Xian's primary and secondary cannons with the fleet on the battlefield, along with the collaboration of my aircraft group with the front line, necessitates time for adjustment. Recklessly entering a rapidly changing real battlefield, a single misstep in coordination could lead to disastrous consequences. Xing Xian, though eager to retort that she was a genius and required no adjustment, refrained from doing so upon recalling that sensor summoning. She had hardly engaged with the enemies her commander would face in this world. Instead, she merely muttered softly, "I will familiarize myself with the enemy as soon as possible." Lingji softly interjected, "Moreover, Commander, you require rest. Materializing the ship's hull is exceedingly taxing." Listening to the concerns of his companions, Lin Feng weighed his options. He possessed a system, a fervent desire for combat and rewards, yet he was equally aware of the wisdom in sharpening one's axe before chopping wood. His teammates' apprehensions were not unfounded. Risk and opportunity coexisted. Murmuring to himself, Lin Feng's gaze grew resolute. However, some opportunities, once missed, may never return. The situation at the borders would not wait for us to gradually acclimatize. He turned to Leo and Rog. "My inclination is to apply for an early departure." Leo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I knew it. Old Lin, you think like I do. What is the point of dawdling? The battlefield is where we truly belong." Rod paused for a moment, glancing at Jingma and Firefly, who both nodded slightly in agreement. He then spoke, "I concur. Skills must be tested and optimized in real combat." "Excellent." Lin Feng nodded. "Let us proceed with this decision. Upon our return, we shall promptly submit a joint application to the Academy." Raising his cup of drink, he surveyed the room, his gaze sweeping over each ship girl and commander, to embark on our journey sooner, to etch our names across the starry seas. "Cheers!" Everyone raised their cups, their diverse voices resonating with a shared determination within the restaurant under the starlit sky. Chapter 100, Application and Rest. All feasts must eventually conclude. With a clear resolution regarding their future course, Lin Feng's team returned to room 2901 of the Starshine Pavilion. Despite the late hour, the artificial moonlight of Kunlun's star cast a serene glow through the observation window, yet no one felt inclined to sleep. In the living room, Leo swiftly activated his personal terminal, accessing the internal affairs application system of the Panga Defense University. "Come on, let us strike while the iron is hot and fill out the application." He mumbled around a lollipop, hastily urging them on. Lin Feng and Rog settled down, each opening their terminals. The application interface was not overly complex. The core was a form titled Application for Commanders in Training to participate early in border combat missions, requiring the information of all team members, the data of materialized ship girls and ships, the reason for the application, and preliminary intentions regarding the target star region. Member information synchronized automatically, and the data for the ship girls was also entered. Lin Feng quickly reviewed it, drafting the reason for application as to adapt to the border environment as swiftly as possible, accumulate combat experience, and fulfill the responsibilities of a commander. "Sounds good. Let us be formal. It reflects our thoughtful consideration." Leo nodded, then mischievously grinned. "Which target star region should we choose?" "The G sector from 73 to 79. The intel from Old Zhao mentions frequent bug activity in those areas." "G75 sector sounds good." Lin Feng pondered aloud. Professor Zhao's confidential intel indicated an unusual gathering of bugs in that vicinity, presenting high risks but potentially greater opportunities and merits. Moreover, the environment there was relatively complex, featuring asteroid belts and remnants of nebulae, ideal for our fledgling team to conduct adaptive operations and tactical drills. "High risk, high reward. That's the one," Leo exclaimed, decisively selecting the G75 sector. Rog silently operated his terminal, showing no dissent, merely nodding slightly when he caught Jingma's confirming gaze. The three commanders sequentially signed their names in the electronic signature area of the application form, each attaching their respective authorization codes. When Lin Feng clicked confirm to submit the joint application, the system notified, "Application submitted, entering approval process, estimated review time. 3 standard working days." "All set." Leo stretched and sank into the soft couch. "Now we just wait for the notification. I hope those old folks at the academy work quickly." With the formalities concluded, a wave of mixed fatigue and relaxation washed over them. The intense learning, examinations, materialization of the ship hull, coupled with tonight's celebrations and significant decisions. Even the most energetic user of the Silent Core felt a mental weariness. Commander, Lingji approached Lin Feng gently. You appear quite fatigued. You need rest. Her amber eyes brimmed with concern. I will prepare a bath for you and brew some calming beverages. Mo Huang also elegantly rose, her violet eyes sparkling with a hint of playful mischief. Indeed, Commander, the journey ahead will not be easy. Conserving your energy is crucial. Allow me to help you unwind completely? Her words carried an alluring undertone, yet her gaze held a seriousness that could not be overlooked. Xing Xian initially wished to expound on the specific tactics for the G-75 sector and the utilization of her main cannon, but upon seeing Lin Feng's unmistakable fatigue and Lingji and Mo Huang's attitudes, she merely pouted, swallowing her words. Since we shall be resting, let us defer this discussion until tomorrow. Commander, please ensure you rest well. I wouldn't want you slowing me down at the border. Lin Feng gazed at the diverse yet equally caring ship girls, a warm surge of gratitude enveloping him. He smiled, acquiescing. All right, I shall heed your advice. Tonight, I shall cast aside all thoughts and enjoy a good night's sleep. Rising, he addressed Leo and Rog. Brothers, let us also take this opportunity to rest. Once the application is approved, our departure could be imminent. Leo flashed an okay sign, yawning as he ambled toward his room. Understood. We must recharge our spirits to prepare for bug slaying at the border. Rog silently rose, leading Jingma and Firefly out of room 2901. That night, room 2901 once again fell into tranquility. Each individual required a profound slumber to digest their past gains and gather strength for the forthcoming expedition into the unknown and challenging stars. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke to the urgent buzzing of his personal terminal. It was not an alarm, but a joint notification from the Pangu Defense University's Academic Command and the Federal Military Liaison Office, marked with the highest priority. Instantly alert, he opened the message. Notice, Cadets Lin Feng, Leo, and Rog, regarding your submitted application for early participation in border combat missions. The review has been completed. Approval result, approved. Task assignment, proceed to the border G-75 sector to execute reconnaissance, patrol, and limited extermination missions. You will be part of the temporary team under the fledgling Eagle Plan, operating independently and reporting to the G-75 Front Command for overall direction. Departure deadline, within 24 standard hours from the issuance of this notice. Proceed to the Pangu Star System's third transition space, coordinates attached, for assembly and to receive mission briefings and identity verification from the Front Command. Remarks. This operation will count towards your semester's comprehensive evaluation with merits calculated according to standards. Wishing you success in your endeavors. The approval was succinct and direct, embodying the military's characteristic efficiency. Almost simultaneously, Leo's exuberant voice erupted from the living room. It's approved. Impressive efficiency. We depart within 24 hours. Rog pushed open the slightly ajar door to room 2901. Although his expression remained neutral, his eyes were significantly sharper, having evidently received the notification as well. After a brief moment of excitement, the trio plunged into preparations. They swiftly exchanged information and confirmed the coordinates for the third transition space. It was an expanse located on the periphery of the Pangu Star System, distance from the main routes, specifically designated for military fleet assembly and transition. Gather your belongings. We meet at the ground docking area in 1 hour. Lin Feng commanded decisively. The dormitory buzzed with activity. Personal items, spare equipment, energy supplies. Though most supplies were stored within the ship girl starship spaces or hull warehouses, some personal belongings and command devices still required organization. Lin Feng's belongings were minimal, primarily personal items. Lingji meticulously assisted him with packing, while Mo Huang checked his command uniform and personal terminal. Xing Xian, clutching her notebook filled with countless culinary recipes, seemed to be contemplating the ingredients they might need once at the border. An hour later, the trio assembled at the expansive ground docking area of Pangu Defense University. Chapter 101, Departure. At this moment, the docking area was bustling with the silhouettes of numerous ships. Many newly appointed commanders, who had also received resource packs and materialized their vessels, were engaged in preparations for departure. Various types of frigates, destroyers, and cruisers were moored in designated zones, creating a lively scene. Leo's battlecruiser, the Hoko, and Rog's electronic warfare ship, the Silence, had already powered up, with the Hoko adorned in its majestic crimson and gold livery, while the Silence maintained a low profile in its dark gray hue. The destroyers, Hate and Firefly, stood nearby, appearing nimble and sprightly. Old Lin, where are your Xing Xuan and Mofeng? Leo inquired, scanning the area for the conspicuous vessels. Lin Feng helplessly pointed to the live docking map displayed on the screen. The ground berths are full. Their sizes are too grand. They have been anchored at Dock B. Number 17 in the Wuzhou Mountain Star Ring. We must first board the Lingji to retrieve them. The screen indeed showed that the large berths for battleships and aircraft carriers were all occupied. Huh, whose fault is it that your ship girls are all giants? Leo chuckled, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Let us hurry. We'll await you at the third jump point. All right, see you soon. Lin Feng nodded. Soon, the entirely white Lingji maintenance vessel, adorned with green cross patterns that instilled a sense of reassurance in the ship girls, opened its hatch and lowered the gangway. Commander, please board. Lingji's voice chimed, soft yet tinged with a hint of excitement for the journey ahead. Lin Feng took one last look at the familiar campus, inhaled deeply, and boarded the Lingji along with Ma Feng and Xingxuan. As the hatch closed, the Lingji's engines emitted a steady hum, and the massive vessel gracefully ascended, breaking through the atmosphere of Kunlun Star and heading toward the magnificent Wuzhou Mountain Star Ring in synchronous orbit. The new journey commenced with the retrieval of their swords and shields. The Lingji sailed smoothly in the corridor between Kunlun Star and the Wuzhou Mountain Star Ring. Through the expansive panoramic observation window of the bridge, the azure ocean and meandering continental outlines of Kunlun Star were vividly visible below, while above, the colossal star ring structure loomed across the heavens like a divine creation. Countless ships darted through this celestial expanse like shooting stars. Lin Feng stood beside the command seat on the bridge, flanked by Ma Feng and Lingji. Xingxuan, unable to contain her anticipation, leaned against the observation window, her eyes wide with excitement as she gazed at the increasingly nearer seventh sector of the star ring. I'll be able to see my Xingxuan soon, she mumbled, her golden twin tails swaying slightly in her eagerness. Before long, the Lingji, guided by the navigation signals, entered the internal channel of the seventh sector and gradually approached the imposing gates of Dock B, number 17. The gates slid open silently, revealing the vast interior space. At the moment the gates fully opened, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming wave of indescribable awe and pride swell within him, despite having seen it before. Within the dock, two grand vessels rested majestically. On one side was the Ma Feng aircraft carrier, entirely black with flowing golden patterns. Its elegant and commanding lines reminiscent of a phoenix poised in the shadows, containing a terrifying power capable of reshaping the battlefield. On the other side was the Xingxuan battleship, deep red with golden and blue embellishments, its sharp angles evoking the might of mountains. Even in its dormant state, the massive cannon at the bow exuded an oppressive aura, as if ready to unleash the brilliance of judgment upon the stars. The two colossal ships stood in perfect balance, one to the left and one to the right, embodying power and control. The Lingji glided into the dock, settling into the space between the two giants. Commander, we have arrived, Lingji reported softly. Lin Feng nodded and issued commands to Ma Feng and Xingxuan. Return to your vessels and conduct final system checks before departure. We will set off in 10 minutes to rendezvous with Leo and the others at the third jump point. Understood, Ma Feng replied with a charming smile. Exiting through the passage leading from the Lingji's bridge, using her guiding beam to float back to her own ship's bridge. The massive carrier trembled slightly as its surface energy patterns flickered to life, and its internal systems initiated a full power self-check. Xingxuan, still perched on the observation window, glanced back at Lin Feng, striving to maintain a serious expression, but the upward curl of her lips betrayed her excitement. Oof. Finally, we can leave this dreary dock. Commander, you'd better keep up. Don't get left behind by my thruster's wake. With that, her petite frame exited the Lingji, using her ship's guiding beam to return to her deep red battleship. The enormous cannon at the bow of the Xingxuan seemed to faintly illuminate, as if expressing its own joyful anticipation. Lin Feng observed these two formidable vessels, soon to fight by his side, a smile gracing his face. Returning to the command seat of the Lingji, he commanded, Lingji, link with Ma Feng and Xingxuan to form a temporary formation. Set the course for the third jump point in the Pangas star system. Yes, Commander, Lingji responded, her thoughts stirring as three invisible data links and a silent energy sensing field connected the three starships seamlessly. Before long, Ma Feng and Xingxuan completed their self-checks, their engines igniting in succession, the deep rumble echoing within the vast dock. Formation complete. Course set. Lin Feng retrieved his terminal and opened the dome of the dock, watching as it slowly opened above. Prepare for departure through the dome. Lingji, yes. Ma Feng acknowledged. Xingxuan got it. The Lingji ascended first, heading toward the open dock dome. Ma Feng and Xing Xuan followed closely, one on each side, like loyal sentinels. 3 starships, a maintenance vessel, an aircraft carrier, and a battleship formed a small fleet. Modest in size, yet rich in potential, as they gently emerged from Dock B, number 17, blending into the bustling corridors outside the Wuzhou Mountain Star Ring. Leaving the sanctuary of the Star Ring, all 3 starships' main thrusters simultaneously expelled brilliant trails of light, their speeds surging as they transformed into 3 radiant streaks, racing toward the designated empty star field at the periphery of the star system. After a period of navigation, the surrounding star field gradually became sparse, the light of distant stars diminishing. The navigation system indicated they were nearing the 3rd jump point. Just then, Leo's familiar booming voice echoed through the communication channel. "Old Lin. Over here, over here. We've been waiting for you." Before them, in the void, the golden-red Hoko battlecruiser led the charge, flanked by the dark gray Silence electronic warfare ship, as well as the Nimble Hate and Firefly destroyers. They had arrived early and formed a rudimentary defensive formation. Lin Feng's fleet gradually decelerated, ultimately merging with Leo and Rog's armada. 7 starships, diverse in design and size, now together represented a new generation of command power, silently suspended in the tranquil cosmos, awaiting the call from the frontline command and the impending journey filled with uncertainty and peril along the borders. The gentle starlight of the Pangu star system cascaded upon their armor, as if bidding farewell to these brave souls embarking on their voyage. Chapter 102, The Battlefield of the Border Scars. In the 3rd jump point of the Pangu star system, the eternal silence was disrupted by the low hum of the engines from the 7 starships. Lin Feng's squad, comprising the Lingji maintenance vessel, Ma Feng aircraft carrier, Xingxuan battleship, along with Leo's Hoko battlecruiser, Hate destroyer, and Rog's Silence electronic warfare ship and Firefly destroyer, formed a somewhat youthful yet structurally complete micro-fleet. Quietly suspended in the void, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection, they did not have to wait long, as a strictly encrypted strong signal cut into the fleet's public communication channel. "This is the Federal Border Patrol Fleet Identification Code, Iron Curtain 7. Forward Fleet of the Panga Defense. Please receive the identity verification instructions and maintain your current course and speed." A calm, yet almost mechanical male voice resonated, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Lin Feng sat at the command seat of the Lingji, his expression solemn. He cast a glance at Lingji beside him, who immediately understood, her delicate fingers swiftly maneuvering over the virtual control panel. The identity verification command had been received. The identity information of the fleet members, the ship girls' registration codes, and the task authorization keys were being uploaded. Lingji's soft voice now carried a hint of formality as she reported the procedure. An invisible stream of data, bearing the commander profiles of Lin Feng, Li Ao, and Rog, along with the complete registration details of the 7 ship girls and the approval documents for the fledgling Eagle Initiative, precisely surged towards the source of the signal. A brief silence ensued, punctuated only by the subtle hum of machinery and the faint static noise from the communication channel. Each second seemed to stretch indefinitely. This was a necessary procedure before entering a hazardous area, where even the slightest flaw could lead to mission termination or friendly fire lock-on. Minutes later, the calm voice echoed once more, its tone seemingly softened imperceptibly. "Verification complete. Commander Lin Feng, Commander Li Ao, Commander Rog, welcome to the 3rd jump space. Your fleet code is provisionally designated as Fledgling Eagle 07. We will now guide you to the front command of Sector G-75 in the Iron Amble star system. Please follow the guiding signal closely and maintain the fleet formation during the jump process." Almost simultaneously with the conclusion of the speaker's statement, a precise coordinate point and a clear jump route were marked on the navigation star map, leading to the unfamiliar Iron Amble star system. "Acknowledged. Thank you for the guidance." Lin Feng replied succinctly. "Good luck, Fledgling Eagle 07. See you in the Iron Amble star system." The communication ended, and the invisible pressure dissipated. Li Ao's voice immediately erupted in the internal squad channel. "Wow, this tone is classic border coldness, even colder than Old Man Zhao." "Focus, you fool," came the exasperated voice of Hu Che. "We are preparing for the jump. Don't get us thrown off course due to your impatience." I know, Hu Che. You're starting to sound like my mom." Lin Feng ignored the daily banter in the channel, inhaling deeply as he issued orders. "All ships, pay attention. Adjust formation according to the guiding signal. Lingji at the center, Missouri Huang and Xing Xian as left and right escorts, Hu Che advancing ahead, Jing Mo, Fei Dian, and Inghua Chong on flank alert. Activate the jump engines. Collective jump in 30 seconds. Understood. Acknowledged. It's finally time to get serious. The responses from the ship girls came simultaneously through the mental link and data chain. Lin Feng felt the Lingji beneath him begin to tremble slightly as the main engines entered a pre-charge state, emitting a low yet powerful roar. The starry sky outside the viewport began to twist subtly, a ripple in space triggered by the jump engine's formidable energy field. He instinctively glanced at the holographic projection communication of the ship girls under his command behind him, monitoring the real-time status of Mo Huang and Xing Xian. The dark aircraft carrier resembled an elegant noblewoman of the night, while the deep red battleship appeared as a colossal ancient deity poised for action. They were his strength and his responsibility. Commander, Mo Huang's voice, laced with a hint of languid amusement, resonated directly in his mind. A convenience of their deep mental link. The spatial fluctuations during the jump might slightly affect the precision sensors of the aircraft. Would you like me to calibrate in advance? Or perhaps you wish to come to my bridge and provide me with some calming service in person? Her tone rose slightly on the last few words, carrying her customary teasing. Lin Feng's lips twitched. Before he could respond, another voice, somewhat urgent and proud, interjected. It was Xing Xian. Commander, my Xing Xian's jump stability system has completed self-diagnosis, boasting a redundancy of 300. We will arrive smoothly. You can rest easy on the Lingji and wait to see how I shine at the border. And Mo Huang, please refrain from distracting the commander during critical decisions. She seemed highly vigilant against Mo Huang's tendency to exaggerate her own condition and overly entice the commander. Indeed, since the incident with Lingji Midnight intruding into this affair and summoning Xing Xian, Lin Feng had become somewhat hesitant to let Lingji and Mo Huang share his quarters. This had led to Xing Xian believing that the three ship girls were still on equal footing. Lingji's gentle voice joined in at the opportune moment. Imbued with reassuring strength, Commander, jump preparations are complete. I will monitor the energy flow stability throughout, ensuring a comfortable process. Would you like a cup of calming tea? I have just prepared it. Lin Feng thought to himself. This girl, she is clearly right next to me. Is it necessary to inquire through the mental link? Listening to the distinct yet equally caring words from the three ship girls, the faint tension in Lin Feng's heart, stemming from the impending unknown battlefield, quietly dissipated, replaced by warmth and resolve. He smiled and responded through the mental link. As long as everyone is prepared, that's sufficient. Mo Huang, focus on your own tasks. Xing Xian, maintain concentration. Lingji, we shall drink the tea once I arrive. Understood. Very well, Commander. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. The jump engines ignited. 3, 2, 1. With Lin Feng's command, the main engines of the 7 starships erupted simultaneously with a brilliance surpassing that of the stars. The immense energy instantaneously tore apart the fabric of conventional space, forming a temporary jump channel that engulfed the entire fledgling Eagle 07 fleet. A violent sensation of spatial transformation assailed them. Even Lin Feng, accustomed to interstellar travel, experienced a fleeting bout of dizziness. The scenery outside the viewport transformed from the familiar starry expanse to a kaleidoscope of bizarre, color-distorted energy currents, as if sailing upon a river composed entirely of pure energy. Time became nebulous. It might have been mere minutes or perhaps hours. Suddenly, the energy turbulence ahead calmed abruptly. The blinding radiance faded, revealing an entirely different star field outside the viewport. The first sight to greet them was the star at the core of the system, the Iron Anvil Sunday. Its light appeared somewhat dim, even bearing an unhealthy orange-red hue, as if it too had endured the ravages of war. As the fleet slowed, the scene before Lin Feng caused his pupils to constrict. This was the Iron Anvil star system, a veritable crucible of war. Countless metal wreckages of indiscernible origin floated in the void. The twisted and broken hulls of massive ships resembled the carcasses of colossal beasts of the Star Sea, silently narrating the fierce battles of yore. On some debris, remnants of the Sararaga swarm's unique biological tissue could still be seen, or the distinctive crystalline fragments of the crystalline entities, grotesquely intertwined with the alloy structures of human ships. Several planets that might have once been habitable had now been reduced to shattered remnants. One terrestrial planet had been cleaved in two by some horrific force, revealing a cooling dark red core, akin to an forcibly torn wound. Another gas giant's rings lay in tatters, its interior filled with clouds of dust from explosions. On the orbits of these fragmented planets, or near large debris fields, some engineering vessels flickered with working lights. They resembled industrious ants. extending massive mechanical arms to carefully cut and recover the remnants of value. Some preliminarily processed alloy ingots and crystalline blocks were stacked together, awaiting transport to the rear. Further afield, on the surfaces of several shattered planets, enormous automated mining facilities clung to the corpses like barnacles, tirelessly digging downwards to extract the last remnants of value from the planets. Massive war chasms and mines marred the planetary surfaces, resembling ghastly scars. The entire star system exuded a chilling yet brutal industrial atmosphere, an intertwining of post-war reconstruction and resource extraction. This was the norm in the border star realms, where survival and annihilation lay but a hair's breadth apart. Here lies the G-75 frontline, does it not? Leo's voice echoed through the channel, stripped of its usual exuberance, now imbued with a somber gravity. The data indicated that the Anvil star system was the principal battleground of the Anvil campaign 3 years prior, where the United Human Coalition successfully repelled a massive incursion by the Sarlacc swarm, albeit at a tremendous cost. Rog provided the background information with a calm demeanor, yet the tremor of shock lingered in his tone. At that moment, a guiding signal re-established contact. Eagle, Formation 07, welcome to the Anvil star system. Please follow the signal to the assembly point in the orbit of Resource Star 7. Report to the staff officer of the Anvil Frontline Command and receive specific mission directives. The new coordinates illuminated on the star chart. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze from the starry graveyard outside the viewport, his expression sharpening with renewed determination. Received. Eagle, Formation 07. Adjust course. Destination resource, Star 7 assembly point. He paused, then added over the internal channel, his voice resonating clearly across every starship, reaching every ship girl and commander. Do you all see? This is the world we must confront. Harsh, unvarnished reality. Yet it is precisely for this reason that our existence holds greater significance. Lingji, maintain the highest alert, ready to respond to emergencies and repair tasks at a moment's notice. And Mo Huang, deploy the Cicada reconnaissance drones, expand the range of surveillance, and scan for potential threats in the surrounding airspace. Xingxuan, prepare the Xingxuan force field, ready to counter any impending attacks. Leo, Rog, maintain formation, we proceed. Understood. The fleet reignited its main thrusters, slicing through the scarred cosmos like newly forged stars cast into a mighty furnace, resolutely forging ahead into the unknown. Behind them lay shattered planets and endless debris, while ahead awaited further battles, sacrifices, and the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the flame of civilization. Chapter 103. The Heart of the Anvil, the Glacial Bastion. The Eagle, Formation 07, followed the guiding signal, traversing the war-torn pathways of the Anvil star system, ultimately arriving at their destination, a frozen planet codenamed Everfrost. Viewed from orbit, Everfrost resembled a gray-white agate embedded in a cloak of black velvet, its surface shrouded beneath a thick layer of ice and relentless blizzards. Only near the equatorial region were there significant traces of human activity. Endless military bases sprawled like steel moss across the ice plains. Vast dome structures, interlacing runways, deep shafts frozen into the ice, and dense arrays of anti-aircraft turrets comprised the planet's principal landscape. Most striking were the enormous factories perched atop the ice plains or embedded within colossal glaciers. Thick energy conduits resembled the veins of a great beast, coiling around the factory exterior, emitting a dull red glow. Giant gantry cranes emerged and vanished within the storm, assembling the skeletal frames of mechs, while armor plate foundries exhaled white steam that instantly crystallized into ice in the frigid air, the glimmer of laser welding flickering intermittently like fleeting thunder across the ice plains. This was the location of the G-75 Sector Frontline Command, the heart of human might within this star system. The formation descended slowly to the designated docking area, situated above a massive ice-carved canyon, flanked by towering ice walls hundreds of meters high, with reinforced alloy panels atop them effectively shielding against orbital reconnaissance and bombardment. As they disembarked, the biting cold wind cut through the air like a knife. Even with the adjustments of their environmental protective suits, everyone felt the bone-chilling chill. The air was thick with a metallic scent of frozen oil and a faint tang of ionized atmosphere, the rugged essence unique to frontline bases. Awaiting them was a stern-faced officer bearing the insignia of a major, who succinctly verified Lin Feng and his companions' identities before leading them aboard an internal railcar to the command core fortress nestled deep within the canyon. The train traversed beneath the ice, glimpses of vast warehouses, barracks, and hangars flashing by outside the windows. Squads of soldiers clad in heavy power armor patrolled the corridors with synchronized precision, their cold visors sweeping over the train, imparting a weighty sense of pressure. Occasionally, assembled mechs, fully prepared, could be seen gathering in readiness, their steel forms reflecting an eerie glow under the illumination. The level of vigilance here surpassed that of Panga defense by several degrees. Leo suppressed his usual levity, whispering to Lin Feng, "This place is on another level." Rog nodded silently, trailing closely beside him, her electronic glasses flickering slightly as they captured and analyzed their surroundings. Lingji instinctively edged closer to Lin Feng, unsettled by the cold, tense atmosphere. Mo Huang, however, observed the military installations with keen interest, assessing their defensive systems and layouts. Xingxuan stood tall, striving to project the demeanor of a seasoned veteran rather than that of a startled rookie overwhelmed by the environment. Ultimately, they reached their destination, a colossal command center situated several kilometers beneath the ice. Passing through multiple airtight doors and identity verification checkpoints, they entered a brightly lit central hall adorned with an array of holographic star maps and streams of tactical data. At the far end of the hall stood a man of formidable stature, clad in a pristine federal brigadier general's uniform. His hair gray and a jagged scar marring his face, his back turned to them as he scrutinized the largest G-75 sector strategic situation map. The stars on his shoulders and the staff ribbon signified his rank. Brigadier General Olaf Ivanov, the Chief of Staff for the G-75 sector, one of the highest commanders in this locale. The major leading them stood at attention and saluted, reporting to the Chief of Staff, the Eagle, Formation 07. Under the command of Lin Feng, Leo, Rog, and their assigned ship girls have arrived. Brigadier General Ivanov slowly turned, his ice blue eyes resembling the snowstorms of Everfrost. Sharp and profound, sweeping over Lin Feng and his companions, as well as the diverse forms of ship girls behind them. His gaze lingered momentarily on Mo Huang and Xingxuan. Yet his expression remained unchanged. A graduate of Panga Defense, the vanguard of the Eagle Wings Initiative, Ivanov's voice resonated deep and gravelly, tinged with a Russian accent and a unique aura cultivated by years of command. "I am Olaf Ivanov, the Chief of Staff here. Welcome to the heart of the anvil. Children, this is neither a training ground nor a playroom. The ice beneath your feet is soaked with the blood of warriors and frozen remnants of alien foes." His words carried no warmth of welcome, only the starkness of reality. "We understand, General." Lin Feng stepped forward, offering a standard military salute with neither subservience nor arrogance. Leo and Rog followed suit. Ivanov inclined his head slightly, seemingly acknowledging Lin Feng's composed demeanor with an imperceptible nod. "In accordance with your application, the recommendation from Panga Defense, and the assurance from that old coot Zhao Zhenhua, the command center has decided to grant you independent operational authority, albeit within the overarching strategic framework of the sector." He gestured grandly, and beside him, a holographic interface unfurled, displaying the composition information and new appointments for Lin Feng's squad. In light of Commander Lin Feng's successful contract and manifestation of 3 starships, including 2 capital ships, with commendable readiness levels and command theory assessments, I hereby confer upon Lin Feng the rank of Federal Navy Lieutenant Commander, appointing him as the commander of the Eagle, Formation 07 Task Force, responsible for all operational matters of the fleet. Commander Leo, having contracted 2 starships, including 1 capital ship, is awarded the rank of Federal Navy Lieutenant. Appointed as the Assault Commander of the Eagle, Formation 07 Task Force, assisting Lieutenant Commander Lin Feng in operations. Commander Rog, having contracted 2 starships, specializing in electronic warfare and reconnaissance, is awarded the rank of Federal Navy Lieutenant. Appointed as the Information Warfare Director of the Eagle, Formation 07 Task Force, responsible for fleet intelligence support and electronic countermeasures. The appointments were succinct and unequivocal, entirely predicated on their existing fleet girls' prowess and potential. Major Lin Feng's promotion within the new recruits could be likened to a meteoric ascent, yet it was commensurate with his command of a formidable fleet. The lieutenants, Leo and Rog, similarly received exceptional elevation, reflecting the urgent demand for talent on the front lines. As for your fleet girls, Ivanov's gaze traversed Lingji, Mo Huang, and Xingxian, acknowledging the Federation's recognition of their combat capabilities and uniqueness. In this theater of war, you are granted the privileges of technical officers commensurate with your command rank, and the specific authorities have been duly recorded in the system. It is my hope that you will become the Commander's most reliable spear and shield. Yes, General, Chief of Staff. The trio responded in unison. The fleet girls straightened, each showcasing their distinct poise. Ivanov nodded, his tone remaining stern. The conferral of ranks and fleet organization is merely the initial step. Next, we shall assign you the fledgling eagles with their talents. He manipulated the control panel, and another display emerged, detailing 2 types of mechs and the insignia of a powered armor unit. Given your lack of planetary surface combat and fleet boarding defense capabilities, Command has resolved to assign a mixed ground force to the fledgling Eagle, Fleet 07. Ivanov elucidated. On one hand, this will compensate for your shortcomings in boarding actions and ground operations, safeguarding you, these invaluable apprentice soldiers, for being devoured by the bugs. On the other hand, it serves as a preliminary test of your command abilities. Future warfare demands not only starship bombardments, but also the coordination of multiple forces. Do not presume that merely pressing buttons from the bridge will secure victory. His words bore a hint of admonition. The assigned forces are as follows. Dagger Titan Mech Squadron, 10 units, Model Colossus 6, standing at 145 meters, all piloted by veterans of Stardust. Iron Shield Heavy Main Battle Mech Battalion, 6,000 units, Model Gladiator 12, standing at 54 meters, likewise piloted by Stardust veterans. Icefield Wolf-Powered Armor Brigade, 50,000 soldiers, Standard Defender, 7 powered armor. Upon hearing the term Stardust veterans, Lin Feng felt a stirring within. He understood that it referred to those fleet girls who had perished in the cosmos, yet who, despite their diminished core energy levels, chose to pilot mechs. Either to avenge their beloved fleet girls, or to continue fighting for humanity as valiant warriors. They may possess limited talents, unable to summon fleet girls any longer, and cannot advance on the path of command, yet their experience, resolve, and combat prowess are undeniably substantial. Assigning such a unit to them is both a protective measure and a weighty trust. These forces will complete their integration and subordination to your fleet within 24 hours. Ivanov deactivated the holographic interface, his gaze sharpening once more at Lin Feng. Major Lin Feng, utilize them wisely. Here, every ounce of strength pertains to life and death, and each decision carries a heavy burden of responsibility. Command will periodically issue operational tasks, and your first reconnaissance mission will be detailed in a briefing sent to your terminal shortly. He spoke no further, simply gesturing for them to depart. As they exited the command center and felt the icy wind of the ice field anew, Lin Feng gazed at the terminal, which had just received the list of substantial ground forces and the insignia of the major rank, taking a deep breath of the frigid air. Chapter 104. The Extinction of Steel, Veterans Without Fleet Girls. Upon returning to the temporary resting area assigned to their fleet at the 7th Ice Cave dock, Lin Feng promptly summoned all squad members, including Leo and Rog, who had just learned of their appointments and the details of the assigned troops, as well as the 3 fleet girls. Wow, Major, Old Lin, your speed of promotion is impressive, Leo exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy for his friend. And our ground troops, Titan mechs, let's see who dares to underestimate us now. Rog, however, was more concerned with technical details, already perusing the data panels for Colossus 6 and Gladiator 12, quietly exchanging thoughts on their electronic warfare compatibility and sensor configurations. Lingji's face flushed with pride for her commander. Yet she felt a tinge of uncertainty regarding the massive forces they were about to receive. See, Commander, with so many soldiers and mechs, how are we to organize and manage them? And Mo Huang, languidly leaning against the console, her violet eyes glimmering with insight, remarked, Commander, this is no trifling force. If utilized effectively, our survival capability and operational scope of the frontier will significantly enhance, especially those Stardust veterans. They are worthy of attention. Xing Xian crossed her arms, her expression serious. They are merely ground forces. The true victor will ultimately be determined by our starships in the cosmos. Nevertheless, since they are the commander's subordinates, I shall begrudgingly pay attention to their firepower configurations and collaborative tactics. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling for silence. General Ivanov is correct. This is both protection and a trial. We cannot regard these troops merely as shields. We must also learn how to command them, transforming them into an effective extension of our fleet strength. He called forth the troop integration process and deployment plan. Lingzi, Montak Feng, you are responsible for coordinating the maintenance centers aboard the Lingji and Mo Huang, reserving sufficient space and resources for basic maintenance support for some of the ground troops' equipment, while also planning their living quarters. Understood, Commander. Lingji promptly nodded, beginning to calculate in her mind. Montak Feng, your Cicada reconnaissance drone squadron should conduct a non-intrusive scan of the equipment and personnel of the ground troops that are about to be stationed, establishing detailed records. Simultaneously, Assess how your carrier aircraft can provide air support and reconnaissance for the ground forces during planetary surface operations. Delighted to serve, Commander, Mo Huang replied with a charming smile. Let them witness the perspective from the throne of the skies. Xing Xian, Lin Feng turned to the gold-haired lowly, who was trying to appear mature. Your task is to analyze the weapon systems of the Titan mechs and heavy mechs alongside Hu Chu, considering how to avoid collateral damage during orbital fire support and execute precise, coordinated strikes. Your and Hu Chu's main and secondary cannons will serve as their most steadfast support. Additionally, the two of you should arrange some space for the warriors of the troops to serve as a readiness and living area. Xing Xian's eyes sparkled. Thrilled with the task. Leave it to me. I will show them what devastating precision support looks like. Yes, Commander Lin Feng, Hu Chu replied, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. Finally, Lin Feng addressed the remaining fleet girls. You two must arrange for the defensive mechs and armored units aboard your ships, allocating some internal space for the warriors to utilize as readiness and living areas. Understood. Okay. Received. Leo Rog, join me. We must prepare to welcome the commanders of the ground troops. We need to familiarize ourselves with them swiftly and establish a command chain of trust. Absolutely. Leo rolled up his sleeves with enthusiasm. Rogue nodded silently. The integration work commenced promptly. Hours later, the first batch of transport ships slowly sailed into the dock, bringing with them the commander of the Dagger Titan mech squadron and several key personnel. As the hatch opened, the figures emerging evoked a slight stir among Lin Feng and the others. At the forefront was a still stalwart middle-aged man, his temples touched with frost, his gaze as steadfast as granite, bearing the rank of captain upon his shoulder. He was followed by several similarly composed officers and non-commissioned officers, all dressed in slightly worn yet well-maintained mech pilot uniforms, adorned with insignias that represented their combat achievements and injury records. Among them, the most striking was a badge depicting a shattered starship and a sword, the emblem of the Stardust veterans. Reporting, Major Lin Feng. The commanding lieutenant approached Lin Feng, executing a meticulously precise military salute. His voice was resonant yet slightly raspy. Reporting in, Lieutenant Andrei Vasilyevic, commander of the Broken Blade Titan Mecha Squadron, accompanied by my officers. His gaze swept over Lin Feng's youthful visage and the diverse fleet girls behind him, devoid of any disdain or doubt, embodying pure military obedience and scrutiny. Welcome aboard. Vasilyevic, Lin Feng reciprocated the salute, sensing the aura of hard-earned battlefield experience emanating from the man. This is Lieutenant Liao and Lieutenant Rock. This is my initial fleet girl, Lingji. Vasilyevic nodded respectfully to Liao and Rock, and when his eyes fell upon the petite Lingji, a fleeting softness graced his icy demeanor, and he inclined his head slightly. It is an honor to meet you, the bearer of life known throughout the starry expanse. With your presence, the chances of my brothers being wounded diminish. Lingji, slightly embarrassed by his earnestness, hastily waved her hand. You are too kind, Lieutenant Vasilyevic. It is my duty, Lieutenant. Lin Feng interjected. I need to understand the dynamics of the Broken Blade Squadron, and I hope you gain insight into us as well. We're a nascent fleet, lacking in experience, yet brimming with resolve and combat capability. I wish for us to establish a rapport swiftly. Vasilyevic nodded, signaling one of his officers to unfurl a portable holographic projection, revealing the imposing silhouettes of 10 Titan mechas. Major, the Broken Blade Squadron is fully equipped with 10 Titans. The pilots, including myself, are veterans of Stardust. He paused, his tone calm, yet laden with gravity. We have all once been commanders, and we have all had fleet girl partners. They now rest in the depths of the starry sea. The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of somber gravity. Liao's smile faded, Rog's gaze sharpened, and even Mo Huang and Xing Xian adopted a more respectful demeanor. We have lost the wings that allowed us to soar through the starry seas, yet the Federation has granted us the opportunity to once again stand on solid ground, wielding iron fists to exact revenge upon our foes. Vasilyevic's voice remained steady, though his fingers tightened around the datapad. We may no longer share a spiritual link with them, nor bask in the grandeur of the cosmos together, but we comprehend the power of the silent core, the significance of guardianship, and most importantly, how to work in tandem with starships. He raised his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Lin Feng and the fleet girls behind him. Rest assured, the surface and docking operations will be entrusted to us. The Broken Blade Squadron will serve as the sturdiest anchor for your ships, the sharpest blade piercing the enemies. As long as you remain guided by the stars, we shall fight to the death. There were no impassioned shouts, only a calm declaration that resonated more profoundly than any oath. This was a cadre of warriors who had lost their dearest, yet they continued their vigil and struggle in an alternate manner. Lin Feng gazed at Vasilyevic and the silent yet resolute veterans behind him, a wave of respect and responsibility swelling within him. He nodded solemnly. I understand. Lieutenant Vasilyevic, I believe in the strength of the broken blade and look forward to fighting alongside you. From this day forth, our starry skies shall be protected by us together, and our ground entrusted to you. In that moment, the young starship commander and the seasoned Stardust veterans completed their first transfer of faith upon this frigid planet of Everfrost. Chapter 105, Prelude and Choices of the Buffer Zone. The briefing for the first combat reconnaissance mission promised by General Ivanov arrived punctually at Lin Feng's terminal 6 hours after the preliminary integration of the ground forces with the Chicks. 07 Fleet. The report was succinct and direct. Mission type, frontline reconnaissance and patrol. Mission area, Sector G, 75, designated Echo Ruins. This system has been largely cleared in prior engagements, but now serves as a buffer zone between enemy and allied territories, harboring small swarms of insects and biological vessels, as well as unstable spatial phenomena that require monitoring. Mission objective, conduct a 15-standard-day free patrol of the Echo Ruin system. Map and update gravitational anomalies, wreckage distributions, and potential insect activity signs. Engage small enemy units at your discretion. Upon encountering large enemy forces or unidentified threats, report immediately and prepare to retreat. Rules of engagement. Maintain stealth, prioritize reconnaissance, and avoid unnecessary skirmishes. Echo Ruins, Lin Feng murmured, his gaze drifting across the star chart marked in light gray, littered with debris icons. This place had once been a battlefield. It now lay silent as a grave, a treacherous hunting ground. He promptly summoned all squadron commanders and fleet girls through the fleet's internal communication channel. A mission has arrived. Lin Feng shared the report on the holographic interface. 15 days of free patrol in the Echo Ruin system. This marks our first independent operation since entering the border. Liao rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement. Finally, we can get down to business. I feel like my bones and Tiger Che are about to rust. Idiot. The mission is reconnaissance and patrol, not a charge in a battle. Tiger Che chimed in, raising a fist in admonition. Besides, I think your bones are itching, not rusting. Fei Dian nodded vigorously from the side. Mimicking Tiger Che's tone, exactly, Commander, stay calm. Rog had already begun analyzing historical data and known spatial anomaly reports for the Echo Ruins alongside Jing Mo. Firefly stood quietly nearby, her eyes brimming with curiosity about the unknown star realms. Lingji gently tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her small face etched with concern. Commander, this mission will take a while. I'll go prepare some fresh ingredients. We haven tea, replenish them in a while. Mo Huang languidly leaned against the back of her chair, her violet eyes glinting with calculation. The Echo Ruins, huh? Perfect for my little ones to stretch their legs. Commander, reconnaissance missions are my forte. Xing Xian puffed out her chest, striving to sound more reliable. A patrol mission? Although it feels a tad overkill. My Xing Xian's sensor array is top-notch. I'll surely unearth those insects hiding among the wreckage. She paused, seemingly struck by a thought, her cheeks flushing as she added, moreover, Commander, you could come to my bridge and personally supervise the reconnaissance process. Her final words, though softly spoken, carried a weight of expectation that all present understood. Lin Feng felt a stirring within as he observed Xing Xian, who was desperately attempting to maintain her composure while clearly yearning for him to approach. Her splendid golden twin tails, her petite yet determined stature, and the fleeting vulnerability that starkly contrasted with her formidable battleship identity captivated him deeply. Just as he was about to respond affirmatively, Mo Huang took the initiative. She glided over to Lin Feng, her soft arms wrapping naturally around his, her ample figure pressing against his arm, the fragrance of violet enveloping his senses. Commander, her voice trailed off enticingly. The reconnaissance phase of this mission is of utmost importance. My Cicada, Halberd, and Grasshopper Squadron need to engage in real-time high-speed data exchanges with Lingji's core database to optimize our reconnaissance algorithms. If you're not stationed on Lingji, a delay or interference in the data link could jeopardize the entire mission's judgment, don't you think? Her reasoning was sound, yet the cunning glint in her eyes betrayed her true intent. She wished to keep Lin Feng from going to Xing Xian. Lingji, emulating Mo Huang's approach, clasped Lin Feng's hand tightly against her unyielding chest, timidly speaking up, Commander, Sister Mo Huang has a point. Moreover, many permissions within the fleet command system require your presence beside Lingji's main control core for swift processing. In the event of an emergency, should you find yourself away from the most familiar logistical vessel, my concern would be profound. The reasons she concocted with utmost ingenuity were equally impeccable, imbued with a sincerity that rendered refusal nearly impossible. Xingxuan observed the dual encirclement of Lin Feng by Mo Huang and Ling Ji, her lips forming a delicate pout, a flicker of vexation and grievance shimmering in her glacial blue eyes. Yet, she struggled to articulate her feelings with the unabashed temptation of Mo Huang or the gentle plea of Ling Ji, managing only to stammer. Humph. Suit yourself. My bridge is always open for the Commander-S inspection. Not that I'm particularly eager about it. After saying this, she deliberately turned her head away, though the slight tremor of her golden pigtails betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Feng found himself ensnared in a delightful quandary. Rationally, he understood that the arguments presented by Mo Huang and Ling Ji aligned more closely with military logic. Indeed, the Ling Ji, serving as a maintenance vessel and temporary command ship, was the most suitable place for him to be stationed at present. Emotionally, however, he was reluctant to forego the opportunity to be alone with Xingxuan, to transcend the boundaries of their relationship, and he yearned to experience the overwhelming sense of conquest that accompanied the firing of the formidable main cannon up close. Montauk Feng, observing Lin Feng's hesitation, wore a knowing smile that suggested victory was assured. Leaning closer to whisper in his ear, her voice barely discernible to anyone but them, "Commander, Xingxuan is still quite young and rather proud. Your abrupt approach might yield contrary results. Why not join me aboard the Mo Huang? I possess a wealth of insights on how to soothe a thunder little sister, which we could leisurely discuss. Moreover, my command seat is quite spacious." Her words, laden with implication, paired with the gentle warmth of her breath, sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. Ultimately, swayed by the dual forces of military rationale and Mo Huang's enticing suggestion, Lin Feng could only chuckle helplessly, reaching out to ruffle Ling Ji's hair. Casting an apologetic glance at Xingxuan before addressing Mo Huang. "Very well, for this mission, I will primarily coordinate aboard the Ling Ji and Mo Huang. Xingxuan, maintain open communications. Your sensor data is crucial for us." Xingxuan huffed, not turning back, but muttering under her breath, "Got it, no need to emphasize." With the decision made, the fleet commenced its final preparations before departure. All ships, prepare for departure to the Echo Ruins in 1 hour. Lin Feng focused his mind, issuing commands. Rogue, initiate maximum range electronic reconnaissance to scan the jump trajectory. Understood. Rogue responded succinctly. Mo Huang, prepare the first wave of reconnaissance aircraft. After release, allow the carrier aircraft to jump, covering the designated drop zone. "Leave it to me, Commander," Mo Huang replied with a light laugh. "Now, the Huche will take point for reconnaissance. Xingxuan, your ship will follow the Ling Ji closely, maintaining shield linkage." Received. Understood. An hour later, the Chicks, Fleet 07 departed the Yongshuang orbit, embarking towards the unknown buffer zone. Chapter 106, Echo Ruins. The scars of war in the Iron Anvil star system gradually faded into the distance as the fleet entered a relatively open expanse of interstellar space. On the navigation star map, the coordinates of the Echo Ruins resembled a gray vortex, quietly awaiting visitors. "We are about to enter the designated jump initiation point." Ling Ji's gentle voice resonated from the Ling Ji's bridge. Seated at the deputy command post, she diligently monitored the stability of the fleet's energy flow. Lin Feng stood before the main control console, his gaze sweeping across the holographic star map. Mo Huang's projection appeared beside him, her demeanor graceful, as though she were merely visiting. Silence reports. Preliminary scanning of the jump path is complete. No signs of large-scale energy concentrations or spatial traps detected. Rogue's calm voice filtered through the communication channel. His silent electronic warfare vessel, like an invisible specter, had long since extended its intangible perception tendrils into the distance. "Well done," Lin Feng commended. "Mo Huang, it's your turn." "Understood." Mo Huang replied with a gentle smile, closing her eyes. Far behind the formation, the Mo Huang aircraft carrier silently opened several hangar doors along its side. Swarms of high-speed reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft burst forth like a released swarm of bees. The scene resembled a little girl sipping on a fizzy drink, suddenly startled by a burly man who tickled her, causing a spray of joy from her mouth. The carrier aircraft instantly activated their shadow stealth mode, their surfaces shimmering as they swiftly melded with the dark cosmic backdrop. Following closely were a squadron of Hopper-class high-speed interceptors, responsible for escort duties and responding to potential threats. Under Mo Huang's precise control, These small yet lethal craft converged ahead, then, with engines ignited, transformed into undetectable streaks of light as they surged into the jump corridor, calculated and stabilized by the silent. A brief silence enveloped the fleet's main channel as everyone awaited feedback from the reconnaissance aircraft. Minutes later, Mo Huang reopened her eyes, a glimmer of data flowing in her violet irises. Commander, the first batch of reconnaissance units has arrived at the designated jump-drop zone in the Echo ruins. Preliminary scanning feedback indicates that within a 50,000-kilometer radius of the drop zone, no visible hostile units are lying in ambush. Spatial readings are stable, and gravitational fluctuations fall within normal debris influence ranges. She paused, adding, however, in more distant areas, multiple weak biomass signal reactions have been detected, consistent with characteristics of Sarliga engineer insects or small infiltrators. Additionally, there are some anomalous energy readings, possibly from abandoned equipment or something else entirely. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded, impressed by the efficiency of Mo Huang's carrier aircraft. Attention all units. Based on the reconnaissance results, the jump drop zone is secure. All ships, activate jump engines and execute collective jump according to the designated sequence. Target, the outer region C7 of the Echo Ruin star system. Okay, received. Silent, understood. Fadian. Firefly ready. Xingxuan, jump engines preheated. Xingxuan's voice carried a hint of barely concealed annoyance, yet she adhered strictly to the orders. Lingji, lock coordinates, we're off. Lin Feng returned to the command seat, fastening his seatbelt. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced once more, and the engine nozzles of the 7 starships erupted with brilliance surpassing that of stars. Space was forcibly warped and torn, forming a fleeting energy vortex that engulfed the entire Chicks, Fleet 07. The familiar sensation of dizziness and spatial transition washed over them anew. As the distorted light outside the portholes settled, what lay before them was a realm of silence and shattered starlight. The Echo ruins had arrived. Here, the brilliance of the stars appeared dimmer, as if even light had succumbed to the decay of this place. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but metal debris of varying sizes. Twisted battleship hulls, shattered domes of space stations, and countless unidentifiable metallic fragments floated and spun like cosmic dust. Some wreckage bore the charred marks of energy weapon burns or the characteristic acidic corrosion of insectoid swarms. The entire star system was hauntingly quiet, save for the faint groans captured by the detectors from the structural stress release of the debris and the eternal whispers brought forth by the distant cosmic background radiation. The fleet completed the jump, maintaining a cohesive formation. Lingji promptly reported the status, confirming that all ship systems were functioning normally. Released the second wave of reconnaissance aircraft to expand the scanning range, with a focus on marking the biological signals and anomalous energy points previously detected by Mo Huang. Lin Feng commanded, already in progress. Commander, Mo Huang as corporeal form had, unbeknownst to him, already positioned herself beside Lin Feng as command chair aboard the Lingji. Gently resting a hand on the back of the chair, leaning forward to point at the rapidly increasing markers on the holographic star map. You see, these red dots indicate suspected insectoid activity, while the yellow dots represent anomalous energy readings. Oh, at 3 o'clock, within that large cluster of debris. The signal appears to be quite peculiar. She leaned in closely, her alluring silhouette nearly brushing against Lin Feng's cheek, her warm breath carrying the scent of violet, gently stirring the bangs on his forehead. By the heavens! You Lin Feng were startled by Mo Huang, instinctively cursing under your breath as you turned, colliding solidly with the proud hillock. Oh, Commander, could it be? Mo Huang squinted, a hint of insinuation in her gaze as she teased. Lin Feng distinctly felt the astonishing warmth and soft touch emanating from her body, causing his heart to flutter involuntarily. He forced himself to concentrate on the star chart. Mark it. Leo, Roger, remain vigilant. We shall advance slowly in that direction. Xing Xian, have you detected anything with your sensors? Xing Xian's voice immediately rang out, tinged with a hint of neglected annoyance and the urgency to prove herself. Of course. I've already scanned it. There are high-purity alloy reactions within that debris cluster, along with faint, non-Zerg energy residues. It is highly likely to be an undestroyed federal outpost or the remnants of a flagship yet to be recovered. Commander, I recommend prioritizing reconnaissance there. Her analysis was indeed precise, highlighting the possibilities. Lin Feng gazed at Xing Xian's projection, her pouting yet earnest little face striving to maintain seriousness, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just as he was about to offer some words of reassurance, Mo Huang interjected with a languid smile. Indeed, Sister Xingxian's sensors are impressive. However, the places that appear to be treasures often conceal deadly traps, do they not, Commander? As she spoke, her hand, resting on the back of the chair, grazed Lin Feng's shoulder with an almost ethereal touch, sending a shiver down his spine. Ling Ji quietly echoed. Sister Mo Huang is right. Commander, be cautious. Xingxian, on the other end of the communication, stomped her foot in frustration. Though no one could see you all. This is based on rigorous data analysis. Lin Feng surveyed the silent battlefield, rubbing his temples. He took a deep breath, suppressing the alluring thoughts stirred by Mo Huang, and made his decision. Proceed with caution. Mo Huang, mobilize more cicada spears and some moths to approach and scout that debris cluster, establishing a detailed model. Now, advance the Tiger Chariot slightly forward to provide firepower deterrence. Xingxian, your analysis holds merit. Continue scanning, but any developments must be reported first. No unauthorized actions. Understood. Mo Huang cast a triumphant glance towards Xingxian's projection. Got it. Xingxian responded, feeling quite disgruntled. The fleet began to navigate slowly through this silent graveyard, akin to fish weaving among the bones. Meanwhile, a different battle, one devoid of gunpowder, seemed to just be commencing beside Lin Feng. Mo Huang's fingers lingered, almost imperceptibly, at the nape of Lin Feng's neck, as if proclaiming some form of dominion. Chapter 107. The Temptation in Mo Huang's Throne Room. The fledgling Eagle, the 07 fleet, advanced cautiously through the desolate wreckage of the Echo ruins. Outside lay the frigid vacuum and remnants of war, while within, currents stirred beneath the surface. Mo Huang's squadron of aircraft acted as her extended senses, continuously transmitting the scan data back to the various vessels. The information on the holographic star chart grew increasingly rich, with the structure, composition, energy residues of the wreckage, and even minute gravitational disturbances accurately marked. Lin Feng remained focused on command, incessantly issuing orders, adjusting the fleet's trajectory, and steering clear of large debris clusters while directing reconnaissance aircraft to investigate those suspicious signal sources. His demeanor was calm and decisive, entirely unlike a novice leading a fleet on its first combat mission. Mo Huang stood beside him, maintaining a professional demeanor for the most part, only offering tactical suggestions or subtle distractions during brief interludes. Commander, the G-32 area scan is complete. It confirms a debris field formed by the collision of two destroyers, with no signs of life or recovery traces, and energy responses registering 0, Mo Huang reported, her body slightly leaning towards Lin Feng, her fingertip lightly tapping the virtual console before him, bringing forth another set of data. However, look here, near the core of the wreckage, there is a very faint, periodic neutron radiation leak. This usually indicates a still-functioning sealed energy chamber or a black box. Her discovery was indeed valuable, yet her actions bore an aggressive undertone, almost encircling Lin Feng between the command seat and herself. The violet fragrance subtly invaded Lin Feng's senses. Although Ling Ji observed this interaction, she was also a sister who had weathered hardships alongside Mo Huang, knowing that any advantages Mo Huang gained from the commander could be repaid later when he rested. Mark the priority and later dispatch aphid repair vessels to attempt recovery. Lin Feng strove to maintain a steady voice, though his body involuntarily stiffened. As you command. Mo Huang replied with a light chuckle, retracting her finger, yet seemingly inadvertently, her hand brushed lightly against Lin Feng's cheek. The contrast between the cold touch and her warm breath sent Lin Feng's heart racing. In the communication channel, a disgruntled hum from Xingxian could be faintly heard. Yet she adhered to her orders, refraining from speaking out, merely amplifying the sensor power of the Xingxian ship to overshadow Mo Huang's prominence with data. Hours of intense reconnaissance unfolded amidst relative tranquility. The fleet cleared several small clusters of engineer bugs located on the remains of asteroids and shipwrecks, seemingly searching for high-value organic materials and minerals. Mo Huang's Locust fleet, with support from the secondary cannons of the Lightning Destroyer, effortlessly resolved the skirmish, leaving no opportunity for Xingxian to vent her frustrations with gunfire. After issuing commands, Lin Feng leaned back in the command chair, appearing relaxed, much like a tipsy little girl sprawled comfortably, gazing lazily at the cosmic scene through the observation window. Just then, Mo Huang approached, holding a cup of tea emanating a gentle warmth. Commander, you have worked hard. This is freshly brewed tea to alleviate your mental fatigue. Her voice was tender enough to drip with sweetness. Thank you. Lin Feng accepted the cup, their fingertips brushing, and Mo Huang playfully caressed his fingertips. After delivering the tea, Mo Huang did not depart. Instead, she leaned against the armrest of the command chair, her curvaceous form pressed against his arm. She leaned down, her red lips close to Lin Feng's ear, whispering softly to ensure her voice did not leak through the communication channels. "Commander, you see outside my little ones are scouting, while Liu and Sister Xing Xian are engaged in direct confrontation, and Sister Ling Ji is managing logistics. Your presence here is more symbolic." Her breath was warm. The bridge of the Mo Huang ship boasts the most comfortable environmental simulation system in the fleet, the broadest view, and the softest resting quarters. Her voice brimmed with endless temptation. "Rather than fixate on the tedious data stream here, why not join me in my throne? We could sip tea while observing this wasteland through the panoramic view. Perhaps, in a more relaxed state, we might discover overlooked details." Her words dripped with insinuation, almost explicitly inviting Lin Feng to engage in deeper discourse aboard her vessel. The mention of throne laid bare the positioning of her aircraft carrier's bridge and her own ambitions. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the cup. Mo Huang's proposal was irresistibly alluring. She was mature, charming, and proactive, having already crossed the final threshold with him, making solitude with her undeniably enticing. Furthermore, since Xing Xian's arrival, it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed intimate moments alone with either of the two ship girls, and he was indeed feeling a bit restless. Moreover, her reasoning held merit. During this relatively stable reconnaissance phase, he indeed did not need to remain glued to the command seat of the Lingji. Even in the event of an emergency, he could manage information and command the fleet from any vessel. However, the ship carrying the commander would inherently be prioritized for safety and retreat by the ship girls. In his mind, the image of the interior of Mo Huang's sleek obsidian aircraft carrier emerged vividly, a commander-S lounge that she had described as exceedingly opulent, imbued with her distinctive personal flair. Observing the flicker of intrigue in Lin Feng's eyes, Mo Huang's smile deepened, adding the final touch to her persuasion. "Moreover, I would very much like to privately discuss the little tricks to unraveling the proud exterior of Xing Xian with the commander. After all, isn't it rather endearing to see her feign indifference while she truly cares?" This remark struck directly at Lin Feng's vulnerabilities. His affection for the lowly, nay, his adoration for Xing Xian, was indisputable, and Mo Huang's insights held an irresistible allure for him. At that moment, Ling Ji seemed to sense something amiss as she approached with a tray of freshly baked energy cookies, their enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Commander, Sister Mo Huang, would you like a bite?" Her pure gaze carried a subtle hint of vigilance, as if instinctively sensing a threat to her domain. Mo Huang graciously accepted a cookie, turning to Ling Ji with a smile. "You are so thoughtful, Ling Ji. However, I am currently inviting the commander to my ship to discuss strategies for recovering high-value debris. We possess more sophisticated analytical equipment there." Ling Ji blinked her large eyes and looked at Lin Feng, her voice soft and innocent, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of disappointment and dependence. "Commander, do we have to go to Sister Mo Huang's? Can't we discuss it here?" Lin Feng found himself torn between two enchanting ship girls, one fiery and assertive in her invitation, the other gentle and quietly pleading for him to stay. Ultimately, his curiosity about the strategies regarding Xing Xian, combined with Mo Huang's undeniable charm, prevailed. He took a deep breath and smiled gently at Ling Ji. "Ling Ji, I'll be back shortly. If anything urgent arises, please inform me immediately." He then turned to Mo Huang and nodded. "All right, let us see your throne. I hope your analytical equipment is as professional as you claim." Mo Huang's face blossomed with a victorious smile, her violet eyes shimmering with excitement. "You will certainly not be disappointed, my commander." Ling Ji watched as Lin Feng stood and followed Mo Huang out of the bridge, heading toward the hangar where the Termite-class aircraft were stationed. She pursed her lips slightly, but ultimately nodded obediently. "Yes, commander. Please return soon." As Lin Feng's figure vanished through the doorway, Ling Ji let out a soft sigh, touching her cheeks that flushed at the memory of serving the commander alongside Mo Huang. She murmured to herself, "Sister Mo Huang is too cunning." Meanwhile, on the bridge of the Xing Xian, sensing Lin Feng's final decision to accompany Mo Huang, she slammed her fist onto the control panel in frustration. Control panel HP. 1. Damn it, that long-haired black beauty, always resorting to such tactics. She glared at the holographic star map, where a point representing Mo Huang's vessel flickered, her ice-blue eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. "Just wait. Once I achieve a great feat, the commander will surely prioritize coming to my bridge." Chapter 108. ripples in the throne room, and a chilling warning. The bridge of the Mo Huang aircraft carrier resembled less a military command center than a luxurious palace floating amidst the starry seas. Dominated by deep purple-black and dazzling gold tones, the smooth alloy floor reflected the starry sky simulated on the dome above. The air circulation system carried a faint hint of violet fragrance, reminiscent of Mo Huang's own alluring scent. Most striking was the elevated dual-command seat at the forefront of the bridge, which Mo Huang referred to as her aerial throne. The chair was spacious and comfortable, upholstered in an unknown precious leather, with elegantly arranged control interfaces integrated into the armrests. Lin Feng had just been escorted over by Mo Huang in a termite landing craft and was now being guided toward the throne. "Commander, how do you feel?" Mo Huang's voice carried an air of pride and temptation as she gently pressed Lin Feng into his designated command seat, sidling up against the armrest. Her soft body almost entirely nestled against him. Her delicate fingers traced across his chest. "Please sit. The view here is exceptional. We can thoroughly discuss tactics." Lin Feng had to concede that the environment was indeed supremely comfortable, capable of dulling anyone's fighting spirit. He relaxed, leaning against the ergonomic backrest, feeling the coolness of the leather beneath him and the warmth of the beautiful figure in his embrace, the intoxicating fragrance enveloping his senses. He chuckled and wrapped an arm around Mo Huang's slender, supple waist, while his other hand explored upward, seeking to appreciate the astonishing curves concealed beneath her uniform. "The environment is delightful," Lin Feng remarked, his tone laced with a hint of languid jest, "but I am far more intrigued by the spacious lounge you mentioned earlier." Just as his fingers brushed the edge of her alluring silhouette, Mo Huang released a soft, playful gasp, not retreating but instead drawing closer, her violet eyes shimmering with mischief, ready to utter even more enticing words. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing alarm shattered the enchanting atmosphere of the bridge, like an icicle piercing through the haze. On the holographic tactical star map, a massive, pulsating red warning symbol erupted violently at the outskirts of the Echo-ruined star system. Simultaneously, the calm yet quickening voice of Rog, transmitted through the emergency communication channel, resonated in Lin Feng's ears and echoed throughout the Mo Huang's bridge. "Alert! Detecting a large-scale, high-intensity spatial distortion signal. Coordinates K77, approximately 0.3 astronomical units from our position. Signal characteristics, non-federal standard. Repeat, non-federal standard. Energy readings are surging dramatically. Transition is imminent." All warmth and intimacy were obliterated in an instant, like cold water splashed upon his face. The enticing thoughts that had just surfaced in Lin Feng's mind were abruptly frozen and dispelled. He sat up straight, his gaze sharp as a blade. The previously aroused passion transformed into irate frustration and heightened vigilance against the sudden enemy threat. "Damn it," he growled, his voice tinged with suppressed fury. Anyone would be irked at being interrupted at such a critical moment. It was akin to a little lowly, clad in her newly acquired lingerie, teasing her muscular man, only for him to be suddenly whisked away by tentacles from outside the window. Mo Huang, too, instantly shed all allure. Her violet eyes now filled with icy wrath and murderous intent, data streams flickering rapidly within her pupils, synchronized with the visuals of the aircraft she commanded. "Commander, confirmed. It is not a federal fleet. The transition signal intensity is still rising. It's a cluster transition. All hands, attention." Lin Feng's voice boomed through the fleet broadcast, echoing across every starship. "Non-friendly units are about to transition into the area. Maximum combat alert. Leo, the Hu Che, advance to secure advantageous firing positions. Rod, activate the silence's maximum power interference. Delay their post-transition system checks." His words flowed rapidly, a cascade of clear and decisive commands. The engines of the Mo Huang roared to life, retreating away from the estimated effective range of the enemy's main cannon. All aircraft, except for necessary reconnaissance units, were recalled, with Hu Che and Xing Xian at the core, establishing a close-range air defense and interception net. Treat them as escort vessels. The Ling Ji must fall back, ensuring they remain at the maximum distance from the combat area and maintenance beams. Activate all maintenance drones on standby. Understood. Mo Huang executed the orders without hesitation. Understood. Ling Ji's voice carried a hint of tension, yet more so a sense of resolve. The massive black aircraft carrier and the white maintenance vessel's main thrusters expelled azure flames as they began to maneuver backward, adjusting their positions. Simultaneously, the scattered remnants of the Cicada-class, Locust interceptors, and several Moth-class defense gunboats, akin to a swarm responding to an unseen call, rapidly abandoned their previous assignments and converged towards the heart of the fleet. They formed a dense, fluid barrier of steel, safeguarding the flagship Tiger Che and the Star Sphere. The two principal assault vessels. As Mo Huang executed the directives, she reported, "All hangar bay doors are wide open. Moth-class defense gunboat clusters are to be prioritized for deployment, establishing a close defense perimeter for the fleet. Locust interceptors are airborne, commencing combat air patrol (CAP) operations. Cicada reconnaissance aircraft are advancing to capture images from the terminal phase of the jump." In an instant, the massive Mo Huang appeared to come to life. Dozens of colossal doors on both sides and the upper deck of its hull slid open simultaneously, reminiscent of a beehive's emergence. Countless dark specks surged forth from the openings like a disturbed swarm. The disc-shaped moth gunboats rapidly formed a mobile defensive wall around the fleet, their point defense arrays beginning to warm and spin. The sleek Locust interceptors darted through the vacuum, emitting sharp energy screeches, weaving an invisible web of interception around the fleet at extraordinary speeds. In the distance, slender Cicada reconnaissance aircraft activated their shadowy cloaking, darting towards the source of the signal with ghostly swiftness. The entire Eagle, Fleet 07, resembled a startled hedgehog, instantly erecting all its spines. To be continued in Chapter 109. The dim light of the Reaper. Commander, Starsphere's voice interjected into the channel, brimming with uncontainable excitement and a hint of palpable resentment. An unidentified target is about to conclude its jump. Energy signature analysis complete, with a 90% probability of it being a Saralaga insectoid biovessel. The intensity is exceedingly high, at least 2 energy responses nearing battleship level. Her voice trembled slightly with exhilaration, the earlier frustration of being outmaneuvered by Mo Huang seemingly finding release in this moment. Additional information. There are also over 20 escort ships, each approximately a kilometer in length, accompanying them. The Federation Command has not reported any Allied vessels traversing this area. Rog's voice added coldly, reaffirming the hostile nature of the target without a doubt. Excellent. Lin Feng licked his somewhat parched lips, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes. It seems they have come knocking on death's door. Starsphere, here. Starsphere's voice responded immediately, filled with anticipation. Lock onto the 2 largest targets. Starfall main cannon. Commence charging. I want them to revert to atomic status at the very first glimpse of this universe. Affirmative, Commander. Starsphere's voice brimmed with almost overflowing elation and combat fervor as the stabilization anchoring system engaged. The charging sequence for the Starfall class Super Heavy main cannon initiated. Energy conduits connected, and the infusion of silence core energy commenced. Within the deep crimson hull of the Star Sphere battleship, an unfathomable surge of energy converged along the golden star sphere patterns, flowing towards the bow's terrifyingly massive cannon like rivers returning to the sea. Inside the bridge, Star Sphere's petite frame trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. She could feel the destructive power coalescing within her vessel, an intoxicating sensation of wielding the birth and demise of stars. Oof. Finally, a worthy adversary has arrived. Starsphere's voice resonated with suppressed exhilaration and a sense of relief at the prospect of showcasing her prowess. The auxiliary thrusters flanking her battleship subtly adjusted their positions to prevent any miscalculations due to the enemy vessel's jump dynamics. The colossal cannon at the bow emitted a deep, low hum as the golden star sphere patterns and glacial blue energy conduits gradually illuminated, reminiscent of a slumbering behemoth awakening. Everyone's hearts raced. 2 insectoid units of battleship caliber, accompanied by the escort fleet, constituted a force capable of posing a severe threat to a small border outpost. They have completed their jump. Leo's voice was tinged with tension. Outside the viewport, the void rippled violently as if disturbed by waves, and then a massive, grotesque silhouette, composed of chitinous shell and biological tissue, abruptly burst forth from the state of transition. Their shapes were irregular, like twisted tumors in the cosmos, their surfaces coated with viscous biological droplets and energy conduits, exuding an abominable biological field. The foremost 2 biovessels were particularly colossal, resembling floating mountains of flesh. Their forms were grotesque, akin to magnified deep-sea monstrosities, enveloped in thick, oozing biological armor, stretching nearly 9 kilometers in length. Comparable to human battleships, countless enormous biological organs, resembling eyes or cannon mouths, dotted their surfaces, radiating a nauseating, ghostly green luminescence. These were the primary warships of the Saralaga swarm, biological motherships, or rather, biological battleships. Surrounding them, the escort vessels functioned like agile hounds, instinctively fanning out upon emergence, striving to establish an attack formation. However, the Eagle, Fleet 07, lay in wait as prepared ambushers. Just as the insectoid fleet completed its jump, their biological systems were still ensnared in the chaos of spatial transition and the electronic and biological signal interference released by the silent, a fleeting moment of disarray. Star Sphere. Now, Lin Feng bellowed. At the bow of the Star Sphere, the 1-kilometer caliber Starfall main cannon's 3-tier energy focusing rings had expanded to their utmost, with eerie blue light swirling within, compressing. Yet paradoxically, the anticipated dazzling radiance that would illuminate the starry sea did not materialize. Instead, the light converging at the cannon's mouth dimmed increasingly, as if all illumination and energy were being forcibly restrained by an invisible force, compressed into an exceedingly minuscule core region. In the application of energy weapons within the cosmic vacuum, an experience-based rule often holds: the more blindingly bright and scattered the light during the weapon's discharge, the lower the energy utilization efficiency, resulting in relatively dispersed power. Conversely, a shot aimed at achieving extreme penetration and destruction, with its energy highly concentrated, will initially appear unusually dim, only to explode with the brilliance of a supernova upon striking its target. At this moment, the cannon of the Starfall was precisely this chilling dimness. Boom! There was no deafening roar, for sound lacks a medium for propagation in a vacuum. Yet an invisible, soul-shaking shockwave emanated violently from the star sphere, causing even the distant Emo Huang to shudder fiercely. A beam of energy, colossal yet as dim as a mere shadow against the backdrop of starlight, silently surged forth from the cannon's mouth. Where it passed, space seemed to smooth out, leaving behind minuscule meteor fragments and dust that directly vanished along its path. Not in an explosion, but in complete obliteration. This dim beam, surpassing the speed of visual capture, instantaneously traversed the distance, accurately penetrating the 2 insectoid biovessels that had just emerged from their jump and were still in a state of bewilderment. What just transpired? The insectoid biovessels questioned. There was no explosion, no firelight. In the instant of impact from the beam, the 2 massive biovessels, akin to mountains of flesh, disintegrated as if ice cubes thrown into a steel furnace, unable to even struggle. Their colossal biological forms began to crumble and vaporize from the point of impact, dissolving into the most fundamental particles, dissipating into the cosmos. The beam's momentum remained unyielding, carrying the terrifying energy that had just annihilated the 2 flagship vessels. Like the scythe of death, the residual wave gently sweeping across the dense escort fleet surrounding them. Those escort biovessels, each about a kilometer in length, could not even emit a cry of despair, as they were instantaneously dismantled and dissolved in the wake of this catastrophic ripple, following in the footsteps of their leaders. From a moment the insectoid fleet completed its jump to their complete erasure from the universe by a dim beam, the entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. The communication channel fell into a profound silence. All present were rendered speechless by a force of destruction that surpassed comprehension, bordering on the realm of the supernatural. Lao, his mouth agape, stammered for a considerable time before uttering, I can't believe it. What on earth was that? Rog remained silent, the data streams recorded by the silent sensor array refreshing like a cascading waterfall. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe the spectacle he had just witnessed. Emo Huang's violet eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time, the first time for the entire fleet to behold such unadulterated and extreme annihilation at such close quarters. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Feng, only to find the commander staring blankly at the now vacuous void, his expression a blend of shock and disbelief. At that moment, alongside his astonishment, Lin Feng was overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret. He regretted succumbing to Mo Huang's temptation and boarding the star sphere. He had missed the chance to witness firsthand, to feel the earth-shattering roar of the colossal cannon reverberating through the bridge, the exhilarating sensation of conquest. He had missed the unparalleled thrill of experiencing the potent force capable of making stars fall erupting beneath his feet. Just imagine, seated in the commanding bridge of the star sphere, feeling the entire ship pulsate and tremble like the heartbeat of a celestial body as the main cannon fired. Watching the petite, golden-haired girl with unwavering focus, wielding this ultimate weapon of destruction. What a breathtaking sight that would be. In stark contrast, observing from the distant observation window of the Mo Huang, while equally shocking, lacked the immersive sensation of dominating the battlefield and the intoxicating feeling of conquest. As regret gnawed at Lin Feng, the AR system interface, visible only to him, began to rapidly refresh with data. Host fleet detected participating and leading the battle. Kill confirmation. Solraga, main biological battleship X2, reward modification points 200,000. Kill confirmation. Solraga escort biological battleship X23, reward modification points 230,000. Total modification points gained 430,000. Current available modification points 430,000, previously 430,008. A substantial reward had been acquired. Yet Lin Feng's thoughts were consumed by the awe-inspiring shot and the experience he had missed. He gazed at the deep crimson battleship on the star map, his eyes burning with fervor. Next time, he vowed to himself, he would be on the star sphere, pressing the launch button himself. Chapter 110. Aftermath and the star sphere's grievance. The silence of the communication channel persisted for nearly 10 seconds before Leo's somewhat strained voice shattered it. Is it over? Just like that, it's all gone? His tone brimmed with incredulity, as if what he had just witnessed was not a battle, but a surreal illusion. Those were two main battleship-class creatures, along with over 20 escort vessels. Old Lin, your star sphere little darling. No, the star sphere's big sister. That main cannon must be cheating, right? Tiger Che's cold voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, broke the silence, unusually not refuting Leo's outburst. Data, recording complete. The theoretical power assessment of the Starfall main cannon's simultaneous volley requires an upward adjustment of at least 15. Energy utilization efficiency, clustering, and penetration far exceed any existing records of weapons in the same class. Rog's pragmatic voice followed closely. Battlefield scan complete. No remnants larger than the molecular level detected in the target area. Energy residuals indicate characteristics of extreme high-energy particle annihilation. The threat has been completely eradicated. Even the typically taciturn and composed Rog used the term completely, underscoring the utter devastation wrought by that strike. Silence enveloped Fadian and Firefly, who did not speak. Yet the sensor images transmitted through the data link conveyed their silent awe. The two diminutive destroyer maidens glanced at their own cute, petite main cannons. Then at the star sphere, filled with admiration for their elder sister. Mo Huang, seated beside Lin Feng in the command chair, gazed intently at the suddenly vacant area on the star map, her lips slightly parted. After a moment, she sighed softly. Commander, I am beginning to suspect that summoning Sister Star Sphere might have disrupted the balance of the battlefield. It's akin to when humanity, centuries ago, created a massive nuclear warhead in the form of a single soldier rocket launcher. Her use of such an exaggerated metaphor revealed the depth of her inner turmoil. Moreover, Commander, I fear that Sister Star Sphere's strike will not only alert the creatures of other star systems, but will also soon draw the attention of the Anvil Command Center, which will likely receive reports of an anomalous energy burst. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng forced himself to break free from the grip of regret and refocus on his duties as commander. He glanced at the system interface, displaying the impressive 430,000 modification points, suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, and spoke with a serious tone. Clearing the battlefield is merely the first step. Oh, no. There are no fresh remnants of the Zerg to clear away. And Mo Huang, expand a reconnaissance range to confirm if any other lurking units or subsequent swarms are present. Rog, continue monitoring the spatial fluctuations in that area to prevent any bait or signs of a larger scale jump. Leo, keep the Tiger Che on alert, with the escort fleet on the flank. Understood, came a unified response. Once the orders were given, Lin Feng then directed the communication channel solely to the Star Sphere. Star Sphere, splendid work. His voice conveyed genuine admiration, laced with a hint of unrecognized flattery. In the holographic projection, the Star Sphere's petite figure appeared at the bridge's command seat. Her small face glowed with excitement and the strain of energy output, her golden twin tails seeming to shine even brighter. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, she feigned indignation, crossing her arms and huffing. Humph. It was merely the extermination of some foolish bugs. There's no need for such fuss. This is the power a battleship should possess. Commander, you're making too much of a big deal out of it. Though she professed disdain, the slight tilt of her chin and the glimmering anticipation in her glacial blue eyes betrayed her yearning for further, more specific commendation. Lin Feng, observing her typical tsundere demeanor, recalled Mo Huang's earlier approach and chuckled inwardly, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, I have been overly dramatic. However, to seize such a fleeting opportunity for a precise and efficient kill at the moment when the enemy completed their jump and their formation was most chaotic. Such battlefield insight and decisiveness is not something just any battleship possesses. Starsphere, you performed exceptionally well, far exceeding my expectations. His specific and sincere praise caused the smile in Starsphere's eyes to nearly overflow, though she still held back. Her lips curling upward uncontrollably, her tone softening. Well, I suppose you do have some discernment. I intended to conserve some energy in case more bugs showed up. But since the commander has given the order, I shall give it my all. She paused, seemingly recalling something, her voice taking on a hint of subtle grievance and tentativeness. By the way, Commander, did your discussion with Sister Mo Huang go smoothly? Were you not shaken by the earlier tremor? My bridge is exceptionally sturdy. It won't be adversely affected by the main cannon's firing. This somewhat envious remark almost explicitly inquired whether he regretted not being on her side. Lin Feng felt a stir within him, nearly blurting out that he regretted it terribly. But he caught the words before they escaped his lips. He couldn't be too direct, or this proud little creature would undoubtedly become even more smug, or perhaps shyly explode in irritation. He smiled, adopting a tone tinged with regret. The view from Mo Huang's bridge is indeed impressive. However, observing the roar of the starfall from such a distance feels somewhat lacking. If I have another opportunity like this, I might need to find a position that allows for a more visceral experience of its might. His insinuation was unmistakably clear. Xingxuan's eyes instantly sparkled, as if stars were exploding within them. She endeavored to maintain her composure, yet her buoyant tone betrayed her. Humph. Do as you please. The bridge is always open for the Commander's inspection. However, it's not that I wish for your visit. It is merely out of respect for the fleet's supreme commander. Observing her demeanor, which was brimming with joy yet desperately seeking excuses, Lin Feng's regret seemed to dissipate somewhat, stirring an impulse within him to embrace her and affectionately ruffle her hair. Very well, is settled then. Lin Feng concluded the call with a smile. Once he had attended to matters concerning Xingxuan, he redirected his focus to the system rewards. 430,000 modification points, an immense fortune. This sum was ample enough to exchange for a significant quantity of high-strength nanoalloys, more than sufficient to cover the remaining 1,000 aircraft needed for the Mo Huang, and even consider some preliminary enhancements for either Lingji or Xingxuan's hulls. Just as he was contemplating the allocation of this windfall, Lingji's voice wafted from behind him, her holographic projection revealing a worried expression. Commander, are you all right? That light just now was terrifying. Sister Xingxuan is truly formidable. Fortunately, she is on our side. I'm fine, Lingji, Lin Feng gently reassured her. The battle has concluded quite smoothly. Yes, Lingji nodded vigorously, her face brightening with relief. That's a relief. Commander, I have prepared some snacks and tea. Will you be coming back? Or do you wish to continue discussing matters with Sister Mo Huang? Even Lingji had begun to adopt a slightly petulant tone in her inquiries. Lin Feng gazed at the obedient and charming little repair ship before him, recalling the proud battleship that had just displayed astonishing might, as well as the alluring Black Phoenix by his side, and suddenly felt that this delightful dilemma was rather pleasant. He chuckled and replied to Lingji, I shall return shortly. There are some resource allocation matters that we need to discuss. It was time to return to the Lingji, to carefully plan how to utilize this unexpected fortune and to soothe the potentially slightly jealous initial ship girl. As for Mo Huang, Lin Feng glanced at the smiling black-haired woman beside him, contemplating that there would be ample time ahead. Mo Huang, I leave this in your capable hands. Remain vigilant. Rest assured, Commander, Mo Huang replied with a radiant smile. You're always welcome to visit again. Lin Feng nodded and turned to walk towards the passage leading to the hangar. This brief sojourn on the Mo Huang, though unexpectedly interrupted, had yielded rewards that far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 111. Achievements, Reports, and Inquiries from Command. Lin Feng boarded the White Ant landing craft, traversing the vacuum between the fleet. Returning to the Lingji. Outside the porthole, the once ominous echo waste appeared remarkably cleansed. Xingxuan's devastating strike had not only obliterated the Zerg fleet, but seemed to have dispelled much of the malevolence lingering in this void. The bridge of the Lingji retained its warm and bright atmosphere, forming a stark contrast to the frigid desolation outside. Lingji had long awaited his return at the hatch, and upon seeing Lin Feng safely arrive, she quickly rushed over, her face openly displaying joy and relief. Commander, welcome back. She scrutinized Lin Feng carefully, confirming he was unharmed before letting out a sigh of relief. Yes, I'm back, Lin Feng said, instinctively ruffling her hair, which felt soft and bore a faint, comforting scent of milk. This sense of returning to the base calmed the restlessness stirred by Xingxuan's main cannon and Mo Huang's teasing. He seated himself in the command chair as Lingji promptly brought forth warm, calming tea and several energy snacks she had personally prepared. "Commander, that was truly dangerous," Lingji said, her heart still racing as she patted her unremarkable chest. "Thank goodness Sister Xingxuan is so powerful." "Indeed, we were fortunate to have her," Lin Feng remarked, taking a sip of tea while directing his gaze toward the deep crimson battleship icon on the star map. His expression complex. Admiration, pride, and a lingering sense of missed opportunities intertwined within him. He accessed the system interface, where the figure Available Modification Points, 430,008, remained prominently displayed. This substantial sum was a direct result of Xingxuan's cannon fire. Both sentimentally and logically, she should be prioritized for hull enhancements. However, with Mo Huang's air wing still not fully operational and Lingji serving as the logistical core, her maintenance efficiency and survival capability were equally vital. The allocation required careful consideration. At that moment, the fleet's communication terminal received a high-priority, encrypted request from the Anvil Forward Command. Lin Feng's expression grew serious as he signaled for Lingji to remain quiet before connecting the communication. Brigadier General Ivanov's stern visage appeared on the screen, his icy blue gaze seeming to penetrate through to Lin Feng's very soul. "Major Lin Feng," he began, his voice remaining gravelly and direct, betraying no hint of emotion. "The command center has detected an anomalously high energy response in the Echo Way C7 sector, reaching annihilation class levels, accompanied by large-scale biological signal extinction. Report the situation." "So it has come to pass," Lin Feng mused inwardly. The commotion from Xingxuan's shot would be hard to ignore. "Reporting, General." Lin Feng straightened in his seat, his tone steady as he recounted. "Our Chuying Fleet 07 encountered an unidentified Zerg fleet that had jumped into the area during a patrol mission. The enemy consisted of 2 main biological ships and 23 escort biological vessels. Our fleet issued an early warning and successfully executed a tactical ambush, annihilating all invading foes." His account was concise, omitting excessive embellishments about the battle, yet the words "all annihilated" sufficed to convey the outcome. Brigadier General Ivanov's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes narrowed slightly. "All annihilated? Confirm the results." "Confirmed," Lin Feng replied. "The Silent S sensor data, battlefield imagery, and scanning reports have been uploaded to the command database. No enemy wreckage or life signs were detected." He added, "The primary assault was executed by our battleship, Xingxuan." He deliberately emphasized Xingxuan's name, both to state the fact and as a subtle boast and prelude. After all, a commander with such a powerful shipgirl should rightly garner more attention and resource allocation. Ivanov remained silent for a few moments, seemingly reviewing the freshly received data. Even he, a battle-hardened veteran, showed the slightest flicker of surprise when perusing the analysis report that indicated total vaporization of the target. "Xingxuan," he repeated her name, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Lin Feng. "I recall she is the only battleship girl among the current cohort of Panga Defense that has successfully manifested her hull." "Indeed, General," Lin Feng nodded. "Excellent." Ivanov's tone maintained its monotone quality, yet the word excellent bore an additional weight, signifying that the achievements had been recorded. "The relevant data will be analyzed by the command center. This skirmish has demonstrated that Chuying Fleet 07 possesses the preliminary capability to independently address medium-level threats." He shifted his tone, adopting a familiar admonishing manner. "However, do not let this lead to complacency. The Zerg's counterattack could arrive at any moment and may take forms you do not anticipate. Patrol duties in the Echo Waste continue. Remain vigilant. I have witnessed too many proud sprouts perish before my eyes, and I hope you do not follow in their footsteps." "Understood, General," Lin Feng responded firmly. Additionally, Ivanov hesitated momentarily before adding, "Regarding the energy data from Xingxuan's main cannon, the command center's technical department may reach out to you for more detailed inquiries. Be prepared to cooperate." "Understood." The communication ended. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply. The command center's reaction had been as anticipated, affirming the victory while maintaining caution and expressing a keen interest in Xingxuan. This could potentially be advantageous. "Commander, the command center did not place any blame on us, did they?" Lingji asked with concern. "No, on the contrary, it affirms our achievements." Lin Feng chuckled. "However, Xingxuan has certainly gained notoriety now. Sister Xingxuan was already quite formidable," Lingji said with pride. After addressing the inquiries from the command center, Lin Feng redirected his focus to the allocation of modification points. He accessed the detailed data panels of the three ship girls and began to meticulously plan. Xingxuan's Xingxuan-class vessel had just showcased unparalleled offensive capabilities. But was there room for enhancement in its defensive systems, Xingxuan force field, Xingyan armor, and propulsion systems, Xingyan matrix, Xingjiao propulsor? Could the charging speed of the main cannon be further improved or its cooldown time reduced? Mo Huang's aircraft were pivotal for the fleet's tactical diversity, and augmenting the fleet with an additional 10,000 aircraft was imperative. Moreover, while the existing 7 types of aircraft were powerful, could we possibly exchange for specialized models from the system store tailored to specific environments, such as extreme gravitational fields or regions of intense electromagnetic interference? Or perhaps equip the aircraft with components designed to counteract specific conditions? Lingji's Lingji-class vessel was the lifeline of the fleet, enhancing its maintenance beam efficiency, nanobot production capacity, emergency energy infusion speed, and even equipping it with basic defensive weapon systems could significantly bolster the fleet's sustained operational capability and survival rate. Every aspect required investment. While 433,000 modification points seemed substantial, actual allocation would likely prove quite challenging. As Lin Feng fell into contemplation, the communication channel was graced with Xingxuan's deliberately calm, yet slightly elevated tone. Commander, the battlefield has been cleared, and safety is confirmed. Xingxuan-class vessel systems are operating normally, and the main cannon's cooling procedure has been initiated. You mentioned earlier about wanting to personally experience the power. Next time? Well, I was merely reporting the vessel's status. Nothing more. This somewhat clumsy reminder made Lin Feng chuckle. He gazed at Xingxuan's ship icon, then glanced at the substantial number of modification points in the system, and gradually came to a decision. Lingji, inform Mo Huang and Xingxuan that we shall convene a brief internal meeting. Lin Feng casually severed all communications and said, "We need to discuss the gains from this battle and the next steps for our fleet's enhancements, particularly Xingxuan's input. After all, most of this unexpected fortune was earned by her. Moreover, perhaps through this discussion on enhancement plans, I can justifiably pay a visit to the Xingxuan-class vessel, and then linger there to nurture my relationship with this proud little girl." With this thought, the flicker of regret in Lin Feng's heart was finally replaced by anticipation. Chapter 112, Resource Allocation. After General Ivanov's communication concluded, a brief tranquility enveloped the bridge of the Lingji-class vessel, interrupted only by the low hum of instruments and the sound of Lin Feng's fingertips lightly tapping the armrest. The holographic interface before him illuminated the digits. Available modification points, 430,008, glowing like a flame, a reminder of the considerable wealth acquired through destruction, enough to elevate the fleet's might significantly. Lingji stood quietly to the side, observing the commander's contemplative profile without interrupting. She silently exchanged the cool, calming tea for a warm one, adding a few energy pastries to swiftly replenish mental vigor. Lingji, Lin Feng suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Connect Mo Huang and Xingxuan's private communication channels and have them, take Mo Huang's aircraft over here for a meeting. Yes, Commander. Lingji responded immediately, her fingers tapping in the air to send the command. She understood that the commander intended to discuss the usage of that substantial sum of modification points. Thinking of how the fleet could grow stronger, a glimmer of excitement appeared on her small face. Before long, the airtight door on the side of the bridge slid open. The first to step in was Mo Huang, still clad in her deep blue and gold uniform that accentuated her striking curves, her long black hair elegantly tied up, exposing her long white neck. Her purple eyes sparkled with allure as she walked gracefully, as if she were not attending a meeting, but rather going on a date. Following closely was Xingxuan. The petite figure of the little girl formed a striking contrast to the imposing title of a battleship. She deliberately stiffened her expression, attempting to appear composed, but the slightly raised chin and the occasional glances towards Lin Feng with her icy blue eyes betrayed her inner restlessness and a hint of pride at being specially summoned. Commander, Mo Huang spoke first, her voice imbued with her characteristic lazy magnetism. You called us over in such haste. Is there some important directive? She moved closer to Lin Feng, naturally leaning against him. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng discreetly pointed to the nearby chairs. Please have a seat. This is about the gains from our recent battle and our next steps for enhancement. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan immediately straightened her petite form, crossing her arms defiantly, and huffed. Are we finally discussing serious matters? My Xingxuan-class vessel performed flawlessly after the recent launch. However, if we could further optimize energy transmission efficiency, The charging time of the main cannon could potentially be reduced by 0.5 to 1 second. Eagerly promoting her enhancement plan, her eyes fixated on Lin Feng with intensity. Lin Feng, amused by her prideful demeanor, raised his hand to signal her to be patient. First, Xingxuan, Lin Feng said, looking at the blonde girl with a solemn tone. That last shot was clean and decisive, granting our fleet immense initiative and safety. You are the one who deserves the credit for this victory. Xingxuan's small face flushed instantly, and she struggled to suppress a smile, turning her head away, mumbling in a voice as soft as a whisper, I said it was my duty. No need to emphasize it. Mo Huang chuckled softly, casting an understanding glance at Xingxuan, but choosing not to expose her pride, instead steering the conversation towards herself. Commander, my little ones performed admirably too, didn't they? They were busy with early warning, reconnaissance, and interception. Unfortunately, the numbers are still a bit lacking. If we could fill them to capacity, we could form a denser reconnaissance network and interception barrier next time. Her words carried just the right hint. Lin Feng nodded, pulling up the system interface and projecting the ship structure diagrams of the 3 ship girls onto the holographic screen. Indeed, the purpose of summoning you here is to discuss how to allocate this unexpected fortune, how to spend the 430,000 modification points. He stated directly, I have a preliminary allocation plan for you to consider. He pointed to Mo Huang's ship structure diagram, emphasizing the hangar area. Mo Huang, you currently have a shortfall of 10,000 aircraft. The system store's exchange rate is 1 modification point for 1 unit of standard alloy. To fill your aircraft gap, you will need 80,000 units of alloy, which translates to 80,000 modification points. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Mo Huang's eyes as she nodded slightly. Lin Feng then shifted his tone, continuing, however, considering the inevitable losses in future battles and the potential for intense attrition warfare. I have decided to grant you double the allocation, 160,000 modification points to exchange for 160,000 units of alloy. This not only fills the gap, but also provides you with a substantial strategic reserve for quick replenishment during wartime losses, or to have ample materials available when unlocking new types of aircraft in the future. This decision took Mo Huang by surprise. She had only anticipated filling the gap. She never expected Lin Feng to think so far ahead and provide her with double the amount. Genuine astonishment and joy flared in her purple eyes as she regarded Lin Feng with a more affectionate gaze. Commander, you are so considerate. Now, I can truly perform without any worries. Her words resonated with heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing this, Xingxuan pouted slightly. Although she understood the importance of Mo Huang's aircraft to the fleet, seeing the commander allocate 160,000 points at once made her feel a twinge of pain for the points primarily earned by her efforts. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Xingxian, his tone imbued with admiration and a hint of reassurance. Xingxian, you are the valiant hero of this battle, and thus, your enhancement priority is equally paramount. Immediately, Xingxian straightened her petite chest, her eyes sparkling as she awaited her share. Your Xingxian-class vessel possesses unparalleled offensive capabilities. However, as you have pointed out, there remains ample room for improvement in the defensive and support systems. Lin Feng magnified the structural blueprint of the Xingxian, indicating the relatively vacant areas on the hull surface. I plan to exchange a substantial quantity of alloys for you to install dense point defense arrays and close-in weapon systems in these zones. He elaborated, your massive hull renders you a primary target for enemy small units, missiles, and even hostile aircraft. Augmenting your close-in defense will significantly alleviate the pressure on you and your escort ship girls, allowing you to focus more on unleashing the devastating power of your main cannon. This is akin to equipping a sharp sword with a sturdier scabbard and hilt. This proposal aligned perfectly with Xingxian's role. While she yearned to enhance her main cannon, she also recognized the wisdom in her commander's words. To better protect oneself is to sustain firepower over a longer duration. She nodded in agreement. You will be allocated 160,000 modification points, equivalent to 160,000 units of alloys. Lin Feng offered an amount equal to that of Mo Huang, signifying fairness and acknowledgement of her contributions. You may optimize the deployment of these defensive weapons based on the hull structure. Upon hearing this figure, Xingxian's eyes transformed into crescent moons, her earlier mood lifting instantly. 160,000 points. The same as Mo Huang. The commander is not biased. She struggled to maintain a serious demeanor, but her buoyant tone betrayed her. Since it is the commander's order, I shall reluctantly accept. I will transform the Xingxian into a true bastion of steel. Finally, Lin Feng turned his attention to the quietly attentive Ling Ji. Ling Ji. Yes, Commander. Ling Ji responded immediately, her small hands nervously clasped before her chest. You are the backbone of our fleet. The lives of all depend on you. Lin Feng's voice softened. For this allocation, I have prepared a gift specifically for you. A new model of an efficient long-range repair beam system, valued at 50,000 modification points. He transmitted a complex and intricate blueprint of the equipment into Ling Ji's mind, a selection he had meticulously chosen from the system shop. This system boasts an effective range, approximately 100 greater than the standard model you currently employ, with an energy concentration and repair efficiency boost of about 55, while the energy consumption increase remains within acceptable limits. Once installed, you'll be able to provide swifter and more effective support to frontline units, such as Huche and Xingxian, from a much safer distance. Ling Ji gazed at the sleek and advanced blueprint of the repair system in her mind, her amber eyes brimming with astonishment and gratitude. She had not anticipated that the commander would consider her equipment upgrade while allocating such crucial combat resources. Ling Ji had thought a slight enhancement would be sufficient. But this gift, valued at 50,000 modification points, was equivalent to 5,000 units of alloy, more expensive than the entirety of her hull's manifested alloy. Her small face flushed with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Yes, Commander, I will not disappoint you. I shall make the repair beam shine further and repair faster. Lin Feng kalkuliert, Montag Wang 160, 000, Xingxuan 160, 000, Lingzi 50, 000, Totaling 370, 000, with approximately 60,000 points remaining as an emergency reserve. This is the general plan. Do any of you have objections? Lin Feng surveyed the three ship girls. Both Mo Huang and Ling Ji expressed their agreement. Although Xingxian still harbored some thoughts about enhancing her main cannon, she understood the significance of improving defense and was thoroughly satisfied with her allocation. Thus, shook her head in agreement. All right, it is settled. Lin Feng concluded. First, we will complete the modification of the repair beam on Ling Ji's ship. Then, we shall proceed to the Mo Huang, where the alloy will be stored, allowing Mo Huang to arrange the manifestation of the aircraft. Finally, he glanced at Xingxian, his tone tinged with subtle anticipation. Xingxian and I will head to the Xingxian to conduct an on-site assessment and determine the optimal installation positions for the point defense arrays. Upon hearing the last sentence, Xingxian's heart raced uncontrollably. Commander, it's finally happening. She suppressed her excitement, feigning calmness as she replied, I understand. My bridge is already prepared. My whole structure blueprint is clear, and we can begin planning at any time. Mo Huang noted the glimmer of expectation in Lin Feng's gaze towards Xingxian, a meaningful smile gracing her lips as she elegantly rose. Then, Commander, shall we proceed? I can hardly wait to see my little ones adorning the starry sky. Chapter 113, The Iron Swarm and the Lowly's Bridge. With the plan set, the fleet sprang into efficient action. The first task was Ling Ji's enhancement modification. The efficient long-range repair beam system was exchanged by Lin Feng from the system shop and temporarily stored in the expanded cargo hold of Ling Ji's ship. The modification process for the components was not complicated. It unfolded like a beloved strongman, carrying the little lowly away from the living room into the bedroom. With the assistance of Ling Ji's nanobots and Lin Feng's silent energy, the new components swiftly replaced the terminal repair beam launchers of the 24 retractable multifunctional repair arms on either side of Ling Ji's hull. The entire process lasted less than half an hour. Once the final procedure was complete, Ling Ji closed her eyes, keenly sensing the changes in the hull. After a moment, she opened her amber eyes, joyfully reporting, Commander, the modification is complete. The repair beam systems on each repair arm have been perfectly installed. Her exhilaration flushed her small face red as she attempted to control one of the repair arms. A solidified, more subdued emerald beam shot forth, tracing a stable trajectory through the void. Its range evidently doubled from before. This is wonderful. Now I can assist everyone from a much safer position. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The expenditure of 50,000 points was indeed worthwhile. He ruffled Ling Ji's hair. Well done, Ling Ji. With the first step successfully completed, the next major task was to replenish Mo Huang's aircraft. Lin Feng, Mo Huang, and Xingxian boarded Mo Huang's termite landing craft, departing from Ling Ji's ship towards the massive ebony aircraft carrier, the Mo Huang. As they re-entered the opulent bridge of the Mo Huang, Lin Feng's mindset was markedly different from his previous visit. Gone was the allure of temptation. In its place was a steadiness focused on planning for the future. Commander, please follow me to the hangar Mo Huang smiled charmingly, leading Lin Feng and the inquisitive Xing Xian through the wide corridors towards one of the core areas of the vessel, the foldable hangar. Lin Feng mused. Mo Huang could easily dock the termite landing craft in her hangar, yet insists on stopping here, making me walk quite a distance. As the enormous hangar doors slowly slid open before them, even Lin Feng, who had anticipated the internal hangar space, was taken aback by the sight before him. The hangar's interior was extraordinarily vast, with an impressive height, designed with a multi-layer folding structure, now fully expanded to reveal a dense array of neatly arranged aircraft slots, the majority of which remained vacant, awaiting their owners. This place is enormous. Xing Xian looked up, gazing at the seemingly endless hangar, a glimmer of awe in her glacial blue eyes. Though her Xing Xian-class vessel was formidable, its interior space was predominantly occupied by immense energy cores and weapon systems, far from comparable to this dedicated space for individual units. This is my phoenix nest, Mo Huang spoke with pride, stepping into a vacant area of the docking zone and turning to Lin Feng. Commander, we may begin. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his consciousness diving into the system interface. He locked onto the standard ship body alloy in the material zone, inputting a quantity of 16,000 units. Confirm the exchange. Consumption of modification points, 160,000. Remaining modification points, 270,008. In an instant, as if a miracle had descended, the space within the expansive docking area designated by Mo Huang subtly warped. Countless standard-sized silver-gray alloy ingots materialized out of thin air, swiftly accumulating like a cascading waterfall, soon forming towering mounds that shimmered with a metallic luster. 16,000 units of alloy. They were neatly stacked, occupying a significant portion of the hangar, their cold texture contrasting peculiarly with the slightly warm atmosphere inside the Mo Huang. These would serve as the cornerstone for the birth of 20,000 steel bees. Mo Huang gazed at the mountainous pile of materials, her violet eyes sparkling with immense satisfaction and excitement. She inhaled gently, sensing the faint resonance between these materials and her core. With the materials prepared, Mo Huang turned and flashed Lin Feng a confident and exquisite smile. Commander, leave the next steps to me. I will weave this batch of alloy into your most loyal aerial blade with utmost efficiency. She required no complex production line. As a ship girl, manifesting carrier-based aircraft essentially involved a highly sophisticated conversion of energy and matter utilizing the silent core chi and materials. With Lin Feng's boundless silent core chi at her disposal, she was fully capable of completing this process independently. Lin Feng nodded in trust. All right, focus on the manifestation. How much time will it take? If I exert myself fully, it will take approximately 24 standard hours, Mo Huang estimated. During that time, I will temporarily lower my priority for external information processing, but basic alertness and communication will be maintained. That works. Safety first. No need to rush, Lin Feng advised. Having arranged matters with Mo Huang, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to the quietly awaiting Xing Xian, who was increasingly eager. Now then, Xing Xian, Lin Feng smiled at her. It's time to take a look at your Xing Xian ship. Let us go plan how to transform your battleship into an unbreakable fortress. Xing Xian's heart raced with a thump, her small face tightening as she struggled to respond in the calmest tone possible. Since the commander insists, I shall give you a tour. However, my bridge is quite busy, so please do not disturb my work. Despite her dismissive words, the slight tremor of her golden twin tails and her fingers instinctively curling around the golden strands betrayed her inner tension and excitement. Mo Huang observed the two with a knowing smile and remarked to Lin Feng, Commander, you may take your time planning with Sister Xing Xian. I still have much to do here, so I won't see you off. She placed particular emphasis on the word planning. Lin Feng felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks as he shot Mo Huang a glare before turning to Xing Xian. Let us go. Xing Xian nodded vigorously, almost jogging ahead to lead Lin Feng onto a universal transport vessel parked inside the Mo Huang's hangar. The transport vessel slowly departed from the Mo Huang, heading towards the imposing Xing Xian battleship, which loomed like a deep crimson mountain nearby. Outside the viewport, the hull of the Xing Xian appeared even more colossal and majestic under the starlight. The enormous cannon running through the bow exuded a disquieting sense of pressure. Even in silence, Lin Feng gazed at the petite figure steering such a massive vessel, filled with anticipation. This time, he intended not only to strategize defenses, but to thoroughly plan how to breach the final defenses of this proud battleship girl as heart. The transport vessel smoothly docked at one of the side hatches of the Xing Xian. The airtight door opened, and a familiar air, tinged with a faint fruity fragrance and sweetness, enveloped him. This was the unique scent of the Xing Xian's interior, akin to her own fragrance. Xing Xian quickly jumped out of the transport vessel, standing in the corridor. She turned to Lin Feng, who had just stepped out, striving to maintain a serious expression while gesturing, "Welcome to the Xing Xian, Commander. Please, this way to the bridge." Her voice carried a barely detectable tremor, and her glacial blue eyes flickered with a blend of tension, pride, and expectation. Chapter 114. Lin Feng's concerns regarding the modifications. Part 1. The bridge of the Xing Xian stood in stark contrast to the luxurious palace style of the Mo Huang, embodying a pure and efficient design for warfare. Beneath the intertwining hues of deep red and gold were sharply defined control panels and massive tactical holographic screens that continuously updated data streams. Xing Xian stood nervously before the main control panel, her small hands swiftly gliding across the virtual interface to bring up the most detailed structural blueprint of the Xing Xian. She deliberately avoided Lin Feng's gaze, focusing intently on the screen, yet her slightly reddened ears betrayed her inner unrest. "Commander, based on your defensive enhancement concept," Xing Xian strove to sound professional and calm, "I have initially planned to install defensive laser arrays and closing guns on these areas of the hull." She marked the relatively weak or easily approached regions, such as the top, belly, and seams of the side armor, taking into account energy distribution, heat dissipation, and ensuring no interference with the main and secondary gun firing arcs. These locations were optimal choices. Lin Feng leaned in to observe, his nose nearly brushing against Xing Xian's smooth golden hair, causing a flutter in his heart. He forced himself to concentrate on the technical aspects. How many units? What coverage density can we achieve? 6,000 units of alloy. Xing Xian calculated, her eyes brightening, can manifest an additional 960-point defensive laser arrays and 480 closing guns. Simultaneously, we can increase the existing Hive vertical launch system units from 200 to 600. She simulated the effects of the installations on the blueprint. Originally, there was a defensive turret every few hundred meters on the surface of the Xing Xian. Now, it resembled a porcupine, with defensive laser arrays and closing gun turrets emerging almost every few dozen meters, and the openings for missile launch silos have become significantly denser. The overall defensive firepower, especially against missiles, carrier-based aircraft, and small assault boats, had improved by several magnitudes. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. With this, ordinary swarm tactics or missile saturation attacks will pose nearly no threat to you. Even if large units get close, you will have ample reaction time. Naturally. Xing Xian raised her small face, brimming with pride. Under my command, these defensive weapons will operate at 200% efficiency. Any pests daring to approach will be reduced to cosmic dust in the storm of steel and energy. Then let us commence the exchange and manifestation immediately, Lin Feng declared, his consciousness sinking into the system. Consumption of modification points, 60,000. Exchanging 6,000 units of standard ship body alloy. Remaining modification points, 160,008. As the light flickered, the specified quantity of alloy ingots appeared in the vacant storage area within the Xing Xian. Xing Xian promptly closed her eyes, drawing upon the silent core qi provided by Lin Feng, guiding the alloy materials to flow and transform like liquid. Growing sharp-edged turret bases and missile silo covers at the designated locations on the whole surface as per her design. This process required intense concentration, yet it felt instinctual for her. Watching Xing Xian's focus profile and the gradually forming defensive structures on the hull, Lin Feng was filled with a sense of accomplishment. However, this feeling was soon overshadowed by a flicker of unease. His gaze swept over the newly added defensive weapon control nodes within the bridge that had yet to be fully integrated with the existing systems, and he frowned slightly. This time, it was Xing Xian. The sudden addition of so many weapons and equipment could be justified as emergency enhancements utilizing battlefield-recovered debris. After all, along the border, it was common for commanders to utilize all available resources for reinforcement, and, as long as core technology leaks were not involved, the command center typically wouldn't be scrutinized deeply. But what about in the future? He reflected on the moment he first received the substantial funds for upgrades, immediately envisioning the prospect of widening the Lingji and enlarging the internal maintenance hangar, as well as the inevitable, unconventional modifications to the ship's hull in the future. For instance, expanding the Lingji's maintenance vessel to several dozen kilometers, or equipping the Mo Huang with carrier aircraft that far exceed conventional models. Even transforming the fleet of ship girls, including Xing Xian, into planet-enhanced behemoths as described by the system. Such monumental changes could hardly escape external scrutiny. The Federal Academy of Sciences, high-ranking military officials, and even potential adversaries would converge like sharks sensing blood. The secrets tied to the system he possessed must remain undiscovered. Sighing unconsciously, Lin Feng rubbed his temples. In the presence of the ship girls he utterly trusted, he rarely concealed his emotions deliberately. Although the sigh was subtle, it was caught by Xing Xian, who had just completed a portion of the defense array and was eager to showcase her achievement to her commander. The excitement on her face faded, replaced by confusion and concern. "Commander?" Xing Xian turned to face Lin Feng, looking up at him with her glacier blue eyes filled with perplexity. The manifestation of the defense array went smoothly, and the results exceeded expectations. "What troubles you? Are you unhappy with my design?" Her tone carried a hint of defensiveness and anxiety, fearing she had fallen short. Upon seeing the genuine concern in Xing Xian's pure gaze, Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart. For these ship girls, whose fates intertwined with his own and whom he could entrust with his life, there was no need for defenses. He managed a wry smile and laid bare his worries. "No, your design is flawless. I am troubled by how we will explain these sudden enhancements." He gestured to the newly added control nodes around them. "Fortunately, we can attribute this to temporary modifications using salvage debris. But in the future, if the Lingji's hull suddenly expands several times, or if the M.O. Huang's aircraft morph into models we've never encountered, or even if your hull becomes as vast as a planet, how will we explain this to Leo?" "To Roger, to the command center?" Lin Feng paused, his voice growing somber. "To possess treasures is to invite calamity. Our rate of growth, if it surpasses the norm, will inevitably attract countless inquiries, covetous eyes, and even disaster." Upon hearing this, Xing Xian initially froze, but soon her small face did not mirror Lin Feng's melancholy. Instead, a blend of cunning and understanding emerged. She let out a soft hum, placing her hands on her hips. "I thought it was a monumental dilemma. It turns out you were worrying about this." Her tone bore a maturity and confidence that belied her petite stature. "Oh, Commander," Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Do you have a solution?" "The solution is quite simple," Xing Xian replied, blinking with a hint of mischief in her smile. "We just need to ensure others cannot see." "Cannot see?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed," Xing Xian elaborated. "We can proactively create a plausible opportunity for disappearance. For instance, during a high-risk mission, our squad encounters an insurmountable enemy. To safeguard Leo and Roger's safe retreat, we, the chicks, will cover their withdrawal and inform them that we possess a super long-range instantaneous leap technology, usable only in emergencies, with a random drop point, allowing them to leave without concern." In that moment, the spark of wisdom illuminated Xing Xian's eyes. "This way, we can vanish from everyone's sight. During this period, no matter how exaggerated the modifications you make to us, no one will discover them. When we return from our perilous adventures, no matter how peculiar our hull appears, we can attribute it to having inherited the legacy of an unknown ancient civilization or having discovered peculiar cosmic phenomena during our time of disappearance. The universe is vast and filled with wonders. Such excuses, though cliched, are often the most effective." As Lin Feng listened to Xing Xian's plan, his eyes began to gleam with excitement. This truly was a bold and effective strategy, employing the element of surprise and the unknowns of the universe to mask the existence of the system. However, Lin Feng quickly seized upon a critical issue. The premise of this plan is that we genuinely possess the technology to instantaneously exit the battlefield, even execute long-range leaps that render us untraceable. Otherwise, covering the retreat would turn into a suicidal sacrifice, or we would soon be located by the command center. "Indeed, the crux lies with the leap engine." Xing Xian nodded, her gaze intense as she looked at Lin Feng. "Commander, does your system possess such a device?" Lin Feng's mind raced, and he summoned the AR system interface visible only to him, swiftly searching through the modification components and permissions sections. Soon, his gaze fixed upon an item: core blueprint of the Stargazer Protocol Leap Engine. 5 readings, binding, usable only by the host shipgirl. Description: a leap engine integrating hyperspace positioning, dimensional folding, and causal shielding technology. It allows the equipped ship to initiate a super long-range leap, ignoring conventional gravitational wells and spatial interference, in an extremely short time, 3 seconds. The maximum theoretical jump range, intergalactic level, e.g., Milky Way Andromeda. It generates strong and untraceable temporal ripples upon activation, and the drop point coordinates can be randomly set or manually input by the user within a certain range. Must be anchored in advance. Exchange requirements, 500. 000 modification points. Note, materials required for manifestation, approximately 2,000 units of special alloys and some rare crystals, must be prepared separately. He had found it. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement, but upon seeing the price, he couldn't help but gasp. 500,000 modification points. This price. He had initially thought 430,000 modification points was a fortune, but now, a critical leap engine demanded 500,000. Yet, considering the engine's capabilities, which were nothing short of miraculous, instant activation, long range, untraceable, and controllable drop points, it was truly a strategic artifact. Whether for tactical retreats, strategic relocations, or executing special missions, its value was unparalleled. Moreover, the required materials were relatively modest. 2,000 units of special alloys and some rare crystals were a pittance compared to the 10,000 modification points required to destroy a hostile destroyer, which equated to about 1,000 units of alloy. What do you think, Commander? Is it too expensive? Xing Xian inquired, her tone tinged with both nervousness and anticipation as she unconsciously grasped Lin Feng's sleeve. Lin Feng's expression grew peculiar as he stared at the system interface, murmuring to himself, "Yes, it exists, and its power is astonishing, enabling us to leap from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy in an instant. Yet, priced at 500,000 modification points, I can't shake the feeling that this system is offering a friendly discount, perhaps fearing I might falter along the way. This price, compared to its nearly game-breaking capabilities, seemed unbelievably cheap. Could it be that the system was secretly providing protection, ensuring the host's survival?" Although Xing Xian did not fully grasp the intricate workings of the system, upon hearing the price of 500,000 and the formidable capabilities of the engine, her eyes sparkled like stars. "Really? That's wonderful. Commander, let's work hard to earn modification points and exchange for this engine. With it, we can implement our plan, and you can modify us as you wish." Seeing Xing Xian's exuberant demeanor, Lin Feng felt the shadows in his heart dissipate significantly. He smiled and tousled her hair. "All right, it's settled then. Our next goal is to accumulate 500,000 modification points to exchange for the Stargazer Leap engine." With a clear objective and hope for resolving the impending issues, Lin Feng felt his fighting spirit rekindled. He gazed at the small yet astute and reliable battleship girl before him, filled with gratitude and affection. However, prior to this, Lin Feng shifted his tone, gazing at Xing Xian's flushed face, which radiated excitement, and deliberately elongated his words. "Should we first activate your defensive array completely? I am eager to witness the true might of an impregnable fortress." Upon hearing this, Xing Xian immediately puffed out her chest, her countenance regaining its proud expression. "Humph. Since the commander is so keen to see, I shall graciously oblige you with a demonstration. But do not be frightened." Chapter 116. Don't ask. Just know. Utilization of wreckage. Under Xing Xian's adept handling, the defensive enhancement project of a Xing Xian ship was completed within mere hours. As the last of the Feng-like close defense cannons underwent system calibration, the Crimson battleship's exterior transformed dramatically. The once sleek and imposing lines were now adorned with a multitude of turrets and missile silo hatches, resembling a colossal beast draped in iron thorns, emanating an overwhelming aura of defensive deterrence. Lin Feng stood upon the bridge of the Xing Xian ship, admiring this masterpiece through the panoramic observation window, his heart swelling with a sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, Xing Xian resembled a peacock displaying its splendid plumage, though she refrained from verbalizing her thoughts. Her furtive glances towards Lin Feng, seeking praise, betrayed her eagerness. "Well done, Xing Xian," Lin Feng praised generously. The current iteration of the Xing Xian ship truly embodies a harmonious blend of offense and defense. This is merely fundamental operation," Xing Xian replied, turning her head, though a smile could not be suppressed from gracing her lips. After a brief period of rest and enhancement, the Huya Fleet 07 continued its patrol mission in the Echo-ruined starfield as per the original plan, perhaps due to the lingering awe of Xing Xian's previous devastating strike. The ensuing days were remarkably tranquil, encountering only sporadic and insignificant swarms of engineering insects, which were effortlessly dealt with by the newly deployed aircraft from the Mo Huang and two destroyer shipgirls. Lin Feng took this opportunity to familiarize himself with the newly added defensive firepower controls, further enhancing the synergy with the shipgirls through their daily patrols and minor skirmishes. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the curiosity brewing within. Neither Leo nor Roger were dullards. They had long harbored questions about the Xingxian ship and a noticeably increased number of aircraft deployed by the Mo Huang, especially in a resource-constrained border region. This curiosity was akin to a little girl frequently feeding grapes, only to taste the salty sweetness of her own fingers, leading her to wonder what the flavor would be if she used her toes to offer grapes instead. During a team communication, Leo could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Old Lin, to be honest, your resources seem rather abundant, don't they? How much alloy must it consume for Xing Xian's spiky exterior and the Mo Huang's overwhelming array of aircraft? Where did you acquire such materials? I recall our resources were quite limited before we set off." Roger, though silent, conveyed his unspoken inquiry through the communication channel. Lin Feng had anticipated this question. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he explained naturally, "Have you forgotten where we currently are? The Echo Ruins." He gestured towards the massive metallic debris floating outside the porthole. "This place is a vast, yet-to-be fully explored treasure trove. While the Federation salvage fleets are efficient, they cannot attend to every detail. Unlike you, who can only store resources within your ships, I have the Lingji, which utilizes its repair ship characteristics, coupled with the meticulous scanning and preliminary processing capabilities of the Mo Huang's aircraft, to recover, smelt, and convert this discarded wreckage into usable standard alloys." This explanation was both logical and reasonable. The Echo Ruins indeed abounded with various warship wrecks, and it was common knowledge that repair ships possessed recovery and processing capabilities. The combination of the two provided a flawless, self-consistent rationale. Lin Feng paused, contemplating, and added, "I still have quite a bit left, nearly 4,000 units of standard alloy. Come over and assist in distributing it. You can take these alloys to modify your respective ship girls. The Lingji's vacant holds and repair hangars are overflowing." This statement was indeed true. The Lingji had recently salvaged close to 4,000 units of alloy. Had he known of the Lingji's impressive recovery capabilities earlier, he would not have expended so many modification points to exchange for alloys. He had initially thought the Lingji could only recover less than 100 units of standard alloys daily, much like most small-scale salvage plants in the Federation. Alas, he had never inquired about the Lingji's capabilities, nor had the Lingji disclosed its recovery efficiency. "Indeed, it can be done this way," Leo exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he slapped his thigh. "Old Lin, how come your ship girls are all so extraordinary? I won't even mention the Mo Huang and Xingxian, but Lingji's special ability and recovery efficiency is remarkable. It's hard not to make your son envious." Clearing his throat and regaining his composure, Leo continued, "I have drifted through life, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. I wish to pledge my allegiance to you as a sworn brother, unafraid to brave the flames." A cold yet resigned voice interjected, "Commander, why are you so agitated? Commander Lin Feng is not withholding anything from us." Roger nodded silently, accepting Lin Feng's explanation. He merely added, "This method is excellent. However, the extensive recovery and conversion may draw the attention of other forces operating within the star system. Given their potential envy of our recovery efficiency, they may not act overtly, but could very well bring danger upon us covertly." Lin Feng felt a jolt of realization, recognizing Roger's astuteness. Yet he maintained a calm facade. "Yes, we will remain vigilant and choose secluded areas for our operations. And do come over to assist with the alloys. Take this batch and distribute it among yourselves." The minor internal doubts were temporarily quashed by Lin Feng's rationale regarding the salvage and conversion of wreckage. However, as the saying goes, the trees wish for calm, yet the winds do not cease. An impending storm from the outside world was quietly approaching. On the 10th day of the patrol mission, the monthly Border Defense Contribution Leaderboard, regularly updated by the Federation military, unveiled a startling new ranking. An astonishing change ignited the internal network of Sector G75. The Huya, Task Force 07, Commander, Major Lin Feng, surged from its previous rankings in the thousands to an unprecedented 89th place in Sector G75, akin to a rocket ascending into the sky. The core source of this meteoric rise in total points was marked as the successful early warning and annihilation of the Saralaga's main biological fleet, including 2 mothership-class units. This news fell upon the tranquil surface of the lake like a heavy bomb. 2 mothership-class biological vessels, annihilated, accomplished by a fleet newly arrived at the border. Primarily composed of rookies, this was indeed akin to a miraculous birth. In an instant, various speculations, doubts, scrutiny, and attention converge upon this suddenly ascendant Huya. In the heart of the Anvil Command, Brigadier Ivanov's office, the Chief of Staff gazed at the glaring surge in points and the battle report of the Huya. Task Force 07 displayed on the screen, his ice blue eyes deep as an abyss. The description of the battle within the report was exceedingly terse, merely mentioning the utilization of tactical ambush and precise firepower from the main fleet to swiftly eliminate the enemy during their initial transition phase. However, the accompanying sensor data, edited to obscure the terrifying energy levels of the Xing Xian's main cannon, and battlefield scanning report, which demonstrated the complete annihilation of the targets, compellingly attested to the authenticity of the victory. "What is your assessment, Alexander?" Ivanov inquired, directing his gaze towards the shadows of the office. The head of the Technical Analysis Department, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Chun, stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. "Report, Chief of Staff, the data itself shows no signs of fabrication. The energy burst readings indeed reached the threshold necessary to annihilate a main fleet vessel, and the residuals on the battlefield conform to the characteristics of high-energy particle annihilation. However, he accessed the registration details of the Starry Mirage. The issue lies in the fact that this battleship is classified as a Starry-class vessel within the Federation. The data provided indicates that its bow-mounted main cannon possesses a power level comparable to that of a Titan-class ship's bow-mounted secondary cannon. It is utterly inconceivable for it to reach the intensity suggested in the data, capable of vaporizing 2 mothership-level biological vessels while affecting numerous escort ships. This exceeds the upper limit of the bow-mounted main cannon specifications by over 300%. What is your conclusion? There are 2 possibilities. Colonel Shen analyse de calmly. Firstly, Major Lin Feng and his ship girl have mastered an unknown technology or capability that significantly enhances the firepower of their ship's armament. Secondly, they have conducted modifications on the Starry Mirage that far exceed conventional methods, of which we are yet unaware. Considering their recent observations of rapidly reinforcing their hull using battlefield debris, the latter scenario appears increasingly plausible." Ivanov fell silent for a moment, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. "Continue monitoring, elevate the surveillance level of Chu-Chu-07, but refrain from taking any proactive measures. That old fellow Zhao Zhenhua has vouched for this lad. I'm curious to see how high this suddenly emerging Chu-Chu, capable of swiftly transforming waste into treasure, can soar, and what vultures it will attract." "Understood, Chief of Staff." Meanwhile, the Chu-Chu-07 fleet sensed the subtle changes in their external environment. Tentative communications, additional reporting requirements in mission briefs, and indirect hints from logistical channels all indicated that they had become the focus of certain individuals' attention. Leo, somewhat slow on the uptake, felt a sense of unease. "Old Lin, it seems we are being watched?" Rog reminded him again. "The exposure of the leaderboard has put us on the hot seat. Many are intrigued by the source of our strength, especially our adeptness at utilizing debris." Alarm bells rang in Lin Feng's mind. The disclosure of the leaderboard was akin to casting his rapid growth, which he had hoped to conceal under the guise of scavenging, into the glaring light. Even with nearly 5,000 units of special alloys accumulated through Lingji, he dared not make any significant modifications. The plan for the Starry Mirage's disappearance had become increasingly urgent and necessary. As the day approached the time for rest, Lin Feng summoned Lingji to the commander's lounge aboard the Mo Huang, and the 3 of them engaged in a rare bout of combat. Since the arrival of the Starry Mirage, Lin Feng, who had been accustomed to observing the carnage from the sidelines, relished this rare opportunity for battle. When asked why he could not conquer the Starry Mirage, the Tsundere princess bashfully replied, "Humph, I don't want to share the same room with the commander." Lin Feng got out of bed and poured 3 cups of hot milk, handing them to the 2 girls while also informing Mo Huang and Lingji of the external attention and the initial outline of the Starry Mirage's disappearance plan. Mo Huang lazily leaned against the headboard as she accepted her cup, a glimmer of understanding passing through her purple eyes. Using debris as an excuse might suffice for the time being, but it cannot be a long-term solution, especially when we showcase more unconventional capabilities. Sister Starry's plan is the only option to break the current deadlock. Lingji, setting down her cup, anxiously rose to grasp Lin Feng's hand. "Commander, won't that be too dangerous?" "Risk and opportunity coexist," Lin Feng reassured, his gaze resolute. "We must swiftly gather enough points to exchange for that crucial engine blueprint. Next time, we need to seek out prey of greater value and begin laying down a plausible reason for our disappearance." The watchful eyes of suspicion tightened around them like an invisible net. The strategy of Chu-Chu-07 was to utilize the last moments before this net fully descended to accumulate sufficient capital, then execute a perfect escape akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Chapter 117, Twisted Faith. In a distant star domain, a secret base hidden behind a shattered nebula. The space station here is not the typical metallic construct familiar to the Federation. but rather an eerie amalgamation of rough, seemingly semi-molten and cooled rock and twisted biological material, exuding an ominous sense of fusion. At the core of the space station, in a chamber filled with pulsating, vein-like energy conduits and flickering bioluminescent crystals, a cloaked figure stared intently at a colossal star map composed of biological tissue. The star map, depicting the Echo ruins and nearby star regions, flickered with dim light. This figure is Commander Carlos of the Black Star. Once, he was a promising commander of the Federation, bonded to a highly capable cruiser ship girl. However, during a brutal battle, his ship girl sank while protecting him, leaving him severely wounded. The agony of the severed psychic link and the despair of losing a beloved twisted his mind. He harbored resentment, lamenting the Federation's slow reinforcements and the stubborn defense of a colony planet filled with ordinary people, devoid of commanders. Ejected from an escape pod and drifting near death, he was captured by the Sarlagar swarm. Yet, the swarm did not immediately consume him. Instead, they revealed a peculiar biological pheromone that showcased their vast, unified, and ever-evolving collective will. In that twisted revelation, Carlos perceived the fragility of individual humans, the narrow-mindedness and infighting of civilization. In contrast, the swarm, for the sake of collective survival and evolution, could unhesitatingly sacrifice individuals, continuously adapt, consume, and grow stronger. This purity and efficiency in his distorted psyche were glorified as the ultimate truth and perfect form of the universe. He believed that humanity could only attain true immortality and transcendence by shedding the shackles of individuality and merging into the great evolutionary current of the swarm. Thus, he betrayed humanity and willingly accepted the symbiotic transformation of the swarm. Parts of his bodily organs were replaced with swarm tissue, and his cerebral cortex was implanted with a biological interface that allowed limited connection with the swarm's central brain. He became the Black Star commander and a small brain bug of the swarm. Utilizing his remaining knowledge of the Federation and command experience, he provided intelligence, analyzed tactics, and even guided the swarm to exploit human weaknesses. What a beautiful form! Carlos extended his pale hand, the faint outlines of biological conduits visible beneath his skin. Caressing the glowing points on the star map that represented the swarm's main fleet, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Pure power, the ultimate evolution. The struggles of the human federation are but trivial ripples in the cosmic increase of entropy. His whispers echoed in the chamber, intertwining with the unique sounds of the swarm's biological architecture, reminiscent of countless shells scraping and liquid flowing, sending chills down the spine. At that moment, a fleshy communication organ pulsated faintly before him, transmitting a stream of encrypted information that had been intercepted and deciphered through his special channel. It was a detailed report concerning the astonishing achievements of the Choo-Choo-07 fleet in the Echo ruins, along with the Federation's preliminary analysis and assessment of interest. Lin Feng, the rebirth of Panga Defense, the Starry Mirage battleship. Carlos mused over this information, a glimmer of cold interest flickering in his eyes. An annihilating strike against 2 mothership-level units? Such power seems beyond the realm of conventional Federation technology. Is it some form of unknown relic technology? Or has an individual undergone a unique mutation? He pulled up previously collected fragments of intelligence regarding the Choo-Choo-07 fleet's unusual activity and rapid recovery of debris to strengthen themselves. Their growth rate was abnormal, and their energy utilization methods exceeded the database models. Carlos's brain, along with the biological interface, operated at high speed, conducting logical deductions. They cannot be allowed to continue their growth. This uncertainty may disrupt the evolutionary plans of the master, the brain bug. The threat must be nipped in the bud. And ideally, samples should be captured for the Master S research. Perhaps excellent gene sequences or energy utilization patterns could be extracted to further perfect our form. No longer hesitating, he immersed his consciousness into the connection channel with the swarm's central brain. It was a vast ocean of consciousness, suffused with boundless will, frigid logic, and insatiable desire. He navigated cautiously through the torrent of the master brain, capable of obliterating his individual awareness, collating intelligence regarding the fledgling Eagle 07, assessing threats, and formulating his action plan, mobilizing superior forces to crush and attempt to capture. This was conveyed as a clear stream of information to a high-ranking brain bug responsible for frontline operations in this star domain. Brain bugs, as advanced nodes within the swarm on the battlefield, possessed exceptional intelligence and command authority, potentially formed from the spiritual networks of countless insectoid units or having evolved from ancient insectoid overlords. They executed the strategic intent of the Dominator and directed specific campaigns. Moments later, a cold, grand, and utterly emotionless thought flowed back into Carlos's consciousness. Authorized. Resources have been allocated. Objective: eliminate or capture the anomalous unit. Execute. A twisted, satisfied smile crept across Carlos's face. He beheld, deep within the remote insectoid-controlled zone, a massive fleet being activated. Dozens of mothership-class biological vessels, resembling moving mountains of flesh, were led by a Titan biological ship, colossal enough to be compared to a small planetary fragment, its surface cloaked in thick chitinous armor and innumerable energy vents, awakening like a primordial behemoth, beginning to adjust its course. Surrounding them were hundreds of escort and destroyer-class biological ships, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, each approximately a kilometer in length. This terrifying force, capable of annihilating a large star system's defensive node, did not directly leap into the gravity well of the Echo ruins. Such intense spatial fluctuations would be akin to sounding an alarm prematurely. Instead, they executed a brief jump, arriving at the outskirts of the Kuiper belt of the star system where the Echo ruins resided, concealed within the icy interstellar dust and fragments. Then, like stealthy hunters, they activated biological camouflage and energy cloaking fields, silently infiltrating the star system at sublight speed, heading straight for the coordinates of fledgling Eagle 07. The shadow of death was silently descending upon Lin Feng's team. Chapter 118, Desperation and Decision. In the bridge of the Lingji, where Lin Feng was stationed in the Echo Ruins star domain, the previously relaxed atmosphere had long evaporated, replaced by a palpable tension that felt almost frozen. The piercing sound of the highest-level tactical alarm blared, and the holographic star map was riddled with hostile red dots, rapidly encroaching like a death nebula expanding from the outskirts of the star system. Spatial disturbances confirmed. Large-scale solid targets are approaching at sublight speed. Number: unable to be accurately counted. Exceeding 3 digits. Energy readings, heavens. For the first time, Rog's voice lost its usual composure, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Over 30 capital, ship-level responses. Among them, one energy source is more than 10 times stronger than the others. Preliminary assessment. Titan class. Titan class biological ship. Leo gasped in the communication channel, while even Hu Che, rarely one to silence such outbursts, remained quiet. Are you joking? How could such a monstrous class appear here? What is the command center doing? Mo Huang's violet eyes displayed a frenzy of data streaming, as the reconnaissance aircraft she controlled was instantly shredded by an invisible biological energy field when attempting to approach for reconnaissance, returning only the last distorted image and suffocating energy readings. Commander, the enemy possesses formidable concealment and anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Only upon entering close proximity did the Silence ultra-sensitive gravitational wave detector capture traces. They are well prepared with a clear target. Us. Mo Huang's voice was icy, laced with murderous intent, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Faced with a fleet of such scale, particularly that Titan ship, her squadron of fighter jets, no matter how elite, would be akin to casting stones into the sea. The Starfall had already advanced, side by side with Hu Che, all weapon systems on the deep crimson hull online, and the newly added defensive arrays glimmering ominously. Yet, the petite girl's face was etched with gravity. She could feel the energy fluctuations radiating from that Titan ship, a palpable weight that even her prideful Starfall cannon sensed an unprecedented threat from. Lin Feng sat in the command seat, his fingers tightly gripping the armrests, knuckles whitening from the pressure. His mind raced, the system interface constantly refreshing the threat assessments of the enemy units, each prominently marked with extremely dangerous labels striking his nerves like a hammer. He understood in an instant. The exposure of the Federal Leaderboard and their prior aberrant behavior had drawn not merely curiosity and scrutiny, but a lethal intent. There was surely a traitor among the high-ranking officials who released this leaderboard. Furthermore, the adversary evidently misjudged their capabilities or perhaps overestimated them, prompting the deployment of Titan-class units in such an enormous fleet. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Absolutely not. Even if the Starfall's main cannon could create miracles. In the most ideal scenario, it might instantaneously destroy a dozen capital ships, perhaps even eliminate that unshielded insectoid Titan with 2 shots. But that was in an ideal situation, where they stood in a row and remained motionless for a lethal barrage, in the face of an enemy several times their number. The ultimate outcome could only be total annihilation. Old Lin, Leo's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. What should we do? Fight or retreat? Rog forced himself to regain composure, adding, "The retreat route has been partially blocked. Enemy escort ships are maneuvering to encircle. Forcing a jump into gravity, well, particularly under interference, carries a high failure rate and would expose the vulnerable side hull to the enemy. A desperate situation." Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult within. He knew he had to make a decision, and it had to be the only path to survival. His gaze swept across the star map, landing on Leo-S Huche and Rog-S smaller vessels. They were entangled because of him. He could not let them perish here. Leo, Rog. Lin Feng's voice rang out through the fleet channel, clear and calm, carrying an undeniable determination. "Gather all ships immediately, with Huche as the spearhead, and execute the Blade Breakout plan towards Sector B7. I will have Mo Huang and Starfall open a breach for you, drawing the primary fire." "What?" Leo was taken aback. "Old Lin, are you mad? You'll hold the rear? What about you?" "Execute the order, Lieutenant Leo. I'm a commander." Lin Feng's tone suddenly turned severe. "This is the only way to ensure some survive. Your ships possess greater maneuverability. The chances of a breakout are higher. If you stay, everyone will die." He paused, his voice softening yet remaining resolute. "Trust me, I have a way to escape. We possess an emergency jump technology we have never employed before, but it requires time to prepare and cannot accommodate many people." This was the truth, as well as the plan. Silence enveloped the communication channel. Leo wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Huche. "Commander Lin Feng, we understand. Please, ensure you return alive." Her voice was imbued with trust in her comrades, a complex mix of gratitude and guilt for Lin Feng shielding their retreat. Rog also solemnly stated, "Take care, Lin Feng. We will relay the situation back to the command center." "Hurry," Lin Feng bellowed. The Huche, Silent, Lightning, and Firefly surged forward, engines overloading like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the direction Lin Feng indicated. Simultaneously, all fighter jets aboard the Mo Huang launched like a suicide swarm, recklessly charging towards the insectoid escort ships, attempting to intercept them, while the Starfall cannon was nearing full charge. The dim yet lethal energy fluctuations instantly drawing the attention of the enemy capital ships, particularly the Titan vessel. A profound sense of peril ignited the energy emission apertures on the surface of the Titan bioship, unleashing a formidable, emerald-hued biological energy beam that surged forth like a spear of annihilation, hurtling towards the star sphere. "Star sphere, intercept fire. Target the flagship directly ahead. Return fire." Lin Feng commanded. "Understood. Starfall launch." The star sphere cried out. A dim beam of energy, compressed to its utmost, roared forth, colliding with the bioenergy beam of the Titan ship in the void. No sound accompanied the clash, only the blinding brilliance of an explosion and the distortion of space. The point of collision between these two cataclysmic energies seemed to manifest a miniature black hole, devouring everything in its vicinity. "Kill confirmed. Solraga flagship bioship X1, reward, 100,000 modification points. Kill confirmed. Solraga flagship bioship X2, reward, 200,000 modification points. Kill confirmed. Solraga escort bioship X18, affected by dissipated energy, reward, 18,000 modification points. Kill confirmed. Solraga destroyer bioship X10, affected by dissipated energy, reward, 100,000 modification points. Kill confirmed. The collision of these two destructive energies unleashed explosive aftershocks that obliterated the nearby Zerg bioships. The system notifications flooded the screen incessantly. In the aftermath of this strike, Lin Feng's available modification points surged past the 500,000 mark. Now is the time. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with fervor as his consciousness plunged into the system interface, locking onto the objective that could potentially unravel the current predicament. Confirm exchange for the Star Realm Voyager Protocol Jump Engine Core Blueprint. 5 readings, binding. Cost, 500,000 modification points. Confirm. Simultaneously, he established a mental link, instructing the system to synchronize the entirety of this blueprint's data to Mo Huang, the Star Sphere. And Ling Ji, read the blueprint. Utilize the preset materials to materialize the engine immediately. Meanwhile, maintain high mobility to divert the enemy fleet. Lin Feng nearly roared through the mental link. Days prior, in accordance with the contingency plan for the missing operation, Ling Ji had already employed her efficient recovery abilities to distribute and store the accumulated alloys and rare crystals, primarily extracted from crystal remnants and special Zerg units, within the internal spaces of the 3 shipgirls' hulls. At this moment, with materials in abundance and the blueprint at hand, the ship girls, empowered by Lin Feng's limitless void core energy, commenced the urgent materialization process. Chapter 119. The Roar of Engines and Void Transition. On the bridge of the star sphere. As it withstood the aftermath of the Titan ship's strike, having been mitigated by the star sphere's force field and shield system, yet still trembling violently, with some external armor melting, a portion of its consciousness guided the specialized alloys and rare crystals stored in the ship's hold to dissolve and reconfigure rapidly. Near her energy core chamber, an intricate and fluidly designed engine structure, replete with mechanical precision, began to visibly grow, its surface adorned with eerie blue runes that did not belong to any known energy system. Deep within the Mo Huang, a similar scene unfolded. While Mo Huang maneuvered her aircraft in a near-desperate defense, suffering heavy losses, she grit her teeth and synchronized the materialization of the engine. The violet aroma in the air seemed tinged with the scent of rust. As a repair ship, Ling Ji's internal space was already conducive to precision work, and she labored with unparalleled dedication, her efficiency even surpassing that of Star Sphere and Mo Huang. The verdant void core repair beams mended the shields of Mo Huang and Star Sphere, occasionally diverting to assist in the formation of critical engine components. At this moment, the trio of ships, Hatchling 07 main fleet, were racing against time, dancing with death. The Zerg fleet evidently offered them no respite. The Titan ship appeared incensed by the Star Sphere's audacious counterattack, as more energy began to coalesce upon its massive form. Surrounding flagship and escort ships, akin to sharks scenting blood, surged forward, unleashing a torrent of biological acid cannons, bone spurs, and energy beams that rained down upon the shields of the three starships. Shield strength down to 65. Star Sphere reported urgently. Losses exceeding 40 on the Moth defense gunboats. Severe casualties among the Locust interceptors. Mo Huang's voice carried the weight of anguish. External armor sustained multiple damages. Repair beams, prioritizing engine materialization zone. Ling Ji maintained her composure amidst the chaos. Continue high maneuverability to avoid the main cannon fire from the enemy flagship. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the system interface and the external battle, his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. Each second stretched like an eternity. Engine materialization progress. 85, 90, 95. Just then, the Titan bioship's main cannon recharged, and this time, the emerald glow was more intense than before, clearly preparing to unleash a fatal strike. There is no time for a counterattack. My main cannon has just cooled down. Star Sphere exclaimed in alarm. Ling Ji, divert all surplus energy to Star Sphere. Star Sphere. Maintain maximum power to sustain shields. Lin Feng bellowed, his consciousness frantically urging the system, the inept system and the furious host, and the nascent engine. Hurry, hurry, hurry. 99. 100. Engine materialization complete. Feedback from the Star Sphere, Mo Huang, and Ling Ji arrived almost simultaneously. Initiate the Star Realm Voyager Protocol. Target coordinates, Trinity Cooperative Jump, random setting. Maximum jump distance. Lin Feng issued the final command without hesitation. Almost at the same instant that the Titan ship's devastating biological energy torrent erupted, the newly formed jump engine core within the three starships flared to life. It was not a blinding light, but a profound darkness, as if it could absorb all light. The engine emitted not a thunderous roar, but a deep, resonant hum that seemed to echo from the dawn of the universe, transcending dimensions. This sound did not travel through the air. It resonated directly within the depths of all consciousness, momentarily halting even the frenzied assault of the Zerg fleet. At the center of the three starships, space rippled violently as though a stone had been cast into still waters, folding and distorting. The celestial panorama surrounding them began to elongate, morph, and the colors became fantastical, as if the laws of physics had momentarily unraveled. The Titan's energy torrent, powerful enough to pierce a planet, struck what seemed to be an invisible membrane, continuously collapsing inward, with energy being grotesquely warped, deflected, absorbed, and ultimately vanishing along with the three starships into the suddenly appearing, ever-expanding spatial singularity. There was no explosion, no debris, only silent ripples of intense temporal and spatial distortion radiating outward, sweeping across the battlefield like waves, disrupting all sensors and leaving the nearby Zerg escorts reeling as if intoxicated, colliding chaotically. Moments later, the spatial singularity dissipated, restoring tranquility to the void as though nothing had transpired. Only Leo and Rog's fleet, having just escaped to the gravitational well of the star system, remained in stunned disbelief. Gazing at the sensor readings, Leo gaped at the empty void, muttering after a pause, "Did it succeed? Have they really jumped away?" Rog remained silent, swiftly analyzing the last captured sensor data of the anomalous spatial fluctuations, his brow furrowed. This method of jump has never been witnessed before. The energy signatures are unrecognizable. Where do they go? Meanwhile, at the secret stronghold, the Black Star Commander Carlos, sensing the battlefield's abrupt shift through the Zerg network, leaped from his biological throne. Incredulity etched across his face for the first time. Gone. How is that possible? In such an energy blockade and gravitational well environment, could it be a short-range random jump? No, that kind of spatial fluctuation is incorrect. He frantically scoured the swarm database, yet found no records matching the elusive transition technology. Lock onto their last known coordinates. Dispatch all reconnaissance units to scour the nearby star systems. We must locate them, Carlos bellowed into the biological communicator, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of fury, confusion, and a flicker of insatiable greed. That technology must belong to the sovereign. It must belong to the perfect swarm. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his 3 ship girls were embarking on an indescribably wondrous journey. They felt as if encased within a transparent bubble, traversing an otherworldly hyperspace corridor at incomprehensible speeds, where bizarre colors and shapes danced around them. Stars appeared as elongated streaks of light, and their sense of time became indistinct. An indeterminate duration passed, perhaps a fleeting moment or an eternity. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared at the end of the corridor, rapidly expanding. The transition was nearing its conclusion. Prepare to exit hyperspace. Xingxuan's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with excitement and tension, echoed. In the next instant, the bubble enveloping their 3 vessels burst, and familiar physical laws returned. Outside the viewport lay an utterly alien, serene, and vast expanse of stars. In the distance, a colossal, vividly colored nebula stretched across the horizon like a gossamer curtain, while nearby, only a few faint stars and drifting asteroid belts were visible. This was a Triner star system. They had successfully escaped their dire predicament, officially vanishing from everyone's sight. "Where are we?" Lingji whispered, gazing out at the unfamiliar starfield. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. A mixture of relief, gratitude, and resolute determination etched on his face. "I don't know, but here will be our new starting point." He glanced at the system interface, noting that 51,008 modification points remained, but the crucial engine blueprint had been permanently inscribed. He understood that the Federation, the Swarm, and the Black Star Commander would undoubtedly not relent in their search for them. Yet, unfortunately, all known factions had yet to grasp the method to escape that galaxy. What they needed to do was to utilize this period of disappearance to undertake deeper modifications and enhancements within this unfamiliar Andromeda galaxy, until they could once again astonish the entire starry sky with a renewed presence. Chapter 120. An alien starry sky and unexpected breakthroughs. The hum of the Star Realm Voyager engine faded entirely, replaced by the low hum of the ship's internal systems operating smoothly. Outside the viewport lay a completely alien starfield. 3 stars, a brilliant yellow-white main sequence star, a slightly smaller companion star radiating an orange-red glow, and a distant, dim red dwarf. Together formed a complex and dynamic gravitational stage against the backdrop of inky darkness. Their light intertwined, casting a kaleidoscopic hue upon the nearby asteroid belt. In the distance, interstellar dust drifted like a delicate veil, obscuring the deeper stars. This was the landing point randomly selected by the Star Realm Voyager engine, situated at the periphery of the Andromeda Galaxy, within a complex system of 3 stars. Transition complete. Fleet coordinates have been updated, now located in an unknown starfield, temporarily designated as the Trinary Alpha system. Lingji's soft voice resonated from the bridge of the Lingji, imbued with a sense of reassurance upon reaching a safe zone. Background radiation scan complete. No known Federation or hostile swarm signals detected. Mo Huang's voice came through the communication channel. Mo Huang vessel quietly hovering nearby, its dark hull nearly blending into the surrounding shadows, with only the golden phoenix patterns occasionally glimmering under the starlight. Mo Huang continued. Preliminary assessment indicates that we have successfully exited the known galaxy's boundaries and are currently situated in the Andromeda Galaxy as per theoretical models. Leaning against the command seat of the Lingji, Lin Feng exhaled a long, heavy breath. The tension in his nerves suddenly relaxed, bringing forth an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Yet more so, a profound relief at having survived. Instinctively, Out of habit, he guided the boundless tranquil core energy within him to circulate through a small cycle, attempting to dispel his mental weariness. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The unintentional energy flow, merely in natural circulation, seemed to trigger a hidden switch. The tranquil core energy within him, which had been steadily recovering, suddenly surged with intensity. This was a qualitative transformation that arose seamlessly when the energy reached its zenith. Buzz! An invisible wave of energy radiated from Lin Feng, causing the lights on the Lingji's bridge to flicker momentarily. He felt his consciousness expand at an unprecedented speed, akin to a young girl hastily diving into a thick, soft quilt after a warm bath in the midst of winter, just before the cold air could invade. His mental perception surged outward. The previously sluggish energy output channels, restricted by level limitations, suddenly widened as if a dam had burst under floodwaters. Detected host's tranquil core energy purity and total volume has surpassed the critical threshold. Level up, LV20 to LV21. Mental capacity increased. Tranquil core energy output power at 50. Energy recovery rate at 30. The system notifications flashed by, yet the torrent of energy did not cease, pushing forward with even greater ferocity against higher barriers. It was still rising. Lin Feng's mind raced back to the moment when the swarm Titan ship had locked onto them in the Echo ruins. The damage sustained by the Xingchuan, the heavy losses suffered by the Mo Huang's aircraft, and that narrow escape from death during the transition. Vivid images of life and death struggles flickered through his mind, and the intense desire to survive, the thirst for power, and the responsibility to protect the ship girls and his crew mingled with the strong emotions that surged after his earlier relaxation, catalyzing his breakthrough. Boom! A more intense wave of energy erupted from within him, warping the air around the command seat. Lingji gasped, instinctively stepping back half a pace, her eyes filled with astonishment. She could sense the commander's aura growing stronger and deeper at an astonishing rate. Detected host's mental will in deep resonance with the energy core, triggering a secondary transition. Level up, LV21 to LV22. Mental capacity significantly enhanced. Tranquil core energy output power at 80. Energy recovery rate at 50. Mental link strength increased. Continuous level ups. From LV20 directly to LV22. In mere minutes, Lin Feng felt his strength surge, surpassing the cumulative total of 2 months of arduous training. Was this the benefit of struggling for survival under extreme duress, only to suddenly relax? No. Perhaps the more crucial factor was the astonishing resonance efficiency between his transcendent soul and the tranquil core energy, coupled with the system's provision of an infinite energy pool as the most solid support. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resembling the birth and death of stars, radiating brilliance. The residual mental fatigue from earlier battles vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of power and control. Commander, you level up twice? Lingji exclaimed, clutching the data panel, her mouth agape in disbelief. Yes. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and nodded. The rise in levels meant he could better support the ship girls, and it also indicated that he was one step closer to his goal of acquiring a 4th ship girl. It seemed that peril truly was the best catalyst for breakthroughs. He swiftly reined in his thoughts. Now was not the time for celebration. They found themselves in an entirely unknown starfield, and the fleet's condition was far from perfect. Xingchuan, report the ship's status. Xingchuan shield energy remaining at 17. The Xingchuan force field generator is overloaded and requires cooling maintenance. The external armor on the bow has suffered melting damage while resisting the Titan ship's energy backlash, with structural integrity diminished by 8. The newly installed defensive array system is functioning optimally. Xingchuan reported, her tone laced with a barely perceptible pain, as if recounting the scars upon her delicate skin. Lingji, prioritize the repairs on the Xingchuan. Yes, Commander. The repair beams are ready. Lingji replied promptly, dashing towards the control console to mobilize the repair arms and nanobots of the Lingji. Montakfeng. Lin Feng connected to the carrier channel. Congratulations, Commander. Your strength has significantly increased. Mo Huang's voice came with a hint of mirth, the bustling sounds of her aircraft hangar audible in the background. It seems we have turned misfortune into fortune. Fortune or misfortune remains to be seen. Lin Feng replied gravely. Immediately begin manifesting and replenishing your lost aircraft. I require your reconnaissance squadrons to mobilize at once. Conduct a comprehensive, all-encompassing reconnaissance of these 3 stars and their planetary systems centered around the fleet. Focus on identifying collectible resources, potential threats, and any signs of intelligent civilizations. Understood, my little ones are eager to go. Mo Huang responded. The Cicada Reconnaissance Squadron will be the first to depart, and the Ladybug and Bee-Blades will also be promptly replenished. Allow my eyes to illuminate this unfamiliar starry expanse for you. After issuing the orders to the ship girls, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the internal communication list, where the symbols representing the ground forces aboard the Lingji and Xingxuan were displayed. Attention all Icefield Wolf Power Armor Brigade, Iron Shield, Main Battle Mecha Corps, and Broken Blade, Titan Mecha Squadron members. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the fleet's broadcast, reaching the ears or armored comms of every Stardust warrior. I'm Major Lin Feng. I am aware that you have endured a grueling battle and an unimaginable journey. Now, I announce that the fleet has temporarily escaped danger and arrived at an unknown star domain. He paused, allowing the information to settle. We are safe, but we're also lost. This is not the territory of the Federation, and it may not even lie within the Milky Way. We know nothing of this place. Therefore, I command all ground combat units, immediately organize your equipment, tally personnel, and supplies. Following that, as per the predefined transfer plan, board the termite landing craft and proceed to assemble on the Mo Huang aircraft carrier, awaiting further orders. We may need to confront new terrestrial environments, new foes, and, perhaps, a new world. I wish to meet you all in the hangar of the Mo Huang to inform you of our current situation and the actions we may need to undertake in the future. For humanity, after a brief silence within the communication channel, a synchronized response, resonating with a metallic timbre, arose. For humanity. Chapter 121. The Iron Torrent and the Prelude to Conquest. Within the colossal hangar of the Mo Huang, resembling a small city, the atmosphere was somber and heavy. A vast expanse that once housed aircraft had been temporarily cleared for an area now filled with neatly arranged, cold metallic structures resembling a steel jungle. The most striking sight was the 8 broken blade Titan mechas, akin to moving fortresses, with 2 others stationed on the Tiger Che, towering at 145 meters. These colossal entities resembled armored warriors from a classical era, with robust mechanical legs supporting their hefty torsos. Their arms were equipped with imposing fixed-caliber, heavy, dual-barreled void energy cannons and iron curtain stationary defense matrices, as well as void energy blades. Their armor bore the scars of past battles, with scratches that had worn away the paint, each mark seemingly a medal of honor, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. They represented the ultimate land platform for both offense and defense, serving as the steadfast anchor for the fleet's landing operations. Among the Titans, and at the forefront, were 5,000 Iron Shield main battle mechas, with another 1,000 distributed across the fleets of Leo and Roger. These humanoid war machines, standing at 54 meters tall, formed the backbone of the ground forces. Varying in models, some bore long-range sniper rifles, others were armed with rapid-fire pulse cannons and rocket pods, while some wielded massive anti-armor blades and physical shields. They formed a formidable array, their cold sensor lenses flickering red under the hangar lights, resembling a silent forest of steel. In front of the mecha array stood 45,000 warriors of the Icefield Wolf Power Armor Brigade, with another 5,000 similarly distributed among Leo and Roger's fleets. Clad in the standard Lone Wolf 3 power armor, painted in shades of gray and black, their shoulder plates bore the emblem of a roaring wolf's head. Compared to the mechas, they appeared diminutive, yet when gathered together, they formed an unending wave of steel. Armed with void energy assault rifles, high-frequency molecular vibrational cleavers, chainsaw swords, and heavy machine guns, their weapons pointed downwards in unison, every movement perfectly synchronized without a sound. Beneath their visors were faces weathered by the fires of war. Steadfast and composed, the air was filled with the faint hissing of hydraulic systems, the deep hum of energy cores, and the subtle friction of metal against the ground. No one spoke. Only the absolute silence maintained through the internal communication network persisted. This formidable force, embodying the essence of the Human Federation's ground combat capabilities, awaited the commands of their supreme commander, poised for orders from the unknown star domain. The corridor lights illuminated as Lin Feng's figure appeared upon the command platform high above the hangar. He remained clad in his crisply tailored Federation naval uniform. Yet the aura he exuded was more concentrated and profound than before. The elevation in rank had not only brought an increase in energy, but also a rise in inner confidence and authority. His gaze swept across the flowing sea of steel below, a surge of ambition and weighty responsibility welling within him. These were his subordinates, who had trusted him, followed him, and arrived in this dire situation together. His voice resonated through the Mo Huang's internal speakers, reaching the ears of every soldier. Soldiers, warriors of Stardust. His voice echoed throughout the vast hangar. First, we encountered a swarm fleet many times our size, and yet we survived. The simple affirmation allowed many tense bodies among the warriors to relax slightly. Survival was the best solace for the fallen, and it empowered these warriors to continue their quest for vengeance against the alien races. However, survival did not equate to an end. Lin Feng's tone shifted to one of gravity. I must convey a sobering truth. We have undergone an extraordinary leap. Based on the data currently at hand, we are very likely no longer within the Milky Way. Although they had prepared mentally for this possibility, when these words were articulated by their supreme commander, a nearly imperceptible wave of energy rippled through the ranks, a manifestation of the warriors' internal shock. We have lost contact with the Federation, lost logistical support, and have become adrift in a completely unknown star domain. Here, I shall temporarily designate it as the Trisolaris Alpha Star System. He raised his hand, and a holographic projection flickered to life beside him, displaying the rough star system scan recently returned by M.O. Huang's reconnaissance aircraft. We know nothing of this place. We are unaware if the physical laws here differ slightly, if there are perilous cosmic phenomena, or if other intelligent civilizations exist, and whether they are friendly or hostile. His voice carried a chilling rationality. Human history teaches us that encounters between civilizations often accompany conflict and conquest. In a vast and dark expanse of the Starry Sea, survival is the primary law. We cannot and must not entrust the survival of our race to the goodwill of unfamiliar civilizations. Thus, our objectives are unequivocal. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened like a blade. First, survive. Second, find a way home. Third, acquire as many resources as possible to strengthen ourselves. He pointed to a celestial body marked as Planet 1 on the star map, with reconnaissance data indicating the presence of an atmosphere and liquid water. Preliminary investigations by the M.O. Phoenix suggested the potential existence of primitive life forms on this planet, and even the possibility of an archaic civilization could not be dismissed. Should the existence of an indigenous civilization be confirmed, particularly one with a technological level beneath our own, Lin Feng paused, allowing each word to resonate deeply within the consciousness of the warriors. Then, in pursuit of essential resources to better understand this star system, to eliminate potential threats. And for the future of humanity, we may need to execute the Civilization Contact Protocol, the Conquest Sequence. The term conquest struck like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. This was not merely a campaign against the barbaric insectoid races or those fiercely xenophobic factions. It could potentially ignite a war against the sentient species. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the silent array of steel below, sensing the trepidation concealed behind those armored visors and sensors. For many soldiers indoctrinated with the ideals of the Federation, tasked with defending civilization against alien threats, launching a conquest against an unfamiliar civilization posed a profound moral quandary. He understood this hesitation, yet he possessed reasons for this course of action that he could not articulate to all. Just moments ago, having ascended 2 ranks and establishing a deep connection with the system, he had distinctly perceived a cold and unequivocal message from the Silent Core sublimation system. Detected that the host has exited the conventional operational zone, Galactic Federation territory, and combat zones. Conventional missions, extermination of insectoids, crystalline entities, etc., will see a significant drop in efficiency. Warning, maintaining the fleet's presence, undertaking high-intensity hull modifications, and manifesting advanced units will require a continual expenditure of vast modification points. Note, the most effective means of acquiring modification points in the current unknown star region is to eliminate sentient life forms that pose a threat or have potential threats, along with their creations. Conquering and annihilating a primitive interstellar civilization is estimated to yield modification points 5,000,000 to 20,000,000, depending on the civilization's scale and development level. Millions or even tens of millions of modification points. This figure was etched in his mind like a brand. He glanced at the system interface. After the prior battle against the insectoids and the exchange for the engine, his modification points were nearly depleted. With only a few tens of thousands remaining, a mere drop in the ocean against the towering demands of the fleet and future enhancement blueprints. Should they encounter a formidable fleet in battle, without modification points, Lingji would be unable to rapidly repair the Star Crystal's damages, and the M.O. Phoenix would not be able to replenish its powerful air wing. More critically, the ultimate blueprints within the system's store, capable of establishing their foothold and even dominance in this alien star region, including planetary-grade weaponry, stellar-grade defense systems, and advanced ship girl enhancement privileges, required astronomical amounts of modification points. Slaughter, or rather, the necessary eradication for survival and progression, was the most direct sustenance bestowed upon him by the system. This was not to satiate a perverse desire, but rather the cold arithmetic of survival. This fleet needed resources and required the rapid formation of combat readiness to face unknown risks, and the civilization marked below, in the system's assessment, represented a vast reservoir of capital and growth experience awaiting extraction. He could not disclose the truth of the system to the soldiers. Yet he had to convey that this imminent conquest was not born of greed or malice, but was an inevitable choice concerning the survival of this solitary remnant of humanity. Taking a deep breath, he transformed the system's frigid admonitions into a more persuasive rationale concerning collective survival. I understand this contradicts some of the teachings we have received regarding peace and coexistence. Lin Feng's tone bore an unyielding resolve. But please remember, we are no longer situated within the orderly confines of the Federation's territory. We are a lost vessel adrift in a sea that may be rife with hostility. Any hesitation or mercy could plunge us, and the civilization we represent, into an abyss from which there is no return. This is not a glorious expedition. It may very well be a dark hunt for survival. His voice lowered yet resonated with greater intensity. We may find our hands stained with blood. We may bear the weight of sin. But all of this is to ensure that the ember of human civilization may endure. We must find a new hope for humanity here. You are my sharpest sword, my strongest shield. I require you to maintain the highest vigilance and the most steadfast resolve. When the order is given, I want you to become the thunder of destruction, obliterating all obstacles that stand in the way of our survival and return. For humanity. Lin Feng raised his right fist, his voice striking like the clash of metal, reverberating throughout the hangar. Thud, his fist struck his chest, producing a dull echo. Following a brief silence, a tumultuous response engulfed the entire space, the resonance of steel seeming to shake the very hull. For humanity. For humanity. For humanity. Thud, thud. The engine of war had begun to warm up beneath this unfamiliar starry sky. Chapter 122, Waterworld and the Silent Satellite. As Lin Feng conducted his pre-battle mobilization within the hangar of the Mo Phoenix, the reconnaissance drones released by the Mo Phoenix spread out like the nerve endings of a neural network, gradually sketching the initial visage of the Trisolaris Alpha Star system. The first detailed data to return came from the observation of the nearest star, a reddish-orange companion star. It possessed a narrow habitable zone, encircled by a rocky planet riddled with craters, tidally locked, with a harsh environment and devoid of value. The reconnaissance drones did not linger long, directing their main efforts toward the more complex yellow-white main sequence star system. This system contained 4 planets. The innermost consisted of 2 scorching rocky planets, scorched barren by the star's heat. The third orbit, residing within the star system's habitable zone, was indeed the planet one Lin Feng had mentioned in the meeting. More Cicada Javelin reconnaissance drones approached this planet like phantoms. High-resolution optical sensors, multi-spectral scanners, and gravity anomaly detectors, all available reconnaissance methods were employed, and the data streamed back to the Mo Phoenix for processing. The Mo Phoenix's main body stood before the holographic star map on the aircraft carrier's bridge, her violet eyes flickering with rapid data flows. She elegantly raised her hand, adjusting the continuously refining details on the star map, though her brow furrowed slightly. "Commander." Her voice resonated directly within Lin Feng's mind through their psychic link, imbued with a hint of interest in the prey. "The preliminary scan results for Planet 1 are in. It is rather intriguing." Having just concluded the mobilization conference and prepared to head to the bridge for a detailed briefing, Lin Feng's spirits lifted. "Speak." The planet's volume is approximately 13 times that of Earth, with over 90 of its surface covered by ocean. The atmospheric composition primarily consists of nitrogen and oxygen, with elevated levels of water vapor and trace amounts of specific halogen gases, suitable for carbon-based life forms to breathe, though prolonged exposure may cause mild irritation to the mucous membranes of non-native species. The planet's surface is dotted with islands of various sizes, with the largest landmass being roughly equivalent to Australia. Within the holographic projection, an image of a planet enveloped in azure waters gradually became clear, adorned with patches of green. Signs of intelligent civilization were detected on the planet. The Mo Phoenix magnified several coastal areas and large islands within the images. Energy signals indicative of large urban settlements were detected, with structures predominantly featuring low, dome-like forms, seemingly adapted to damp or occasionally inundated environments. Regular electromagnetic wave communications were observed, with the signal encoding being primitive and efforts to decipher it had commenced. Simultaneously, a multitude of artificial satellites and 3 sizable space stations were discovered in near-Earth orbit. The images were zoomed in once more, revealing that many of these structures seem to be constructed near water or in shallow seas, showcasing a unique architectural style. The satellites in orbit resemble industrious worker bees encircling a hive, their numbers astonishing. Can we ascertain their level of civilization? Lin Feng inquired solemnly. Based on our comprehensive assessment, they exist at the twilight of what we once referred to as the information age, having preliminarily developed the capability for interplanetary travel within their stellar system. Their technological advancements seem to emphasize marine engineering, biotechnology, and orbital construction. We have yet to detect any propulsion systems beyond chemical rockets. Nor have we observed signs of energy weaponry. Their space station defenses appear feeble, primarily relying on kinetic weaponry. Mo Huang calmly analyzed. In terms of threat level to us, is exceedingly low. They are akin to primitive humans wielding stone axes, facing fully armored interstellar warriors. Lin Feng gazed at the azure planet, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. A civilization that has progressed to the end of the information age, even commencing the construction of space stations, must have amassed a wealth of resources, and it undoubtedly possesses immense research value. What about the life forms? Through high-precision optical scanning, we captured images of individuals from this civilization. Mo Huang switched the display. The images revealed some indistinct yet distinctive figures. They stood approximately 5 to 1, 7 meters tall, sporting broad, frog-like heads with large eyes positioned on either side. Their skin appeared moist, adorned with mottled green-brown hues. Their limbs were elongated, seemingly featuring webbed structures between their fingers. They donned form-fitting garments of indeterminate material, and in certain frames, we observed them swimming with agility underwater or moving rapidly across damp terrain by leaping. Amphibious beings, Mo Huang concluded, tentatively naming them the marsh dwellers. A more profound observation and data are required for a thorough analysis of their social structure and psychology. At that moment, the Cicada Strike reconnaissance drone, responsible for signal decryption, transmitted new information. Commander, we have intercepted a segment of public broadcast signals from this civilization and have preliminarily deciphered their foundational linguistic logic. A hint of amusement tinged Mo Huang's voice. The content pertains to communications regarding logistical operations at one of their orbital space stations. Their language is replete with reverence for concepts such as the tranquility of the deep sea and the blessings of the breeding pools. However, she paused. Retrieving another set of data, passive listening records from the reconnaissance craft across a broader area of the star system. A noteworthy phenomenon emerged. Aside from the necessary noise of navigation and internal communications, the entire planet maintained an almost deathly silence towards the outside world, particularly the cosmic expanse beyond their stellar system. Unlike early humanity, which proactively transmitted friendly signals into the starry void, all their external detection devices, including satellites and space stations, remained in a mode of passive reception or cautious listening, as if they feared being overheard by something. Montag Fang regarded Lin Feng, a glimmer of profound light flashing in her violet eyes. Commander, the behavioral patterns of this civilization starkly contrast with those of a typical society on the brink of a technological explosion, eager to communicate with the outside world. They seem more inclined to conceal themselves. Lin Feng approached the star map, gazing intently at that beautiful blue planet and the silent eyes surrounding it. Conceal themselves? In the vast cosmos, why would a civilization that has just ventured into space harbor such a fearful instinct to hide? What do they fear? Other threats within their star system? Or some deeper, darker laws emanating from the cosmos itself? He could not yet comprehend the full implications of such behavior, but it undeniably cast a more intricate shadow over his plans for conquest. A civilization adept at concealment may prove far more troublesome than one that is ostentatious. Intensify reconnaissance efforts, Lin Feng commanded, his voice frigid. Prioritize monitoring their encrypted internal communications and attempt to decipher their historical and cultural databases. Simultaneously, scan the globe, marking all major cities, industrial centers, energy nodes, orbital facilities, and potential military base coordinates. We require more detailed intelligence to determine our course of action. He paused, adding, additionally, broadcast to Captain Vasilyevic and his Broken Blade Squadron, instructing them to prepare for initial landings to suppress enemy orbital and critical ground nodes. We must incapacitate these amphibians before they grasp what is transpiring. Yes, Commander. A slight smile, tinged with a dangerous undertone, curled at the corners of Mo Huang's lips. So, shall we opt for a lightning strike or orbital deterrence to compel their surrender? Lin Feng surveyed the silent aquatic world on the star map, his gaze devoid of compassion, filled instead with absolute rationality and a hint of detached coldness characteristic of a superior civilization's arrival. Courtesy before conflict? No, that would be a waste of time and far too naive. He spoke softly, until we ascertain their absolute harmlessness or subjugate them entirely. I shall not entertain any form of negotiation risk. The first wave of assault must obliterate all their orbital facilities and primary military capabilities. Afterwards, we will convey to them the choice: submit or face annihilation. The chilling command reverberated within the command bridge of the aircraft carrier situated in an unfamiliar star system, heralding an impending storm upon the unsuspecting aquatic world. Chapter 123, The Lament of the Silent Water World. Within the command bridge of the Mo Huang, Lin Feng reclined in the command chair, his gaze fixated on the main holographic display showcasing the cerulean planet, now temporarily designated as Calyptus, named after the whirlpool monster from Greek mythology that devoured seawater, symbolizing its environment almost entirely engulfed by the ocean. Mo Huang stood beside him, her slender fingers gracefully gliding across the holographic control panel, presenting more deeply analyzed data on the screen. Commander, we have obtained preliminary results regarding the social structure of this civilization, which calls itself the Zetas, or the amphibious beings. Mo Huang's voice bore a chilling caution, her violet eyes shimmering with streams of data. Their societal form appears to be entrenched in a stage akin to the late, morally bankrupt capitalism once known on our home planet, perhaps even more grotesque. The screen displayed decrypted internal communication records, financial transaction data flows, and social class analysis charts. The wealth and power of the entire planet are highly concentrated within a few scion families, inheritors of bloodlines and capital. They dominate the global marine farms, underwater mineral extraction, orbital space stations, and information networks. Meanwhile, the vast majority of the ordinary amphibious proletariat endure a dire existence. Mo Huang retrieved a set of harrowing images and data. In murky shallow waters or damp cave cities, multitudes of frail amphibians are crammed into narrow, poorly lit nests. They engage in high-intensity, repetitive labor, harvesting algae in minimally automated marine farms, conducting unprotected excavations in perilous trench mines, and processing industrial wastewater in gigantic purification plants. They toil for over 17 hours a day, their meager wages barely sufficient to procure the minimum nutritional paste for survival and cheap moisturizers to prevent skin dryness. Lacking medical insurance, lacking a retirement system, their offspring are burdened from birth with their ancestors' labor debts, trapped in a cycle of servitude for generations. Education is a privilege reserved for the scion class, used to entrench the social hierarchy. The average lifespan of the lower-class amphibians barely exceeds 40 standard years, far below the theoretical biological lifespan of their species. The images depicted aged amphibians, their skin festering and eyes clouded from prolonged toil and harsh environments, discarded like refuse in abandoned pipes, awaiting death. Social tensions are extremely acute, yet suppressed by the formidable, bloodthirsty machinery of the tidal security forces controlled by the scion class. Any form of protest or strike is met with brutal repression. Here, the concept of human rights is non-existent. The lower-class amphibians are regarded as expendable assets. Montauk Fang concluded, her tone devoid of emotion, merely stating facts. To describe them with an ancient term, they are slaves. Lin Feng's fingers lightly tapped the armrest, his gaze calm and unyielding. He recalled the dark chapters of history from his homeland, the Blue Planet. The memories from before his traversal instilled within him an intrinsic aversion to such societal structures. He spoke, his voice devoid of much emotion. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Their ideology, naturally, is designed to serve the ruling class. Indeed, Mo Huang added, accessing a greater stream of information. They espouse a distorted philosophy of survival of the fittest from the deep sea, attributing poverty to individual laziness and incompetence, thereby concealing the fact that the means of production are monopolized. Spiritual opiates permeate the lower strata, numbing pain and upholding the existing order. Their laws, culture, and education all serve to reinforce this class divide. What about their value assessment? Lin Feng inquired, his tone calm. Physiological analysis reports indicate. Mo Huang switched the display, revealing the anatomical structure and compositional analysis of the frogmen. Their muscular fibers are coarse, rich in a particular glandular secretion that results in an acidic and slightly toxic taste. Although they can be consumed after processing, their nutritional value and flavor pale in comparison to the edible organisms cultivated aboard our vessel. As a direct food source, they present a remarkably low cost-performance ratio, even falling short of the federal standard synthetic protein, lacking economic viability as a mainstream food source. However, she pivoted her discourse. Their digestive system exhibits a remarkable capability to decompose chitin and biological toxins. Observations confirm that their primary food source consists of a plethora of aquatic arthropods, similar to insects, proliferating in the oceans and swamps of this planet. More importantly, their neural reflex structure is relatively simple, and their musculoskeletal system possesses excellent jumping ability and environmental adaptability, particularly a strong tolerance to high humidity and toxic environments. Mo Huang glanced at Lin Feng, a calculating glimmer flashing in her violet eyes. A comprehensive assessment suggests utilizing them as combat organisms, deploying them to planets overrun by the Sarlaga swarms, employing their dietary habits to eliminate lower-tier insectoid units, and serving as expendable decoys or biological bait, thus possessing a certain tactical value. If we could employ biotechnology to eradicate their autonomous consciousness and conduct controllable gigantification modifications, theoretically, we could cultivate cost-effective biological titans adapted to specific environments, aimed at depleting the insect swarm's living forces. Lin Feng nodded slightly, lacking nutritional value, yet possessing specific utility. This conclusion rendered his subsequent decisions more straightforward. In other words, by conquering them, we would not only secure a planet with a somewhat improved environment as a base, but also acquire a potential blueprint for a biological weapon against the swarms. Lin Feng's fingers gently tapped the armrest of his command chair. Then, how shall we assist such a civilization, whose internal contradictions have reached a critical point, in extricating themselves from their current predicament and coaxing them into willingly providing us with experimental samples? Montauk Feng chuckled softly, a glimmer of insight illuminating her violet gaze. The commander already has the answer in mind, does he not? Rather than destroying their creations, it would be more advantageous to offer them an irresistible choice. Utilize a force they cannot comprehend, coupled with ideas that can ignite their internal flames. Lin Feng nodded, issuing the directive. Formulate a contact plan. The objectives are twofold. First, to propagate the more advanced socialist and communist ideologies for Blue Star, liberating their proletariat, which is the reward we offer. Second, to enlist the first batch of 100,000 volunteers for our biological weapon research project. Simultaneously, we shall retain their orbital facilities as a means of monitoring their societal transformation and potential future outposts. Inform Lieutenant Vasilyevic that the primary target for the Broken Blade Squadron has been altered. Incapacitate the key military nodes of the Global Tidal Guard, while striving to avoid large-scale collateral damage to civilian infrastructure and lower-class residential areas. We must preserve the primary production materials and the base for transformation. Understood. Mo Huang smiled brightly, beginning to relay the orders. As for the method of our appearance, Lin Feng paused, contemplating a grandiose entrance that would also present an opportunity to showcase their might. It was akin to a little girl pondering whether to don a Gothic-style dress or opt for shorts paired with black stockings, or perhaps white ones, before a date with her beloved strongman. Meanwhile, Starry, who was researching whether these frogman ingredients could still be salvaged, immediately discarded this utterly hopeless source upon hearing the term method of appearance. She dashed to Lin Feng's left side, standing at attention with her small chest puffed out, her glacier blue eyes brimming with confidence and eagerness. Commander, according to the scans, there exists a planet nearby, with half the mass of this one, whose gravitational anomalies frequently inflict catastrophic tidal disasters upon the coastal cities of the swamp-dwelling race. Commander, Starry's voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement. I have a suggestion. Since we need to display our power to instill fear, why not eliminate this greatest source of natural disaster for them? On the holographic projection, Starry extended her small hand, highlighting the image of that planet. With my stellar meteor cannon, destroy it. This would not only resolve their civilization's tidal calamity once and for all, serving as proof of our benevolence, but it would also provide the most direct and shocking demonstration of the consequences of opposing us. This would be far more effective than annihilating a few of their cities or space stations. Her enthusiasm escalated, her small face flushing. Moreover, the debris cloud produced by the explosion would form a beautiful ring of stars for centuries to come, serving as a decorative touch for this liberated water world. Lin Feng observed Starry's adorably arrogant demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. An excellent proposal. Let be done. At last, he could rectify past regrets and feel the tremor of the annihilation cannon beneath him. Prepare to adjust the fleet. The Lingji and Mo Huang shall remain in orbital space. Calculating the firing parameters. We shall present these frogmen with an unforgettable spectacle of redemptive fireworks. Aye, Commander, Starry replied excitedly, nearly jumping with joy, but quickly reined herself in, restoring the serious demeanor of a mature battleship, though her slightly trembling golden twin-tails betrayed her inner exhilaration. The overture to conquest is about to be played in an unprecedented manner, embodying both destruction and creation, delivering a shock from the starry seas and the dawn of communism. Indeed, spreading red thought through conquest is also a form of conquest. Chapter 124, Deities at the Gun Barrel and the Red Declaration. Calyptus. Above the throat of the abyss, the largest coastal city on the planet. The sky, once painted by the alternating light of 3 suns, is now overshadowed by an even larger and more daunting silhouette. The starry battleship, with its deep crimson and golden starry patterns intertwined, descended slowly, akin to a divine creation emerging from the void, ultimately coming to rest directly above the largest city of the swamp-dwelling race, hovering approximately 5 kilometers above the ground. The starry battleship, measuring 10.8 kilometers in length, loomed like a mountain heralding the day of judgment from myth, silently suspended there, its deep red hull and golden starry patterns reflecting a cold, majestic sheen under the stellar light. Its immense body obscured the sun, casting a chilling shadow over the surface of the city, sending tremors through the souls of its inhabitants. Countless frogmen residents gazed up in terror, their enormous eyes filled with confusion, fear, and a dullness in the face of the absolute unknown. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the city, yet it seemed utterly powerless. Whether from the lofty, gill-born aristocracy or the struggling lower-class frogmen, every single one looked up at the steel behemoth that blotted out the sky, experiencing a primal shiver emanating from the depths of their souls. Their technology, their civilization, appeared as laughable toys when confronted with this starship. Then, a scene more shattering than any before unfolded. At the maw of the starry battleship, where the stellar meteor cannon, with a caliber of 1 kilometer, reigned supreme. For small points gradually emerged at the weapon's tip. At that moment, a colossal beam of light was projected down from the belly of the starfall, forming an exceptionally clear, dynamic image soaring hundreds of meters into the air. The image depicted 4 humans. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, clad in the immaculate uniform of a Federal Navy major. With jet black hair and eyes, his visage strikingly handsome yet austere, gazing down upon the city below with a calm demeanor, as if scrutinizing mere ants. To his left stood Mo Huang, with her alluring figure, dark hair, and violet eyes, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the masses. On his right was Xing Xian, petite and charming, her golden twin tails cascading like a flowing river of stars, desperately attempting to maintain a serious expression, though the slight lift of her chin betrayed a hint of pride. Half a step behind Lin Feng was Ling Ji, attired in a white and green maintenance uniform. Her hands folded in front of her, her amber eyes brimming with curiosity and warmth, seemingly the sole splash of color in this frigid tableau. The 4 were not positioned within the bridge of the ship, but rather stood directly atop the immense, despair-inducing muzzle of the Starfall's main cannon, as if descending to the mortal realm upon a scepter of annihilation. This visual spectacle reached its zenith. For the frogmen, it was akin to witnessing deities themselves standing upon a weapon capable of instantly determining the fate of their civilization, manifesting absolute power and dominion. Simultaneously, all global communication channels, broadcasts, television, internet, and even internal military communications were forcibly overridden by a potent signal. Regardless of the channel switched to, the image of Lin Feng hovering above the city remained. Set against the backdrop of the imposing Starfall vessel, Lin Feng spoke, his voice transmitted through Mo Huang's powerful signal relay and language deciphering system, instantly rendered into the universal tongue of the amphibians, resonating clearly in every corner of the planet. The inhabitants of Calyptus, the amphibians, both aquatic and terrestrial denizens. His tone was unadorned, yet imbued with supreme authority, swiftly silencing all clamor. We come from the distant reaches of the cosmos, from human civilization. We have observed your world and comprehended your society. We have witnessed how the vast oceans nurture life, yet also give rise to profound oppression and injustice. We have seen how a minority of so-called gill-bearers, through exploitation and enslavement, revel upon the corpses of the vast majority of their kin. We have observed intelligent beings, born equal, shackled by the invisible chains of capital, struggling through generations in poverty, ignorance, and despair. Lin Feng's voice began to take on a sermon-like intensity, invoking the thoughts of a great mentor from Blue Star and weaving them into the interstellar context. Your world is one steeped in malevolence, decay, and the terminal phase of financial capitalism. Here, labor is alienated. The wealth created by laborers is seized without recompense by a few who contribute nothing. Here, freedom is a lie, democracy a game for the guild-bearers. Here you, the vast proletarian frogman, have never truly possessed your own gills and webbed feet. His voice crescendoed, laden with soul-piercing inquiry. Look around you. Observe the skyscrapers towering by the filthy shores, constructed from your sweat and blood. Behold the exquisite delicacies enjoyed by the nobles, feasting upon the rations stolen from you. They tell you this is competition, that the strong shall survive. Yet they do not reveal that the rules are crafted by them, and the means of production monopolized by their hands. They are the greatest parasites, festering upon the body of your civilization. This incisive revelation, conveyed through precise language translation, detonated like thunder within the hearts of countless lower-class frogmen. The once numb gazes began to shimmer with incredulous light. But today all of this must come to an end. Lin Feng's voice surged, resembling the pronouncement of an oracle. Our human civilization, guided by a more advanced social ideology, communism. We believe that all intelligent species must liberate themselves from exploitation and oppression, achieving true equality and emancipation. We have come not to plunder and destroy, but to bring forth the spark, to deliver the truth of liberation. We shall aid you in shattering this cannibalistic old world, establishing a new, classless society where all frogmen share in the means of production according to their needs. A brand new, communist society for the amphibians. Labor shall become a glorious mission, rather than a painful shackle. This declaration brought an uncanny pause to the chaos of the city. Countless lower-class frogmen gazed skyward at the godlike figure, listening to words previously unheard, yet resonating deeply within their souls, as something suppressed for centuries stirred within them. Yet, Lin Feng's tones suddenly turned cold, laced with an undeniable, harsh reality. And we shall not bestow our gifts upon a foreign civilization without recompense. Liberation is not free. The resistance of the old powers must be crushed by force. The construction of a new world requires resources, and we will not offer our aid without conditions. As compensation for transforming your civilization into a socialist entity and rescuing you from the abyss of capitalism, we shall requisition a portion of your kind. He unabashedly articulated the terms. They shall be utilized for biological research, and in the future, after necessary modifications, they will become our weapons against the true threat in the cosmos, the Sarlag swarm. Their existence will ensure the future safety of your civilization, as well as contribute to the diversity of life in the universe. This is the price your civilization must pay for its liberation and advancement. It is their contribution and honor towards the emancipation of the entire proletariat of the amphibians. To demonstrate our strength and our sincerity in assisting you, Lin Feng slightly turned his body, pointing towards the beautiful yet perilous planet in the distant sky, named the Wrath of Poseidon by the frogmen. We shall remove this cosmological shackle that has tormented you since the dawn of your civilization, which has caused endless calamities. Remember, this is not a request. This is a notification. By embracing the teachings of communism and the leadership of humanity, you shall attain rebirth. At that time, all areas recognizing our ideology, willing to accept the new order, and agreeing to this volunteer program will receive our acknowledgement and protection. Any attempts to resist or remain under the dominion of the old classes. Lin Feng did not need to finish. His gaze and the immense cannon beneath his feet conveyed everything. As the speech concluded, the images in the sky and on global screens vanished. Yet the immense shadow and intangible pressure enveloping the city grew heavier. The four of them returned to the bridge of the Starfall via individual flying boards. The commander, Starfall, hurried to the main control console, her small hands swiftly projecting various data onto Lin Feng's command screen, her face flushed with excitement. Regardless of whether her commander could comprehend it, the charging sequence of the Starfall's main cannon has initiated. Target, planet Wrath of Poseidon. Energy conduits connected, and the infusion of silent nuclear energy has commenced. Lin Feng, seated in the command chair, spoke in a deep voice, fire at will. Chapter 125, The Shattering of Stars and the Choice of Civilization. The Starfall ascended into space, avoiding the aftermath of the launch from inflicting significant harm upon the frogmen below. Within the bridge of the Starfall, The atmosphere was tense and focused. Xing Xian stood erect, her petite form unwavering. Her glacial blue eyes fixated on the holographic screen, displaying the increasingly magnified details of the targeted brown planet, Wrath of Poseidon. Deep within the vessel, a cataclysmic energy was coalescing on a terrifying scale. Stabilization anchoring system, operating at maximum power. The Starfall's crisp voice quivered with uncontainable excitement. All non-essential energy is diverted to the main cannon array. The Starfall-class Super Heavy main cannon is charging to 8,090,100. Energy focus rings expanded to maximum amplitude. Through the observation window, one can behold the enormous cannon at the bow, boasting a diameter of 1 kilometer. Its surface, adorned with golden star patterns and glacial blue energy conduits, shines with an unparalleled brilliance. The three-layered energy focusing rings unfurl like a blooming flower of death, rotating gracefully and compressing the profound darkness at the cannon's core into an even more palpable form. This time, it is not merely a display of firepower against the ship, but a true demonstration of annihilation weaponry. Target locked. Orbital parameters confirmed. Fire control calculations completed. Xing Xuan inhaled deeply, her small hand hovering above the colossal virtual launch button. Casting a glance back at Lin Feng, she understood that he too yearned to relish the sensation of wielding such power capable of causing stars to fall. While she could have easily dispensed with the virtual button, knowing her commander shared a fondness for this extreme force of destruction compelled her to indulge his desires. Lin Feng inclined his head slightly, his body pressing against her back, his hand enveloping hers. Extinction est petite frame trembled momentarily. Her cheeks flushing as she felt the strength of her commander's hand upon her own. Together, they pressed down with conviction. In the name of Xing Xuan, I bestow upon you the judgment of the stars. Fire. A deep, resonant hum reverberated through the vessel, an invisible shockwave emanating from the Xing Xuan, shattering the very fabric of existence. A twisted shadow, more robust and dimmer than anything within the Echo ruins, erupted from the cannon's maw, seemingly capable of devouring light itself. This beam of destruction traversed the vast interplanetary expanse in an instant, striking the brown surface of the sea god's fury with pinpoint accuracy. After pouring forth its annihilating energy for a full 10 seconds, the beam finally ceased its onslaught. In that moment, all the amphibious inhabitants of the swamp-dwelling planet who gazed skyward beheld a colossal, chaotic structure radiating residual radiation, where once the brown giant I had hung, heralding endless tidal calamities. A blindingly brilliant light flared within, expanding rapidly like a malignant growth, voraciously consuming the body of the sea god's fury. No sound of explosion echoed, as sound cannot traverse the vacuum of space. Yet, every amphibian felt the earth beneath them tremble slightly, a visceral shudder resonating within, akin to the breaking of some deep-seated chain, as they sensed the cataclysmic wrath of the celestial powers occurring across the distant cosmos. The sea god's fury began to unravel from within, like a water balloon struck by an invisible hammer, expanding in its demise. Its material was instantly energized, ionized, and ejected by unimaginable forces. The vast structure of the planet was torn asunder within mere seconds, transforming into countless molten planetary fragments. The dazzling light even briefly outshone the stars, illuminating the entire Trisolaris and Alpha systems as if it were midday. A powerful electromagnetic pulse swept across the entire stellar system, rendering all electronic devices on the swamp-dwelling planet inoperative for several seconds, plunging the world into darkness and silence. As the light gradually waned, the amphibians beheld in terror and stupor, where Poseidon once stood, only a massive, chaotic structure emitting residual radiation remained, accompanied by countless fragments that began to coalesce under gravitational pull, destined to form a resplendent ring of stars in the future. A planet had vanished, from existence to mere fragments. On Calyptus, every amphibian who witnessed this spectacle, whether guild or proletariat, fell into a profound, deathly silence. Fear? It transcended the realm of fear. It was the collapse of faith, the shattering of their cosmic understanding, a primal awe and stupor evoked in the face of an incomprehensible and insurmountable force. The violent tides that had triggered global calamities for countless millennia abruptly ceased in that instant. Although the oceans still churned in inertia, all understood that the disaster which had plagued civilization for generations had transformed into dust of history and adornment of the future in a manner they could scarcely imagine. The tidal calamities that had tormented their civilization for millennia, along with the massive planet itself, had been reduced to mere remnants of history and future embellishments by this seemingly effortless strike. At that moment, any doubts, any flickers of hope, any thoughts of resistance were irrevocably obliterated from the hearts of the global amphibians. Deities? No, this was a supreme power far beyond their comprehension, capable of arbitrarily determining the rise and fall of stars. The main cannon has fired. The target is confirmed destroyed. Xingxuan's voice carried a sense of fulfillment and a hint of fatigue after the monumental achievement, yet more prominently, pride. The cooling process has initiated. Calculations indicate that the fragments will stabilize into a ring of stars within the next 300 years, posing no collision threat to the planet. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze directed at the main screen, which displayed the chaotic scenes unfolding across cities worldwide. Fear, bewilderment, and in the eyes of countless lower-class amphibians, the flickering embers of hope and fervor began to ignite. Mo Huang, through the ship's aircraft, reported with a smile, "Commander, the global amphibian communications network has been thoroughly inundated with our gospel. Spontaneous mass gatherings are emerging within the lower-class amphibian community, with some tidal guard posts already surrounded by enraged citizens. Meanwhile, the ruling guild class is plunged into unprecedented chaos and division. Some are attempting to rally forces to resist, while others frantically seek channels to negotiate with us, expressing a willingness to unconditionally accept socialist reform." Lingji also reported softly, "Commander, Lieutenant Vasilyevic has reported that the Broken Blade Squadron has systematically incapacitated the primary military nodes globally, ready to execute precise captures of designated guild targets, as well as selective support for the lower-class resistance movements." Lin Feng nodded, gently settling back into the command chair. To obliterate a planet is to display might, to shatter chains, and to issue a final ultimatum. The gospel of communism has been sown. The clarion call of liberation has been sounded. The cost? A portion of themselves will become materials for humanity's fight against the swarm. In response to all attempts at negotiation from a guild, Lin Feng's voice was icy. There will be no negotiations. Only unconditional acceptance of socialist reform. Inform them that the human fleet will be the steadfast support for the proletarian amphibians of Calyptus. He commanded Lieutenant Vasilyevic to proceed with the plan. Support the lower-class uprisings and suppress any old forces daring to resist. Furthermore, initiate the capture of the first batch of biological samples, prioritizing healthy, robust adult individuals. Xingxuan. Splendidly done. Lin Feng finally smiled at the expectant blonde girl, showering her with praise. This shot spoke volumes more than 1,000 words. Xingxuan's small face instantly flushed with color as she turned her head away, huffing. "Humph. I said it was just basic operation. But if the commander wishes to stroke my hair as a reward, I wouldn't mind reluctantly agreeing." Lin Feng surveyed the 3 ship girls in the bridge, each uniquely charming yet equally captivating, and glanced at the screen depicting the alien world undergoing a quiet metamorphosis. The fusion of military deterrence and ideological indoctrination, alongside the eradication of calamities and the pursuit of recompense, has opened the door to an unknown future for this aquatic world in the most direct manner. Will it lead to liberation, or devolve into a breeding ground for bioweapons? Perhaps, for the majority of individuals within this civilization, the former is the only path visible in the darkness. Conquest, in a manner interwoven with ideological output, military intimidation, and cold calculations of self-interest, has officially commenced. From this moment forth, the fate of this aquatic world has been irrevocably altered. Chapter 126. The Silent Threads of Evidence. The aftermath of the Xingxuan stellar strike was not merely a physical tremor, but rather a profound imprint left upon the collective consciousness of the entire amphibian civilization. The stunning remnants of the planet's destruction had yet to fade from the sky, yet the tremors of awe and reverence, emanating from the depths of their souls, had irrevocably reshaped the rules of this world. Lin Feng did not hasten to initiate a large-scale ground operation to capture the ruling class of the old era. Instead, he allowed the terrestrial forces to execute military actions autonomously. The display of military might had reached its zenith. What was now required was precise control and efficient execution. Under his command, the maintenance ship Lingji, the carrier Mafeng, and the battleship Xingxuan, which had completed the cooling of its main cannon, formed a triangular formation, quietly hovering about 5,000 meters above the abyss, the largest city on the planet. This altitude was sufficient for the shadows cast by the vessels to become an ever-present cloud of foreboding over the hearts of the old regime's rulers, while also facilitating high-precision surface scanning and observation. At this moment, Lin Feng stood at the main observation window of the Lingji, gazing down at the Earth through a panoramic view that exceeded 180 degrees. Xingxuan and Lingji flanked him on either side. "Commander, look over there," Lingji exclaimed, extending her delicate hand to point towards a vast, relatively flat swamp delta at the city's edge. Her amber eyes sparkled with a professional gleam, as several holographic data panels hovered beside her, displaying the geological structure, hydrological data, and ecological assessments of the area. The terrain in that region was elevated, now nearly zeroed out due to abnormal tides, with a stable geological structure, distance from major civilian populations, yet connected to waterways that facilitated the acquisition and processing of, experimental waste. Lingji continued, pulling up a more detailed analysis map. The underground scans indicate that the rock layers are solid, suitable for constructing large ground facilities. If a biological Titan transformation laboratory were to be established here, it could minimize disruption to the local ecology and to the volunteer settlement zones that might emerge in the future. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the oil-green glimmer of the swamp. Indeed, from a purely technical perspective, Lingji's chosen location was exceptionally ideal, possessing concealment, functionality, and scalability. The location is commendable, Ma Feng remarked, her arms crossed, her long golden twin tails gently swaying in the circulating air within the ship. She tilted her face upward, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. But what of the defensive depth? While the weaponry of these frogs poses no threat to us, the laboratory itself may be rather vulnerable. Should we preemptively deploy anti-air positions and ground lookout posts? My Stardust secondary cannon could easily cover this area, providing precise fire support. There was an eager edge in her voice, as if she greatly anticipated the opportunity to safeguard the laboratory with her secondary cannon. Defensive matters can be planned later. Lin Feng replied with a chuckle, reaching out to tousle her beautiful golden locks. For now, let's prioritize determining the main position. Lingji, mark this delta as Site 1 for preliminary selection and continue scanning globally for at least 2 alternative options. We need a comprehensive evaluation. Yes, Commander. Lingji nodded vigorously, her face radiating with the vigor of being entrusted with an important task. Meanwhile, the scene on the bridge of Ma Feng was quite different. Ma Feng lounged languidly in her luxurious throne-like command chair, her deep violet eyes half closed, as if in a light slumber. Yet her consciousness was processing streams of information with remarkable efficiency. Thousands of Chanjiji reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft spread out like invisible phantoms, fanning out in a web-like formation centered around the abyss. They not only monitored the progress of the global underground amphibian uprising in real time, but also tracked the movements of the residual tide guards, penetrating deeper into every information node of the swamp-dwelling society. Global network traffic, encrypted communications, internal databases, historical archives. Every electronic signal that could be captured was seized, filtered, and analyzed by these invisible tendrils. Ma Feng was akin to a sovereign seated at the center of a spider's web, observing every movement of her prey with calm detachment. Commander, Ma Feng's sultry voice resonated through the ship's communication system, reaching Lingji's ears with an intriguing lilt. Lieutenant Vasilyevik's Broken Blade Squadron has temporarily slowed its efficiency, assisting the insurgents across the 3 main continents in breaching 17 fortified strongholds of the Guildfolk. The remnants of all the old rulers are now retreating to the last few bastion cities. Just as we anticipated, they intend to make their stand there. Excellent, Lin Feng replied, his gaze still cast upon the earth. He instructed Vasily, there is no need to rush the assault. Utilize our aerial advantage to gradually compress their living space and undermine their will to resist. Confine them within the cities to facilitate the preliminary establishment of the experimental materials base. Understood, Ma Feng replied with a light laugh. Additionally, as per your request, I conducted a more in-depth analysis of this civilization's cultural database. Quite fascinating findings indeed. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Their technological development history, particularly in the field of space exploration, exhibits a peculiar specialization. Ma Feng began, retrieving data and sharing it with Lingji. You see, they have achieved considerable standards in materials science, energy control, especially in hydropower and bioenergy, orbital mechanics, and even early artificial intelligence, enabling them to construct space stations and satellite networks. Holographic images unfolded before Lin Feng, showcasing the achievements of the amphibian civilization in relevant fields. However, Ma Feng's tone shifted, revealing evident bewilderment in all the official documents, research papers, and engineering logs related to their space endeavors that I could access. Research on propulsion systems overwhelmingly remains focused on chemical rockets and ion thrusters, with little to no exploration of more advanced concepts such as warp travel, spatial folding, or superluminal particle engines. It is as if their scientists collectively suffer from a deficiency of imagination, their thoughts invisibly shackled before the threshold of propulsion technology. Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. This was indeed illogical. A civilization capable of constructing space stations would undoubtedly have scientists who yearn for the distant cosmos and would attempt to conceive methods for traversing vast interstellar distances. Superluminal travel is a scientific fantasy and theoretical exploration that nearly every civilization venturing into space would inevitably pursue. Perhaps it is due to their environment? Lin Feng proposed a possibility. Living long-term in a high-humidity, high-gravity aquatic world may have rendered their need to escape planetary gravity for ultra-long-distance travel less urgent. I initially thought so as well, Ma Feng countered, but a closer analysis of their artistic works undermines that reasoning. New data surged in. These were novels, films, paintings, and other artistic works that Ma Feng had gathered from the public networks, library databases, and even clandestine materials circulating underground within the amphibian civilization. Commander, take a look at these. Ma Feng displayed excerpts from several works. There were epic tales depicting amphibians piloting generational starships, slowly colonizing nearby planets over the course of thousands of years. Adventurous stories fantasizing about discovering ancient alien relics on the ocean floor to obtain advanced technology, and philosophical explorations depicting virtual immortality achieved through consciousness uploading. Their imagination is certainly not lacking, Ma Feng concluded. In literature and the arts, they have envisioned a variety of futures, including interstellar colonization. Yet, without exception, all these fantasies regarding space travel, regardless of how grand their settings may be, stubbornly remain confined to sublight speed travel. Whether it be through prolonged hibernation travel, reliance on hypothetical cosmic currents, or utilizing black hole gravitational slingshots, there is not a single instance, even in the most absurd science fiction settings, where the concept of superluminal travel appears. This term, or rather this notion, seems to have been deliberately and thoroughly filtered out of their collective subconscious. Lin Feng fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the bustling and anxious city beneath him and the exceptionally brilliant starry sky further afield, a testament to the planet's fragmentation. A civilization that possesses the rudimentary capability to venture into space, yet collectively lacks the dream of faster-than-light travel, harbors a truth that may be even more astonishing than the class contradictions they exhibit. Furthermore, regarding their satellites and space stations, Mo Huang continued, her tone growing increasingly grave, I have intensified our surveillance efforts and confirmed that, aside from signals necessary for maintaining basic operations and internal communications, they maintain an absolute radio silence towards the outside world, particularly in the direction of deep space. This is not a technical limitation, as their communication devices are fully capable of deep space communication. It resembles more of a taboo that seems to be ingrained in their foundational code, almost instinctual in nature. Are they afraid? Lin Feng furrowed his brow slightly and inquired slowly, afraid of being heard? Indeed, Commander, Mo Huang replied, her voice laced with a hint of excitement, a civilization compelled into silence. The depths of this pond are more profound than we can imagine. Should I continue to delve deeper? Perhaps we could uncover intriguing intelligence regarding the star system or even the broader universe. Proceed. Lin Feng commanded decisively. Mobilize all available Chanjis and focus on monitoring any historical records, ancient legends, and high-level encrypted communications that might relate to the cause of their silence. I want to know what compels these beings to render themselves mute within the cosmos. As you wish, my commander. Mo Huang's lips curled into an enchanting arc, her violet eyes glimmering with the spark of insight. The invisible web of information warfare began to quietly tighten around the silent core of this aquatic world. Chapter 127, Cultural Disjunction and the Roots of Taboo. Within the bridge of the Lingji, Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze penetrating the transparent floor beneath him, as if seeking to unveil the secrets that had accumulated in this water world over millennia. Xing Xian and Lingji also sensed the oppressive atmosphere, standing quietly behind him, refraining from disturbing his contemplation. The discoveries shared by Mo Huang sent ripples through Lin Feng's mind, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The conspicuous and unnatural disjunction in the technological evolution of a civilization, particularly in critical areas affecting its future trajectory, is decidedly unusual. Mo Huang, Lin Feng's voice echoed through the communication channel. Concentrate computational power to analyze their historical records, especially those concerning astronomy, cosmology, and any potential ancient legends or taboos. Focus on whether there have been any recorded attempts to reach out or explore deep space, as well as the outcomes of those endeavors. It is already underway. Commander Mo Huang responded. I am cross-referencing their official histories, folklore, religious texts, and partially deciphered ancient manuscripts. The data volume is substantial and will require some time, but I've already uncovered some very intriguing coincidences. Soon, a series of translated and organized information fragments materialized on Lin Feng's holographic interface. According to the mainstream historical accounts of the Zhaoqi tribe, Mo Huang elucidated, approximately during their equivalent of our home planet's industrial revolution, there was a global fervor for the stars. Multiple nations and factions vied to launch probes, attempting to discover extraterrestrial life and transmitting electromagnetic signals containing their civilization's information into deep space. The imagery displayed illustrations of ancient rockets and radio telescopes as depicted in the histories of the frogmen, brimming with a clumsy yet spirited spirit of exploration. However, this fervor abruptly ceased in a sudden and unified manner after less than a standard generation. All official deep space exploration projects were indefinitely shelved, and the act of actively transmitting signals was prohibited by law. The public justification was that resources should be concentrated on resolving issues on their home planet and avoiding potential external threats. Notably, it was around the same period that the elite classes worldwide, the nascent forms of the early branch families, began to collectively advocate for an inwardly focused philosophy, emphasizing that the ocean's depth and inner tranquility represented the true abode of civilization, dismissing the exploration of the stars as a perilous and futile detour. There are recorded instances of the last few large-scale deep space signal transmissions. Mo Huang's tone hinted at a keen awareness of key clues. Numerous low-intensity, yet widespread electromagnetic storms of unknown origin occurred globally. These storms did not result in mass casualties, but precisely incapacitated the core equipment of nearly all major research institutions involved in deep space exploration at the time, leading to the permanent loss of a significant amount of critical data. The official narrative attributed this to rare stellar activity, yet the records were vague. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened. A precise strike? This does not sound like a natural phenomenon. Moreover, in their non-mainstream records and certain ancient legends regarded as heretical, Mo Huang continued to unveil more fragmented information. There are some more obscure descriptions. Some mention that the eye of the stars watches over, warning that noise will attract the devourers of deep space. Other legends depict disobedient ancestors who attempted to construct a tower to the heavens, only to bring forth divine fire that turned their tribes and cities into seas of flames. These legends, with variations found among the frogman tribes across different continents and cultures, share a remarkably consistent core idea. Maintain silence, conceal oneself, lest one invites destruction. Connecting these historical accounts, natural disasters, philosophical shifts, and ancient legends, a vague yet chilling clue began to emerge. It appears they did not lack dreams and attempts. Lin Feng spoke slowly, his voice low, but rather, they were educated against them. A global, precise warning capable of dismantling a technological direction. Indeed, Commander, Mo Huang affirmed. The most probable inference based on the existing information is that, at a critical juncture when their civilization was poised to step onto a broader stage, some entity or entities, in a manner they could not comprehend, delivered an irresistible correction. This correction not only obliterated their hardware and data, but also embedded deep within their collective cultural genome and scientific thought a directive that deemed faster-than-light travel a taboo and silence golden. This elucidates why their scientists collectively exhibit cognitive dissonance regarding technological advancement, why their artistic expressions instinctively shy away from the fantasy of faster-than-light travel, and why their satellites and space stations remain as silent as startled ostriches. This is not a voluntary choice, but a conditioned reflex formed under the pressure of survival. The entire civilization has succumbed to a specific cosmic phobia. Can we trace the origins of this warning? Lin Feng inquired. It is currently impossible to pinpoint a specific source. Montauk Feng replied. The technological level of the frogman civilization at that time was too limited to detect the origin of the attack. The residual signals from the electromagnetic storms exhibit peculiar characteristics that do not align with any known natural phenomena or alien technology in my database. However, it is certain that the entity exerting influence possessed a technological level far superior to that of the frogman civilization at the time and has seemingly continued to monitor their progress. She retrieved some exceedingly faint and almost drowned in background noise abnormal signal fragments captured during recent surveillance. While these frogman civilizations maintained their silence, some of my highly sensitive Chanjis deployed at the fringes of the star system occasionally detected unidentified, clearly directed low-energy quantum wave scans. The target of these scans is none other than Calyptus, their planet. This scanning is exceptionally discreet. Had we not possessed detection technology far surpassing theirs, we would have remained oblivious to it. Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply. A civilization confined like livestock? A planet whose developmental trajectory is shackled by invisible fetters? The darkness of the Andromeda Galaxy seems even more enigmatic and elusive than the pure consumption of swarms and alien invasions found in the Milky Way. This implies that our current actions are likely also under the scrutiny of that overseer, Lin Feng stated gravely. The likelihood is exceedingly high. Commander, Mo Huang's voice turned serious. Our leap has been achieved. The main cannon of the star sphere has fired, and the vast-scale information activities currently underway have generated energy and signal characteristics that, to any entity capable of executing precise corrections, must be as conspicuous as a torch in the dark of night. The situation has become increasingly complex. They initially believed they were merely engaging in resource exploitation within the backyard of a primitive civilization lacking mastery over faster-than-light technology. Yet they may have inadvertently trespassed into a natural reserve or breeding ground established by a more advanced civilization. Moreover, the technological level of this other advanced civilization remains unknown. The current circumstances appear somewhat perilous. Commander, should we adjust our strategy? Montag Fang inquirit. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. No, the plan remains unchanged, he commanded. Accelerate ground operations and expedite the recruitment of volunteers and the preliminary construction of the experimental base. Meanwhile, Mo Huang, enhance the monitoring intensity of the quantum scanning to the fullest and attempt to analyze its patterns and origins. Additionally, disseminate the Chanji-class reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft to the surrounding star systems. We must gather as much information as possible before the Overseer reacts and ascertain the true nature of the situation. He paused, adding, the star sphere and Lingji must also maintain the highest level of vigilance. Should the Overseer appear, we must ensure we possess sufficient strength for dialogue. Understood. The three women responded, a glint of sharpness flashing in Mo Huang's violet eyes. The unknown threat did not instill fear in her. Instead, it ignited her fighting spirit. Whether it be the gill-bearers lurking behind the frog, or the Overseer hidden in the depths of the cosmos, any obstacle to the Commander-S plans would face the wrath of her steel swarm. The task of site assessment continued, yet an invisible pressure had already descended. Lin Feng understood that conquering this water world was merely the beginning. The true challenges lurking beneath the silent stars had perhaps only begun to reveal themselves. Chapter 128, The Silent Overseer. The Trisolaran system, on the periphery of the Alpha Star system, remained as silent as ever. The Chanji-class reconnaissance fleet dispatched by Mo Huang had already departed from the Frogman's home system, stealthily advancing into other star systems several light years away. Equipped with faster-than-light quantum sensors and hyperspace sensing arrays, they scanned the vast expanse of the cosmos in a manner that defied local physical norms. On the bridge of the Lingji, Lin Feng was deep in thought about the Overseer that might be lurking in the darkness. At that moment, Mo Huang's voice, tinged with the excitement of a hunter who had found her prey, echoed through the communicator. Commander, we have made a discovery. Although her voice retained its alluring quality, it bore a sharpness that cut through. A Chanji stationed at the L. 374 outpost had detected the presence of a small fleet at the edge of what I call the Gi star system, 2 light years away. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Elaborate. A holographic star map instantly unfolded before him, highlighting an unfamiliar star system. At the center of the star map were 5 slowly moving points of light. Fleet size, 5 vessels, each averaging approximately 1,500 meters in length, the largest about 1,800 meters, and the smallest approximately 1,200 meters. Structure analysis of the vessels revealed non-biological materials, a combination of metals and composites, with a design style exhibiting clear functional and modular characteristics. Their technological tree leaned towards conventional kinetic and energy weaponry. As Mo Huang reported, she projected the silhouettes and energy readings of the vessels gleaned from the Chanji-S remote scans. The ships bore sharp outlines, resembling crudely welded metallic blocks, with their thruster nozzles flickering with blue ion flames. tracing 5 clear and solitary paths against the backdrop of the pitch-black cosmos, steadfastly navigating at a sluggish 0.15 times the speed of light towards the Trisolaran system, with their target coordinates precisely pointing to Calypdo's, the frogman's homeworld. Data streams flickered in M.O. Huang's violet eyes. Commander, based on signal characteristic comparisons, I can confirm that this fleet, along with their home civilization, is one of the sources of the Overseer that has enforced cultural castration upon the amphibious tribe and conducted periodic quantum scans. Lin Feng's gaze instantly turned icy. Found them. Indeed, it is these elusive beings. Can we ascertain their intentions? By decrypting and analyzing weak, unencrypted communication fragments within their fleet, M.O. Huang's tone carried a hint of derision. Their mission is quite straightforward. Approximately 70 years ago, their homeworld intercepted the last batch of deep space signals leaked by the Frogman civilization during its fervent era in the cosmos. Based on their universe view established on the Dark Force principle, they identified a potential civilization coordinate that may pose a threat in the future. This fleet is their dispatched eradicator. Mission objective: to completely annihilate and physically erase the Frogman civilization before it develops the capacity for interstellar travel and becomes a threat. How unsurprising, Lin Feng remarked, his voice devoid of fluctuation. Having learned of the Frogman civilization's plight, he had anticipated the essence of this overseeing civilization. However, he had not expected them to dispatch a fleet on a decades-long extermination mission solely because of a signal received 70 years prior. Their paranoia and ruthlessness were clearly evident. What is the location of their homeworld? It has been reverse calculated based on the fleet's trajectory and communication origins. Approximately 6 light-years away, a single star system. Provisionally named the Overseer homeworld, M.O. Huang swiftly replied. The overall civilization level, inferred from the technology of this fleet, is roughly equivalent to the early phase of humanity's federal space colonization era, advanced compared to the uncorrected Frogman civilization, yet still exhibiting a generational gap. Lin Feng nodded. Their technological level is exceedingly low, as I had anticipated. After all, they lack even the means for faster-than-light travel. A civilization capable of such travel would not give rise to these Dark Force principles, nor would it resort to such clumsy methods for eradication. Commander, the Chanji has completed its initial covert scan of the target fleet and detected no weapon systems or defensive technologies that pose a threat to us. Their energy shield levels are effectively negligible, their armor structure primitive, and their primary weapons consist of chemical energy missiles, basic laser cannons, and railgun kinetic projectiles. M.O. Huang delivered her final assessment. Threat level: negligible. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment, a glimmer of resolve crossing his gaze. The emergence of this fleet was an unexpected opportunity, an opportunity to understand this star region. M.O. Huang, continue monitoring, ensuring the Chanji remains in absolute stealth. Understood. Lin Feng turned to the star sphere and Lingji beside him. Star sphere, what is your hull status? Reporting to the commander. The star sphere is in perfect condition. Both main and auxiliary cannon systems, shield systems, and defensive arrays have been fully maintained, ready to engage in battle at any moment. The golden-haired lowly immediately puffed out her chest, her eyes sparkling with a combative gleam. Are we going to take out those who dare to surveil us? My main cannon is itching for action. This time, your main cannon isn't needed. Lin Feng chuckled, soothing the eager, golden-haired, twin-tailed lowly. The target is too small, and your firepower would be excessive. He then connected with the communication hub of the M.O. Huang ground forces. Lieutenant Vasilyevic, present, came the steady and strong response from the veteran Stardust on the other end of the communicator. Select 2 Arctic Wolf Power armor battalions equipped with non-lethal and suppressive weaponry, and prepare for boarding. Mission objective: capture the enemy fleet and control their crew. Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. His gaze returned to the slowly moving fleet on the star map. These self-righteous exterminators would never dream that the seedlings they were ordered to destroy had already found refuge under the protection of a calamity from another galaxy, and they themselves had transformed from hunters into prey. Chapter 129. The Despairing Generational Gap. In a frigid void at the periphery of the Gies star system, a fleet comprising 5 rugged warships steadfastly navigated towards their predetermined destination at a velocity of 0.15 c. Within the vessels, the crew members, known as the Wise Ones, humanoid beings with disproportionately large heads, meticulously executed their designated tasks. Their immense craniums brimmed with an unwavering resolve to fulfill their purification mission, accompanied by a sense of superiority derived from technological confidence. In their limited understanding, a civilization capable of interstellar travel, stood as a paragon in the cosmos. At that moment, aboard the flagship, the Torchbearer, an ear-piercing alarm erupted unexpectedly, shattering the silence. Alert! Unknown high-energy reaction. Directly ahead, approximately 30,000 kilometers away. The sensor operator's high-pitched voice twisted in shock. All wise ones, including the fleet commander, turned their astonished gazes to the main screen ahead. Just a mere distance away, space contorted violently as if manipulated by an unseen giant hand, folding in upon itself. In the next instant, two colossal entities emerged without warning, floating silently as though they had always existed in that very spot. But what is this? The fleet commander leaped from his command chair, his humanoid form trembling slightly from shock, his enormous eyes fixated on the screen, nearly bulging from their sockets. Before them lay two incomprehensible creations. One vessel, entirely obsidian, boasted flowing, elegant lines with golden phoenix patterns glimmering coldly under the starlight. Its massive hull stretched nearly 10,000 meters, akin to a slumbering behemoth of the cosmos. The other vessel shattered his understanding entirely. Its deep crimson hull resembled bloodied peaks, golden star patterns seemingly imbued with the mysteries of the universe. Exceeding 10,000 meters in length, the astonishing cannon at its bow instilled a tremor of dread deep within his soul merely by gazing upon it. Without any forewarning, without the lengthy process and energy dissipation typical of superliminal space travel, they had materialized as if deities descending upon the mortal realm. A deathly silence enveloped the Torchbearer's bridge. The wise one's enormous eyes widened in disbelief, their minds grappling with a spectacle that transcended all comprehension. Instantanée manifestation, no forewarning? Such massive vessels? This contravened every physical law they knew. Could it be that the signal they had received 70 years prior emanated from them? How could this be? The fleet commander's voice was hoarse and dry, saturated with incredulity. The signal they intercepted had undoubtedly come from a civilization far more primitive. What stood before them? After a fleeting moment of stupor and shock, instinctual, hysterical fear took hold. Under the dark force theory, encountering an unknown civilization with technology far surpassing one's own could only lead to annihilation. Fire. All warships. Maximum firepower. Fire. The commander nearly roared, his voice pitched with fear. In an instant, the five wise ones' warships erupted with all their might, akin to startled hedgehogs. Thick beams of chemical lasers, infused with searing energy, shot towards the lead vessel, the MO Phoenix. A barrage of missiles, laden with fusion warheads, screamed forth, their fiery tails trailing behind them, while railgun projectiles hurled heavy tungsten rounds at astonishing speeds towards the target. This was a desperate assault, a demonstration of the wise one's most formidable might. However, what transpired next shattered their comprehension and courage entirely. Every attack aimed at the two colossal ships, lasers, missiles, kinetic projectiles, met an impenetrable, invisible wall just kilometers away from their hulls. Laser beams twisted, deflected, and dissipated as if swallowed by the ocean. Missiles detonated in the void, vibrant fireballs and shockwaves failing to disturb the unseen barrier in the slightest. The explosive brightness could not even illuminate the depths of the immense vessels. Railgun projectiles struck as if against a super-dense material, instantly crushed, deformed, reduced to dust, failing to create even a ripple. It was akin to a little girl attempting to boast about her culinary prowess, only to find her beloved chef had donned impenetrable armor and she had forgotten the passcode to her safe, along with the spare key. The invisible wall, the energy shield, exhibited no discernible alteration in brightness. To the wise one's assaults, this shield's strength was virtually infinite. No, it cannot be. The commander of the Torchbearer slumped back into his chair, his massive head drooping helplessly, emitting unconscious groans. Their strongest weapons in the face of these entities seemed trivial, perhaps even akin to mere tickling. This overwhelming disparity of power birthed a despair that sank deeply into their bones. Within the bridge of the star spiral, Lin Feng cradled the star spiral like a cushion upon his lap, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the sweet aroma of fruit emanating from her, calmly observing the futile display of fireworks on the holographic screen. Quite the spirited reaction, yet that was the extent of it, he commented lightly. Commander, shall we destroy them? Star Spiral, confined by Lin Feng's embrace, asked with a tremor in her voice, feeling that such an opponent was unworthy of her warm-up. No, we shall adhere to the original plan. Lin Feng shook his head, his left arm encircling Star Spiral, preventing her escape from the command seat. while his right hand slowly descended to cover her slender, soft thigh, encased in white stockings, saying, "M.O. Phoenix, proceed. Disable their engines, we want them alive." "As you wish." M.O. Phoenix chuckled softly, her delicate fingers poised. Dozens of Ladybug-class heavy bombers, having approached under the veil of an invisibility field, instantly deactivated their cloaking. They appeared like grim reapers, their bomb bays opening to unleash a series of seemingly small bombs. These bombs accurately targeted the rear propulsion arrays of the Wise One's vessels. A series of moderately intense explosions erupted at the aft of the 5 warships. Flames and debris scattered, yet the blast radius was meticulously controlled, solely destroying the engines and associated power systems, sparing the integrity of the hull and averting a reactor meltdown. The flames spewing from the rear of the 5 Wise One's warships extinguished abruptly, their speeds plummeting, soon drifting aimlessly in the void like dead fish, devoid of all propulsion. Target Fleet's engine arrays are fully incapacitated. Life signs stable, M.O. Phoenix reported. Lieutenant Vasily, Lin Feng connected to the Marine Corps channel. It's your time to shine. Termites deploy. Secure all enemy vessels. Endeavor to capture their crew, especially the technical personnel and commander. Understood. Icefield Wolves launch. Several Termite-class assault landing crafts roared forth from the hangar of the M.O. Phoenix, charging towards the 5 warships, now rendered immobile, akin to bulls charging out of a bullring. The heavy ramming prow at the front of the landing craft easily smashed through, embedding itself into the fragile external armor of the enemy, creating a breach for invasion. Clad in Lone Wolf 3-type powered armor, the Stardust warriors surged into the interiors of the enemy vessels like a torrent of steel. Faced with adversaries whose equipment, training, and individual capabilities were significantly inferior, the combat was overwhelmingly one-sided. Precision strikes of energy weapons, the thunderous blasts of shock grenades, and the absolute power advantage provided by powered armor caused the resistance to crumble swiftly. Lin Feng, holding Star Spiral, calmly observed the unfolding events from the command seat of the Star Spiral. To the Wise Ones, they were the harbingers of destruction, but to him, to the human fleet, these large-headed beings and their vessels were merely intruders, bearing malice, captives, and spoils of war. In the dark forest of the Andromeda Galaxy, the roles of hunter and prey have never been fixed. Today, however, humanity from the Milky Way has imparted a bloody lesson to these narrow-minded purgers with their overwhelming might. Chapter 130, Shipboard Cleansing. The void surrounding the Gize star system has returned to a profound silence, with 5 colossal warships of the Wise Men, akin to beached whales, silently adrift. Their aft thruster arrays emit faint electrical sparks, remnants of the precise incapacitation inflicted by the Ladybug-class heavy interstellar bombers, now utterly devoid of power, transformed into iron coffins adrift in the cosmos. Several Termite-class assault landing craft roar forth. These 200-meter-long vessels, heavily armored and equipped with formidable ramming prows, now embody cold surgical precision, piercing towards their helpless quarry. Lieutenant Vasilyevich's steady voice resonates through the selected communication channels of the Ice Wolf Power Armor Brigade. Repeat mission objectives. Efficient, silent, controlled. Priority targets. Bridge, engine room, weapons control center, communications array. Non-lethal unless necessary. We require their knowledge and intelligence. Strike the central bridge with utmost speed to prevent any desperate self-destruction. Move out. For humanity. The communication channel reverberates with a deep, synchronized response. The Termite landing craft show no signs of deceleration, their heavy impact drill heads spinning at high velocity, empowered by the energy of the void, crashing fiercely against the relatively weak side armor of the Wise Men warships. The sound of metal twisting and breaking echoes through the ship's structure, sending shivers down the spines of the crew. Indeed, it is the harbinger of hell. The landing craft's ramming tip slices through the armor like a hot knife through butter. The heavy side doors of the landing bay springing open, sealing the ship and the breach together like a clasp, forming a formidable ingress point. In the instant the doors open, the prepared Stardust warriors surge forth like a tidal wave. The Lone Wolf 3 power armor reflects the cold, hard metallic sheen within the dimly lit, flickering emergency-lit corridors of the alien vessel. The crimson sensors on their visors scan the surroundings, resembling the predatory eyes of a ravenous wolf. They move with swift coordination, 3-man teams alternating in cover, advancing rapidly down the passage. Team A, clear the obstacles ahead. Team B, take left flank. Team C, cover the right and rear. The commanding officer's voice is relayed clearly through the tactical network. Soon, the first group of Wise Men crew members, clad in rudimentary space suits, and wielding pulse rifles, attempts to mount a defense at the corridor's bend. Their oversized heads appear even more comical in their tension, yet their eyes reflect a desperate madness. Fire! For the mother planet! A seemingly minor leader among the wise men screams, unleashing feeble pulses of light from his rifle. However, such attacks, which they consider advanced weaponry, merely bounce off the Lone Wolf 3 power armor without even disturbing the outer energy coating, akin to raindrops striking a boulder. The Stardust Warriors do not even deploy their primary weapons. The non-lethal microwave pulse emitters on their forearms activate instantaneously. An invisible, directed pulse of microwave energy envelopes the resistors. The Wiseman crew members within range are immediately struck down, emitting pained cries as their weapons fall from their grasp, collapsing to the ground, clutching their oversized heads, succumbing to intense disorientation and nerve paralysis. Their biological nervous systems, overly sensitive, cannot withstand the specific frequency of the microwave assault. Target has lost resistance capability. Mark position for subsequent units to take over. The commanding officer coolly orders as the squad strides over the fallen foes, continuing their advance towards the bridge. Similar scenes unfold simultaneously within the 5 Wiseman warships. The Stardust Warriors, leveraging their absolute technological superiority and extensive boarding combat experience, methodically clear passageways and compartments with overwhelming force. When encountering reinforced sealed doors, soldiers step forward, utilizing the void energy blades to slice through them as effortlessly as tearing paper. Outside the bridge of the Torchbearer flagship, the final resistance appears particularly futile. A squad of elite Wiseman guards, clad in exoskeletal power armor, relies on hastily erected cover, unleashing a torrential barrage from mounted heavy laser cannons. Ugh, what a bother. I certainly don't wish to ruin my newly painted armor, the assault team leader mutters, gesturing. A Stardust Warrior retrieves a fist-sized spherical device from behind their waist, an Eclipse sound and light shockwave grenade, accurately tossing it behind the cover. A blinding flash, an explosion exceeding 180 decibels, and a specific frequency of infrasound erupt simultaneously. Even through their armor, the Stardust Warriors can feel a slight tremor, while the elite Wisemen behind the cover are suddenly plunged into complete sensory deprivation and balance disruption, bleeding from every orifice and collapsing to the ground. Clearing complete. The team leader kicks aside the twisted blast door of the bridge, and the warriors file in. Inside the bridge, chaos reigns. Control panels flash with malfunction alerts. Several senior Wiseman officers slumped in their seats with vacant stares. Among them, the fleet commander attempts to reach for a red self-destruct button, only to be swiftly shot through the arm by a quick-thinking Stardust Warrior. All controls secured, the leader reports, as the warriors promptly advance to bind all officers with simple ropes and administer sedatives. Similar reports swiftly flow back from the MO Phoenix and Starsphere. Report: engine room of the Observer secured. The weapon systems of the Pioneer are offline. Crew has surrendered. Communications array of the Vigilant has been fully captured. Lieutenant Vasily stands within the bridge of the Torchbearer, surveying the alien yet crudely constructed command center, his lips curling slightly beneath his visor. For a seasoned veteran like him, such a skirmish hardly qualifies as a warm-up. Consolidate all captives for monitoring. The technical team will immediately intervene to download all ship databases, focusing on searching for coordinates of their home planet, military deployments, technological trees, and all records regarding their Dark Forest doctrine and purger responsibilities. Vasily issues commands through encrypted channels to the leaders of the respective ships. Understood, Lieutenant. On the bridge of the Starsphere, Lin Feng continues to cradle the docile and pretentious Starsphere sitting on his lap, observing the real-time footage transmitted through the helmet cameras of the warriors on the holographic screen. The combat proceeds exceptionally smoothly. MO Phoenix, how is the data analysis progressing? He inquires. Currently in progress, Commander, comes the languid voice of MO Phoenix. The database defenses of these wise men are rather primitive. The decryption is proceeding smoothly. A preliminary glance reveals an abundance of paranoid exclusionary ideologies and a cosmic threat narrative rooted in outdated technology. Their home planet coordinates and fleet navigation logs have been obtained, and we are delving deeper into their social structure and technological details. Excellent. Lin Feng nods, his fingers unconsciously caressing the delicate skin in the absolute territory between Starsphere stockings and skirt, causing the little lowly ship girl to tremble slightly. Yet she steadfastly remains still. Inform Vasily that after the control and data collection are completed, evaluate the recovery value of these warships. If deemed lacking, dismantle them on-site and return the materials. Captives, particularly technical personnel and commanders, will be detained separately. I wish to interrogate them personally later. He gazes at the wise men bound by straps, their expressions filled with despair or numbness, devoid of any compassion in his eyes. In any era, in any place, showing mercy to one's enemies is cruelty to oneself. Since they arrived with the intent to extinguish another civilization, they must be prepared for retribution from a more formidable predator. The shipboard cleansing operation nears its conclusion as the Iron Tide, with absolute efficiency and coldness, achieves complete control over the 5 enemy vessels. The time has come to extract the final value from these captives and warships. Chapter 131, Data Extraction and the Dark Truth. Within mere hours of the capture of the Wise Fleet, the colossal data processing center aboard the MO Phoenix transformed into a bustling hub of activity. The MO Phoenix was diligently deciphering the vast torrents of data downloaded from the main control computers of 5 enemy vessels. Countless fragments of information were meticulously captured, categorized, cross-verified, and pieced together to unveil the intricate tapestry of the Wise civilization and the suffocating dark reality of this star region. On the bridge of the Star Splendor, the holographic screen before Lin Feng was segmented into multiple blocks, each displaying the critical progress of data analysis in real time. Finally liberated from his embrace, Star Splendor feigned annoyance as she adjusted her somewhat disheveled skirt and white stockings. Yet her glacial blue eyes seemed to glare at Lin Feng with a hint of reproach, perhaps due to the prolonged embrace or the sudden release from his grasp. Commander, the preliminary analysis report is complete. The voice of MO Phoenix chimed in, laced with a hint of amusement born from uncovering secrets. This civilization, which refers to itself as Gata, epitomizes the dark forest principle in both its history and social structure. The main screen began to scroll with key information. Civilization file, Gata civilization, Wise, origin, a singular planetary civilization, homeworld Gata, Alpha, characterized by a harsh environment and limited resources. Its early history was rife with internal conflict, culminating in a fragile unity on the brink of nuclear war. Technological tree, focused on physics, engineering, and military technology. They have achieved early stellar civilization status, mastering controllable nuclear fusion and rudimentary force field technology, with sublight travel capabilities, maximum 0.2c. However, they are nearly void of advancements in biotechnology, mental fields, sociology, and superliminal theories. Social structure, a highly centralized, militarized caste system governed by the Supreme Wise Council, with hereditary members and a lower class reduced to mere laborers and soldiers. They emphasize absolute obedience, racial superiority, and unwavering vigilance against external threats. Cosmology, devotees of the absolute dark forest principle. Its core logic is both simple and brutal. The total amount of cosmic matter remains constant, civilizations grow perpetually, and any encounter inevitably leads to survival competition. Thus, the only safety lies in preemptively discovering and extinguishing all potential competitors. Cleansing program, a national policy. Through a network of listening arrays scattered across their home system, they capture any electromagnetic signals potentially originating from intelligent civilizations. Once coordinates are confirmed, cleansing fleets are dispatched, willing to expend decades or even centuries of travel time to erase the target civilization before it can develop threatening capabilities. The fleet we have captured was dispatched 70 years ago in response to a signal leak from the Frogman civilization. So, their cultural castration of the Frogman civilization was not directly their doing, Lin Feng pondered. Indeed, MO Phoenix interjected, calling up another set of analytical data. According to Gata's database records, they too had received a warning from a much older and more powerful civilization upon their initial foray into space, an encompassing, precise electromagnetic pulse strike that obliterated all their early deep space exploration equipment, accompanied by a stark message. On the screen, a message deemed the highest taboo and absolute truth by the Gata civilization materialized, cold and succinct. Warning, intelligent sparks detected. Maintain silence, conceal yourselves. Any form of noise, massive electromagnetic signal leakage, attempts at superliminal theoretical research, proactive deep space exploration will provoke cleansing. Your survival depends on the degree of your silence. The Watchers, Lin Feng echoed, his gaze sharp. It turned out that the Gata civilization had also once been subject to surveillance and warnings. They had transformed from victims into more extreme and proactive aggressors, internalizing this dark forest logic as their survival principle and employing it to cleanse weaker civilizations. This implies that within this star region, there exists one or more ancient civilizations or supervising entities, technologically far superior to both Gata and the Frogmen. akin to shepherds maintaining order within this dark forest. Star Splendor could not suppress her astonishment, her small face reflecting disbelief. Although she preferred to reason with the main canon, the notion of managing entire star system civilizations like lambs sent a chill through her core. The likelihood is exceedingly high, Mo Phoenix affirmed. The GATA database contains no specific intelligence regarding the Watchers, only an absolute fear of their power and ruthlessness. They dare not delve into any theories potentially related to superluminal travel for fear of triggering the Watchers' cleansing mechanisms. This fear has been ingrained in their genetics and cultural legacy. Lingji whispered, then, considering our previous jump and Star Splendor's planet-destroying cannon fire, could the Watchers have already detected us? Almost certainly, Lin Feng replied solemnly, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar star map, feeling as if countless invisible eyes were watching from the darkness. Their arrival resembled a stone cast into a still pond, disturbing not only the surface-dwelling organisms, the frogmen, but perhaps also awakening the predators lurking in the depths, the Gata, and possibly even drawing the attention of the shepherds on the shore, the Watchers. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the bridge. What had initially been perceived as mere exploitation in the backyard of a primitive civilization had unexpectedly begun to unravel layers of entrenched darkness. However, this may not be entirely disadvantageous. Lin Feng suddenly smiled, shattering the silence. Risk and opportunity coexist. The Gata Civilizations database is our first stepping stone. Montauk Phoenix. Continue to dig deeper, especially regarding any details and patterns related to the Watchers' warning signals, as well as how the Gata civilization has documented these anomalies. We must ascertain who the administrators of this forest are and what capabilities they possess. Understood, Commander. I will comb through every byte of data with meticulous precision. Mo Phoenix responded, her violet eyes rekindling with the spark of challenge. Additionally, Lin Feng turned to Lieutenant Vasili's communication interface. Interrogation of the captives shall commence immediately. I need to ascertain the specifics of their home world's defensive capabilities, societal dynamics, and how they maintain their civilization amidst prolonged psychological oppression and paranoia. This may aid us in understanding the common vulnerabilities of civilizations within this star region. Yes, Major, Vasily replied in a low tone, accepting the order. Lin Feng rose and approached the main observation window, gazing out at the splendid, yet perilous starry sky illuminated by the radiance of distant stars. The curtain of the Andromeda Galaxy was slowly revealing a deeper darkness and secrets behind it. Their solitary human expedition from a Milky Way was destined to play a pivotal role in stirring the winds of change within this unfamiliar dark forest. Chapter 132. The Lament of the Useless in the Void Surrounding the Gies star system. Silence reigned, as if in a tomb. 5 warships of the wise civilization lay incapacitated, like hedgehogs stripped of their quills, languishing in eternal darkness, with only the sporadic flicker of emergency lights and the faint escape of internal gases attesting to their former vitality. Within the bridge of the flagship, the Torchbearer, adorned with alien aesthetics yet marred by battle and invasion, the atmosphere was stifling to the point of near immobility. Surviving high-ranking officers and key technical personnel of the wise civilization were crudely bound with primitive ropes, gathered in the center of the bridge. A bitter irony reflecting that even advanced civilizations could be subdued by primitive means. Their characteristic large heads drooped weakly, their immense eyes filled with a tumult of fear, despair, and a stubborn incomprehension. They could not fathom why their fleet, which had journeyed for decades with a mission of purification, could be so effortlessly swatted aside by a presence more powerful than themselves. Yet they could grasp why entities of such godlike prowess, transcending the laws of the universe, superluminal travel technology, would take an interest in the members of such a primitive civilization. For it was the dark forest principle. The wise ones, consumed by their inner speculations, perceived that the entities before them were likely aware of the traces left by their purging activities and feared the emergence of a threat to their existence. At that moment, a steady and clear sound of footsteps echoed from the breached door of the bridge, the edges still bearing the marks of molten metal. Thud, thud, thud. The sound reverberated through the silence of the bridge, each step striking like a hammer upon the fragile hearts of the wise ones. They gazed up in terror, directed their eyes towards the source of the sound. A figure, illuminated by the radiant light streaming through the observation windows, slowly entered. Clad in the crisp uniform of a human Federation Navy major, predominantly blue and white, he stood tall, his black hair and eyes embodying the archetype of a demon from their mythos. Yet, at this moment, his face bore no expression, only an icy calmness. His profound gaze swept over the captives as if assessing a collection of inanimate objects. It was Lin Feng. Flanking him on either side were two women of starkly contrasting styles, yet equally disquieting. On the left was Mo Huang, still adorned in her deep blue and gold modified uniform that accentuated her perfect figure, her long legs clad in black stockings gliding with the grace of a feline. A subtle, knowing smile played upon her lips, her deep purple eyes taking a keen interest in the trembling wise ones, akin to a connoisseur admiring a caged beast. Occasionally, her gaze would flicker towards Lin Feng, revealing a fleeting spark of fervor and possessiveness. On the right was Xing Xian. Her petite form stood erect, golden twin tails cascading like a flowing river of stars, swaying gently behind her. She endeavored to maintain a stern expression, her glacial blue eyes reflecting the authority of a battleship maiden, mingled with a hint of impatience at the scene before her. It seemed she deemed it a waste of time to engage with such inferior foes, tarnishing the dignity of a formidable battleship. Lin Feng came to a halt before the captives, his gaze calmly surveying them. He refrained from immediate speech, allowing the oppressive silence to linger, letting fear ferment within the hearts of the wise ones. Wise ones, Lin Feng finally spoke, his voice transmitted through a real-time translator into a language they could comprehend, clear and frigid, devoid of any emotional undertone, a proclamation from the self-styled cleansers of the Gata civilization. His words pierced the captives' hearts like ice picks. We have perused your database and gleaned insights into your dark forest law, rooted in narrow-mindedness and fear, as well as your mission to extinguish the Calibian civilization. A seemingly high-ranking, wise officer struggled to lift his head, his enormous eyes swirling with fear and a twisted sense of pride. You heretics who defy the laws of the universe. Your existence is a blight upon order. Our homeworld will not spare you. Order? Lin Feng echoed the term lightly, a faint, almost derisive smile curving his lips. The order you comprehend is merely the delusional perspective of a frog in a well. As for your homeworld, he paused, contemplating a phrase of elevated diction. It shall soon receive a greeting from the celestial calamities of the starry sea. This pronouncement plunged all captives into a chilling abyss. From Lin Feng's tranquil tone, they discerned an ominous implication of inevitable destruction that surpassed any threat. Now, I require certain information. Lin Feng's voice yanked their thoughts back to the present. Concerning your homeworld's specific defensive arrangements, the vulnerabilities within your societal structure, and any knowledge you possess regarding other cleansers or superior overseers. Never, the officer screamed. We shall never betray our homeworld. The warriors of the Gata civilization fear not death. Death? Lin Feng tilted his head slightly, glancing at Mo Huang. At times, death is a luxury. Mo Huang, understanding his intent, smiled sweetly and stepped forward, her purple eyes glimmering with a dangerous allure. Commander, allow me to handle these little ones. I happen to require some live data to optimize interference frequencies for various neural structures. The little ones she referred to were, of course, the various aircraft on board, including some designed for specialized operations. Xing Xian, standing nearby, let out a soft huff, muttering what a waste of time. We could simply dismantle their warships and salvage the materials for standard nanoalloys. Despite her words, her gaze involuntarily darted towards Lin Feng, seemingly seeking his approval of her efficient approach. Upon realizing Lin Feng's attention was entirely on the captives, she pouted in mild dissatisfaction and discreetly tugged at the hem of his uniform. Lin Feng sensed Xing Xian's subtle gesture, refraining from turning around but gently clasping her restless hand, his fingertips soothingly caressing the delicate skin on the back of her hand. Xing Xian shivered slightly, her fair face flushing a delicate shade of crimson as she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to find Lin Feng's grip steady. After a few token struggles, she relented, turning her head away and muttering in a voice audible only to the two of them, "Foolish, foolish commander, how shameless of you in a place like this." But her ears betrayed her, blushing secretly as her earlier irritation dissipated. Mo Huang witnessed the exchange with a deepening smile in her purple eyes, but remained silent, redirecting her focus back to the captives, beginning to instruct the following Marines to drag away the struggling, despairing wise officers and technicians to the makeshift interrogation room. The ensuing process was not one of traditional torture, but rather a chillingly clinical experiment in extraction of data, within the temporary isolation chamber provided by the Mo Huang. A plethora of advanced neural probes, bioelectrical signal readers, and even pheromones specifically targeting certain neural structures, initially deciphered from the amphibian civilization, were employed. The cries of the wise captives and the mental wails emitted during the forced reading of their thoughts briefly echoed in the encrypted channel before being recorded and analyzed by the system. Lin Feng did not personally witness the entire ordeal. He returned to the bridge of the Xing Xian, taking his seat at the command post, listening to M.O. Huang's reports of the unproductive interrogation results. Commander, their will is more stubborn than anticipated, or perhaps their fear runs deeper. Regarding the homeworld's defenses, they only know of a few publicly known orbital defense platforms and a modest garrison fleet, technologically comparable to the one we have captured. As for their social structure, they are aware only of a highly centralized system, with the lower echelon subdued. Concerning the night watchers or other overseers, they possess nothing but a warning passed down through generations and absolute terror. Their knowledge base is woefully barren. As expected, a civilization shackled by the inability to traverse superluminal space with a parochial and inwardly developed mindset could offer little in the way of valuable intelligence about the broader universe. They resembled frogs confined to a well, believing the minuscule slice of sky they observed encompassed all of existence. It seems their greatest value lies in demonstrating the universality of the dark forest law within this star region, as well as providing us with an appropriate testing ground for new biological weaponry. Lin Feng remarked coolly. Should we dispose of these captives? Montauk Fang in Kviat. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, shaking his head. No need to waste ammunition. Leave them here alongside this dismantled scrap metal, devoid of propulsion. Their life support systems shall not endure for long. They will offer their final tribute to the dark forest law they venerate within this cold void. He cast a glance at the 5 drifting wrecks outside the viewport. 5 vessels, detected as capable of providing materials for nanoalloy production, yielded a mere 22,000 tons. Even if converted into nanoalloy, it would amount to only a couple of hundred units. Notify Vasily to recover all usable rare metals. Then, we shall return to Calypdus, the homeworld of the Nagda civilization, and keep it for the time being. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. There, it shall serve as the most optimal battlefield for the practical testing of our transformed amphibious titans. I eagerly anticipate the splendid expressions that will grace the faces of these so-called cleansers once they confront the amphibians they once deemed as insignificant as ants, now transformed into colossal bioengineered behemoths. Chapter 133. The Clash of the M.O. Phoenix, Star Xian's Jealousy. The handling of the captured cleansers was hastily concluded. These narrow-minded cleansers, apart from contributing their meager and fear-driven databases and demonstrating that the civilizations within this star region are universally ensnared in a dark forest mentality, failed to provide any substantial information regarding the Night Watchers or more advanced civilizations. The Ice Wolf Marine Battalion, commanded by Lieutenant Vasilyevic, efficiently dismantled 5 cleansers' warships. All recoverable rare metals were continuously transported back to the colossal hangar of the M.O. Phoenix and the storage area of the Lingji by the termite landing craft. As for those abandoned within their vessels, slowly succumbing to despair as the life support systems faltered, no one paid them any heed. As Lin Feng remarked, this was their final offering to the principles they revered. Upon completing the cleanup, Lin Feng's fleet activated the jump engines once more. Accompanied by a low, dimension-crossing hum, the 2 starships were enveloped by a distorted spatial bubble, vanishing at the edge of the Gies star system, leaving behind 5 increasingly cold wrecks that silently narrated the horrors from beyond the galaxy. After a brief hyperspace journey, the fleet returned to the Trisolaris system, and the azure planet known as Calypdus, the amphibian homeworld, reappeared outside the porthole. On board the Star Xian bridge, just as the slight dizziness from the jump dissipated, Lin Feng leaned against the command chair, rubbing his brow. The continuous handling of captives and reviewing of worthless intelligence had left him with an inexplicable sense of fatigue. At that moment, a sweet, subtly alluring fragrance of violet wafted closer. M.O. Phoenix, as if devoid of bones, gracefully leaned against the armrest of his command chair, her deep purple eyes glimmering with mirth as they met his gaze. "Commander, you've worked hard," she purred, her voice languorous and magnetic, laced with a hint of playful seduction. "Those oblivious big heads are truly a waste of your precious time." As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, effortlessly resting it on Lin Feng's shoulder, her fingertips gently kneading through the fabric of his uniform. Her touch was exquisitely skilled, imbued with an odd energy that made Lin Feng's tense nerves involuntarily relax. "It seems I must adequately compensate you, Commander," M.O. Phoenix murmured, her lips nearly brushing against Lin Feng's ear, her warm breath caressing his earlobe. "How about we go to my bridge? I have prepared some new, relaxing programs for you." Her insinuation was unmistakable. The captivating gaze and her voluptuous form pressed against him were enough to ignite the blood of any ordinary man. Feeling the perfect pressure on his shoulder and the warmth by his ear, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Mo Phoenix's proactive warmth never failed to strike a chord within him. However, before he could respond, a crisp voice tinged with irritation interjected. No, Stamlis. Starry had somehow appeared beside the command seat, her petite frame standing tall, her cheeks flushed, especially her glacier blue eyes glaring at Mo Phoenix, who was nearly draped over Lin Feng. Her long golden twin tails swayed slightly with agitation. Commander just experienced battle and a jump. What he needs is quiet rest and proper energy replenishment. Starry endeavored to project authority. Yet the slight tremor in her voice and the redness on her face betrayed her insecurity. I have prepared special energy pastries and juice, much more beneficial than some people's. Those unhealthy options, she exclaimed, raising an exquisite snack box containing several adorably shaped pastries, as if to demonstrate. Upon hearing this, Mo Phoenix not only remained unperturbed but chuckled softly, her purple eyes flickering as she cast a sidelong glance at Starry. Oh, does little Starry believe my methods lack professionalism? Or are you merely envious that the commander prefers my comfort? Who is jealous? Starry exclaimed, jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her face growing even redder. I'm merely concerned for the commander's health. Your seductive methods are nothing but a path of depravity. Whether it's depravity or not, the commander must experience it to know, Mo Phoenix replied, her gaze sultry as it fell upon Lin Feng. Starry immediately directed her expectant, yet anxious, gaze towards Lin Feng, her small hands gripping the edges of the snack box tightly. Lin Feng, observing the two distinct yet equally devoted ship girls vying for his attention, felt the weariness that had plagued him dissipate amidst the warm and affectionate atmosphere. He smiled and first accepted the snack box from Starry, taking a piece of pastry into his mouth. The confection melted instantly, the pure energy and sweet flavor flooding his senses, revitalizing him indeed. Starry's culinary skills are as exceptional as ever, Lin Feng sincerely praised. Starry's eyes brightened instantly, her small face blossoming with uncontainable joy and pride as she puffed out her chest. Of course, this is the basic quality of a mature battleship. Yet immediately after, Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Mo Phoenix's slender, elastic waist, drawing her closer to him, locking gazes with her bemused and slightly triumphant as she glanced at Starry, purple eyes. As for Mo Phoenix's relaxing programs, Lin Feng smirked. Let me replenish my energy first, then I shall venture to your throne room for a leisurely experience. This remark caused Mo Phoenix to beam, leaning against Lin Feng, while Starry pouted, her cheeks puffed up, her amber eyes brimming with feelings of unfairness and a sense of the commander's favoritism, as she stamped her foot in indignation. Foolish commander, commande. Sooner or later, you'll be drained by this wicked woman, she muttered under her breath. Yet she did not truly leave, merely crossing her arms and turning her head away, stealing glances at Lin Feng from the corner of her eye, as if waiting for him to reconsider. Lin Feng relished this rare moment of intimacy and rivalry, feeling the irritation brought on by futile interrogations and the dark forest principle dissipate significantly, regardless of how grim and cruel the external world may be. At least within his fleet, surrounded by these ship girls, he possessed a warm haven of his own. His gaze returned to the porthole, his expression sharpening and solidifying once more. The coordinates of the homeworld of the Gata civilization had been duly recorded. There, it would serve as the first extensive testing ground for his new biological weaponry. Meanwhile, the socialist transformation and volunteer recruitment efforts on the amphibian homeworld required further advancement. The road of conquest and evolution remained long. Yet before embarking on the journey, he did not mind indulging in this fleeting moment of tenderness. Chapter 134. The Call for Volunteers. Calyptus, a planet once overshadowed by the city of Abyssal Throat, was now enveloped in the shadow cast by the human fleet, like an eternal twilight haunting the hearts of the old regime's rulers. Within the bridge of the Lingji maintenance ship, Lin Feng stood before the panoramic observation window, surveying the azure and rust-red tapestry of the world below. Mo Phoenix languidly reclined beside him in a chair brought from elsewhere, her elongated fingers dancing across the holographic control panel, as if orchestrating a silent symphony of destruction. Xingxuan sat at a tactical position not far away, delicately sipping her specially crafted energy juice. However, her ice blue eyes occasionally darted toward the point of contact between Lin Feng and Mo Huang, her nostrils subtly flaring. Commander, The last vestiges of the scaly race's resistance have been effectively confined to the core strongholds of Deep Marsh City, Rust Bay, and the Dark Tide Temple, Mo Huang reported, her tone laced with a hint of languor. Lieutenant Vasilyevic's Blade Squadron has successfully encircled the local insurgents and is poised to launch a full-scale assault or execute precise captures at any moment. Inform Vasily to postpone the full-scale assault, Lin Feng replied calmly, yet with an undeniable air of authority. Prioritize the volunteer recruitment program. Our targets are all registered core members of the Scaly families within the 3 stronghold cities, senior officers of the former Tide Guard, and industrial oligarchs with substantial assets. I require their voluntary contributions to the Human Biological Titan Research Project. Understood, Mo Huang replied with a charming smile, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her violet eyes. To sacrifice themselves for the great evolution of humanity is their honor. I will have the cicada spear lock onto the life signals and locations of each target, providing precise navigation for the Marine Corps cordial invitation. Those rotund frogs are finally proving somewhat useful, Xingxuan remarked, setting down her cup and striving to sound mature and dismissive. Yet, she seemed to forget that the amphibians possessed only ear holes, not actual ears. Rather than squandering planetary resources, it would be better to transform them into weapons capable of combating the insects. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Lin Feng, seemingly seeking his approval. Lin Feng naturally noticed Xingxuan's subtle gesture. He turned to meet her expectant blue eyes and offered a faint smile. Xingxuan is correct. We must utilize resources efficiently. However, we must ensure that the capture process is efficient and that the volunteers are in good condition for the subsequent experiments to proceed smoothly. Receiving Lin Feng's affirmation, a faint blush spread across Xingxuan's cheeks, and she immediately straightened her posture, her golden twin tails seeming to sway with renewed vigor. Of course, such basic management has long been on my mind. Mo Huang observed this exchange with a slight smile, choosing not to address it directly, but instead steering the conversation in another direction. Commander, regarding resource acquisition. According to scans, Calyptus, the planet's mineral reserves, particularly high-purity metals, are insufficient to sustain our fleet's maintenance and potential future expansion in the long term. Relying on Lingji to recover battlefield debris is inefficient. Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging that this was precisely the dilemma he had been contemplating. He concentrated, summoning a system interface visible only to him. Void Core Ascension System V10 Host Lin Feng Level LV22 Available Modification Points 160008 Modification Point Exchange Mall V01 Beta. His gaze swiftly traversed the material section, ultimately resting on a newly unlocked exchange item. Ant-class interstellar mining and exploration drone blueprint. Epic. Price 50,000 modification points. Description: an automated drone equipped with basic sublight speed navigation, jump capabilities, high-precision mineral sensing arrays, and small, efficient mining units, capable of group operations, collaboratively producing various items, highly suitable for resource exploration and asteroid mining within the galaxy. He had found it. A glint of determination sparked in Lin Feng's eyes as he unhesitatingly selected the exchange. The modification points instantly decreased by 50,000, leaving him with 110008. Simultaneously, a vast stream of data regarding the design, manufacture, and operation of the ant drones surged into his mind and was shared with Mo Huang through their mental link. Mo Huang's violet eyes lit up as she received and processed this influx of information, her expression betraying her keen interest. Oh, what a fascinating little invention. Cluster control. Capable of producing various items, distributed computing. This mining drone is perfectly suited to our current situation. Mo Huang, I entrust this batch of ants to you, Lin Feng commanded. Begin mass manifestation immediately. I need you to remotely control them to scan and explore all star systems within a 5 light-year radius centered on Calyptus, with a focus on identifying high-purity minerals suitable for manufacturing nanocomposite alloys. Once rich deposits are located, initiate mining operations. At your command, my commander, Mo Huang responded gracefully, rising and offering a teasing military salute. With my computational support, controlling these little ants to extract resources from the stars will be a simple task. You will soon witness resources flooding in like a tide. As she spoke, she intentionally cast a glance toward Xingxuan, a hint of pride in her demeanor. Xingxuan, feeling slightly miffed, turned her face away. It's merely mining. What's so impressive? My main cannon can shatter a planet with a single strike. Far more efficient. Lin Feng chuckled, moving to Xingxuan's side and ruffling her wonderfully soft golden hair. Your main cannon is meant for destruction. Such trivial tasks, as mining should be left to the professional ants. Your strength should be reserved for the more significant battlefields. Feeling the warmth of Lin Feng's hand and the weight of his words, any lingering grievance in Xingxuan's heart dissipated instantly. She lifted her chin slightly. I suppose you do have some discernment. In this warm atmosphere, two critical tasks of the human fleet commence simultaneously. Below on the planet, under the guidance of insurgent leaders, elite Icefang power-armored soldiers, aided by real-time positioning from the cicada drones, infiltrated heavily guarded scaly fortresses and luxurious estates with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. Non-lethal sonic shockwaves and microwave disruptors were frequently employed to minimize structural damage and prevent collateral casualties among the scaly inhabitants, dragging terrified scaly aristocrats from their hiding places. Placing specialized binding collars around their necks and escorting them to a temporary isolation camp in the designated area of the Marsh Delta. These erstwhile rulers could only watch in despair and malice as the very underclass they had once enslaved now donned in simple yet tidy uniforms, assisted by the steel giants. Their eyes aflame with a fervor for liberation and vengeance. Simultaneously, within the vast hangar of the Mo Huang aircraft carrier, the production line for the new ant drones began operating at full speed, utilizing the void core energy provided by Lin Feng and part of the stockpiled alloys. Drones approximately 300 meters long, resembling magnified metallic ants, equipped with drilling and manufacturing arms and sensor arrays, were rapidly manifested. Mo Huang's main body remained on the bridge of the Lingji, by Lin Feng's side, occasionally whispering sweet nothings into his ear. However, her primary consciousness had already dispatched thousands of computational threads through a powerful mental link, connecting to the network of these ants. Thousands of ant drones, as if imbued with life, surged forth from the launch bay of the Mo Huang, adjusting their trajectories briefly before their rear thrusters unleashed a ghostly blue ion stream, propelling them beyond the planet's gravity and into the vast expanse of starry sky. They would traverse light years like diligent worker bees, gathering resources from the cosmos for their queen. All of this unfolded under Mo Huang's distant yet precise control, allowing her to remain by Lin Feng's side without needing to take a single step away. Chapter 135, Foundation of the Laboratory Calypdus, the planet, designated as the first pre-selection site in the Marsh Delta. The once desolate mire had been replaced by the thunderous clamor of engineering machinery. Large foundation, leveling machines, and modular construction units operated efficiently under the precise direction of the Stardust Warriors logistics personnel, outlining the immense silhouette of a future biological titan transformation laboratory. The alloy framework rose like the ribs of a colossal beast, while embedded energy conduits and fluid transport pipelines quietly spread through the network foundation. Within the hastily erected field command center, Major Lin Feng was intently absorbing the tactical report delivered by Captain Vasilyevic, while the holographic sand table distinctly marked 3 bastion cities where the Scylla were fiercely resisting. Lingji stood quietly beside Lin Feng, wielding an environmental detection device, meticulously analyzing the data streams of air and soil samples to ensure that this area met the stringent standards for biological experimentation. Major Lin Feng, the volunteer reception task has reached 80% completion, came Vasily's voice through the helmet communicator. Currently, we have received over 113,000 Scylla and related personnel meeting the standards. Initial quarantines and genetic sampling have been conducted, and as per your instructions, we have categorized them according to health levels and potential compatibility. The first batch of 500 highly compatible volunteers has been sent to the pre-processing area, awaiting subsequent modification procedures. Lin Feng gazed at the holographic screen, displaying the nobles of the frogmen locked within reinforced glass isolation chambers, their eyes either vacant or deranged, his expression betraying no emotion. To him, they were merely raw materials destined to be transformed into weapons. Excellent work, Captain Vasilyevic. Initiate the pre-processing procedures as planned, prioritizing the testing of those gigantic and neural overwrite sequences extracted from our Federation gene bank. Lin Feng commanded, monitor the data closely. Any anomalies must be recorded and reported immediately. Understood. At that moment, a familiar warm breeze, imbued with a violet fragrance, gently brushed past Lin Feng's ear. Commander. Mei Huang's voice suddenly chimed beside him. Lin Feng turned to find Mei Huang had quietly appeared at his side, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her deep violet eyes shimmering with an all-seeing mirth. She did not glance at the holographic sand table, but leaned languidly against the control console beside Lin Feng, her demeanor reminiscent of a resting phoenix, as if she had just concluded a brief respite. Am I interrupting your report? she asked, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Her tone devoid of any apology, infused instead with a hint of intimacy, as if sharing a secret. However, I have a small piece of good news that I believe will pique your interest. Xingxuan, who had been perched on a nearby supply crate, sipping her specially crafted energy drink, occasionally cast glances toward Lin Feng, unaware that Lin Feng and Lingji had long surpassed that initial threshold of relationship. She was startled to see Mei Huang so naturally close to Lin Feng, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She hastily set down her cup and hurried over, her long golden twin ponytails swaying with the urgency of her movement. Hey, wicked woman, what unhealthy matters do you intend to use to disturb the commander's work this time? Xingxuan attempted to maintain a stern face as she squeezed between Lin Feng and Mei Huang, but her shorter stature rendered her somewhat lacking in presence. Mei Huang chuckled lightly, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, she extended her delicate fingers, seemingly casually brushing against the fabric of Lin Feng's uniform, casting a challenging glance at Xingxuan. Little Xingxuan, what I bring is indeed of great importance. It pertains to our fleet's future development, far more serious than someone who only knows how to research pastries. You, Xingxuan exclaimed in exasperation, her face flushed. I study various cuisines, and my pastries are meant to ensure the commander's optimal state. Unlike you, who only knows how to flirt enough. Lin Feng interjected at the opportune moment, interrupting this daily display of rivalry. He did not find it unpleasant. On the contrary, he felt it added a touch of vitality to the otherwise cold conquest operations. He turned his gaze to Mei Huang, his eyes inquiring, what good news? Mei Huang ceased her teasing of Xingxuan, her fingers gesturing in the air, and a miniature star map holographic image immediately unfolded before them. The image revealed points of light densely clustering, representing a swarm of worker drones converging on a red dwarf star system. Our little worker ants have achieved a significant feat. Mei Huang's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of pride. In a red dwarf star system located 37 light-years from here, we have discovered a dormant treasure, a metallic dwarf planet. Mei Huang enlarged the image, displaying detailed scanning data of the planet. Preliminary deep scans indicated that its core region was rich in high-purity nickel, iron, titanium, and, delightfully, crystalline vanadium and rare iridium mineral deposits. Mei Huang's fingertip glided over the highlighted data streams, as if caressing precious jewels. The purity is exceedingly high. It can be directly smelted into top-tier nanocomposite alloy materials with little need for complicated refining. The preliminary estimated extractable reserves, she paused deliberately, her violet eyes sparkling with mirth as she glanced at Lin Feng, equate to at least 500,000 standard units. 500,000 units. Lingji could not suppress a low gasp. Covering her mouth with her small hand, her amber eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. This is enough for the fleet to sustain prolonged high-intensity operations, and perhaps even to pre-stock material for new sisters. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes alight with excitement. Lin Feng's eyes also glimmered with a sharp brilliance. This was indeed a tremendous surprise, far beyond expectations. Merely good luck, Xingxuan remarked, though she too was taken aback by the figure, her pride refusing to concede. She crossed her arms and turned her face away, muttering under her breath, if I were to use my star's hard subcannon for orbital bombardment to breach the planet's crust, the efficiency would undoubtedly be higher, saving us from those sluggish drones. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly, reaching out to habitually ruffle Xingxuan's hair. How many times must I tell you? Violent extraction results in excessive waste. Mei Huang's worker ants can operate with precision, ensuring a higher resource utilization rate. Feeling the warmth and familiar touch atop her head, Xingxuan symbolically shook her head in protest, but did not genuinely pull away, her ears flushing slightly. Mei Huang observed this scene with an even deeper smile in her violet eyes. The first batch of high purity ore has already been dispatched by a specialized transport swarm of worker ants. It is expected to arrive at the material warehouses of the Lingji and Mei Huang vessels within 48 standard hours. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Lingji. Little Lingji, it seems your warehouse management duties are about to intensify. And no problem at all. Lingji straightened her posture instantly, her face radiating enthusiasm at being entrusted with such responsibility. I will ensure every piece of material is managed properly, and nothing will go to waste. Moreover, Mei Huang redirected her attention back to the star map, her tone turning slightly serious. During the exploration process, the worker ants detected some anomalous metallic signal residues scattered in the nearby asteroid belt. Their signatures differ from those of the wise men or local frogmen, suggesting they're quite ancient. I have instructed some worker ants to alter their course for sampling and analysis. Perhaps we can piece together the earlier stories of this star region from these cosmic remnants. Lin Feng nodded in approval, affirming, "Well done, Mei Huang. Resources are the foundation. Intelligence is the eye. Continue monitoring. Any valuable discoveries, regardless of scale, must be reported immediately." The news of resources lightened the somber atmosphere in the laboratory area. Lin Feng surveyed the three distinctly styled yet equally vital ship girls by his side, enchanting and extraordinarily capable Mei Huang, proud and powerful Xingxuan, gentle and meticulously reliable Lingji, and felt a surge of confidence within. Though the path through the starry sea was undoubtedly fraught with thorns and darkness, with their companionship and support, any challenges seemed less daunting. His gaze swept over the burgeoning laboratory outside the window before returning to the star map, where points of light represented abundant resources. Chapter 136, The Initial Cry of the Titan and the Pulse of Resources. Calypso, the planet, named the #1 biological foundry, had transformed from mere blueprints into a towering jungle of steel and polymers standing in a marshy delta. Within the towering isolation walls echoed the heart-pounding, low growls and the humming of energy conduits. In the central observation corridor of the foundry's core area, Lin Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the thick composite glass walls down into a colossal test pit exceeding 500 meters in depth. At the bottom of the pit, a massive creature was restlessly shifting its mountain-like bulk. It was a Titan frogman. Its height approached 80 meters, and its skin had shed the originally smooth texture characteristic of amphibious beings, now enshrouded in a layer of dark, coarse material akin to a biological keratin formed from the cooling of molten lava, interspersed with writhing, dark green regenerative tissues. Its cranium had become extraordinarily massive, with its maw gaping horizontally, lined with rows of exceedingly tough, sharp, and regenerative ivory teeth. The dexterous forelimbs, once adept at manipulating tools, had transformed into colossal digging claws adorned with sharp bony blades, while its hind limbs resembled the immense pillars that support skyscrapers, brimming with explosive power. Its eyes had dwindled to two murky orbs emanating a faint red glow, devoid of any spark of intelligence, harboring only the primal instincts of hunger and a desire for destruction. In batches 4999 to 5043, a total of 44 individuals were eliminated due to reasons including genetic collapse, organ failure, and neural link rejection. Lingji stood beside Lin Feng, holding a datapad, her voice as soft and mellifluous as ever. Yet the content of her report was cold and precise. The currently surviving and stable entity, designated Zero Titan, is the sole successful implantation expressing reproductive lethargy and absolute compliance with core-directed gene locks. Its biological magnetic field intensity, physical strength, and environmental tolerance have all achieved the design specifications of 978. In just 3 months, leveraging the vast biological technological data from the Human Federation's database, partially derived from studies of the Sarlacc swarm, along with Lingji's profound expertise in bioengineering. As a maintenance vessel, she possessed a unique understanding of biological tissue repair and reconstruction. They had, after eliminating nearly 5,000 volunteers, birthed this creature that existed solely for warfare. What are the results of its dietary preference tests? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze unwavering from the restless behemoth. It has been confirmed that it possesses a high voracity for organic matter rich in chitin and biological toxins, particularly the tissues simulating swarm units. It exhibits no active feeding behavior towards conventional metals or ores, aligning perfectly with the tactical precept of leading it to swarm-infested planets. Lingji replied, then added with a hint of concern. However, Commander, its energy consumption is extraordinarily high, necessitating a continuous supply of substantial biomass to sustain its existence. Moreover, its reproductive lethargy merely suppresses sexual reproduction. Its somatic cells may still undergo unpredictable mutations under specific environmental conditions, posing potential risks. As long as the risks are manageable, what we require is a blade capable of rending the tide of swarms, not a delicate pet to be nurtured. Lin Feng responded flatly. Sacrificing thousands of doomed gill-bearers in exchange for a biological weapon against the swarm seemed to him an exceedingly worthwhile bargain. Just then, the automatic door of the observation corridor slid open soundlessly, and Mo Huang sauntered in gracefully, bringing with her a waft of delicate violet fragrance. She had donned a more tailored commander's uniform today, accentuating her curves exquisitely. "Commander, I hope I'm not interrupting your inspection of our little darling?" Montauk Fang chuckled lightly. naturally positioning herself beside Lin Feng, her gaze sweeping over the Titan amphibian below, a glimmer of appraisal flashing in her violet eyes. It looks quite formidable, albeit somewhat lacking in intellect. It requires no intellect, merely obedience and the ability to consume. Lin Feng replied, glancing at Mo Huang, noticing her pleasant demeanor. Are the worker ants bringing good news again? You truly know me well, Commander. Mo Huang beamed, her fingertips gently tapping the air, projecting a holographic star map that marked several shining points. Our industrious little worker ants have been remarkably diligent. In the past 3 months, centered around Calyptus, automated mining outposts have been established in 7 rich star systems within a 5 light-year radius. That metal dwarf planet in the red dwarf system is merely an appetizer. The image magnified, revealing the real-time data streams from various mining sites. Currently, the resources extracted, initially smelted and transported to the designated resource repository planet, GX-03, which you selected, have officially surpassed the 1 million unit mark in standard nanocomposite alloy reserves. Mo Huang elongated her tone with a hint of pride. 1 million alloys. This figure caused Lingji to gasp in astonishment, her small hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. This is sufficient to sustain the fleet for prolonged, high-intensity operations, and even to prepare tangible bodies for potential new sisters in advance. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Resources are eternally the foundation of our endeavors. Indeed, Mo Huang's capabilities in this regard are unparalleled. Well done, Mo Huang. Lin Feng lauded. With this batch of resources, our confidence has significantly bolstered. It is my honor to alleviate the Commander's burdens. Mo Huang grinned like a cat that had just stolen a treat, subtly inching closer to Lin Feng, nearly pressing against him. At that moment, another figure stormed into the observation corridor, fuming. Commander, I knew you'd be here. Xingxuan huffed, her golden twin tails swaying as she hurried over. Today, she wore her meticulously modified red and white battleship uniform, pristine white knee-high socks, and black leather boots, clearly well prepared. I have just completed the calibration and ballistic optimization of all the subcannons on the Xingxuan. Efficiency has improved by 3.7%. She dashed to Lin Feng's side, puffing out her chest with a look that demanded praise. Yet her gaze involuntarily darted towards Mo Huang, who was nearly glued to Lin Feng, tinged with evident jealousy. Unlike some who merely hide behind mining and fiddling with those disgusting creatures, Mo Huang, far from being offended, chuckled softly, twirling a strand of her black hair. Little Xingxuan, mining and biotechnology are the 2 pillars supporting the fleet's future. You wouldn't want the commander to lead you into battle on an empty stomach, would you? You, who are you calling food? Xingxuan's indignation flared instantly, her small face flushing crimson as her glacial blue eyes glared at Mo Huang. My Starfall main cannon can obliterate it with a single shot. I don't need such a clumsy biological weapon. Enough, Xingxuan. Lin Feng interjected at the opportune moment, interrupting the daily banter. He reached out, instinctively ruffling Xingxuan's delightful golden locks. The optimization of the subcannon has been executed splendidly. It will greatly enhance our combat capability. You, Mo Huang, and Lingji all have your strengths, each an indispensable part of the fleet. Sensing Lin Feng's affectionate gesture and affirmation, Xingxuan's anger visibly dissipated, her eyes narrowing slightly like a cat being stroked, though she still huffed. Humph. I know, just as long as you do. To further placate the proud little battleship, Lin Feng added, perfect timing. With resources plentiful, I plan to prioritize installing a Meteor-class high-speed reaction armor system on your Xingxuan, further enhancing your assault survivability. Xingxuan's eyes sparkled instantaneously, as if stars twinkled within. Really? Commander, you keep your word. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. In the midst of this warm, tinged with jealousy, atmosphere, a long-forgotten system notification resonated clearly in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the substantial conquest of the Calyptus, marsh-dwelling civilization. Civilization conquest task 1 completed. Task reward 5000. 000 modification points have been allocated. Current available modification points 110,008. Detected conditions met. Hidden series task. Civilization cleansers activated. Task requirements: conquer or annihilate a total of 2 intelligent civilizations. Current progress 1, 2. Task reward: unlock permission for giant reinforcement grade hull modifications. Reminder: permissions can be used for designated contracted ship girls, breaking through existing hull limitations and stepping into the realm of star-shattering conquerors. 5 million modification points credited, and a remarkably clear path for future enhancements. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Giant reinforcement grade that is power sufficient to easily annihilate various planets. Though there remains one more civilization to conquer, the path ahead has become distinctly clear with a defined objective. In the realm of alloys, with Mo Huang and her army of worker ants at the helm, the matter seems resolvable. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, as his gaze swept once more over the colossal titan below, then turned towards the boundless expanse of stars beyond the window. The titan had been completed, resources were abundant, and the road ahead lay illuminated. It was time to resound the name of the human fleet throughout this silent star domain. Chapter 137, The Blade Unsheathed. Aboard the Starry luminary battleship, Lin Feng sat upright in the central command seat, his posture more erect than ever. The marked transformation following his recent ascension to level 26 was palpable. He could distinctly sense the vast ocean of silent core energy within him, while his mental perception extended like invisible tendrils, establishing a clearer connection to the core of each ship girl. This harmonious fusion and intimate command felt increasingly potent. The comprehensive enhancements in output power, mental capacity, and recovery speed had elevated his ability to support the fleet to a new echelon. Within the command bridge, 3 ship girls were present. Lingji occupied the position of the Starry Luminary's officer, diligently monitoring various controls. Upon glancing at Lin Feng's life sign data, her amber eyes brimmed with concern and a hint of pride. Mo Huang reclined languidly beside the tactical analysis station, her long legs crossed, fingertips idly tracing the holographic star map, a subtle smile playing on her lips as if plotting something. Whenever her gaze flickered towards Lin Feng, it was imbued with a satisfaction akin to that of one appreciating all that surrounds them. Starry Luminary stood poised at the side front of Lin Feng's command seat, her back turned to him as she endeavored to uphold the battleship's imposing demeanor. Yet, the faint blush at her ears and the occasional unconscious curling of her golden twin tails revealed the turmoil within her. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had not only fulfilled his promise by approving the budget for equipping her with meteor reaction armor, but had also commended her recent advancements in training and tactical simulations, filling the young girl's heart with a sweetness akin to honey, even as she feigned nonchalance, pretending this was merely standard procedure. The resource statistics report had been updated. Mo Huang broke the silence, her voice resonating clearly through the Advanced Communication System, GX-03 resource repository on the planet currently holds 1,004,000 standard units of nanocomposite alloy. The worker ant clusters at various mining sites are operating efficiently, with a daily net increase of approximately 3,000 units of alloy reserves. In the short term, we need not worry about resources. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to the colossal figure displayed on the main holographic screen. 110,008 modification points. This was a substantial sum, sufficient to exchange for numerous powerful blueprints or components within the system's marketplace. Yet, he restrained the impulse to spend immediately. The system's reminder echoed in his mind. Conquer 2 civilizations to unlock the colossal enhancement tier. That was the key to truly elevating the ship girls to the pinnacle of the cosmos. Commander, Lingji reported softly, pulling his thoughts back to reality. The adaptive training for Titan Zero has completed its 3rd phase. It has been confirmed that it can effectively execute basic commands such as advancing, attacking designated targets, and consuming specific biomasses. However, its resilience against high-intensity energy attacks remains insufficient, and its intelligence is lacking, resulting in poor maneuverability in complex terrains. That is sufficient, Lin Feng replied, his tone resolute. It is not intended for interstellar duels like a knight, but rather to trample upon swarms as a war elephant. Its stage lies upon the ground strewn with mycelial carpets and lowly insect races. He paused, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of his command chair, a habitual gesture preceding significant decisions. The atmosphere within the bridge grew solemn. We have lingered here for quite some time, Lin Feng began, his voice resonating clearly throughout the ship's communications, reaching every corner of the fleet. The Titan weaponry is taking shape, resources are plentiful, and I have surpassed my previous level. It is time to test our achievements and continue our unfinished journey. His gaze sharpened like a blade as it swept over the star map. The next target was the homeworld of the Gata civilization, Gata Alpha. The very mention of this name seemed to lower the temperature within the command bridge. Those who worship the dark forest and seek to eliminate the frogman civilization. The great-headed sages would be the first trial for the human fleet's might and the optimal live-fire target for the Titan frogmen. Orders. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, imbued with undeniable authority. Starry luminary. Present. The golden-haired girl spun around, standing at attention, her glacier blue eyes igniting with a fierce fire, casting aside all semblance of her previous demeanor, embodying the formidable essence of a powerful battleship. You shall lead the Starry luminary as the vanguard into the Gata Alpha Star system, responsible for frontal suppression and orbital bombardment, annihilating all enemy forces daring to ascend or retaliate from orbit. I authorize you to utilize the Stardust secondary cannon to eliminate significant ground defenses when necessary. Understood. In the name of Starry Luminary, I shall clear the path for the fleet. Starry Luminary's voice was crisp and resolute, tinged with an uncontainable excitement. Montak Feng, ready at any moment, my commander. Mo Huang gracefully rose, her violet eyes shimmering with a glint of calculation and chill. Your task is information suppression and tactical support. Deploy all Cicada Spear and Locust aircraft to cripple Gata civilization's global communications, command networks, and air defense systems. Simultaneously, the Ladybug bomber squadrons are on standby, prepared for surgical strikes on key military nodes. The B-Blade gunboats will be responsible for long-range sniping of high-value targets. Leave it to me. I assure you they will be rendered deaf, blind, and mute. Mo Huang licked her crimson lips, as though envisioning the enemy's desperate struggles beneath her swarming tactics. Lingji, yes. Commander. Lingji immediately rose from her seat, her small hands clasped tightly before her, her expression a mix of tension and utmost seriousness. You will remain in the rear, overseeing the fleet's overall maintenance. Additionally, coordinate the Titan Zero and its transport units. Following the orbital clearance, execute the Titan deployment plan. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. I will guarantee that both the fleet and Titan Zero are deployed in optimal condition for battle. Lingji nodded vigorously, her gaze resolute. With the deployment finalized, Lin Feng slowly rose from the command seat, moving to the forefront of the bridge, peering through the vast observation window at the resplendent yet frigid starry sky outside. His figure, illuminated by the starlight, appeared increasingly imposing and profound. We come from the galaxy, dwelling in this realm of darkness. His voice was soft yet possessed a unique penetrating quality, resonating within the hearts of every Stardust warrior listening. The laws here are cold and merciless, but we are not solitary prey. We shall become hunters, a calamity to certain civilizations, paving our path homeward and even towards the broader expanse of the cosmos with the wails of our enemies and the ruins of their civilizations. This battle serves not only as a crucible to test our strength, but also as a declaration of our existence in this star domain. Fleet, set forth. With Lin Feng's command, the massive hull of the Starry Luminary began to adjust its posture, the main thruster's stellar flame matrix belching forth a brilliant azure light, akin to a slumbering giant awakening. Shortly thereafter, the Mo Huang aircraft carrier and Lingji repair ship, stationed nearby, ignited their engines in unison. The three colossal vessels formed a simple, triangular assault formation, gradually accelerating as they departed from the gravitational well of Calyptus. Within the bridge, Starry Luminary had returned to her control seat, her small hands deftly navigating the virtual interface to finalize the jump parameters, her face a mask of seriousness and concentration. Mo Huang appeared to be resting with her eyes closed, yet her consciousness had already intertwined with countless data streams, connecting her with the worker ants scattered across the cosmos and the aircraft soon to be deployed. Lingji anxiously closed her eyes, immersing her awareness in the adjacent Lingji ship, meticulously monitoring various data to ensure the stability of energy output during the jump. Lin Feng resumed his position in the command seat, feeling the subtle vibrations coursing through him as the engines roared to life. He cast a glance at the diverse yet resolutely loyal fleet of ship girls by his side, then turned his attention to the vast reserve of modification points and the clear mission objectives displayed in the system. He understood that the true voyage was only just beginning to unfold at this moment. His fleet, a newly forged blade, was poised to taste the blood of a civilization-level adversary. Target, Gata Alpha. Engage the warp engine. Initiate. A deep, resonant hum instantly filled the ship, while the stars outside the viewport elongated into countless streaks of light. The iron torrent of the human fleet plunged unhesitatingly into the known yet hostile darkness. Chapter 138. The Divine Weapon Descends. At the edge of the Gata Alpha star system, the void remains steadfastly governed by the physical laws comprehended by the wise ones, silent, vast, and seemingly insurmountable in its light-year scale distances. within the Planetary Defense Command Center, nestled in the eye of the shield. The sensor operator on duty was routinely scanning the preset deep space monitoring sectors. The data stream on the screen was steady and mundane, devoid of any anomalies aside from background radiation and the occasional comet streaking by. For the wise ones, faster-than-light travel was merely a concept residing within the confines of strictly prohibited heretical theories. Cosmic navigation entailed protracted sublight journeys spanning years, if not decades. Any threat should have been detected early by the deep space listening arrays, affording them ample warning time. However, today, the laws of physics were rewritten. In the void, less than 50,000 kilometers from Gata, Alpha, space itself emitted a groan of overwhelming burden. It was not a cacophony, but rather a low, resonant tremor that impacted all sensors and biological instincts. The empty expanse of space began to distort dramatically, as if a colossal invisible hand had gripped a piece of silk, wrinkling and compressing it before suddenly releasing it outward. There was no gradual process, no signs of energy accumulation. In the instant the space settled, three towering steel peaks, as if directly etched from a canvas, descended with audacity. The massive bow of the battleship Starshine, adorned in deep crimson with flowing golden patterns, was the first to pierce the veil of reality, closely followed by the sleek, ebony-hued aircraft carrier Ink Phoenix, with its elegant yet lethal golden phoenix designs, and the relatively rounded repair vessel Lingji, marked with conspicuous green crosses. They silently hovered beneath the brilliance of the star, their hulls reflecting a cold sheen. Their very existence was a devastating blow to the wise one's understanding of the cosmos. Within the eye of the shield, a piercing, unprecedented high-priority alarm shattered the calm. The energy readings on the main screen skyrocketed, blinding red warnings engulfing all data interfaces. Impossible. The sensor operator's high-pitched voice trembled with sheer horror, his large head's compound eyes vibrating violently. Energy readings, unquantifiable. The source was in close proximity. How did they appear? The command center erupted into chaos. All remote, deep space monitoring arrays had reported no prior warnings. The enemy seemed to have executed an interstellar jump, placing a dagger at their throats. On the bridge of the Starshine, Lin Feng reclined comfortably in the command chair, gazing through the panoramic observation window at the distant brownish-gray planet. The atmosphere appearing slightly thin, Gata, Alpha. Within the bridge, Starshine had returned to her primary control seat, her petite face brimming with eager anticipation, while Ink Phoenix languidly leaned beside the tactical station, her violet eyes flickering with data streams. Lingji was anxiously monitoring the fleet's overall energy fluctuations and structural integrity. Target system confirmed, Gata, Alpha. Starshine's crisp voice chimed, tinged with an irrepressible thrill. Multiple low-energy signal sources detected, consistent with the defensive platforms and station fleets in the Wise Ones database. No signatures of faster-than-light technology found. It seems our friends are quite frightened. Ink Phoenix chuckled lightly, her finger tracing across the holographic star map, marking dozens of enemy units frantically adjusting their orbits in an attempt to confront them. Commander, shall we play with them? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk that blended nonchalance with a hint of chill. As you wish. Starshine, according to plan, give them a warm welcome ceremony. Ink Phoenix, commence your performance. Let them understand what an information black hole truly is. Understood. Starshine's expression sharpened, her small hands deftly manipulating controls. Stardust class, heavy particle turrets. Target locked on the enemy's forward intercepting fleet. Fire at will. Let them savor the taste of Stardust. Almost simultaneously with Starshine's command, 6 rotating turrets across the Starshine's hull emitted a low, ominous hum as they charged. The gun muzzles ignited with glacial blue light, and in the next moment, massive beams of particle energy lashed out as if wielded by the hand of death, instantly traversing tens of thousands of kilometers to strike the Wise One's battleships, which had only just activated their engines and were now disorganized. These Wise One's vessels, measuring just over a kilometer in length, found their crude composite armor rendered as fragile as paper before the high-energy particle streams of the Stardust secondary cannons. The moment the beams made contact, the armor vaporized instantaneously. Internal structures shredded by the violent energy, chain reactions igniting fireballs that burst forth like festive fireworks against the backdrop of the pitch-black cosmos. Occasionally, a few stray chemical lasers or railgun projectiles managed to strike the hull of the Starshine, but they were deflected and absorbed by the swirling nebula-like Starshine force field shields long before they could reach the armor, creating not even a ripple. The brutality of technological disparity was starkly revealed at this moment. Simultaneously, the hangar deck of the Ink Phoenix opened in layers. Thousands of carrier-based aircraft surged into space like a swarm of bees released from their hive. First came thousands of Cicada-class reconnaissance and electronic warfare aircraft, their bodies coated with signal-absorbing materials, rendering them nearly invisible on radar. Only the most sensitive optical sensors could detect their fleeting shadows against the stellar backdrop. As soon as these electronic specters appeared, they activated full-spectrum jamming and signal deception systems. The planet Gata Alpha, along with its orbital defense facilities, was instantly ensnared in a quagmire of communication and perception. Global communication channels were drowned in a cacophony of noise, radar screens filled with static, or thousands of false target signals appeared as if the entire star system was brimming with enemy vessels. Military network nodes went offline one after another. Command systems fell into paralysis, and each defensive unit became isolated, blind, deaf, and mute. Inside the eye of the shield, the commander futilely roared into the communicator, which now emitted nothing but noise. The battlefield situational map on the screen was a chaotic jumble, rendering it impossible to discern enemy from ally in terms of positions and numbers. Despair, like a cold vine, coiled around the hearts of each wise one. They adhered to the dark forest doctrine, priding themselves as calm exterminators. Yet when true, incomprehensible calamity descended in a manner utterly incongruent with their physical understanding, they realized that they were no different in essence from the seedlings they had eradicated. The roles of hunter and prey were effortlessly reversed in the face of superior technology. Lin Feng observed the Wise One ships flailing about like headless flies on the main screen, easily picked off by the Stardust secondary cannons, his expression inscrutable. This was merely an appetizer. The true test lay ahead. Chapter 139, The Silent Harvest. The orbital space of the Gata Alpha star system had devolved into a one-sided slaughterhouse. The starshine moved through the void like a leisurely death dancer, steadily adjusting its posture while the 6 Stardust secondary cannons unleashed torrents of destructive particle streams in a rhythmic cadence. Each flicker of glacial blue light signified that at least one Wise One ship had been transformed into brilliant yet fleeting cosmic dust. Their resistance, those feeble lasers and kinetic projectiles, failed to evoke any visible change in the luminosity of the starshine's force field. The enemy's forward interception fleet has been cleared with an efficiency rate of 87%. Xing Xian reported the results in a tranquil tone, as if recounting an affair that bore no consequence to her. For her, such an adversary was hardly worthy of a warm-up. Her attention was predominantly focused on monitoring the status of the main cannon, Starfall, and the adjustments of the ship's posture control system, anticipating a more formidable display of firepower that might be required in the subsequent stages. As the Xing Xian swept the orbits with overwhelming firepower, the death swarm unleashed by the Mo Huang had infiltrated Gelta, the lifeblood of the Alpha civilization, like an invisible plague. Thousands of Cicada-class electronic warfare aircraft flitted through the densely packed defensive platforms, communication relay stations, and sensor arrays in the planetary orbit like phantoms. They not only emitted powerful jamming waves, but also employed their high-precision sensors to map the most detailed military layouts and energy response distributions of the planetary surface. This real-time data was seamlessly transmitted back to the data processing center aboard the Mo Huang, as well as to the tactical hologram displayed before Lin Feng. Commander, all coordinates from major military command nodes, energy hubs, and large radar stations have been marked, came Mo Huang's melodious voice on the bridge, tinged with a hint of playful mockery. The enemy's electronic defense systems are, even more primitive than we anticipated. The Locust interceptors are in position, requesting authorization to execute the extraction operation. Authorization granted, Lin Feng replied, his gaze sweeping over the highlighted points on the hologram, which represented critical targets on the planetary surface. In the next moment, the Locust-class high-speed interceptors, poised in high orbit, surged forth like hawks released from a hunt, their engines erupting with brilliant blue flames as they pierced the thin atmosphere with astonishing acceleration, diving towards their assigned targets. These aerodynamically sleek warplanes, measuring a mere 80 meters in length, appear to the ground-based air defense units of the Wise Ones as blindingly swift silver streaks. Their hastily activated ground-to-air laser arrays and missile sights often barely locked onto a target before being obliterated by the micro-tracking missiles carried beneath the wings of the Locusts. Occasionally, stray anti-aircraft fire would strike a Locust, but it was effortlessly deflected by their own compact energy diversion fields and sturdy fuselage structures. The primary objective of the Locust swarm was to neutralize those nodes attempting to restore communication and command. With astonishing precision, They targeted towering signal towers and the entrances to underground command centers with their rapid-fire pulse laser cannons, slicing through and detonating them, ensuring that the resistance forces of Delta Alpha remained fragmented and blind. Following this, a more devastating assault ensued, guided with precision by the M.O. Huang. The larger Ladybug-class heavy bombers descended from above the clouds like a heavy hammer, releasing their payload of geosynchronous fusion bombs. These bombs did not fall haphazardly. They adhered to the optimal destruction paths calculated by the M.O. Huang. They penetrated reinforced structures, burrowing deep into underground bunkers before erupting in cataclysmic explosions. From space, the once brownish-gray continental plates of Delta Alpha were now punctuated by a series of mushroom clouds, not enormous, but with core temperatures that were terrifyingly high. Each detonation signified the complete physical annihilation of a critical military base, weapon factory, or energy center, while collateral damage to surrounding civilian areas was meticulously minimized. This was not an act of mercy, but rather a measure to preserve the relative integrity of this testing ground and to avoid unnecessary resource wastage. Simultaneously, the B-Blade-class anti-ship energy gunboats operated like calm snipers, lingering dozens of kilometers away from the three vessels. Their astonishingly calibered inferno particle cannons occasionally unleashed slender, yet concentrated beams of energy towards the planet. These beams effortlessly penetrated command posts attempting to hide within mountainous terrain or heavy armored forces gathering in formation, leaving behind terrifying holes thousands of meters deep and 100 meters wide with molten edges. The defense system that the Delta Alpha civilization prided itself on, constructed upon sublight technology and the philosophy of the Dark Forest, crumbled with astonishing rapidity under the multifaceted, high-precision strikes of the human fleet. They could hardly muster a semblance of a counterattack, as their eyes were blinded, ears deafened, throats choked, and brains shattered. The orbital and primary terrestrial resistance forces have been virtually cleared. M.O. Huang summarized the battle report with a relaxed demeanor, noting that the remaining resistance was scattered and chaotic, posing no effective threat. Commander, we can prepare for the Titan deployment. Lin Feng nodded, casting a glance at the slightly anxious Lingji. Lingji, prepare the Zero Titan and its transport units. Captain Vasily's Marine Corps will ensure the landing zone's safety and establish forward observation points. Yes, Commander. Lingji nodded vigorously, promptly relaying the orders to the special transport units stationed in the hangar of the M.O. Huang and to the ground forces under Vasily. Xing Xian gazed at the main screen, where explosions flickered across the gradually silencing planet, a hint of dissatisfaction gracing her lips. Is that it? I haven't even gotten serious yet. She referred to the ship's formidable starfall, main cannon capable of shattering stars. Patience, Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. Save your big gun for tougher targets. Now it's time for our little darling to stretch its legs. The first step of conquest, destroying the will and capability to resist, had been accomplished. Next came the evaluation of the biological weapon's efficacy and the moment to utterly crush the last vestiges of dignity of the civilization. Chapter 140. The first deployment of the behemoth. Delta Alpha, Northern Hemisphere continent, the former site of the Wise One's largest military-industrial complex, now lay transformed into a desolate wasteland riddled with meteor craters and molten debris. Occasional remnants of anti-aircraft fire feebly shot towards the sky, only to be met with the precise counterstrikes of the locusts or B-blades, adding another couple of burning ruins to the landscape. Above a relatively open area, meticulously cleared by the Ladybug bombers, several Termite-class assault landing craft descended, carrying the Icefield Wolf Power armored troops as they pierced the thin atmosphere and gradually landed. As the hatch opened, Captain Vasilyevic's iconic, battle-worn voice resonated through the encrypted channel. Landing zone secure. Establish circular defenses. Engineering team, deploy markers and observation equipment immediately. The well-trained Stardust warriors dispersed swiftly, their metallic limbs of power armor thudding against the warm, shattered ground with a dull resonance. They set up portable energy shield generators and aerial surveillance radars, coldly surveying the surrounding desolate ruins. For these veterans, such an operation of occupation felt like a routine drill. Soon, the true protagonists were set to make their entrance. Within the M.O. Huang's massive hangar, a specially designed reinforced transport frame was slowly pushed out by multiple thrusters. At its center stood the towering figure of the Zero Titan, an imposing 80 meters in height. Its body, covered in a dark, biological, chitinous layer, gleamed with an oily sheen under the hangar lights, its murky red, compound eyes staring vacantly ahead, emitting a low, oppressive growl that spoke of its mindless existence. Zero Titan, biological signal stable, command reception system online, Lingji's voice came through the comms, tinged with a barely perceptible tension. Transport frame separation procedure initiated. Deployment countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release. The locking mechanisms sprang open simultaneously, and a specialized transport frame detached from the main body. The enormous Titan began its descent towards the scorched Earth under the influence of planetary gravity. Just a few thousand meters from the ground, the disposable cushioning thrusters attached to its back and limb joints ignited with a fierce thrust, dramatically slowing its descent speed. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar and a swirling cloud of dust, the Titan frogman descended upon its designated landing point like a meteorite. Its colossal hind limbs sank deeply into the ground, and its immense form swayed momentarily before stabilizing. The cushioning thrusters detached automatically after fulfilling their purpose, crashing to the ground nearby with a sound reminiscent of twisted metal. Captain Vasily stood within the frontline observation point, calmly observing the creature, a grotesque amalgamation created from the contributions of volunteers he had personally escorted. Even with prior psychological preparation, the palpable sense of physical oppression experienced at such close proximity caused his brow to furrow slightly beneath his visor. This Titan beast seemed comparable to the Iron Shield heavy battle mech. Zero has successfully landed, he reported succinctly. On the bridge of the Starshine, a segment of the main screen switched to the feed from the Titan Frogman's head-mounted camera, revealing a world tinted with a faint crimson filter, alongside an intense signal of biological hunger. Initiate basic command tests, Lin Feng ordered. Lingji promptly transmitted the first command to the Titan Frogman through the biological neural link virtual screen before him. Advance. Destroy the abandoned factory structure marked in red 3 kilometers ahead. The Titan Frogman's massive form hesitated for a brief moment, its murky eyes seemingly sharpening their focus. Then, it emitted a louder roar, brimming with a desire for destruction. Goo, gua. It began to take heavy strides, as if acclimatizing to its surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. The initial steps were slow and clumsy, each footfall causing the ground to tremble slightly, leaving deep, cracked imprints. It appeared to be familiarizing itself with this long-absent body that now bore its full weight, as well as the new environment saturated with food signals. However, this gradual adaptation was exceedingly brief. As its colossal eye locked onto the distant, half-collapsed warehouse marked as a target, the destructive instinct programmed within its biology ignited completely. Its remarkably robust hind limbs abruptly bent, massive muscle fibers tightening beneath the keratinous layer like steel cables, expanding. The entire body crouched low, adopting a classic, poised stance akin to a frog preparing to leap. In the next moment, boom, accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion, reminiscent of a kinetic cannon-esque projectile or the thunderous impact of a heavy battering ram striking the earth. The Titan Frogman's 80-meter-tall form, defying all expectations of its size, launched into the air with a breathtaking explosion of power. This was not merely a jump, but a true frog leap. It sliced through the dust-laden air at astonishing speed, a howling wind trailing in its wake, a massive shadow sweeping across the ground, covering over a kilometer in a single bound. Thud! Another violent crash resounded as it landed heavily. The ground within dozens of meters around the impact site shattered like fragile glass, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly, with dust and debris forming a massive shockwave ring that violently expanded, sending fragments flying in all directions. Without a moment's pause at the instant of landing, its powerful hind limbs unleashed a terrifying force once again. Boom! A second frog leap. Its form blurred as it approached the target at high speed, embodying a primal, savage efficiency that magnified the unique leaping ability of frogs to a heart-stopping degree. It was no longer a clumsy giant, but a true, living biological assault vehicle. In the blink of an eye, after 2 furious leaps, the half-collapsed warehouse loomed near. The Titan Frogman, harnessing the immense kinetic energy from its jumps, rammed its keratin-covered snout into the main structure of the warehouse like a rogue starship. Boom! Amidst the deafening cacophony of twisted metal and shattered concrete, the entire warehouse crumbled like a tower of blocks struck by a bowling ball, collapsing from the point of impact into a cloud of dust and scattered debris. It surged forth from the haze, its form coated in ash, its murky compound eyes flickering with a crimson glow, seemingly in search of its next target to annihilate. During this chaos, it appeared intrigued by certain creatures resembling large local rodents that fled from the warehouse. Its enormous tongue shot forth like a cannonball, snatching several into its maw, chewing a few times before swallowing, the red glow in its eyes intensifying. Command execution rate, 100%. Physical destructive power far exceeds expectations. Jumping advanced mode shows remarkable efficiency. Demonstrates priority aggressiveness toward kite-enriched non-sentient organisms, Ling Ji reported, her tone reflecting satisfaction with the completion of a task. Lin Feng gazed contentedly at the screen, where the bulldozing beast wreaked havoc. Though its intelligence was low, its sheer destructive capability, explosive power, and adaptability to specific environments were precisely what he desired. It was ideal for combating swarms, or, as in this instance, for utterly trampling the will of a civilization resisting oppression. He switched communication channels, connecting to the MO Phoenix. MO Phoenix, collect real-time combat data from Zero. Simultaneously, send our prepared farewell gift to the remaining operational communication frequencies on Gata and Alpha. Understood, Commander, MO Phoenix replied with a light chuckle. A moment later, a chillingly cold and merciless message, precisely translated, forcefully overwhelmed all remaining devices capable of receiving signals on Gata and Alpha, flooding their screens and speakers. Survivors of the Gata civilization. We hail from the galaxy. You adhere to the Dark Forest, perceiving other civilizations as threats to be eliminated. Today, you have tasted the flavor of being hunted by a more advanced predator. We are not your equivalent exterminators. Your planet, your civilization, holds only limited testing value for us. This beast rampaging through your homeland originates from the Calypdian civilization you once sought to eradicate. It is an irony of fate and a display of strength. We are about to depart. We will not completely annihilate you, nor will we occupy you. Your existence shall serve as a testament to our biological weapon testing ground and a warning to all civilizations that adhere to the cold laws. The universe is not solely a dark forest. However, when more powerful forces descend, any laws may be rewritten. Choose wisely. The message concluded. Meanwhile, the Titan Frogman, trampling through the urban ruins, appeared to have received new instructions. It threw back its head and let out a resounding roar declaring its existence. Then began to march heavily towards another location marked by faint energy readings, possibly an entrance to a surviving underground shelter, continuing its testing mission. On the bridge of the Starshine, Lin Feng rose slowly, just as he prepared to issue the next command. A familiar and clear system notification echoed in his mind like a celestial melody. Beep. Detection indicates that the host has completed the substantial conquest of the Gata civilization, military destruction of primary resistance forces, and practical testing of biological weapon deterrence. Civilization Conquest Mission, 2 of 2 completed. Hidden Series Mission, Civilization Exterminators, Conquest, total destruction of 2 intelligent civilizations, has been completed. Task Reward. The permission to unlock the Titan Reinforcement Class ship modification has been granted. Notice, this permission can be used for designated contracted ship girls to transcend the existing ship limits and ascend to the realm of the Star Shatterers. Specific modifications will require an enormous amount of void energy, rare materials, and modification points. Ding. Based on the assessment of the conquest level of the Gata civilization, preliminary mastery of sublight speed technology, you have received a reward of 8,000,000 modification points. Current available modification points, 13,110,008. A series of notifications, particularly the influx of 8 million modification points and the unlocking of Titan Reinforcement Class permissions, caused Lin Feng's heart to race, a wave of immense joy and accomplishment surging within him. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, casting his gaze over the colossal numbers and the newly available permission options within the system. Commander? Mo Huang keenly sensed the subtle change in Lin Feng, her violet eyes turning towards him. Xing Xian also cast a curious glance, although she could not see the system interface. She could feel the sudden surge of emotion emanating from Lin Feng. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng revealed a sincere smile. One more radiant than any before, plans have changed. He looked out the porthole at the ravaged planet and the industrious Titan frogs toiling upon it. The testing value of the Gata civilization has been fully utilized. Once the data collection of Project Zero is completed, it will be up to Captain Vasily to retrieve it or let it run rampant. We shall not linger any longer. The next target? Xing Xian immediately inquired, assuming there was yet another hard battle to be fought. No, there's no next target. Well, not for now. Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze sharpening with anticipation. We return to Calypdis, the frogman's home planet. He paused, his tone imbued with an unprecedented solemnity. We have accumulated sufficient resources, acquired the permission for Titan Reinforcement Class modifications, and amassed a vast number of modification points. It is time for our fleet to undergo a genuine transformation. Titan reinforcement class. Mo Huang softly repeated the term, her violet eyes sparkling with realization as she comprehended Lin Feng's intent. As an aircraft carrier, she yearned more than anyone for a larger hangar, superior control over carrier-based aircraft, and a more formidable hull. Xing Xian's face flushed with excitement, her glacier blue eyes seemingly bursting with stars. Does this mean my Xing Xian can become larger? Stronger? Can the main cannon pierce through even larger stars? She almost stammered, her golden twin tails trembling slightly with exhilaration. For a battleship pursuing ultimate firepower, there could be no more enticing future than this. Even the typically gentle Lingji widened her amber eyes, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. She imagined the astonishing maintenance capabilities and logistical support space if the Lingji could grow larger. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed their conjectures, surveying the three ship girls glowing with excitement. Full of ambition, Mo Huang, notify all units to conclude the current mission, retrieve all recoverable resources, particularly the rare minerals collected by the worker ants. We shall set sail immediately. Understood. The three girls responded in unison, their voices brimming with energy and anticipation. The conquest of the Gata civilization was merely an interlude. The true harvest lay in the rewards from a system. With the permission for Titan reinforcement class modifications and over 13 million modification points, Lin Feng's fleet was on the brink of a qualitative leap. Returning to the water world, they had mastered consolidating all resources. He would personally propel his ship girls into the legendary Hall of the Star Shatterers. Fleet assemble. Destination Calypdus. Initiate jump engine. The three starships adjusted their positions once more, igniting their engines, departing the planetary orbit as mysteriously and swiftly as they had arrived, heading towards the fringes of the galaxy in preparation for the next superluminal jump. Only the wreckage remained on Gata, a symbol of absolute power and cruel experimentation, and a civilization utterly shattered, struggling in fear and confusion. Chapter 142, The Ripples of Return. The gravitational boundary of the Alpha system, space rippling as though pebbles had been cast upon water. In the next moment, the three majestic starships, the crimson gold-marked Xing Xian, the pitch-black feathered Mo Huang, and the white-green crossed Lingji, surfaced like great whales emerging from the depths, quietly transitioning into the orbit of Calypdus. The gentle light of the sun bathed the hulls, reflecting the dust of their expedition and the aura of impending slaughter. However, the atmosphere within the bridge of the Lingji repair ship was not entirely relaxed. Lin Feng stood, stretching his limbs, feeling the tidal wave of power from his LV-26 void energy coursing through him. He glanced at the holographic star map beside him, which displayed reassuring reserve figures from the GX-03 resource planet, alongside the staggering 110,008 modification points and the unlocked Titan reinforcement class ship modification permission. All of this heralded a leap for the fleet. Finally returned. Lin Feng sighed, filled with a sense of bountiful fulfillment. Indeed, Commander, Lingji's soft voice chimed in, as she carefully presented a cup of freshly brewed, sweetly fragrant, revitalizing drink to Lin Feng, her amber eyes brimming with concern, habitually wanting to move closer to massage his temples. At that moment, another warm breeze, imbued with a hint of violet fragrance, approached. Montak Feng, seemingly boneless, naturally drew near from the other side, her delicate hand resting upon Lin Feng's shoulder, her fingertips exuding a peculiar energy as she began to knead gently. Her techniques bolder and more teasing than Lingji's. Commander, this time we have reaped a bountiful harvest. Mo Huang's lips almost brushed against Lin Feng's ear, her warm breath caressing him, and merely contemplating the Titan reinforcement class modifications set her heart racing. Shall we head to my bridge first? I can help you meticulously plan the subsequent modification strategy. I guarantee your satisfaction. Her voice was low and magnetic, the final word elongated, laden with implication. Lin Feng found himself attended to by both ship girls, experiencing Lingji's gentle care and Mo Huang's passionate massage, undeniably relaxing his body and mind. He instinctively turned his head, offering Mo Huang a smile and even gently patting her hand resting on his shoulder. I understand your eagerness. The modification plans will be expedited. However, before he could finish, a clear, displeased huff interrupted from beside him. Oomph. Lin Feng and the two ship girls turned simultaneously, discovering that Xing Xian had also arrived at the Lingji's bridge without their notice. Her petite figure stood straight, arms crossed, her exquisite doll-like face tightly drawn. Especially her glacier blue eyes, now glaring ferociously at Mo Huang, almost pressed against Lin Feng, and at Lingji, who was still hovering close with her hand suspended in midair. Xing Xian? Lin Feng was somewhat perplexed, assuming she had come to report on the status of a Xing Xian ship. Had the hull self-check been completed? Were there any issues? The hull is in excellent condition, much purer than certain individuals' intentions. Xing Xian's voice brimmed with evident anger, her gaze darting between Mo Huang and Ling Ji, finally landing on Lin Feng's face, tinged with a hint of grievance and accusation. Commander, how could you do this? What have I done? Lin Feng was even more confused. In broad daylight, on the bridge, and Xing Xian's small face flushed crimson, seemingly struggling to articulate those intimate phrases. What kind of decorum is this? This is hardly the demeanor one would expect from a mature and dignified commander. She endeavored to arm herself with her own set of battleship elder sister theories. Yet her trembling voice and reddened eyes betrayed her true emotions, an ache of exclusion and envy. Upon hearing this, Mo Huang not only refrained from retreating, but instead let out a light laugh, deliberately leaning closer to Lin Feng, her violet eyes casting a sidelong glance at Xing Xian. Little Xing Xian, what seems to be the matter? The commander has returned from battle. As ship girls, is it not our duty to show concern and care? Or perhaps you secretly yearn for it, but are too shy to admit? Who yearns for that? Xing Xian exclaimed, springing up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing an accusatory finger at Mo Huang. I have no interest in your shameless clinginess. I am here to report important matters. Despite her words, her gaze involuntarily flickered toward the spot on Lin Feng's hand that had just touched Mo Huang's. Her expression growing dimmer. Ling Ji, startled by Xing Xian's reaction, recoiled like a frightened rabbit, peering anxiously at Xing Xian and then at Lin Feng. Feeling utterly lost, Sister Xing Xian, I was just... Lin Feng observed Xing Xian's conflicted demeanor, clearly torn between her feelings and the facade she attempted to maintain. And he began to comprehend the situation. He tried to explain, Xing Xian, Mo Huang, and Ling Ji were merely. There's no need for explanations. Xing Xian abruptly interrupted him, her voice tinged with a slight choke. With a determined stomp of her foot, she turned and dashed toward the exit of the bridge, exclaiming, Foolish commander, je commande. You can stay with your affectionate ship girls. I'm going back to my battleship, Xing Xian. Before her words had fully faded, her petite figure had already burst through the bridge's automatic doors, leaving behind the swaying entrance and an atmosphere thick with awkward silence. Lin Feng sighed, rubbing his temples as he watched her vanish from sight. He turned to Mo Huang and Ling Ji, offering a wry smile. You too. Mo Huang nonchalantly shrugged and reclined lazily in a nearby chair. It's just a child throwing a tantrum. Commander, you should go comfort her. However, it seems that this little lowly has finally had a moment of clarity, she remarked, a hint of amusement in her tone. Ling Ji anxiously twisted her fingers. Commander, is Sister Xing Xian angry? It's all my fault. It's not your fault, Ling Ji. Lin Feng sighed, rising to his feet. She simply needs some private communication. He realized that although Xing Xian wielded the power to devastate, she was, emotionally, still a naive and awkward child. As her commander, and the one she subconsciously relied upon, he could not allow such feelings to fester unaddressed. I'll leave this to you both. I'm going to check on her. Lin Feng adjusted his uniform and strode toward the direction Xing Xian had taken. Mo Huang watched Lin Feng's retreating figure, a knowing smile flickering in her violet eyes as she muttered to herself. It seems the last bastion of the fleet is about to be breached. Meanwhile, Ling Ji silently prayed that the commander would successfully soothe Sister Xing Xian. The harmony of the fleet was indeed paramount. Chapter 143. The Tsundere golden-haired twin-tails Xing Xian. Battleship Xing Xian Bridge. In stark contrast to the warm, even slightly ambiguous atmosphere aboard Ling Ji's ship, this space was imbued with a cold metallic essence and a solemn air of warfare. The towering command seat, the holographic tactical interfaces surrounding it, and the panoramic observation windows revealing the cataclysmic might of the Starfall main cannon, all showcased the immense power and authority of this colossal vessel. Yet, seated at the command chair was a figure that stood in stark contrast, a petite silhouette. Xing Xian curled up, hugging her knees with her chin resting upon them, ensconced within the expansive command chair, which was originally Lin Feng's. Her magnificent golden twin tails cascaded disheveled over the sides of the seat, resembling a starry river that had lost its luster. Her glacial blue eyes stared vacantly at the vast starry sky displayed on the main screen, filled with feelings of grievance, confusion, and a hint of disappointment she was reluctant to acknowledge. Foolish, foolish commander, she muttered softly, her fingers unconsciously twirling a strand of hair. I am the battleship. I can do this too. Why do you always seek them first? She recalled Mo Huang's mature allure, her proactive advances, and Ling Ji's gentle, nurturing demeanor that seeped into every interaction, contrasting sharply with her own awkwardness and disingenuousness. A wave of frustration surged within her. She longed to be treated by the commander in the same manner, to be embraced by him, to feel his gentle caress upon her hair, and even, as her thoughts wandered to more intimate scenarios, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. Yet, every time she was on the verge of expressing herself, her words twisted into a retort. Humph. How annoying. I'm not doing this for you. She despised her own awkwardness but felt powerless to change it. Just as she was lost in her self-inflicted turmoil, the automatic doors of the bridge emitted a soft whir as they slid open. Xing Xian's head shot up, startled like a frightened fawn, and she found Lin Feng standing at the entrance, his expression a complex amalgamation she couldn't decipher. Instantly, she panicked, attempting to leap from the command chair to restore her image as the mature and authoritative battleship, but her movements were too abrupt, nearly causing her to tumble from her seat. Be careful. Lin Feng quickly stepped forward, steadying her wobbling form. In no need for your help. Xing Xian regained her balance, immediately shaking off Lin Feng's supportive hand and turning her head away, though her ears were visibly flushed. Weren't you enjoying your gentle pursuits on Ling Ji's ship? What brings you here? Lin Feng observed her bluster, a mix of amusement and sympathy swelling within him. He refrained from forcing her to face him and instead positioned himself before her, crouching down to meet her gaze. Xing Xian, his voice was gentle, imbued with an undeniable sincerity. Look at me. Xing Xian stubbornly kept her neck rigid, refusing to meet his eyes, yet her peripheral vision betrayed her, glancing toward him. I know you're upset, Lin Feng continued, but I want you to understand that whether it's Mo Huang, Ling Ji, or you, each of you is unique and irreplaceable to me. You are my most important ship girls and my most trusted companions. Companions, Xing Xian echoed softly, a pang of something bittersweet stirring within her, hinting that she desired more than mere companionship. Indeed, more than mere companions. Lin Feng seemed to read her thoughts, letting out a soft sigh. However, each individual expresses themselves differently. Mo Huang is more proactive, Ling Ji is gentle, and you. He paused, gazing into her misty blue eyes. You're simply a bit shy, or perhaps you use your tsundere nature to protect your very tender heart. Am I right? Who's shy? Who's being tsundere? Xing Xian exploded, her temper flaring as she waved her tiny fists. I'm not. This is merely the composure of a mature battleship. All right, composure it is, Lin Feng acquiesced, unable to resist the urge to ruffle her hair. Xing Xian didn't immediately shy away, merely stiffening for a moment, letting out a soft sound reminiscent of a young creature's whimper. But Xing Xian, Lin Feng's tone shifted to one of earnestness. I hope you feel you don't always need to maintain that composure in front of me. You can express your happiness, your discontent, any emotion. Just like now, your anger and jealousy, while a bit troublesome, is also quite endearing. Be but endearing. Xing Xian's head snapped up. Disbelief etched across her face as her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. You dare to call me endearing? I'm a powerful battleship, the arbiter of the stars. How can you describe me as endearing? You're insulting me. Fuming, she stomped her foot and aimed a playful punch at Lin Feng. Seeing her finally emerge from her shell, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, laughing as he allowed her playful yet harmless strikes to land upon him, which would be enough to crush a normal person, but merely tickled him. Don't hit. I was wrong. Not endearing, but mighty. Majestic. Lin Feng chuckled, playfully blocking her. You think I'm endearing? You think I'm cute? Xing Xian persisted, chasing Lin Feng around the spacious bridge, her playful spirit rekindled. In an instant, the once solemn bridge of the battleship was filled with the playful laughter of a young girl and the hearty chuckles of a man. The petite golden figure chased after the tall blue figure, darting around the command seat and the tactical platform in a playful frenzy. Xing Xuan seemed to have forgotten her formidable powers as a ship girl, behaving merely as an ordinary girl releasing her emotions. Lin Feng played along, occasionally slowing his pace deliberately to allow her to catch up, only to be playfully punched by her in return. Finally, after a deliberate trip, Lin Feng fell back against the base of the command seat, and Xing Xuan, unable to stop herself, gasped and tumbled into his embrace. For a moment, she was stunned. The only sounds in the bridge were their slightly hurried breaths and the deep hum of the starship engines resonating through the metallic structure. Nestled in Lin Feng's arms, Xing Xuan could distinctly smell his clean scent and feel the warmth and strong heartbeat emanating from his chest. Although this was not her first time being held by Lin Feng, It was the first time she had willingly thrown herself into his arms, albeit by accident. The heat in her cheeks was astonishing as they pressed firmly against his uniform. She wanted to break free, only to find Lin Feng's arms had wrapped around her waist, holding her securely in place. "Let me go," she said, her voice as soft as a whisper, more shy plea than a command. "Not a chance," Lin Feng replied, looking down at the flustered little ship girl whose ears were flushed red. His tone was low and gentle. "Unless you tell me why you ran away in anger just now." Xingxuan stammered, her gaze averting. "It was because I saw you getting close to Mo Huang and Ling Ji, and it made me uncomfortable, right?" Lin Feng articulated for her. Xingxuan's body trembled in acknowledgement. She buried her face deeper into Lin Feng's embrace, murmuring, "They can be that close to you, and I want to be too, but I can't bring myself to say it." Hearing her tearful confession, Lin Feng's heart melted completely. He tightened his embrace, cradling her petite form entirely, as if holding a precious large doll, letting her sit on his lap. "Silly girl," he sighed softly, resting his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the faint fruity scent of her hair. "If you want to be close to me, you can do so anytime. No need for any reason or to imitate anyone. You are you, uniquely and irreplaceably Xingxuan, my most important Xingxuan." His words flowed like warm spring water, gradually seeping into Xingxuan's heart, melting away the icy shell she had constructed with her pride. She ceased her struggles and settled quietly in Lin Feng's arms, savoring this long-awaited intimacy that belonged solely to her. Lin Feng gently stroked her hair, which shimmered like the galaxy, his touch tender and filled with affection. Unconsciously, Xingxuan slightly squinted her eyes, resembling a contented cat being petted, emitting soft, satisfied sounds. The bridge was bathed in soft light, and the starlight flickered silently on the holographic screen, illuminating the two embracing on the command seat. The iron blood of war and the vastness of the starry sea seemed to fade away at that moment, leaving only their intertwined breaths and heartbeats. Lin Feng lowered his head, catching sight of Xingxuan's long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her rosy lips slightly pursed as if inviting something. His gaze deepened as he leaned closer. Sensing his intent, Xingxuan's body tensed, her small hands instinctively gripping the fabric of his uniform, yet she did not shy away. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling more intensely, revealing her inner tension and anticipation. When his lips finally brushed against her cool ones, Xingxuan let out a soft, sigh-like whimper. The kiss was inexperienced yet gentle, filled with hesitation and reverence, unlike any form of contact she had ever envisioned. There was no ferocity of main cannon fire, nor the intensity of particle beams, only a softness and warmth that made her soul tremble. Time seemed to lose its meaning as the bridge returned to tranquility, with only the light of the stars filtering through the observation windows, casting long, moving patches of light on the floor. Xingxuan curled up in Lin Feng's embrace, covered by his uniform jacket, revealing only her small head, her cheeks still flushed, her gaze somewhat dazed, yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of security and satisfaction. She secretly glanced up at Lin Feng's face, so close to hers, her lips curving into a slight smile. Lin Feng leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "Are you still angry?" he asked softly. Xingxuan shook her head, rubbing her face against his chest. Her voice faint yet clear. "Silly commander." This time, the word bore no trace of anger, only a profound reliance and a hint of imperceptible sweetness. The battleship Xingxuan, a symbol of absolute power at this moment, the last invisible barrier of the heart between its core and its commander quietly dissolved in the serene starlight. On the path toward the giant enhancement class, the bonds within the fleet had already completed a significant upgrade ahead of time. Chapter 144, Foundation, the prelude to the Hall of Shattered Stars. Calypdus, in the orbit of the planet. The bridge of the Lingji repair vessel had become a temporary strategic planning center. Outside the window, the cerulean water world floated quietly, resembling an uncut gem, while the direction of the GX-03 resource planet represented a wealth already grasped in hand. Lin Feng stood before the panoramic observation window, his figure tall and imposing. The recent breakthrough in his relationship with Xingxuan seemed to have invigorated him, his LV-26 silent core, energy, flowing like a rushing river, both surging and stable. His gaze deepened, directed toward a more distant future that concerned the fundamental transformation of the fleet. "Commander, all recoverable units have returned, including the last batch of ant colonies conducting deep exploration." Mo Huang's voice broke the silence as she gracefully sat at the tactical analysis seat, her fingers lightly tapping to project a summary data stream onto the main holographic screen. GX-03 Resource Repository Current Reserves. Standard Nanocomposite Alloy, 143,000 units. Mining points are producing steadily. The inventory of rare element crystals and special superconducting materials has also reached a safe threshold. Lin Feng turned around, his eyes scanning the reassuring numbers before resting on an even more astonishing figure within the system. Available modification points, 131100008, and that enticing option. Giant Enhancement Class Ship Modification Authority unlocked. It is time, Lin Feng declared, his voice low yet imbued with decisive strength, instantly capturing the attention of all shipgirls in the bridge. To lay a new foundation for the future of our fleet. Xing Xuan, seated at the adjutant's seat, still bore a hint of post-embarrassment on her small face, yet her eyes had regained the sharpness of the battleship, now shining with remarkable intensity, her little fists clenched tightly. Lingji instinctively held her breath, her amber eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Mo Huang's lips curled slightly, her purple eyes shimmering as if she could already envision herself commanding a larger vessel and operating more aircraft. Mo Huang, Lin Feng called first. You will lead the establishment of the Giant Enhancement Class Modification Project in conjunction with Lingji's research module. Your primary task is to conduct preliminary feasibility studies and conceptual designs. Understood, Commander, Mo Huang replied eagerly, immediately transitioning into work mode. I will need to access the core database of the Mo Huang vessel for all information regarding ship structure, energy transmission topology, and multidimensional space folding technology, and share it with Sister Lingji. Additionally, I recommend initiating the highest level of silent communication protocol, ensuring that all design data streams are transmitted exclusively between the core servers of the Mo Huang, Lingji, and your system interface to prevent any potential information leakage. Approved. Lin Feng nodded, appreciating Mo Huang's caution and efficiency. Design principles, based on the existing core positioning of the ship types, perform extreme amplification and qualitative enhancement. Montak Huang, your focus is on the strategic level aircraft carrier, aspiring to achieve the ultimate capabilities in carrier-based aircraft deployment and control, as well as enhanced independent survival and information warfare capabilities. Understood. I will emphasize the modular layout of the supersized hangar, interstellar command linkages, and the quantum entanglement synchronization expansion scheme for the Phoenix Wing system. Streams of data flickered rapidly in Mo Huang's eyes as she began to conceptualize. Starry, Lin Feng turned to the golden-haired lowly with piercing eyes. Your focus is on the Dreadnought-class battleship, centered on the leap-forward upgrade of the Starfall main cannon and its corresponding energy transmission system, shields, and armor. I require you to provide all operational data regarding main cannon firing feedback, energy load peaks, and the structural stress limits of the hull. Leave it to me. Starry immediately puffed out her chest, her face brimming with pride and seriousness. I have meticulously recorded every firing data of the Starfall. I remember every groan of the hull under overloaded maneuvers. I will compile all the data to design the most powerful and perfect battleship. She even began to envision the spectacular scene of the new main cannon piercing through a gaseous giant planet. Lingji, Lin Feng finally looked at the somewhat nervous repair ship girl. Your focus is on the ARC-class logistics maintenance vessel. The emphasis is on ultra-large-scale parallel maintenance capabilities, enhanced resource extraction abilities, mobile starship factory functions, and a robust energy and material reserve system that serves as the core for the fleet's sustained operations. You need to assess the limits of the current repair beams and devise ways to amplify and refine their effect fields. Feeling Lin Feng's trust, Lingji took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Yes, Commander, I will think hard about it, striving to design the strongest and most reliable rear base for all my sisters. She had already begun to sketch in her mind a super vessel with an ecological circulation system and large dry docks. Lin Feng looked at the three ship girls who had instantly entered their roles, feeling gratified. He then issued a command. Resource allocation will proceed simultaneously. Montak Feng, allocate all alloys and the corresponding proportions of rare crystals from the GX-03 resource depot and transport them to the shipyard star region we have selected, specifically to the shaded area of the TX-7 asteroid belt on the outskirts of the Alpha system. Its location is concealed, and it has abundant raw materials for the worker ants to gather. Understood. The transportation task will be executed by a specially organized cluster of worker ants, navigating in complete stealth. Regarding the modification points, Lin Feng focused his thoughts and summoned the system marketplace interface. I will begin screening and pre-purchasing some critical theoretical blueprints and foundational components that may be needed. Such a large-scale modification will undoubtedly require theoretical support that transcends the current federal technology tree. His gaze scoured the dazzling array of items, specifically seeking those labeled with dimensions, gravitons, singularity manipulation, and macroquantum effects. Although the specific modification blueprints would depend on the design, some foundational theoretical breakthroughs and practical components could be prepared in advance. It is initially estimated that the preparation and basic resource allocation will require 3 to 5 days. Lin Feng concluded during this period, the project team must operate at full capacity. I want to see the preliminary conceptual framework and resource demand list. Yes, Commander. The 3 ship girls responded in unison, and the bridge was instantly filled with a fervent spirit of determination and creative passion. The first step towards the Hall of the Star Shatterer had been firmly taken. The ancient starry sky was about to witness how a fleet transcending the mundane would emerge from its existing shell. Chapter 145, Accumulation, the foundation of theory and material. In the following days, the 3-body Alpha system seemed to transform into a vast and bustling construction site, yet it remained eerily silent. Under Lin Feng's will, immense resources and computational power quietly converged towards the TX-7 asteroid belt shaded area. The TX-7 star region, located at the edge of the galaxy's gravitational well, far from the radiance of stars, was cloaked by countless shattered asteroids and interstellar dust, providing excellent natural concealment. Here, even intense energy fluctuations were difficult to detect by conventional external means. Tens of thousands of worker ant-level mining and transport drones, like loyal and silent worker bees, formed an efficient logistics network under Mo Huang's precise remote control. They departed from the GX-03 resource depot planet, traversing the brief interstellar space, transporting ships laden with gleaming metal standard nanocomposite alloy ingots, high-purity crystals encapsulated in stable force fields, and various special materials to the designated coordinate point. These precious resources were not piled in the mountains. Rather, they were cleverly embedded within the hollowed-out interiors of several larger asteroids, camouflaged. To the outside world, it still appeared as that desolate, lifeless asteroid belt. But within, it was accumulating wealth sufficient to drive an ordinary interstellar civilization to madness. Simultaneously, the data centers of the Mo Huang and Lingji vessels remained illuminated. Vast computational power was mobilized to process design data as expansive as the galaxy itself. Occasionally, Mo Huang would appear on the Lingji bridge to discuss preliminary concepts with Lin Feng, yet her main consciousness was almost always bound to the design project. In the holographic projection, complex hull structure perspectives, energy circuit topologies, and iterative models of carrier aircraft swarm algorithms continuously emerged. Commander, this is the preliminary conceptual framework for the Phoenix-class carrier. Mo Huang transmitted a compressed summary to Lin Feng, with the core idea being to adopt a nested dimensional hangar rather than mere physical spatial expansion, which is expected to elevate the total capacity of carrier-based aircraft to over 20 times the current baseline, achieving true instantaneous manifestation and unlimited endurance, as long as energy and materials are sufficient. However, this imposes exceedingly high demands on spatial stabilization technology and dimensional control of the void core. Lin Feng meticulously reviewed the summary, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. A nested dimensional hangar? This had already touched upon realms unexplored by the Federation. He immediately searched for related keywords in the system marketplace. Almost simultaneously, Starry also submitted her preliminary design for the Starry-class battleship. In the hologram, the silhouette of the warship appeared more menacing, with the former bow-mounted Starfall main cannon redesigned into multiple rotating turrets, featuring a more intricate multi-stage energy-focusing ring system, surrounded by enormous heat dissipation fins and auxiliary energy conduits. The caliber and energy infusion rate of the main cannon must be increased. I have calculated that it needs to be at least 5 times the current rate to achieve the desired effect of shattering large planets. Excitement flushed Starry's face. But this would create a significant bottleneck in managing the recoil and instantaneous energy output of the turrets. The existing Star Rock armor and Starry shield would require fundamental upgrades. I recommend introducing the concepts of dynamic adaptive armor and singularity deflection shields. Listening to Starry passionately describe these technologies that were terrifying merely by name, Lin Feng nodded approvingly while swiftly filtering through the system marketplace. Fundamental theory of singularity physics. Space-time compensation technology for super-heavy weapon recoil. These seemingly distant concepts were now becoming pressing realities that needed consideration. Lingji's design, while relatively moderate, was equally astonishing in scale. Her Lingji-class logistics vessel was envisioned as a mobile interstellar fortress, housing multiple modular large-scale repair docks, nanobot synthesis factories, and even a larger ecological circulation system to support long-term independent operations. I think that if we could realize a preliminary application of energy matter conversion, it might significantly enhance battlefield emergency repairs and parts manufacturing efficiency. Lingji timidly proposed a bold idea that caught the attention of both Lin Feng and Mo Huang. Energy matter conversion. This too touched upon profound technologies that delve into the essence of the universe. With pressure and inspiration coexisting, challenges and opportunities abound. Lin Feng understood that this modification was not merely an accumulation of resources, but a leap in technology. The modification points on his system interface began to deplete at an astonishing rate. Purchase: Introductory Theory of Higher Dimensional Space Folding, Advanced Edition. Price: 800,000 modification points. Purchase: Fundamentals of Singularity Control and Graviton Beam Applications. Price: 1,200,000 transformation points. Purchase: Blueprint for Steady-State Dimension Anchor Basic Components. Epic X3. Price: 600,000 transformation points each. Purchase: Theoretical Framework of Causal Deflection Shield Fragment. Price: 2,000,000 transformation points. A series of theories and critical component blueprints, which the Federation regarded as future technologies or even forbidden knowledge, were redeemed by Lin Feng without hesitation and directly shared with Mo Huang and Ling Ji through a mental link, integrating them into their design systems. The number of transformation points plummeted rapidly, yet Lin Feng did not flinch. He was never stingy when it came to investing in the future. 5 days later, TX. The resource reserves of the 7-star domain reached the first phase target, and the preliminary conceptual designs of the 3 ship girls were basically solidified. Despite the numerous technical challenges that lay ahead, Lin Feng summoned the 3 ship girls once again to the bridge of the Lingji. At this moment, the holographic star map displayed not only the resource reserve points and vast streams of design data, but also marked several coordinates of distant star systems discovered during the worker and exploration process, which potentially contained rare and special elements. The preparations for the first phase were successfully completed. Lin Feng surveyed the 3 ship girls, each possessing unique beauty, yet equally captivating. And a satisfied smile graced his face. We have accumulated sufficient material resources, clarified our enhancement direction, and even touched the threshold of higher-level technology. His gaze sharpened, brimming with anticipation. The next phase would be the core stage, where, based on the final design, specific transformation blueprints would be determined, and adaptive adjustments to the existing hull structure would commence, preparing for the ultimate metamorphosis. Xing Xian clenched her small fist in excitement, and Mo Huang's eyes shimmered with violet light. And Ling Ji nodded firmly. They all understood that the most exhilarating and challenging moments were about to arrive. Chapter 146, Million Consumption. Within the bridge of the Ling Ji repair ship, the data streams displayed in the holographic projection appeared even more turbulent than before. Lin Feng sat calmly in the command seat, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the armrest, his gaze quietly sweeping across 2 concept design summaries, each distinct in style, yet brimming with astonishing power. Mo Huang's Phoenix-class aircraft carrier concept was infused with an aggressive aesthetic. The idea of an interdimensional hangar nested within it seemed like a tale from fantastical realm, yet it exuded a lethal allure. In contrast, the design from Ling Ji captured Lin Feng's attention. Xing Xian had yet to finalize her hull design. This colossal enhancement transformation plan, dubbed the Ling Ji Arc class, lacked the overt sharpness of the former, yet resembled a life tree deeply rooted in the sea of stars. Its profound foundation and grand scale subtly exceeded his expectations. Commander. Ling Ji's soft voice carried a barely perceptible tremor as she stood beside Lin Feng, nervously clutching the hem of her attire. Her amber eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng's expression, as if awaiting a final judgment. My preliminary design and resource requirements have been calculated. Lin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he mentally reviewed the details of the Arc class plan once more. The hull length, 60 kilometers, width, 120 kilometers, height, 30 kilometers. The overall appearance showcased a blend of white jade and emerald hues, with a bulky wing structure at the rear, rendering the ship reminiscent of some ancient gaming controller. Its surface covered in self-repairing nanocoatings. The whole center was adorned with energy patterns symbolizing healing and rebirth, flanked by retractable resource collection arms, and anchored at the rear by a multidimensional spatial stabilization anchor. The core system was nothing short of miraculous. The omniversal weaving dimension factory system could create multiple layers of folding space within the ship for vast material storage, equivalent to the total mass of 2 planets. Rapidly manufacture standard hull modules, aircraft, weapon systems, and recover battlefield debris through a void siphon array. The Stardust Furnace resource conversion system could smelt any material into standard nanoalloys and rare crystals, with a daily processing capacity of up to 5 million tons. The Genesis Weaving Ship Body Manifestation Module could directly manufacture unmanned warships on the battlefield at astonishing speed. The newly added tactical capabilities were equally revolutionary. The Life Weaving Universal Repair Network, covering the entire star system, could restore 5 structural points to friendly hulls every second. The Void Cradle Emergency Rescue Protocol could accommodate sinking ship girls for freezing and repair, and the Star Ring Resonance Fleet Support Field could comprehensively enhance friendly shield recovery. Reduce consumption and increase charging efficiency. Both defense and maneuverability received comprehensive upgrades. The Immortal Root Biome Crystal Composite Shield, Starwood Year Ring Self-Repair Armor, with a maximum speed of 0. For C, supporting short-range tactical jumps. The internal structure was divided into root storage areas, sprout manufacturing chambers, bloom repair ports, and fruit ecological gardens, resembling a moving arc of interstellar civilization. The tactical positioning pointed directly to the core, the fleet's source of immortality, a mobile industrial fortress, and a strategic support platform. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him, and turned his gaze to the resource demand summary column. There, a striking number leaped into view. Estimated total resource consumption, standard nano-composite alloy, 998,700 units. Nearly 1 million alloy units. This figure exceeded 95 of the total reserves of the current GX-03 resource repository planet. It would almost deplete all the hard-earned resources they had accumulated. Sensing Lin Feng's silence and the weight of that number, Ling Ji hurriedly explained, "Commander, this consumption is enormous, but once the Arc class is completed, the integrated omniversal weaving factory and Stardust Furnace will possess unprecedented resource extraction and conversion efficiency. Theoretically, it could independently gather resources from asteroid belts or gas giants and rapidly convert them into the alloys and crystals we need. At that point, the resources required to manifest new hulls for Sister Mo Huang and Sister Xingxian could be accumulated in a remarkably short time. Moreover, the Genesis Weaving Module can directly manufacture standard hull modules, further accelerating the construction speed of subsequent sister ships." Her tone was filled with urgency, fearing that Lin Feng might dismiss the plan due to the substantial investment. This design encapsulated all her efforts and infinite aspirations for the future fleet. Standing on the other side, Mo Huang's violet eyes gleamed with insight. She was astute enough to comprehend the strategic significance behind Ling Ji's design. This was not merely about enhancing a repair ship. It was about creating the mother vessel for the entire fleet and an everlasting engine. She opened her lips, her voice imbued with rare solemnity. "Commander, Ling Ji's calculations are correct. The Arc class is indeed a significant investment, but the returns are continuous and exponential. It resolves our greatest bottleneck for future development: resources and manufacturing. With it, the enhancements of Mo Huang and Xingxian will no longer be constrained by the speed of external resource collection, but will depend on the production efficiency of the Arc class and your output of the Void Core." Although Xingxian was taken aback by the nearly million alloy consumption, upon hearing that she could acquire her new hull more swiftly, she couldn't help but nod her head in agreement, murmuring, "Well, while the consumption is a bit high, if it really can expedite the construction of my new ship, it seems it's not entirely unacceptable." Lin Feng gazed at the 3 ship girls and suddenly broke into a smile. That smile bore relief, determination, and a hint of boundless anticipation for the future. "I understand." He slowly rose, walked over to Ling Ji, and gently tousled her soft, light green short hair. "Ling Ji, you have done exceptionally well. This blueprint surpasses everyone's expectations." He lifted his gaze, sweeping over Mo Huang and Xingxian, eventually settling on the massive Arc-class concept diagram displayed on the main holographic screen. Offense and defense are the claws of the fleet, while logistics and sustainability are its heart and lifeblood. Lin Feng's voice was clear and resolute. No matter how sharp the claws may be, without a robust heart supplying blood, there will inevitably come a time of exhaustion. Conversely, a heart of unparalleled strength can nurture sharper claws and support a more colossal form. Thus, he made a decision, his voice resonating throughout the entire bridge and transmitting through the mental link to the core of every ship girl. "I have decided to prioritize the manifestation project of the Lingji Arc class. Lingji suddenly lifted her head, her eyes bursting with incredulous joy, almost turning to mist. Commander, do you mean? Yes, right now. Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Concentrate all our current alloy reserves to prioritize the manifestation needs of the Arc class. GX. Transfer 1,040,000 units of alloy from Resource Depot 03 immediately to TX, 7-star domain. Simultaneously, Montakfang. Command all ant clusters to adjust their mining priorities and ensure the supply of rare crystals and special materials, guaranteeing that the construction of the Arc class will not be hindered by any shortage of auxiliary materials. Understood. Mo Huang immediately responded, her eyes brimming with excitement. It seemed she could already envision the splendid future of the fleet possessing an almost infinite mobile logistics base. Lingji, Lin Feng said, looking at the repair ship girl on the verge of tears from excitement. You'll be the first pioneer leading the fleet towards the colossal enhancement level. Begin the pre-configuration and adaptive adjustments for the ship's core's tranquil energy circuit immediately. During the manifestation process, I need you to guide the entire process, ensuring flawless execution. Yes, Commander, I will do my utmost. Lingji wiped her eyes with determination, her voice tinged with emotion, yet brimming with unprecedented strength and resolve. Starry observed this scene. Her small hands clenched tightly. Although she felt a tinge of envy at Lingji being the first to undergo enhancement, her heart was filled with anticipation for the fleet's future. She silently vowed to herself that when her new ship body began construction, she would strive to do her best. Then let us commence. Lin Feng gestured grandly, his eyes seemingly ablaze with stars. Let us forge this immortal heart for the fleet with our own hands. The command spread like ripples. A massive mobilization of resources began. Countless ants, as if infused with new orders, redirected their transport trajectories towards the TX, 7-star domain. The Silent Star domain was about to witness earth-shattering changes with the initiation of a grand project. Chapter 147, The Void Weave, the beginning of the Life Arkansas. In the shadowed region of the TX, 7 asteroid belt, this realm, once characterized by silence and coldness, was now shrouded in an indescribable, magnificent energy. In the void, Lingji's petite figure floated at the very center. She closed her eyes, radiating a gentle emerald glow, resonating intensely with the 42-kilometer-long Lingji repair ship beneath her. This initial shell of hers now served as a coordinate, a seed guiding the descent of immense energy, with Lin Feng's infinite tranquil energy supporting her. Alongside the knowledge acquired from the previously exchanged introduction to higher dimensional space, folding theory, and steady-state dimension anchor principle, the first step of the manifestation project, space anchoring and framework expansion, was officially initiated. Centered around the Lingji, intangible, tranquil energy began to penetrate the membrane of the reality universe like the most precise of needles, weaving the foundational structure at a higher dimensional level. This was not a mere accumulation of materials, but rather a definition of a brand new existence from the level of laws. Lin Feng stood before the observation window of the Starry Bridge, his gaze penetrating the vast distances, fixated upon the pulsating center of energy. He could distinctly feel the tranquil energy within him surging forth at an unprecedented speed, flowing through the invisible mental link and infusing into Lingji's core, which he then transformed into the source code of reality. Mo Huang sat at the tactical seat beside him, dozens of holographic interfaces unfolding before her, monitoring the energy flow distribution, spatial curvature changes, and the status of resource injection points in real time. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Even as a mere observer and data assistant in this high-dimensional operation, she reaped immense insights. Dimensional anchor stability at 974, energy flow compatibility exceeds threshold. Resource injection channels 1 to 36. Already, Mo Huang reported, her voice trembling slightly, a characteristic of her extensive computational effort. Starry stood anxiously beside Lin Feng, her small hand unconsciously grasping the hem of his clothing. Although she could not perceive the changes in the energy level as clearly as Lin Feng and Mo Huang, her battleship's acute intuition for macroscopic physical phenomena allowed her to sense that the space was undergoing some kind of anomalous distortion. The space felt as though it were being kneaded by an invisible hand, the light there twisting and folding, as if it might crack open at any moment, revealing the more magnificent scenes hidden behind it. Commander, is everything all right? Starry whispered, her tone laced with an unrecognized dependency. Trust Lingji, and trust ourselves. Lin Feng reassured her, patting the back of her hand, his gaze unwavering. He could sense Lingji's focused joy and a hint of reverence towards the vast undertaking. Yet there was no panic. As a repair ship, she possessed an innate affinity and understanding of structure, restoration, and creation. And this moment was a pinnacle manifestation of her intrinsic power. Time flowed in a tranquil, yet tense anticipation. Hours passed, and a visible change finally emerged at the center of the distorted space. A point of brilliant, jade-like light materialized out of nowhere, swiftly diffusing like ink dropped into water. The light was not flat but three-dimensional, outlining a colossal and intricately complex geometric profile, the tip of the Lingji arc class. Its alabaster hue coalesced in the void. Intricate and arcane emerald energy patterns began to manifest upon it, resembling the veins of a plant and the star maps of the universe. These patterns were not mere decoration, but an external manifestation of energy conduction and dimensional stability structures. As the structure of the ship's bow gradually clarified, a vast quantity of standard nanocomposite alloy units, drawn by an invisible hand, shot forth from the warehouses hidden within nearby asteroids, transforming into silvery torrents, accurately directed into that jade light. The integration of each alloy unit solidified the contours further, expanding the scale incrementally. This was no longer traditional shipbuilding. It resembled a mythic creation, using energy as a pen and matter as ink, directly painting grand creations in the void. Resource consumption rate is within expectations. Spatial framework expanded to 15, Mo Huang reported in real time. Lin Feng could sense Lingji's consciousness deeply merging with the colossal entity taking shape. She was no longer merely guiding the construction. It was as if she were incubating a wholly new version of herself. Her perception extended as the ship body elongated. Her will began to infuse into every inch of the newly birthed armor and every energy circuit. Suddenly, a barely perceptible ripple emerged in the construction process. At a certain energy node transition within the ship body, the preset dimensional stability structure seemed to experience a brief rejection reaction with a massive influx of solid materials, causing signs of disorder in the local spatial structure. Warning: S7-zone energy circuit load anomaly. Spatial wrinkle coefficient exceeds 0.003. Mo Huang immediately issued an alert. Almost simultaneously with her warning, Lingji's form, suspended at the energy center, opened her eyes. Her amber gaze was now filled with rational light. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands together in front of her chest, guiding even purer, tranquil energy towards that chaotic node, like the most deft of embroidery needles, making precise adjustments. Simultaneously, through the mental link, she summoned tens of thousands of special rare crystals on standby nearby. These crystals transformed into a stream of light, accurately injected into the anomalous area, using their unique physical properties to smooth the spatial wrinkles and reinforce the dimensional anchor. The disorder was quelled within mere seconds, and the construction process regained stability and fluidity. Lin Feng silently nodded in his heart. Lingji's performance far exceeded his expectations. She not only possesses the blueprints for construction, but also the capability to address intricate building challenges in reality. This calmness and precision are the keys to the successful birth of the Ark-class vessel. As time progresses, the enormous hull is gradually woven from the void, inch by inch. A width of 120 kilometers may seem trivial on a cosmic scale, yet as it manifests its majestic form in the previously barren emptiness, the visual and spiritual impact is unparalleled. The hull, interlaced with white jade and emerald green, boasts smooth and powerful lines, while the seemingly bulky wings at the rear, concealing unknown technologies, herald the arrival of an entity transcending conventional classifications of vessels. On the first day, over 10% of the foundational framework and primary energy circuits of the hull have been constructed. The immense shadow cast upon nearby asteroids resembles that of a nascent celestial body. Lin Feng gazes upon this grand creation, filled with ambition. He understands that this is merely the beginning. When this Ark-class vessel, known as Lingji, fully materializes, his fleet will possess the audacity and resources to navigate the starry seas without relying on any rear support. The dynamics of the galaxy may quietly transform due to this living ark forged from the void. Chapter 148, Lingji Ark-class. The Void Construction Project in the TX. 7-star domain has persisted for several days, imbued with an almost sacred focus. For Lin Feng and his shipgirls, time has lost its linear significance. Only the colossal entity coalescing within the emerald sea of energy serves as the sole measure of progress. The Lingji maintenance ship has long been enveloped in a radiant cocoon, being dismantled to form the new vessel's energy circuits and some compartments. Lingji's essence hovers above the luminous cocoon, her consciousness deeply synchronized with the arc being born. Each extension of the hull, seemingly an expansion of her own life dimension. Lin Feng sits firmly on the bridge of the star sphere, resembling a stabilizing force. The torrent of silent core chi within him flows ceaselessly, transformed into an inexhaustible energy source supporting this creation-like endeavor through an indomitable mental link. Beads of sweat trickle from his forehead as he maintains an acute concentration, balancing the output of energy at his current LV-26 level to ensure stability while constantly sensing Lingji's condition to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It is akin to a little girl requesting her muscular companion to perform 70 acts in a single night, despite the companion's extraordinary endurance. He can only manage up to 7. Mo Huang plays the role of the most intricate central nervous system. Her consciousness divides into thousands of threads, with some monitoring the periphery of the TX, 7-star domain security network to ensure no unwelcome guests intrude, while others act as the most precise probes, scanning each energy flow, spatial curvature, and material integration efficiency during the construction process. A cascade of data flows across the holographic interface before her, capturing and relaying any minute anomalies instantaneously. The integrity of the whole structure reaches 78. The synchronization rate of the life tree's main energy pattern stands at 993, and the stability of the dimensional factory's spatial anchoring points continues to rise. Mo Huang's voice reaches Lin Feng, Commander. The energy output peak is about to reach a critical point. You need to increase the output by another 5% to complete the multidimensional spatial folding of the rear wing structure. Understood. With a thought, Lin Feng intensifies the torrent of core chi within him, yet maintains astonishing precision. He senses that the seemingly bulky wing structure is constructing exceedingly complex spatial folds within, serving as the physical foundation for the dimensional factory and stardust furnace resource conversion system, its complexity far exceeding that of other hull components. Starsphere watches in breathless anticipation. Though unable to directly participate in this delicate energy manipulation, the battleship's innate sensitivity to macro forces allows her to viscerally feel the potential contained within the cocoon, a sensation that stirs her heart. This is not merely an amplification of size, but rather a profound elevation of essence. She gazes at Lin Feng's focus profile, recognizing the immense effort he invests for Lingji and the new vessel. The jealousy she felt for not being the first to be enhanced has long dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride and a quiet determination to excel in her future modifications. Finally, after a full 10 days of construction, all energy flows reach an unprecedented peak before suddenly converging inward. The emerald light that had enveloped the star domain for days recedes like a tide, not dissipating but being entirely absorbed into the nascent hull. In an instant, silence envelopes the surroundings. Then, an invisible yet weighty sense of oppression radiates outward from the newly born colossal ship. It quietly hovers there, its surface presenting a warm, jade-like white adorned with vibrant green patterns. The hull stretches 60 kilometers in length, an astonishing width of 120 kilometers and a height of 30 kilometers, with an overall contour that is both rounded and imposing. The bulky wing structures at the rear extend steadily, their surfaces shimmering with a dark energy luster, resembling an ancient and peculiar cosmic creation. At the center of the hull, the life tree energy pattern, coursing from bow to stern, resembles a true bloodline, with a halo flowing within, emanating a harmonious aura of healing and rebirth. The Lingji R-Class is officially born. It has not activated any engines, merely its existence, with its immense mass and natural influence on the surrounding spatial structure, subtly alters the orbits of several smaller nearby asteroids. We did it! Lingji's essence gently descends onto the R-Class's expansive bow deck, her voice transmitting through the mental link, infused with indescribable excitement and a hint of post-exertion fatigue. She gazes down at her brand-new form, feeling the vast, starry expanse within, the roaring furnace in operation, and the myriad systems awaiting activation. A profound sense of power and responsibility wells up within her. Lin Feng exhales deeply, the tension that had gripped him for days finally releasing. A wave of intense fatigue washing over him, yet overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of accomplishment and joy. He has succeeded. He has forged an immortal heart capable of supporting the journey across the starry seas for his fleet. Immediately conduct a basic systems self-check. Lin Feng commands, his voice slightly hoarse yet filled with strength. Understood. Lingji's voice regains its firmness. She closes her eyes, her consciousness merging seamlessly into every corner of the R-Class. Immortal root biological crystal composite shield system online. Energy fully charged. Stellarwood year ring self-repairing armor online. Self-repair function activated. Main propulsion matrix online. Standby status. Universal fabric dimension factory system core module online. Folding space stable. Basic material channels unobstructed. Stardust furnace resource conversion system online. Preheating complete, awaiting input. Creation loom hull manifestation module blueprint library loaded. Manufacturing units on standby. Life weaving network full range repair network core generator online. Coverage area awaiting configuration. Void cradle emergency rescue protocol. Stasis chamber initialization complete. Star ring resonance fleet support field generator online. Awaiting activation. A series of self-check reports are clearly presented on the screen before Lin Feng and Mo Huang. Each core system has successfully come online, operating in perfect condition. Commander, all basic self-checks are passed. Lingji's voice bursts forth with jubilation. The Lingji R class is ready for deployment at any moment. As Mo Huang gazed at the scan data, she could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even in its static existence, its energy signature and spatial disturbances far surpassed those of the Titan-class ships, exhibiting an even more subtle and profound essence. Little Lingji, you have truly become the invaluable treasure of our fleet, she declared. Xing Xian also approached the observation window, her eyes widening at the colossal entity that dwarfed the Xing Xian ship by dozens of times, her lips parting as she finally managed to utter, in future battles, "Can we unleash our true potential without restraint?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng erupted into hearty laughter, fully aware that from this moment forth, his fleet possessed the audacity to traverse the dark forest and even to counterattack the galaxy. Chapter 149, Synergy and Ambition. The successful manifestation of the Lingji R class marked the dawn of a new developmental phase for Lin Feng's fleet. In the days to come, the focus would entirely shift towards testing, fine-tuning, and resource integration for this colossal vessel. The initial step involved testing its power and maneuverability. Under the grand support of Lin Feng's profound, quiet core chi, the main thrusters at the tail of the R class ignited for the first time. There was no deafening roar, only a deep, resonant hum, as if space itself trembled. The ethereal blue ion streams cascaded like a galaxy unfurling, propelling the astonishingly massive ship to accelerate slowly yet steadily. Speed at 01C, 02C, 03C, stabilizing at 04C, Lingji reported, her voice brimming with wonder and excitement. Such a titanic hull, achieving such velocity, was solely attributed to its internal efficient energy conduction and advanced propulsion technology. The short-range tactical jump system underwent several tests, confirming a cool-down period of 5 minutes, which undoubtedly became a trump card for tactical evasion and formation adjustments. Meanwhile, long-range jumps fell under the purview of the Stargazer Voyager Protocol jump engine. The defense tests were nothing short of astonishing. Xing Xian volunteered to unleash a barrage from her Stellar Shard secondary cannon against the Arc-class's shields. The icy, blue particle beams struck the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably resilient indestructible root shield, only generating ripples of gentle luminescence, with energy readings indicating negligible shield depletion. According to simulation calculations, it indeed could withstand dozens of salvos from a Titan-class main cannon as designed. The self-repairing armor of the Starwood Year Ring, after sustaining simulated damage, exhibited visible speeds of nanoscopic reconstruction and repair under Lingji's guidance, achieving a structural recovery rate of 1 per second. This meant that unless subjected to an instantaneous, threshold-exceeding destructive blow, this R-class vessel was virtually immortal. The real highlight lay in its core industrial and logistical capabilities. Lin Feng commanded the bulk of low-grade ores collected by the previous ant swarm to be fed into the Stardust furnace. The massive siphon array on the R-class's side activated, generating a powerful directional gravitational field that consumed heaps of metallic debris and rocks. Inside the furnace, the high temperature and pressure simulating a stardust environment, combined with the peculiar quiet core chi catalytic field, worked in tandem to decompose, purify, and reorganize these chaotic materials at an astonishing rate. Conversion efficiency was confirmed at 1 ton of debris yielding 0.7 tons of standard nanalloy. The peak daily processing volume reached 5 million tons, with the current stable operational throughput at 3 million tons. The projected alloy output was approximately 8,750 units per hour. Watching the pulsating numbers on the monitoring screen, even Lin Feng, who had been mentally prepared, felt a surge of exhilaration. What did this signify? It meant that just this R class alone, with its daily waste processing capacity, could sustain the consumption needs of a medium-scale fleet battle. Allowing the Lingji R class to autonomously mine for a day could yield over 100,000 units of alloy, effectively resolving the long-standing resource bottleneck that had plagued him. Shortly thereafter, the All Things Weaving Dimension factory commenced its inaugural operation. Lin Feng selected the standard module of the Grasshopper-class interceptor under Mo Huang's command as the test subject. After consuming the corresponding quiet core chi and materials, the Genesis weaving module in the budding manufacturing chamber began its work. There were no sparks from welding, no intricate assembly lines. Only a gentle glow swept over the material pile, akin to a 3D printer, as a complete Grasshopper interceptor, glimmering with metallic luster, was directly woven onto the designated platform in less than a minute. The manufacturing speed for hull modules was confirmed. Cruiser class estimated at 1 hour, battleship class at 6 hours. The synchronous manufacturing limit for large vessels was 3, Lingji reported, her tone filled with the pride of a creator. This indicated that even in the unfamiliar star domains far from federal logistics, Lin Feng's fleet possessed the capability for autonomous true production. As long as resources and Li Feng's quiet core chi kept pace, he could expand his own formidable unmanned fleet rapidly, akin to a snowball effect. The Life Weaving Network maintenance system also underwent a limited scope test. Mo Huang released a deliberately damaged Cicada Feng reconnaissance aircraft, which was enveloped by the invisible quiet core chi repair nanocloud emitted by the Arc class. The damaged areas visibly healed at a remarkable speed, with structural integrity rapidly restored, achieving a miraculous effect. After a series of intensive tests, the various performance metrics of the Lingji R class met or even exceeded design expectations. It was not merely a ship, but a mobile base, a super factory, an unsinkable repair dock, and a strategically significant support platform. During a core fleet meeting, held in the small courtyard within the Arc class's central ecological garden, akin to a city square, Lin Feng looked at the 3 ship girls beside him, each radiating their unique charm, and made his next decision. Lingji, since this new hull is not one you have memories of, continue to familiarize and optimize all systems of the Arc class, especially the collaborative efficiency of the All Things Weaving and Stardust furnace. Meanwhile, begin utilizing existing resources to produce standard alloys and rare crystals with full force, accumulating ammunition for Mo Huang and Xing Xian's modifications. Yes, Commander. Lingji nodded vigorously, her eyes ablaze with determination. Montak Feng. Lin Feng turned to the languid aircraft carrier ship girl leaning against the ecological tree. The final design of your Phoenix-class carrier must completely overturn the original blueprint and be redesigned, drawing upon the successful experiences of the Arc class. I need you to present an executable and optimally refined final blueprint within a month. You need not worry about resources. Montak Feng smiled brightly, her purple eyes sparkling with intelligence. With the resources and data support provided by the Arc class, my design bottlenecks have largely been resolved. Commander, please look forward to it. The future Phoenix class will become an eternal nightmare for our enemies. Finally, Lin Feng turned to the somewhat impatient Xing Xian. Xing Xian, your battleship design is of utmost importance. The upgrade plan for the main cannon must be infallible. Utilizing the computational support from the Arc class, conduct full-scale simulations and stress tests. I will not tolerate any flaws. Leave it to me. Xing Xian puffed out her small chest, her golden pigtails flicking with pride. I will design the most powerful, the most perfect main cannon. Let those stars that dare to block our path become mere fireworks in the universe. Observing the spirited ship girls, Lin Feng's gaze shifted towards the infinite and profound starry backdrop simulated by the ecological garden. The arc was complete, and the sharp blade was soon to be reforged. It was time to accelerate the conclusion of the accumulation in this edge of the dark forest and redirect their gaze towards the distant, war-torn galaxy homeland. The betrayal of Commander Carlos of the Black Star, the threat of the Zerg army, and the undercurrents within the Federation. These debts were due for reckoning. This time, he would no longer be the fugitive who needed to hide and discreetly modify ships, relying on disappearance for self-preservation. He would return with the power to shake the very stars, embodying the stance of a conqueror. The brief dormancy in the Andromeda Galaxy was merely a prelude to gathering the force to tear through the galactic night. The journey back home was poised to become a path of conquest that ignites the Starry Sea. Chapter 150. The Resource Surge and Competition for Blueprints. In the void of the TX, 7-star region, the Lingji Arc-class vessel looms like an ancient, slumbering deity, its immense body suspended in tranquil stillness. However, within its confines, a scene of industrious activity far surpassing that of any federal heavy industrial planet unfolds. The vessel's rear, adorned with a pair of corpulent wing structures, serves as the physical foundation for the dimensional factory of all things woven and the stardust smelting resource conversion system, continuously emitting a deep, resonating energy pulse reminiscent of a galaxy's heartbeat. Under the precise guidance of Lingji and the seemingly infinite support of Lin Feng's silent core energy, the fully automated resource extraction and conversion processes of the ARC class have reached unparalleled efficiency. Thousands of specially reinforced worker ants, Type 2 mining drones, operate like devoted worker bees, dispatched under the remote consciousness flow of Mo Huang, radiating from the TX 7-star region to several nearby rich asteroid belts within light years. They utilize high-energy cutting beams and gravitational siphon devices to shatter and capture metal-rich rock masses, which are then relentlessly transported back to the vessel's side, where the siphon array resembles the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The ores entering the stardust smelting furnace are instantly subjected to an extreme force field simulating the core environment of a star. Under the interplay of ultra-high temperatures, extreme pressures, and the unique material deconstruction and recombination effects of silent core energy, impurities are vaporized and separated in an instant, while useful elements are rearranged according to a preordained template. In the control room, Lingji stands before a massive holographic star map, which displays a torrent of data reflecting the flow of resources in real time. The amber hue of her eyes reflects the flickering numbers, and her soft voice, tinged with irrepressible excitement, reports to Lin Feng, Commander, over the past standard month. The average daily processing volume of ore has stabilized at approximately 4.8 million tons, peaking at 5.1 million tons. The conversion efficiency remains steady at 703. With a graceful wave of her hand, she calls up another interface, revealing a heart-pounding cumulative figure. Net production of standard nanocomposite alloy this month, 344,000 units. Current total reserve and resource storage, 488,000 units. 1 month, 344,000 units of alloy. This figure is equivalent to the annual output of a small star system within the Human Federation. And this is merely the result of the Lingji ARC class operating at full capacity. Lin Feng stands beside her, gazing at the astronomical numbers, and despite his prior mental preparation, he cannot help but feel a slight catch in his breath. He reaches out to tousle Lingji's soft, light green hair, genuinely praising her. Well done, Lingji. You're not only the heart of the fleet, but now also our star-forging furnace. Lingji squints her eyes in enjoyment, akin to a cat being stroked. Her cheeks flushing as she softly replies, "It's all thanks to the commander's energy support and sister Mo Huang's coordination. I'm merely fulfilling my duties." Just then, the automatic door of the bridge glides open, and Mo Huang strides in with an alluring grace. Today, she is clad in a fitted deep purple Commander S uniform, accentuating her graceful curves, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her deep purple eyes glimmering with confidence and a hint of barely perceptible sharpness. Oh, it seems our little Lingji has truly become a treasure that lays golden eggs. Mo Huang chuckles lightly, her gaze sweeping over the astonishing production data, her lips curving into an enchanting ARC commander, with such boundless resources at our disposal. Certain design, conservatism, and compromises seem rather unnecessary now. Her tone carries a hint of provocation, her gaze fleetingly darting towards the recently arrived Xing Xian, who is dressed in a red and white short-skirt military uniform, her meticulously arranged long golden twin tails swaying. Upon hearing Mo Huang's words, she immediately jumps up as if her tail had been stepped on. "Humph. Wicked woman, what do you mean? My Xing Xian class design pursues the perfect balance of extreme firepower and defense. It's not conservatism." She pouts, her icy blue eyes glaring at Mo Huang, while internally seething. "And you, always tinkering with those fanciful dimensional hangers. Just don't end up with something that looks good, but is utterly useless." Lin Feng watches the familiar rivalry unfold with a wry smile, knowing that Mo Huang is proclaiming her design's advancement. "All right, Xing Xian, that is not what Mo Huang meant." He gently pats the golden-haired girl S's shoulder, then turns to Mo Huang. "By the look on your face, has the blueprint been completed?" Montak Feng beams, her elegant fingers gracefully tracing the air. An even more complex and aesthetically aggressive holographic projection than the Lingji ARC class design unfolds instantaneously, dominating much of the main screen. Commander, please take a look. Her voice carries a note of pride akin to that of an artist unveiling a masterpiece. Based on the successful validation of R-class high-dimensional space, folding, and singularity control technology, coupled with a nearly limitless resource supply, I have designed a brand new vessel for myself, M.O. Huang-class Eternal Night Star Veil. In the projection, a colossal ship, entirely jet black and adorned with dark golden phoenix patterns, presents itself in a stance as if preparing to take flight. The bow features a sharp phoenix head design, with two massive stability anchors emitting a ghostly purple glow at the eye positions. The ship's sides and wings are layered with razor-sharp wing-like armor plates, which serve as the gateways connecting to the dimensional hangar. The total length of the vessel is 120 kilometers, with a wingspan of 300 kilometers and a height of 45 kilometers. M.O. Huang continues to introduce the basic data in a calm, yet authoritative manner. Xing Xian gazes in awe at the vessel, which is twice the length of the Lingji R-class, particularly captivated by its exaggerated wingspan, her mouth involuntarily forming an A shape. Though she quickly regains her composure and glances away, unable to resist stealing furtive glances from the corner of her eye. The core system is the 10,000 ships toward the Phoenix dimensional hangar system, M.O. Huang elaborates, transitioning the projection to the internal structure of the vessel. It is no longer a hangar in the physical sense, but a dynamically expandable subspace constructed based on high-dimensional folding and quantum entanglement manifestation technology. The total capacity. M.O. Huang's lips part slightly as she utters a figure that causes Lin Feng's pupils to constrict. 200,000 shipborne units. What? Xing Xian whips her head around, unable to maintain her haughty facade, exclaiming in shock. 200,000? You only had 20,000 before. M.O. Huang gazes at Xing Xian's reaction with satisfaction, her purple eyes sparkling with amusement. The surface hangar can accommodate my original 7 types of shipborne aircraft, totaling around 100,000 for conventional tactics. Meanwhile, the deep hangar. She refines the projection, showcasing the silhouettes of 4 brand-new shipborne units, radiating strategic-level pressure. Introduces 4 new strategic-level shipborne units, the Zhu Long-class strategic bomber, the Baifeng-class electronic warfare mothership, the Qing Luan-class rapid battleship, and the Zheng Li-class planetary landing ship. Initially constrained by resources, each type will number between 5 to 20 vessels, yet their mere existence will empower me to execute fleet operations, planetary suppression, and star region control strategic missions. She proceeds to display the integrated tactical capabilities. I can achieve zero delay, synchronized command over 200,000 units, with a full domain strike protocol capable of deploying over 100,000 shipborne units within 30 seconds, forming a steel storm that envelopes planetary orbits. The MO domain's lightless region can deploy a super stealth field with a radius of 0.5 light years. Finally, a resource demand list appears. Despite being prepared, the staggering figure nearing 10 billion units of alloy, M.O. Huang thoughtfully notes, if all 200,000 shipborne units are small vessels under 300 meters, only 3 million units would be required, still causes Lin Feng's eyelid to twitch. Fortunately, with the Lingji R-class at hand, this astronomical figure transforms from a fantastical dream into an achievable long-term goal. In conclusion, M.O. Huang summarizes, her voice imbued with an air of solemn authority. One person can form an army, delivering multifaceted strikes, a strategic-level presence, and the dominion of the battlefield, as well as the mobile borders of the fleet I hold dear. She turns her gaze to Lin Feng, her eyes burning with fervor and determination. Wherever M.O. Huang stands, there lies the realm of the commander's will. Silence envelopes the bridge. Lingji gazes at M.O. Huang in adoration, her small hand covering her mouth. Xing Xuan lowered her head, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, her face etched with reluctance and an overwhelming sense of urgency. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward Xing Xuan. Xing Xuan. He broke the silence, smiling at the golden-haired little girl. M.O. Huang has already provided her answer. Are you prepared for your role as the Star Judgment? Xing Xuan abruptly raised her head, her glacier blue eyes igniting with an indomitable flame. How could she possibly be overshadowed by this buxom woman? Stamping her foot decisively, her golden twin tails fluttering, she declared, just you wait. My design will undoubtedly surpass that wicked woman. It will make the commander understand what true art of destruction is. Chapter 151. The Foundation of the Eternal Night Star Canopy. M.O. Huang's grand blueprint, known as the Eternal Night Star Canopy, fell upon the tranquil lake of their reality like a gravitational bomb, creating ripples that refused to settle. It was not merely a design for a ship's hull. but a proclamation heralding a new dimension of offensive capabilities for the fleet. In the fruit-filled ecological garden of the Lingji Arc, Lin Feng examined the holographic projection that floated in the air, the dark phoenix patterns, the outline of the ship poised for flight, and the terrifying parameters noted beneath. 200,000 carrier units. For strategic-class carrier units, a stealth field with a radius of 0.5 light-years, all of which shattered the limits of his understanding. Mo Huang languidly reclined on a chair woven from ecological vines, her deep purple eyes half closed, as if in a state of drowsy contemplation, yet the slight curve of her lips betrayed her inner confidence and anticipation. She was acutely aware of the value of her blueprint. Xingxuan sat on the opposite side of Lin Feng, cradling a cup of her specially concocted drink, which radiated a stellar glow, sipping it slowly. Her glacier blue eyes occasionally darted towards the holographic projection, a myriad of emotions flickering within them. There was awe at the colossal ship and its astonishing capacity, a sense of frustration at her lagging design progress. But deeper still, there lay an undeniable acknowledgement of the strategic value represented by this blueprint, one that transcended the conventional realm of aircraft carriers. She merely huffed softly, muttering under her breath. Isn't it just about capacity? Lingji stood quietly behind Lin Feng, her hands clasped in front of her, her amber eyes flitting between the holographic projection, Lin Feng, and then to Mo Huang and Xingxuan, her face betraying a hint of tension as if awaiting a momentous decision. Lin Feng's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze ultimately shifting from the holographic display to the infinitely profound starry sky reflected from the dome of the ecological garden. He rapidly weighed the options in his mind. While Xingxuan's red lotus star shining design was indeed an ultimate offensive weapon, it required time for refinement. In contrast, Mo Huang's eternal night star canopy blueprint was already mature. Its capacity for single-handed military formation and the terrifying force projection and multifaceted strike capabilities enabled through the 10,000 ships Rising Phoenix system could immediately elevate the fleet's strategic deterrence and independent operational capacity by several magnitudes, especially in the face of potential future scenarios requiring multi-front operations or the suppression of vast star domains. The value of the eternal night star canopy was irreplaceable. Moreover, the Lingji Arc had already proven the feasibility of high-dimensional space applications and provided substantial resource support. Technical bottlenecks had been shattered, resource constraints obliterated. Thus, prioritizing the transformation of resources into immediate combat power was undoubtedly the most prudent choice at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, he made his decision. His gaze turned towards Mo Huang, his voice steady and resolute. Mo Huang. At the sound of her name, Mo Huang opened her eyes, her purple irises shimmering, gracefully rising with an air of solemnity. Commander, your eternal night star canopy blueprint, upon assessment, aligns with the fleet's urgent needs in terms of strategic value and technical feasibility. Lin Feng articulated deliberately. I have decided to approve the manifestation project of the eternal night star canopy and designate it as the fleet's second giant enhanced starship. To immediately enter the substantial preparation phase, an invisible energy field seemed to thrum within the ecological garden. A breathtaking smile blossomed on Mo Huang's face, a radiant glow of ambition ignited by the fulfillment of a long-held desire. She slightly bowed. I will not disappoint your expectations, Commander. Commander! Xingxuan suddenly lifted her head, her face marked with urgency and a hint of grievance. With such limited resource output, it will take 1 to 2 months to manifest a giant enhanced starship. My red lotus star shining. Lin Feng raised a hand to halt her words, his gaze gentle yet firm as he looked at her. Xingxuan, your design is equally vital. It is an indispensable ultimate weapon for the fleet. However, the forging of a weapon requires time and patience. The eternal night star canopy can afford us more time and space to craft your perfect red lotus star shining. Your ship will be the absolute core of the next phase, I assure you. Xingxuan gazed into Lin Feng's eyes, biting her lip, although still somewhat unconvinced. The commander's words and promises quelled much of the agitation within her. She nodded vigorously, settling back down, her small hands gripping tighter, silently vowing to perfect her design as swiftly as possible. Lingji. Lin Feng turned to the repair ship girl behind him. Yes, Commander. Lingji straightened, her small face brimming with seriousness. Change the priority of resource allocation, Lin Feng commanded. Pause all non-essential projects of the Arc class and its associated ant colony, concentrating all production capacity to prioritize ensuring that after the manifestation of the eternal night star canopy, we can at least produce the standard nanocomposite alloys, rare crystals, and all special materials required for half of the 300-meter aircraft. Furthermore, I need you to complete the first phase of resource reserves in the shortest time possible to ensure that once Mo Huang's ship is completed, we can continue to manifest the aircraft. Understood. Lingji nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with the light of responsibility. I will coordinate all forges and factories to fully support Sister Mo Huang. Mo Huang. Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the aircraft carrier girl. You will oversee all technical coordination for the manifestation of the Eternal Night Star Canopy. Work closely with Lingji to refine the resource requirement list. The manifestation coordinates will remain in TX, Star Domain 7, but choose a more spacious and structurally stable area. Additionally, begin the adaptive pre-construction of your core silent core energy circuit and the new high-dimensional ship's hull. The scale of this manifestation far exceeds Lingji's previous one, requiring higher demands on energy control and spatial manipulation. You must be fully prepared. Rest assured, my commander, Mo Huang replied, a confident smile gracing her lips. In terms of both technology and energy guidance, I am fully prepared. Once the resources are in place, the Eternal Night Star Canopy will descend upon the world. Her gaze towards Lin Feng was imbued with not only loyalty and unwavering determination to execute orders, but also a fervent desire to collaboratively forge the future. Lin Feng rose to his feet, moving to the edge of the pavilion, gazing out at the authentic starry sky beyond the window. In the direction of TX, Star Domain 7, countless ant drones buzzed like diligent worker bees, transporting powerful alloy ingots to designated coordinates. Then let us begin, his voice, though soft, bore the weight of celestial ambition. Let us forge, with our own hands, this dark wing that shall shroud the stars, this mobile realm of war for our fleet.